Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Supreme Assassin and the Awakening of Spirituality. Dear students, today marks the day of your spiritual awakening, a pivotal moment that may alter the course of your lives. The principal, Lin Baiyuan, reiterated emphatically, regardless of the level of spiritual awakening, I urge you to choose the contracted saintess whenever possible. The witch is not a power to be trifled with. Once, an exceptionally gifted individual awakened with a high-level spirituality, yet forsook the esteemed S-Class mystic sound saintess to contract with a witch instead. The result was a harrowing backlash, plunging him into the depths of malevolence. What a pity. Such folly is not one we should emulate. In the Dragon Nation, in Songnan City, at Songnan No. 1 High School, the expansive awakening square buzzed with anticipation as Principal Lin delivered his pre-awakening address. His voice resonated powerfully, reaching the ears of every student present. Spirituality? Contract. What is this? Was I not on an assassination mission? What has happened to the dagger in my hand? How has it transformed into a mere fruit knife? Where did this apple come from? Night Ming cast aside the apple he had been holding. Observing his unfamiliar surroundings, a grave expression settled upon his face, his brows furrowing with apprehension. Suddenly, an electrifying sensation coursed through him. Ouch. My head aches. In the next moment, an overwhelming flood of information surged into his mind, intertwined with the chatter of the surrounding students. Night Ming realized he had transcended his former existence as a top-tier assassin, but he had traversed into a realm of high martial arts, known as Blue Star. This world bore a striking resemblance to his previous civilization in terms of technology and culture. However, hundreds of years prior, a brutal and formidable beast had descended upon Blue Star, ravaging humanity and laying waste to the civilizations they had painstakingly constructed. Fortunately, in this high martial arts world, humanity was not without its strengths. Upon reaching adulthood, every individual could awaken their spirituality and enter the divine space to form contracts with powerful saintesses or witches, thereby acquiring formidable abilities. Through centuries of accumulated experience, humanity discerned that contracting with a saintess resulted in rapid initial growth and ease of cultivation, leading to stable progression in later stages. In contrast, contracting with a witch yielded slow initial advancement, arduous training, and while a witch's contractor possessed greater combat strength at the same level, their growth was fraught with peril. They were prone to the backlash of slaughter, often devolving into soulless demons. Consequently, across Blue Star, very few chose to contract with witches. Those who did faced skepticism and misunderstanding. Even a witch clad in black stockings would not find favor. Contracting with a witch entails slow growth, initial weakness, and susceptibility to deadly backlash, yet permits greater combat prowess at equivalent realms, Night Ming mused, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Why did it seem that these purported shortcomings of contracting with a witch posed no real disadvantage for him? In his previous life, he was the epitome of an assassin, adept in combat, wielding unparalleled skills in assassination. Faced with hundreds of ferocious lions and tigers, he could dispatch them effortlessly, transcending the limits of human capability. Thus, initial strength would not be an issue. Furthermore, the concept of backlash from slaughter? Night Ming had been raised by an assassin organization from a young age, accustomed to bloodshed and violence. The number of lives extinguished by his hand numbered in the tens of thousands, each a thug with countless lives on their conscience. His heart had long been saturated with the essence of slaughter, rendering him impervious to any backlash. I feel that I am quite suited to become a contract witch, Night Ming contemplated with a glimmer of resolve. Now, let the awakening ceremony officially commence. First up, Han Xiaya. Principal Lin Baiyuan's voice echoed through the hall. A charming and demure young woman stepped forth from the crowd. As she placed her hand upon the awakening platform, a column of verdant light surged skyward. It is of intermediate spiritual affinity, capable of contracting in a grade saintess at most, Principal Lin Baiyuan remarked, nodding with satisfaction. Simultaneously, two beams of light descended before Han, one radiated with golden brilliance, akin to divine light leading to the celestial realm, while the other cloaked itself in darkness, exuding a palpable aura of bloodshed and carnage. Both the saintess and the witch have granted their acknowledgement that I hope she heeds the words I just spoke, the principal mused, feeling a twinge of anxiety. In the next moment, the golden column unleashed ripples of power. Behind Hansia stood a fiery-haired saintess clad in silver battle armor, raising her long sword aloft and shouting with fervor, a vision of valor. Han Xiaoye awakens intermediate spiritual affinity, successfully contracts in a grade battle armor saintess, and acquires the spiritual technique song of sword and shield. A grade battle armor saintess, quite commendable. With diligent training, her future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable, Lin Baiyuan remarked, gently patting Han Xiaoye's shoulder, a warm smile adorning his face. Han Xiaoye nodded and departed the awakening platform with a beaming countenance. Next, Zhang Hu. Another student stepped forward, yet fortune was not in his favor, as he awakened a low-level spiritual affinity. In choosing between a witch and a saintess, he opted for the Latera grade Earth Saintess. Next, Zhou San. Next, Guming Fan. Next, Chun Daming. One by one, students took their turns, awakening spiritual affinities of varying levels, but none exceeded intermediate, which was rather typical, as Songnan City rarely produced high-level affinities each year. The emergence of a super spiritual affinity, capable of contracting an S grade, had not occurred in over a decade. Notably, regardless of their awakened affinities, all students uniformly chose to contract with saintesses. The beams of light acknowledging the witches descended each time, yet they always departed in solitude, as if cast aside by the world, with no one deigning to cast a glance there. The treatment of witches bears an uncanny resemblance to my experience as an assassin. Even if I have only slain criminals, the mere mention of my title inevitably creates a subconscious distance between me and the world. Night Ming tightened his grip on the fruit knife in his hand, a sense of solitude creeping into his heart. Next, Wang Haoyang, a confident young man, nose held high, ascended the awakening platform. Upon hearing this name, Night Ming paused momentarily. If my memory serves me correctly, the original owner had some history with this fellow. Well, I have arrived now. This unnecessary feud should come to an end. Before long, Wang Haoyang concluded his contract, and luck favored him indeed. He awakened a high-level spiritual affinity, successfully contracting and grade lightning saintess. Generally, those associated with lightning possessed commendable offensive capabilities. As Wang Haoyang descended from the awakening platform, he cast a proud glance at Night Ming. The audacious display of arrogance was palpable. Boring, Yi Ming muttered, shaking his head. Suddenly, a violet beam of light soared skyward from the awakening platform. Yi Ming turned to gaze upon the spectacle. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful young woman, tall and graceful, who had awakened a super spirituality. Wow, Lu Yuxuan, the belle of Songnan No. One high school has actually awakened a super spirituality. Spirituality levels: low B, intermediate A, advanced S, super SS, top tier SSS, max level. Her beauty is one thing, but such a high level of spirituality? Super spirituality means she can contract with an S-level holy maiden, doesn't it? The principal, Lin Baiyuan, promptly interjected, Yuxuan, remember to contract with a holy maiden, do not choose a witch. Understood. Lu Yuxuan's consciousness entered the divine space. In the next moment, a golden light rippled outward. A sacred ethereal figure enveloped Lu Yuxuan. She possessed 4 pristine wings, adorned in a magnificent robe, and wielded a scepter, resembling a celestial being untouched by worldly dust. Lu Yuxuan awakens super spirituality, contracts with the S-level Radiant Holy Maiden, and gains the spiritual technique Radiant Descent. S-level, it's truly S-level. Songnan No. 1 High School can finally stand tall this year. Seeing Lu Yuxuan successfully contract with the S-level Holy Maiden, Principal Lin Baiyuan was so exhilarated that his body trembled. Students in the audience cast envious glances. Contracting an S-level Holy Maiden, especially the school beauty, her future accomplishments are immeasurable. If only I could marry such a woman, I would gladly live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. Hey, what are you thinking? She has a boyfriend from the Yi family. The Yi family? That's quite something. They are a renowned clan in Songnan City. What does it matter if the family is famous? Her boyfriend is a timid and cowardly fellow. If I were to contract an S-level holy maiden, I wouldn't even glance at him. The mention of the Yi family caused Yi Ming to furrow his brow slightly. He tightened his grip on the small fruit knife in his hand, sensing that misfortune was on the horizon. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Yuxuan stepped off the awakening platform and approached Yi Ming directly. Her expression was icy, her fists clenched, as if she had made a monumental decision that, why, Yi Ming, I have awakened super spirituality from now on. We are no longer on the same path. Thank you for your care over the past 3 years, but we shall part ways. Shut up. Before Lu Yuxuan could finish her sentence, Yi Ming coldly interrupted her. Part ways? Is it? I agree. But remember, it was I who ended things. Now, please keep your distance. I fear others may misunderstand. Just moments ago, Yi Ming recalled everything. Lu Yuxuan was the original's nominal girlfriend. They had never held hands, exchanged sweet words, or even shared a tender moment without her finding it distasteful. She had treated the original as a mere tool, only needing him when it suited her, and discarding him when it did not, finding his very presence irksome. Now that she had contracted with an S-level holy maiden, she was eager to sever ties, wishing to preserve her pure and innocent image. Such a person was not only a manipulative green tea, but also foolish. The individual, still in a state of oblivion, hastily rushes to sever ties. Is such a person anything but foolish? Yi Ming, what did you just say? You broke up with me? Lu Yuxuan appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. I am bound by a contract to an S-Class campus belle, a presence revered like the moon surrounded by stars. What qualifications does Yi Ming possess to cast me aside? It is only I who can reject you. You lack the standing to dismiss me. Yi Ming, I urge you to recognize your position. Now, apologize to me, and I might reluctantly consider remaining friends. Lu Yuxuan maintained her lofty demeanor. Yi Ming furrowed his brow, muttering, what a fool, and turned away, utterly disinclined to engage with Lu Yuxuan. Chapter 2. The Contract. The Super SS's level Dark Knight Demon Emperor. You stop right there. On what grounds? Lu Yuxuan stamped her foot in frustration. Enough, Yuxuan. Why bother with such a person? Does he merit your anger? At that moment, Wang Haoyang approached, casting a derisive glance at Yi Ming. With such caliber, whether he can awaken his spirit remains uncertain. Now he puts on a facade of aloofness, but soon he may find himself pleading for your forgiveness. Ha! Suddenly, a flash of cold light flickered. Yi Ming moved like a specter. In less than a breath's time, he appeared before Wang Haoyang, a fruit knife poised with precision against his throat. Wang Haoyang's laughter ceased abruptly. Why the silence? Have you lost your sense of humor? Is it because you disapprove? The knife, held firmly by Yi Ming, had already pierced Wang Haoyang's skin. His eyes, dark and frigid, resembled those of a devil from the depths of hell, instilling dread. Wang Haoyang's pupils contracted in shock. Even the onlookers could not suppress a gasp. Why Yi Ming's movements were astonishingly swift. Even Wang Haoyang, who had contracted with S-Class Saintess, failed to react in time. No conflicts during the awakening ceremony. Next, Yi Ming, the principal Lin Baiyuan announced. Only then did Yi Ming sheath the knife, leaving behind a dangerous glare. Next time you call, it won't merely be bloodshed. With that, Yi Ming ascended the awakening platform under the astonished, bewildered, and fearful gazes of the crowd. What arrogance! Perhaps he is a mere waste, unable to awaken even a low-level spirit. Once Yi Ming had distanced himself, Wang Haoyang dared to sneer quietly. The next moment, boom! As Yi Ming placed his hand upon the awakening platform, an unparalleled crimson beam of light shot skyward. A tremendous force radiated outward, the blood-red pillar resembling a bridge connecting heaven and earth, magnificent and awe-inspiring. What? Is that truly a blood-red beam? It's full-level spirit. My heavens! Principal Lin Baiyuan could hardly contain his excitement, crossing his arms and nearly collapsing to the ground in elation. Meanwhile, the students and teachers below widened their eyes in disbelief. Wow, this is utterly astounding. The full-level spirit, which exists only in theory, has truly been awakened by Yi Ming. It is said that upon awakening a full-level spirit, S-Class Saintesses will be at his beck and call. I am almost numb to envy. Impossible. Wang Haoyang's eyes blazed crimson with fury, his fists cracking ominously. A fully awakened spirit, an SS-grade saintess at his disposal. Such individuals represent the pinnacle of existence within the entire Dragon Kingdom. Wang Haoyang struggled to fathom that the usually timid and ineffectual Yi Ming could awaken to such a supreme level of spirit. By what right? What merit did he possess? A fully awakened spirit. Lu Yuxuan, her gaze vacant, was overwhelmed by regret and resentment. Could it be that I truly erred? What makes him so extraordinarily powerful? No, I'm not at fault. It is all Yi Ming's doing. If he had awakened sooner, I would not have had to part ways with him. Indeed, it is all his fault. The surrounding students were bewildered. What? How can this possibly be blamed on Yi Ming? Hurry, hurry, select the saintess. Remember, you must choose the SS grade saintess. The principal urged fervently from the side, but Yi Ming paid no heed to his words. Instead, his consciousness delved into the divine position space. This was an ethereal realm, where before him floated orbs of light cloaked in golden radiance. As he passed by, the sacred figures within the orbs eagerly extended their hands toward him. All SS grade saintesses. Is this the privilege of a fully awakened spirit? Yi Ming felt a flicker of astonishment, yet an unsettling doubt began to stir within him. Why are there only saintesses and no witches? In this divine position space, there should be both witches and saintesses. Yet, all he could see were saintesses, and all were of the SSS grade. Is it due to human choice that the witches have begun to dwindle? At that moment, Yi Ming's attention was drawn to an inconspicuous corner in the distance. A dark orb of light seemed to cower in fear, emitting not a glimmer of brilliance. What could this be? Yi Ming approached the dark orb. Along the way, numerous saintesses extended their olive branches to him, but he paid them no mind. As a top assassin, he found witches to be far more suitable companions than saintesses. His first choice was unequivocally a witch. When Yi Ming reached the dark orb, its occupant appeared terrified, inching further into the corner as if fearing discovery. Upon closer inspection, he found within the orb a petite girl clad in a black dress. Her beautiful black hair cascaded freely, and her dark starry gown brushed the ground as she hugged her knees, timidly burying her head between them. The girl's body trembled slightly, and even the faintest disturbance from the outside world sent her heart racing. Like a vigilant fawn, she was frightened of everything around her. Yi Ming extended his hand, wishing to touch her. Do not come near me. I am a witch, and I will harm you. Perceiving Yi Ming's approach, the girl in the black dress panicked, her voice a delicate chime, melodious and enchanting. In that moment, Yi Ming felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Once, as an assassin, he too had crouched in the corners during rainy nights, weeping and uttering the same words. What a pitiful soul, so reminiscent of my childhood. Yi Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head, and resolved within himself, it is decided you shall be my choice. His gaze hardened with determination. As an assassin, he could not save himself. However, now, as a fully realized spiritual possessor, he has the power to rescue the witch. You are the esteemed, fully realized spiritual possessor. You possess the right to initiate a contract. Would you like to contract? SS level, which information will be disclosed post-contract. Knight Ming clenched his fists, resolute in his decision. Yes, contract successful. With the sound of the proclamation, the next moment, upon seeing the introduction of the girl in the black dress, even Knight Ming's composure could not prevent his eyes from widening. Name: the Dark Empress of the Fallen Divine Knight. Real name: Shadow Yu. Gender: female level, SSS upgradable talent. Emperor's demeanor: invincible presence. Description: mysterious and beautiful, graceful and powerful, born in the night, rising from the shadows wherever she treads. Darkness descends and order collapses. In her prime, she was unimaginably formidable. Even deities encountering her would inevitably fall. Comprehensive evaluation: the Dark Empress holds a noble status, and I am unworthy to comment on her. Not a witch, but an empress. Knight Ming's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and he could not help but chuckle softly. Is this a fortunate accident for me? Empress, which it is evident that the former carries a prestige far beyond the latter. No, esteemed fully realized spiritual possessor, you chose the witch first, hence the emergence of the Empress. Indeed. Knight Ming nodded slightly. Had he not firmly resolved to select the witch, he may never have discovered her identity as an empress. Subsequently, Knight Ming glanced at the information regarding Shadow Yu. Each entry struck him with unparalleled impact. She seems far superior to an SS level saint. Especially in the level category, I initially thought SSS was the ceiling, yet it can be elevated. Never had Night Ming's heart surged with such exhilaration and excitement. Even a moment he earned the title of top assassin paled in comparison. Meanwhile, the dark aura surrounding the girl in the black dress, Shadow Yu, vanished completely. Sensing the change within her body, she abruptly raised her head, her breathtakingly beautiful face filled with disbelief. You contracted me? Her eyes sparkled like the vast cosmos. They were stunning, mysterious, and enchanting, drawing one in with a single glance, yet they brimmed with sorrow and solitude. Night Ming nodded gently. If all goes as expected, yes. Why? A glimmer of tears welled in the girl's eyes, her voice trembling and choked with emotion. Why would you contract me? I am a witch since my birth. I have only brought misfortune and calamity, destined to live a solitary life. Contracting me will only bring you pain and death. Do not pity me. Do not ache for me. I'm accustomed to loneliness. Truly. At the end of her words, Shadow Yu buried her head once more in her lap, emitting soft sobs. She sat quietly in the corner, shutting out all light, leaving only eternal solitude. All right, what are you muttering about? At that moment, Shadow Yu felt as if her body had lost weight, warmth enveloping her thighs and back. Night Ming half squatted, effortlessly lifting her into a princess carry. You. The young girl was in a state of panic, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Yi Ming, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. Yet, upon his stern countenance, a hint of warmth and determination emerged. What nonsense about witches, he declared. I have chosen you, and your refusal is of no consequence. Now, close your eyes and rest while I shall take you away. With that, Yi Ming cradled the girl in the dark dress and strode forward, step by step and on either side. The Isis-level holy maidens looked down upon the pair with an air of superiority, their eyes brimming with authority and disdain, as if they were judging a criminal. Guilty of heinous offenses, Yu shrank away from those intimidating gazes, ultimately burying her head in Yi Ming's chest. In the face of various scrutinizing stares, Yi Ming merely smirked, his expression unwavering as he continued onward, his heart as tranquil as a still lake. It was only after the SS-level holy maidens had completely diverted their gazes that Yu wrapped her arms around Yi Ming's neck, gazing into his face with soft sincerity. Yi Ming, thank you. Thank you for choosing me. Yi Ming responded with a gentle smile. No, it is I who should express my gratitude. Thank you for granting me the choice. Chapter 3. The S-Class Saintess contractor, Wang Haoyang. Instant kill. At the Awakening Square, all eyes were fixed on Yi Ming atop the Awakening platform. Particularly, Principal Lin Baiyuan appeared exceedingly anxious, his legs trembling uncontrollably, reminiscent of a bulldozer. Had he been a decade younger, he might have cracked the ground beneath him. Please, let nothing go awry. Yi Ming, you must heed the principal's advice and steadfastly choose the saintess. Do not be impulsive and select the witch, or else the principal's frail heart may not withstand a shock. Lin Baiyuan's gaze was intensely focused on Yi Ming. Boom! In the next moment, there was finally a stir. As the crowd collectively held their breath in anticipation, an unexpected event unfolded. The golden light beam remained still, yet the dark beam stirred ripples upon ripples. In an instant, the earth trembled, and the once bright sky was engulfed in ominous clouds, from which blood-red lightning surged, emanating a terrifying aura from Yi Ming. A shadowy figure, imbued with darkness and mystery, materialized behind Yi Ming. She resembled the embodiment of night and shadow, a dark sovereign descending upon the world, enigmatic and formidable, unfathomable in strength. Her stature was tall and graceful, her beauty so striking it was difficult to behold. Draped in a robe reminiscent of a star-studded night sky, the shadowy scythe in her grasp seemed capable of severing all light in existence. A witch. Indeed, she was a witch. Yi Ming had actually contracted a witch. Madness. Truly, pure insanity. Did he genuinely believe that with his awakened supreme spirit he could act with impunity? Contracting a witch, he might not even be able to acquire spiritual abilities. This would undoubtedly be the most sensational headline in Longwood this year. Oh no, someone come quickly. The principal has fainted and is beginning to convulse. We need help. In an instant, Chaos erupted among the students and faculty below. No one had anticipated this outcome. The principal had repeatedly cautioned against choosing a witch, yet Yi Ming had done the very opposite. How foolish! The typically timid and ineffectual young master of the Yi family had, at a critical moment, committed the most rebellious act. At this moment, Wang Haoyang could hardly contain his glee, his joy overflowing from his countenance. He had initially believed his future was limitless, only to find this fool had just sabotaged his own prospects. Contracting a witch might even prevent him from acquiring any spiritual abilities. Just as Wang Haoyang's mocking voice rang out, a proclamation emanated from the awakening stone. Yi Ming has awakened supreme spirit, successfully contracted the S-Class Dark Knight Demon Emperor, acquiring spiritual abilities, Dark Domain, Demon Armor of the Fallen, Eternal Night descends. What? 3 spiritual abilities right from the start? How is that possible? Throughout the history of Longhua, no one has ever begun with 3 spiritual abilities. Such an occurrence is simply unprecedented. The crowd felt as though their heads had been struck with a hammer, a dull ache resonating within. To begin with 3 spiritual abilities is already an extraordinary miracle, not to mention that Yi Ming had contracted a witch. According to the records in the realm of the contractual sorceress, merely possessing a single spiritual skill is already considered a remarkable achievement, as most individuals do not even possess one. Yet, Night Ming defies this norm, beginning with not just 1, but 3 spiritual skills. Spiritual skills serve as the primary means of power for a contractual sorcerer. This effectively places him thrice ahead of his peers from the very outset. What nonsense is this? Yet, what significance do 3 spiritual skills hold if, upon contracting a sorceress, his life is effectively at an end? Wang Haoyang clenched his fists, a sneer etched upon his face, his gaze fixed intently on Night Ming, whom he regarded as a cowardly jester. To seek attention through a contractual sorceress, someone like him. I could easily defeat him right now. As Wang Haoyang's words echoed, the surrounding students regarded him with disdain. It was common knowledge that upon contracting, a saint's contractual sorcerer gains substantial power, while a witch's contractual sorcerer experiences negligible growth in strength. No amount of spiritual skills can alter this reality. Wang Haoyang was merely attempting to exploit a moment of weakness. His embarrassment had morphed into anger, just as everyone was processing the situation. Night Ming had already clenched his fists and lunged towards Wang Haoyang with a fierce glint in his eyes. Who gave you the audacity to think you could defeat me now? Boom! In the face of Wang Haoyang's sheer terror, Night Ming's fist landed solidly on his head. An overwhelming force surged forth, sending Wang Haoyang hurtling backwards like a kite cut from its string, soaring dozens of meters away. Night Ming lifted his gaze, sprinting forth once more to catch up with Wang Haoyang, seizing his head with a firm grip. Boom! He forcefully slammed Wang Haoyang's head into the ground, creating a massive crater. Blood spurted from Wang Haoyang's head, rendering him unconscious from the pain. I warned you, if you dare to bark again, it won't merely be a matter of bloodshed. After completing his actions, Night Ming dusted off his clothes, his expression impassive and serene, as though he had merely performed an inconsequential task. However, the teachers and students who had witnessed the event were anything but calm. Instantaneous kill. Wang Haoyang was actually obliterated by Night Ming. He had contracted with the S-Class Lightning Saint. Something is amiss. There are countless discrepancies. Why is Night Ming's strength so extraordinary? Wasn't he supposed to have contracted a witch? How could this be? Could it be that the SSS class surpasses the S-Class by such a significant margin? Yet, that is not what the text suggests. Confusion engulfed the crowd as their understanding of reality faced a severe upheaval. In truth, their reasoning was not entirely flawed. If Night Ming had contracted an ordinary SSS class witch, his acquired power would indeed fall short of Wang Haoyang's. However, Night Ming had contracted with the Witch Empress. She was no ordinary SSS class. Moreover, being the strongest assassin himself, his mastery over combat skills and physical prowess far exceeded that of Wang Haoyang. Defeating him was akin to crushing a mere chicken. Utterly effortless. Night Ming, I apologize. I should not have broken up with you. Is there any chance we could return to how things once were? At that moment, the previously aloof Lu Yuxuan approached. Bowing her head, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Yi Ming's lips twitched, reverting to the past, returning to being your devoted admirer. One absurd notion. I have made it clear that we are finished. Do not entangle me further. Yi Ming's expression remained cold and indifferent. A jolt of disbelief surged through Lu Yuxuan. How could the Yi Ming who once obeyed her every whim now deny her requests? Was it merely the contract with an SSS-grade sorceress? What was there to be so arrogant about? Yi Ming, you are being unreasonable. I have taken the initiative to seek you out. What more do you want from me? Lu Yuxuan felt wronged and shouted angrily at Yi Ming. You only contracted with an SSS-grade sorceress. It's not as if you've reached the pinnacle of success. I, on the other hand, have contracted with an SS-grade saintess, far superior to you. In tomorrow's preliminary test, I will undoubtedly surpass you, and by then, even if you apologize, I shall not forgive you. I will make you aware that both you and your sorceress are worthless. Silence. With that, Yi Ming flicked his wrist, sending a gleaming dagger whizzing past her eyes. Had it veered even slightly, she would have been blinded. Yi Ming glared at Lu Yuxuan, his voice sharp. Speak another word, and I assure you, the next dagger will pierce your eye. You. Lu Yuxuan wanted to retort, but the depth of Yi Ming's shadowy gaze instilled fear within her. She sensed that he would indeed carry out his threat. The fool was utterly overestimating herself. Yi Ming shook his head in disdain and turned to leave. He found Lu Yuxuan increasingly bothersome. She had initiated their breakup, yet now she clung to him, acting as if she were wholly unreasonable. Was it too much to expect a semblance of dignity? It was utterly exasperating. Just as Yi Ming stepped out of the crowd, a luxurious sports car appeared before him. Moments later, a red-haired woman emerged from the vehicle. She was stunning, adorned with a lace baseball cap and wearing a printed white t-shirt, with a baseball jacket tied at her waist. Her long, fair legs shimmered in the sunlight, captivating all who beheld them. Upon seeing Yi Ming, her expression shifted to one of sternness. Yi Ming, you foolish boy, do you have any idea of the foolishness you have committed? What did I tell you before coming here? I instructed you to contract with a saintess, yet what have you done? You have contracted with a max-level sorceress, essentially ruining your own prospects. I am curious how you plan to explain this to your second uncle. Faced with the imposing red-haired woman, Yi Ming instinctively blurted out, Yexingsen? How dare you call me by my name? Yexingsen exclaimed, grabbing Yi Ming by the ear in displeasure. I see you truly need a lesson after being left alone for 3 days. Get into the car. We will discuss this further when we return. With that, Yexingsen forcibly shoved Yi Ming into the passenger seat of the sports car. As the night deepened, Yi Xinxin cast a fleeting glance at Wang Haoyang, who lay convulsing on the ground. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Yi Ming and inquired, Is he the second-rate scion of the Wang family? Have you killed him? Yi Ming shook his head, clarifying, No, I merely injured him. Then there rests no cause for concern. The Wang family is notoriously resilient. I used to frequently thrash his elder brother. Yi Xinxin replied with a sense of ease. She deftly dialed for an ambulance before speeding away in her sports car, with Yi Ming in tow. Once she departed, the students regained their senses, staring blankly and murmuring, What just happened? Who is that woman? You don't know? That Yi Xinxin, Yi Ming's elder sister. Moreover, she is an S-rank flame saint contract master, known for her fiery temper. A fully adept spiritual contract sorceress, coupled with a hot-headed sister. It's said that the powers that be in the Yi family also communicate through their fists. I fear for Yi Ming's well-being. He is certainly in for a rough time. He'll surely face severe repercussions. It serves him right. Who told him to be a contract sorcerer? This is the consequence of his own recklessness. Chapter 4. Strength will speak for itself. On the journey home, Yi Ming leaned against the passenger seat, seizing the opportunity to examine the panel. Name, Yi Ming. Spirituality, max level. Realm, first stage contract master, 0-10,000. Mental power, 100. Vitality, 100. Contract spirit, Godfall Dark Knight, Demon Emperor, contract spirit level. SSS upgradable. Spiritual techniques, Dark Domain. Godfall Demon Armor, Eternal Night Descends. Dark Domain, Level 1, a field with a 5-meter radius centered on oneself, where others will be influenced by fear. One can merge into darkness, achieving absolute invisibility. Godfall Demon Armor. Level 1, a top-tier armor that fuses the powers of shadow and night. Wearing it significantly enhances strength, speed, and physical resilience. Eternal Night descends. Level 1, enveloping darkness, heralding death. One may unleash a judgment strike, inflicting tenfold damage on a single target, or draw multiple targets into darkness, causing area damage. Spiritual Talents. Talent 1, Slaughter Growth. Slaughter Growth. The thrill of blood and death invigorates you. Any creature that perishes by your hand will transform into your strength, eliminating any bottlenecks in your realm advancement. Talent 2, Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. When battling contract masters of the same realm, your abilities will be amplified tenfold. Goodness, is this the advantage of being a contract demon emperor? After scrutinizing the panel, even Yi Ming's composure faltered, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This was truly astounding. To begin with, both mental power and vitality stood at a remarkable 100 points. It may not seem significant at first glance, but Yi Ming recalled that even an SSS-level Saint Contract Master only possessed an initial vitality and mental power of a mere 50 points. He had double that. Next, looking at the 3 spiritual techniques, whether it be the Dark Domain, which grants absolute invisibility, the Godfall Demon Armor that enhances attributes and combat prowess, or the versatile Eternal Night descends. Their descriptions all encapsulated a single word: comprehensive. It was exceedingly well suited for Yi Ming, particularly the absolute invisibility of the Dark Domain. For an assassin, this was nothing short of a coveted divine skill. As for the final spiritual talent, this was something all contract masters awaken. Yet Yi Ming's talent evidently possessed a remarkable caliber, especially the Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. During duels with contract masters of the same realm, a tenfold increase in power rendered him virtually invincible among peers. Yi Ming increasingly felt that choosing the Demoness was the most astute decision of his life. Sensing the excitement within Yi Ming, the shadow residing within his spiritual sea also revealed a smile. However, the one driving Yi Xin held a different perspective. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Ming, she scoffed. "You little rascal, are you still in the mood to smile? A max-level spiritual contract demoness. What you have done has even roused my anger. Once we reach home, I wouldn't be surprised if your uncles don't give you a good thrashing. Moreover, allow me to inform you of another matter. Your most dreaded 4th uncle has returned, so brace yourself for impending doom." Reminded by my elder sister, the memories of the Yi family surged vividly in my mind. The Yi family, one of the most renowned clans in Songnan City, possesses 10 large enterprises and controls 40% of the city's industries, standing alongside the Wang family, to which Wang Haoyang belongs, as the 2 prominent families of Songnan. While the Yi family appears to have numerous spokespersons, I am acutely aware that the true power lies with my 3 uncles. The second uncle, Yi Jun, is loyal and principled, adept in political maneuvering, and manages the entire Yi family with meticulous precision. The third uncle, Yi Wen, is astute and methodical, overseeing the family's finances with remarkable acumen. The fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, possesses formidable strength, is unyieldingly just, and though not a man of many words, wields his authority with an iron fist. As for my biological parents, they tragically lost their lives shortly after my birth, valiantly fighting against ferocious beasts during an attack. Over the years, my 3 uncles have raised me with great care, and the narrative of parental abandonment and betrayal often found in novels is wholly absent from my life. Among my uncles, I share a particularly close bond with my second uncle, Yi Jun, who dotes on me the most. Conversely, my least favorite is the third uncle, Yi Wen, who, due to his high education and extensive interaction with books, tend to criticize my every minor mistake, displaying a somewhat pedantic nature. Most intimidating, however, is the fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, the captain of the 3rd Border City S-Guard, a 5th-tier contract master whose contracted spirit is the S-Class Saintess. His immense power means that each time he returns home, I am inevitably subjected to his relentless training regimen. Should I fail to meet his expectations, Enduring hunger or physical punishment is merely the tip of the iceberg. Of course, each of my three uncles possesses a distinct personality, yet they all adhere to one fundamental principle. Strength is paramount. With power, as long as one does not transgress moral boundaries, anything one does is deemed acceptable. Am I causing you trouble? The ethereal voice within the divine sea inquired somewhat bashfully. I waved my hand dismissively. What trouble is this? It's merely dealing with a few elders. As I stepped into the opulent courtyard of the Yi residence, the chilling aura emanating from the training room was palpable. The murderous intent was evident. My three uncles were ill-suited for the role of assassins. I mused habitually. Do you still have the presence of mind to speak of such things? Yi Xinxin shot me a peculiar glance before urging, hurry up. Your three uncles are waiting for you in the training room. Upon entering the expansive training room, which spans 300 square meters, I found my three uncles seated in the main area, silently observing my arrival. Yi Ming, do you dare return? Do you have any notion of the gravity of your actions? Hurry and come here to apologize to our ancestors. And what are your parents? The voice belonged to my third uncle, Yi Wan, whose gaunt face bore an expression as fierce as if he were ready to devour me. I raised my head, instantly furrowing my brow. Indeed, my three uncles are truly a fascinating bunch. He actually brought out the spirit tablets of our ancestors and his own parents. Yi Ming arrived before the three uncles and the spirit tablets, yet he remained motionless. Yuan furrowed his brow and shouted angrily, "Can't you hear me asking you to apologize? I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" As soon as Yi Ming's words escaped his lips, the three of them were momentarily taken aback, their expressions darkening in unison. Outside the door, Yi Xen sighed, pressing her forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. This young man has awakened an unparalleled spiritual power. His wings have hardened, and he no longer listens to his uncles. Does he? Yuan trembled with rage. Throughout his life, Yi Ming had always obeyed his guidance. Today, before his elder brother and the ancestors, he actually defied him. How dare he question whether he was in the wrong? Hadn't they discussed before leaving that, regardless of the spiritual power he awakened, he must choose the saintess? The Yi family possesses a modicum of strength. By choosing the saintess, we could pave the way for him. But what has he done today? Contracting with a witch of the highest order. It's simply a waste. What difference does it make from feeding ginseng to pigs? Yi Wen's words grew increasingly fervent. His face flushed with anger, especially upon seeing Yi Ming's indifferent demeanor, which further ignited his fury. Enough, third brother. There is no need to lose your temper so. This matter cannot be resolved in haste. Yi Jun interjected, patting Yi Wen's shoulder. Second brother, at such a critical juncture, you still coddle this boy? Do you wish to witness his own destruction? The elder brother and sister-in-law entrusted Yi Ming to us. We cannot let him ruin himself, for that would betray the trust they placed in us. Yuan pounded his chest, his voice trembling. He gazed at Yi Ming once more, his eyes reflecting a sense of disappointment. I simply cannot comprehend. We have not treated you poorly over the years, so why have you chosen this path? What benefit does a witch bring you? Do you understand what choosing a witch entails? Child, you're not only destroying your own future, but also shattering your parents' hopes for you. Enough, third uncle. At that moment, Yi Ming, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted his gaze to his third uncle, clenching his fists, the spirit of battle igniting within him. Isn't it simply because I contracted with a witch that you fear for my future? If that is the case, let my strength speak for itself. I suspect you have been prepared for this all along. Chapter 5, 1v3. Merely a swift annihilation, the abrupt interruption by Yi Ming left Yi when momentarily stunned. Beside him, his second uncle, Yi Jun, also gaped in disbelief. What has happened to this boy today? Why is his demeanor so resolute? Where has the formerly weak Yi Ming, who would only apologize in the face of trouble, gone? It seems as though he has undergone a complete transformation. Speaking with strength, such words hardly seem fitting for him. Yi Zheng, the ever-silent fourth uncle, chuckled. Very well then, let us proceed. With a clap of his hands, a soldier clad in field combat attire strode into the training room. The soldier was tall, with bulging muscles beneath his short sleeves, a cropped haircut, and a square jaw. exuding an air of formidable strength. His name was Li Jiangming, a promising recruit of mine this year. A second-tier contract master, his contracted spirit is an A-grade battle saint. Should you manage to defeat him, I shall cease my inquiries regarding your contracted wish. Yi Zheng crossed his arms, his piercing gaze fixed on Yi Ming, his expression inscrutable. Yi Ming assessed Li Jiangming before turning back to his fourth uncle, requesting, "Let us add 2 more to the fray. I shall take on all 3. 1 against 3? Yi Zheng and the others could not fail to grasp the implications of Yi Ming's words. This boy intends to silence these 3 old geezers with this battle. Very well. How audacious, Yuan scoffed. Do you believe that simply because you have contracted an SSS grade witch, you are invincible? Bring forth the 2 strongest second-tier contract masters in the courtyard. Yuan would not coddle this insolent boy. As his words fell, 2 bodyguards clad in training uniforms swiftly entered the training room. They were both second-tier contract masters, their spirits being S-grade saints. Would 3 second-tier contract masters pose a threat to Yi Ming? What if something were to happen? Before Yi Jun could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Yi Zheng. Second brother, this is all at Yi Ming's own behest. If he wins, it proves his abilities. If he loses, let him endure some hardship and understand the consequences of his bravado. Indeed, Yuan raised both hands in agreement. Yi Ming has been spoiled by you. If we do not instill some discipline, he might truly become uncontrollable. Suddenly, he turned to Yi Ming and declared, "Yi Ming, this battle was initiated by you. Should you lose, you shall unconditionally obey every word we say from now on. Every action, even something as trivial as eating, will require our permission." Yi Ming retorted, "And if I win? If you win, we shall apologize to you and grant you everything you desire." "Very well, it is settled," Yi Ming declared confidently as he stepped onto the training ground. Li Jiangming and the 2 bodyguard protectors arranged themselves into a triangular formation, encircling Yi Ming at the center. "Do you require a weapon? I can provide you with a Godfall scythe. It is quite formidable." A soft and ethereal voice resonated through the ocean of night, echoing with an enigmatic allure. "The divine scythe of desolation? No, that shall not be necessary." With a serene smile, Yi Ming grasped a dagger from beside him, firmly holding it in his hand. "This will suffice." Li Jiangming's expression shifted to one of grim determination upon witnessing this scene. "This brat looks down on us. Let's charge together." With a sudden flash of brilliance in his eyes, Li Jiangming summoned forth radiant crimson runes that adorned his arms, and an ethereal figure of a battle maiden wielding dual metallic fists coalesced beside him. The 3 second-tier contract masters advanced in unison, their speed remarkable, the sound of their fists slicing through the air resounding ominously. Yi Ming stood at the center, and as he sensed the trio closing in to within a mere meter, he declared, "Shadow Domain, activate." In an instant, darkness enveloped him, spreading from all corners to form a sphere of shadow with a 5-meter radius. Yi Ming spread his arms wide, and just as the trio's fists were about to strike him, he reclined backward, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The assassination begins. With a swift motion, Yi Ming melded into the darkness. What is happening? Where'd he go? A guard, vigilant and armored in ice, scanned his surroundings anxiously. Suddenly, thud, a glimmer of cold light flashed past him, and before he could react, an overwhelming force struck his neck, sending him crashing into the abyss of shadows. By the heavens, this brat can vanish. It's a back-to-back tactic. Li Jiangming exchanged glances with another guard, both instinctively turning their backs to each other, remaining ever watchful of their surroundings. Within the domain of darkness, all was silent, devoid of any light. Yet, a true assassin can discern the optimal position for a strike from any angle, biding their time for the perfect moment to commence the kill. "This battle is over." Yi Ming's voice echoed above them. The 2 guards heightened their vigilance, but before they could respond, it was already too late. Whoosh! 2 more flashes of icy light darted through the air, and the immense force rendered one guard unconscious on the ground. Li Jiangming, empowered by his A-grade battle maiden contract, boasted a physique akin to steel. Yet, when the spine of Yi Ming's dagger pressed against his neck, he felt his limbs weaken, his mind succumbing to a haze. Before collapsing to the ground, wide-eyed, he was no match for it. Yi Ming's strength was formidable. especially when targeting the carotid sinus, a vulnerable area susceptible to pressure that could induce fainting or even cardiac arrest. Such knowledge was acquired through the experience of a seasoned assassin. With Li Jiangming's collapse, the encounter came to a definitive end. Yiming glanced at the time. 1 minute? How lengthy? By his estimation, overcoming these three should have taken merely half that time. Ultimately, this body was too feeble. At that moment, what Knight Ming failed to notice was that the three individuals beside him, Knight 1, had already been rendered speechless. Their gazes were blank, as if struck by lightning. Frozen in place, their pupils trembling wildly from shock and excitement. They had initially believed that it was impossible for Knight Ming to defeat even a single second-tier contract master. Yet now he had vanquished three, all within the span of a minute, leaving no room for any counterattack. What on earth was happening? Was it not said that contract witches typically exhibited little enhancement in combat prowess during the early stages? How could this be? Knight Wen felt as though everything unfolding before him was a dream. His nephew was not aligning with his expectations at all. Knight Jun hurriedly approached, meticulously examining Knight Ming's body, only to discover that the young man had employed no underhanded tactics. He had entirely relied on sheer strength. This was simply astonishing. Knight Ming, how could you be so formidable? Could it be that you have contracted with Saintess? Knight Jun was so bewildered that he began to doubt the information he had received earlier. It was only when Knight Ming confirmed once more that it was indeed a witch that Knight Jun began to accept this. Yet his understanding became even more perplexed. Was it due to the peak-level spirituality? Knight Ming, what is your spiritual talent? Does it confer a combat advantage? A combat advantage? Yes, there is one, but it only applies to opponents of the same tier. The previous three adversaries were all second tier, hence it was not utilized. The pinnacle of assassination techniques, the ability to conceal one's presence, and an intimate knowledge of the human body's vulnerable points. Knight Zheng approached Knight Ming, scrutinizing him for a prolonged moment before shaking his head. If I had not witnessed your growth myself, I would surely believe you to be a lethal instrument cultivated by a certain assassination organization. Oh, you could discern that? Knight Zheng, the fourth uncle, truly lives up to the reputation of being the strongest in the Knight family. What prowess? Knight Ming smirked. Uncle, you jest. Well, let us hope, Knight Zheng replied, patting Knight Ming on the shoulder, a rare smile gracing his features. Chapter 6. Not 100 beasts, but a relentless killing. This confrontation allowed Knight Ming's three uncles to see clearly that their nephew was, indeed, extraordinary. Thus, has my worth been validated? Knight Ming cast a gentle smile towards his three uncles. The fourth uncle, Knight Zheng, waved his hand in acknowledgement, signifying his approval. The second uncle, Knight Jun, who had always doted on Knight Ming, upon witnessing his contract with the witch and his extraordinary abilities, was no longer troubled by doubts. He quickly chimed in with a smile. Indeed, indeed. To utterly dominate three second-tier opponents as a first-tier practitioner, what more proof is needed? Old third, what say you? Knight Wen's expression suddenly stiffened, his lips twitching slightly. Since Knight Ming returned home, he had been the sole bearer of the grim countenance. Having previously boasted that if Knight Ming could win, he would not only cease to meddle in his affairs, but also apologize to him. Having set his own expectations so high, he found himself at a loss for words. Hey, why are you all looking at me as if I am a criminal? Knight Wen grumbled, irritated, casting a glare at Knight Jun and Knight Zheng. He then posed one final question. Knight Ming, I ask you this. The world claims that the early combat prowess of a contract which is weak, a point you have proven. But what about the backlash? Contract witches are prone to be consumed by their own slaughter. Indeed, Knight Jun and Knight Zheng echoed simultaneously. Their curiosity piqued as they regarded Knight Ming, hoping for a cogent explanation. My esteemed uncles, Knight Ming replied, his gaze resolute and his tone neither subservient nor arrogant. I can speak plainly. The so-called backlash from slaughter is utterly ineffective against me. This assertion requires time to validate, and I hope you will trust in my words. The three elders fell silent for a moment. Very well. It was Knight Wen who stood first, nodding at Knight Ming with a look of approval. You rascal. Based on the strength you've demonstrated earlier, I believe in you. Furthermore, regarding my earlier tone, I owe you an apology. Knight Ming couldn't help but chuckle internally at his third uncle. Sometimes he could be quite exasperating, yet at other times, his sudden shift in demeanor was both amusing and perplexing. With the most troublesome uncle appeased, the second uncle, Knight Jun, and the fourth uncle, Knight Zhong, had nothing more to say. In accordance with your third uncle's previous wager, from this day forth, the three of us will refrain from intervening in your affairs. However, should you encounter any danger or require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us. As your uncles, we will steadfastly stand by your side, Knight Jun declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Knight Zhong nodded silently, and though he spoke not, Knight Ming understood that he now had the protection of a fifth-tier contract master. With all matters concluded, Knight Ming hurriedly returned the spirit tablets of his parents to the ancestral hall. During this time, he received a message from his homeroom teacher. Yang Jinwen, Knight Ming, I am aware of your contract with the witch. However, I understand that you are a child with your own opinions. So whatever path you choose, I will wholeheartedly support you. Teacher Yang is a kind-hearted individual. Knight Ming recalls that the original owner was timid and weak, often bullied and ridiculed by classmates, yet she always patiently guided the original owner. He then continued to read the messages. Yang Jinwen, by the way, tomorrow the school will hold the preliminary test, which is of great importance. The venue is at the Sangnan Martial Arts Hall, so remember to participate. The preliminary test, Knight Ming's expression darkened as he read the message on his phone, before officially participating in the month-long martial arts examination. The school organizes 3 significant tests. Martial arts examination, a crucial assessment that determines the fate of contract practitioners. The preliminary test, intermediate test, and mock test. The preliminary test primarily assesses student strength, speed, and combat abilities. The intermediate test evaluates whether students possess the necessary conditions and courage to confront real ferocious beasts. The mock test is designed to familiarize students with the martial arts examination process and predict potential challenges. If Knight Ming recalls correctly, Liu Yuxuan had confidently declared today that she would crush him in the preliminary test and demand an apology from him. How naive of her. However, I could take the opportunity to test my strength at the Sangnan Martial Arts Hall in advance. The Sangnan Martial Arts Hall, officially established, serves as an institution for all contract practitioners. Within the hall, one can undergo professional training and engage in battles with simulated ferocious beasts to assess one's capabilities. It holds a high degree of professional authority in Sangnan City. Third uncle, didn't you just say you would grant all my requests? Knight Ming glanced at his third uncle, who was assisting him in moving the spirit tablets. Yuan furrowed his brow. Has this kid already made plans so quickly? Speak up, what do you want? Help me gain access to the Sangnan Martial Arts Hall. The Martial Arts Hall? All right, I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. No, I want it now. This third Uncle Yuan hesitated for a moment. Processing it now would mean an expedited request, incurring an additional fee of 10,000 yuan. Third uncle, Knight Ming urged. Fine, I'll arrange it right away. You little rascal, why are you suddenly so interested in fighting? According to the customs of Sangnan No. 1 High School, students are arranged to battle against first-level ferocious beasts in the preliminary test. Killing 1 beast qualifies as passing, 2 for a good rating, 5 for excellent, and 10 for a perfect score. Both single and simultaneous kills are counted. Under the guidance of his elder sister, Yi Xin, Knight Ming arrived at the Sangnan Martial Arts Hall. The hall's overall design resembles a hemisphere, covering an expansive area equivalent to 20 soccer fields. The establishment comprises 3 levels, each featuring 30 small chambers dedicated to testing and training purposes. Yi Ming and Yi Xin arrived at the administrative hall of the first floor. Their gaze was immediately drawn to the large screen suspended from the ceiling. Sangnan City Record Board. First-tier Contract Master, Lin Feng. Kill Record, 61st tier Ferocious Beasts. Second-tier Contract Master, Mu Chengyi. Kill Record, 52nd tier Ferocious Beasts. Third-tier Contract Master, Shangong Mingwei. Kill Record, 43rd tier Ferocious Beasts. If you're interested, you might consider taking on the challenge. Breaking a record comes with rewards. Yi Xin raised an eyebrow at Yi Ming, encouraging him. Although Yiming maintained a stoic expression, his heart brimmed with eagerness. The ferocious beasts and contract masters share the same tier classifications: first, second, third. However, due to the limited intelligence of lower-tier ferocious beasts, the majority are considerably easier for contract masters to handle. Yiming could effortlessly dispatch even second-tier contract masters with ease. Dealing with a few first-tier ferocious beasts would be a mere trifle, devoid of any fear. Moreover, the record for first-tier contract masters stands at only 60 first-tier ferocious beasts. This appears rather simple. If I were to challenge it, I should be able to. Yiming glanced down at his clenched fist and ultimately extended a single finger. 100? Ye Injin interjistet. No, Yiming replied with a calm smile. It will be an uninterrupted slaughter. Chapter 7. The frantic surge of records, aiming to break 500. Greetings, I'm the staff member, Xiaoya. According to the regulations, a first-tier contract practitioner is permitted to utilize only a single training room. Please follow me. A lady clad in professional attire, with sleek black stockings, guided Yiming and his companions to room 102. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a rather minimalist interior. It featured a closed training chamber equipped with holographic simulation facilities and a data control center, separated by a safety wall and reinforced glass. This lad intends to challenge the record. Remember to activate the professional recording, Yi Xinshin remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya, the staff member beside her, displayed a hint of surprise. The information in her hands indicated that this Yiming was merely a novice who had just signed a contract, and he was already poised to challenge a record. Did the current newcomers possess such confidence in themselves? Was this not somewhat hasty? Such eagerness could easily lead to a loss of sharpness and determination. Shaking her head, Xiaoya decided this was beyond her jurisdiction. Thus, she chose to disregard it. As the professional recording commenced, a low hum resonated through the training room, marking the official start of the challenge. Eligible to challenge beast level. Tier 1. Eligible to challenge number of beasts. Unlimited. Please select the level and quantity of simulated beasts. Let us start with 10 beasts to test the waters. Yiming commanded. At his signal, 10 robust, black-striped tigers materialized around him. Their jet-black bodies bore intricate blue patterns, and their powerful claws could shatter rocks. With a thunderous roar, the 10 black-striped tigers charged forward, their gaping maws revealing sharp teeth that glimmered ominously. In the center stood Yiming, his eyes flashing with a blood-red glow. Divine Descent demon armor. A shroud of darkness enveloped him, and as he clenched his fists, waves of dark energy radiated outward, sending the 10 black-striped tigers crashing to the ground in an instant. Conversely, Yiming at this moment was clad in a striking black battle armor, including leg guards, arm guards, and a chest plate, all forged from dark power, exuding an intimidating aura. With a swift stride forward, Yiming delivered precise, bone-crushing punches to the heads of the black-striped tigers, obliterating their skulls in a single blow. By my word, this lad even possesses battle armor? What on earth has he contracted? Is he a demoness? Yi Xinshin's astonished voice caused Xiaoya to pause momentarily, taking a second look at Yiming. A demoness? Had this lad contracted a demoness? Yet his displayed combat prowess surpassed even that of an SS-ranked saint. Was it not said that those who contracted demonesses lacked combat ability in their early stages? Xiaoya muttered in confusion. Within the training room, after dispatching the 10 black-striped tigers in an instant, Yiming felt no sense of physical exhaustion. As he prepared to challenge again, suddenly, a prompt echoed in his mind. Talent Massacre growth activated. The first-order black-striped tiger was vanquished, yielding 1 realm experience and 1 spirit technique experience. The same feat repeated thrice. Could simulated ferocious beasts also contribute to experience? Night Ming's eyes narrowed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, and he continued to challenge himself, this time against 21st-order beasts. As the words fell, a blue figure soared overhead, unfurling its wings, its sharp gaze akin to a gleaming blade. It was the blue blade eagle, possessing claws as formidable as steel and remarkable speed. For an ordinary first-order contract practitioner, slaying even one would demand tremendous effort. Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her eyes widening uncontrollably. In an instant, dark energy coiled around Night Ming's hand, transforming into a dagger measuring 20 centimeters in length. He vanished like a shadow in midair, a black streak barely perceptible to the naked eye, weaving through the flock of blue-blade eagles. With swift thrusts, countless feathers scattered in the air as one after another of the blue-blade eagles fell. First Order Blue-Blade, Eagle Slain, 1 Realm Experience, 1 Spirit Technique Experience. First Order Blue-Blade, Eagle Slain, 1 Realm Experience, 1 Spirit Technique Experience. First Order Blue-Blade, Eagle Slain, 1 Realm Experience, 1 Spirit Technique Experience. A moment of reflection brought satisfaction to Night Ming as he surveyed his hands, feeling increasingly attuned to this body. While it may be somewhat feeble, its elongated form and explosive speed made it perfect for assassination and swift kills. Onward, bring forth another 30. His eyes gleamed with determination. Clad in the Godfall demon armor, he resembled a reaper descended upon the world. Strength and speed surged to their zenith. He felt invincible, driven by an insatiable desire for slaughter. Before long, 30 more ferocious beasts appeared. Undoubtedly, Night Ming continued his onslaught, dispatching them instantaneously with the same small dagger in hand. This indicated that he had yet to unleash his full potential. 30, 60, 90, 150. The numbers climbed relentlessly. Meanwhile, in the hall of the martial arts arena, an increasing number of spectators began to take notice of the changes on the large screen. Sangnan Record Board. First Order Contract Practitioner. Night Ming, Kill Record. 150 First Order Ferocious Beasts. First Order Contract Practitioner. Night Ming, Kill Record. 180 First Order Ferocious Beasts. First Order Contract Practitioner. Night Ming, Kill Record. 200 First Order Ferocious Beasts. The data on the screen updated in real time. Good heavens! 200? And still rising? What on earth is going on with this Night Ming? Is his contracted spirit an SSS grade saintess? This data is simply outrageous. We're the staff. Someone come quickly. There is a problem with the record board. Get someone to fix it. Cease your calls. I am indeed a staff member. I have conducted several inspections since earlier, and there is nothing amiss. Is that not correct? Are these figures genuine? Over 300 already. This fellow named Yi Ming is truly defying the heavens. At this moment, the vast majority of individuals in the hall are fixated on the screen, their eyes wide with astonishment. Since the establishment of the Sangnan Martial Arts Hall, there has never been a first-tier contract master who has achieved the record of slaying over 100 ferocious beasts. Yet now, it is not merely exceeding 100. Yi Ming's kill count has surged to 300, and it continues to rise at an alarming rate. It seems poised to breach 500. In the training room, Yi Xin and the staff member Xiaoye stand frozen in disbelief. Just how many secrets is this rascal hiding from me? To annihilate hundreds of ferocious beasts in a single breath is even more formidable than contracting an SSS tier holy maiden. Yi Xin's mouth gapes open. In her 20-plus years of life, she has encountered numerous prodigies, yet she has never witnessed anyone like Yi Ming. He is not merely a genius. He is a veritable monster. Boom! At this moment, the door to the training room is suddenly kicked open from the outside. A middle-aged man clad in a white robe storms in with a stern expression. Who called for Yi Ming? Is he still undergoing testing? Upon seeing this man in white, Xiaoye's body trembles, and she hastily bows in respect, saying, "Greetings, Director Lili." Director? A flash of lightning seems to strike in Yi Xin's mind. Memories surge forth, causing her chest to rise and fall, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. The director of the Sangnan Martial Arts Hall, a formidable 5th-tier contract master. The contract spirit, an S-tier storm holy maiden, ranked among the top 3 combatants in Sangnan City. Li Sufeng. This young man, Yi Ming, has even startled such a figure. Is he the one being tested? Li Sufeng glances at Xiaoye, his urgency palpable. Xiaoye quickly nods, affirming, "Yes, it is him." How many ferocious beasts has he slain? Report to the director. He has already slain 350 ferocious beasts without resting for a moment. Furthermore, it appears that his contract spirit is a witch. A witch? Li Sufeng's brow furrows, and he clenches his fist under his chin, his mind racing with thoughts. After he finishes this batch, Have him come to my office to see me. No, I shall wait for him here. It is evident that he has something to discuss with Yi Ming. Meanwhile, Yi Ming's count of slain ferocious beasts has reached 400. The divine fallen demonic armor upon him seems to possess a life of its own, expanding and contracting with his breath, expelling all generated heat from his body. Having reached a kill count of 400, I can feel that I have completely adapted to this body. Now, it is time to conclude this with a flourish. Yi Ming suddenly raises his head, his eyes shimmering with a crimson light. This time, I shall challenge 100 ferocious beasts. Chapter 8. Ascension of Spirit Level, Star Demon University. What a bold young man. 100 ferocious beasts, all challenged at once. I am eager to see how you will cope. Li Sufeng could not help but lean in closer, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Soon, in the training ground, 100 ferocious beasts materialized. In the sky, a fiery eagle circled, flapping its wings engulfed in flames. Its fierce gaze fixed intently on Yi Ming. On the ground, various beasts emerged. The boulder-fisted stone gorilla, the venomous armored lizard adorned with poisonous spikes, the springing sprung monster, and the toothy jaws beast, its maw filled with serrated teeth. These creatures surged forward like a frenzy toward Yi Ming. Though he knew they were merely simulated, Yi Ming still felt the ground tremble beneath him. From every direction, including above, beasts charged relentlessly. There was no escape. He could only fight. Yo, allow me to wield your god-slaughtering scythe. All right, Yi Ming exclaimed, reaching into the air as a black scythe manifested in his grasp. The scythe was entirely ebony, its elongated handle adorned with twinkling starlight, shrouded in an eerie black aura, with a blood-red gem embedded at the end, pulsating like the heart of a grim reaper. The crescent blade radiated a profound dark crimson, as if it encapsulated endless silence and coldness, its edge glinting with a chilling gleam, sharp enough to effortlessly sever the boundary between soul and void. The god-slaughtering scythe, such formidable power. With the scythe in hand, Yi Ming's aura transformed dramatically. If he had previously been a mere assassin in the shadows, he now resembled a deity of death amidst darkness. His presence was overwhelming and flamboyant. With a swift motion, Yi Ming swung the god-slaughtering scythe, unleashing a blood-red arc of slashing energy that sliced through the horde of beasts. With a flurry of sounds, the beasts fell apart instantly. Even the stone gorilla, renowned for its defenses, was effortlessly cleaved in two. Indeed impressive. His earlier casual strikes had annihilated 10 beasts in an instant. This further clarified Yi Ming's understanding of the scythe's might. Boom! Following that, Yi Ming propelled himself forward, darting towards the swarm of beasts, the scythe in his hand swirling continuously. At his center, darkness began to spread outward, activating the realm of shadows. With a series of flashes, blood-red silhouettes flickered through the darkness. Horizontal slashes, diagonal cuts, vertical cleaves, and piercing thrusts. The scythe in Yi Ming's grasp became the ultimate instrument of slaughter, its frigid blade slicing through the beast's flesh, mingling with their scalding blood. Yi Ming could sense the god-slaughtering scythe trembling slightly. It was exhilaration. The act of killing thrilled it. This intense emotion surged into Yi Ming's mind, threatening to seize his consciousness. No wonder it is said that contracted sorceresses can easily be consumed by the urge to kill. This exhilaration is not something an ordinary person can control. Yi Ming tightened his grip on the god-slaughtering scythe, forcefully suppressing the eerie excitement that sought to dominate his awareness. Subsequently, he immersed himself once more in the fray. With the swift arc of his scythe, ferocious beasts fell before him, their carcasses scattering in the air, while simulated blood pooled into a river beneath his feet. Yi Ming resembled a crimson tempest, replete with carnage and gore, leaving behind a trail of bones and dismembered remains. After 3 minutes, 100 beasts lay vanquished. As Yi Ming surveyed the surroundings, witnessing the continuous dissolution of the beastly corpses into data streams, a profound exhilaration surged within him, reaching its zenith. His total kill count had successfully ascended to 500, far surpassing the previous record held by Lin Feng, who had slain 60 beasts. All right, The test concludes here. I shall seek an opportunity to venture into the secret realm and experiment with the spirit technique. Eternal night descends. This technique is versatile, effective against both individuals and groups, yet the confines of the training ground fail to unleash its full potential. As he departed, Yiming took a moment to glance at his gains. Realm, first tier contractual master, 1,000, 10,000. Vitality, 100, 102. Mental strength, 100, 102. Dark domain, level 1, 2. Radius increased to 5. 1 meters. Enemies within the domain will experience a reduction in strength. Divine Fallen Demon Armor, level 1, 2. Enhanced power and increased speed. Not bad. While his realm remained unchanged, both spirit techniques have been upgraded. It appears that to acquire more experience, one must slay genuine ferocious beasts. The simulated beasts in the Martial Arts Academy are remarkably lifelike, yet they pale in comparison to their real counterparts. This is precisely why the contemporary era places such emphasis on practical combat. Creak. Upon pushing open the door, the first sight that greeted Yiming was Li Sufeng, clad in a flowing white robe. This individual exuded formidable strength. Though not quite as powerful as his fourth uncle, he was certainly not far behind. He represented a presence not to be trifled with. Greetings, I am Li Sufeng, the head of the Tsangnan Martial Arts Institute. With a warm smile, Li Sufeng approached Yiming, extending his hand. Yiming shook it in return, offering a smile. Hello, I am Yiming. From the Yi family? Indeed. Haha, I guessed correctly. Li Sufeng laughed heartily and invited. Would you care to join me in my office for a chat? I have a few inquiries to make. But rest assured, there is no danger. I have met your family S. Yi Zheng on several occasions. Acquainted with my fourth uncle? Yiming nodded inwardly, realizing that the circle was indeed small. The strong often mingled with one another. Under Li Sufeng's guidance, Yiming arrived at his office and sat opposite him. Care for some tea? No, thank you, Director Li. Please, let us get straight to the point, Yiming replied candidly. Haha, splendid. I appreciate dealing with someone as forthright as you. With Yiming's directness in mind, Li Sufeng smiled broadly and wasted no time in getting to the heart of the matter. I just reviewed your battle footage. I must say, whether in combat technique, physical control, or timing of your strikes, you bear no resemblance to a novice. Rather, you embody the essence of a seasoned assassin, deftly navigating the battlefield and executing your targets with an almost ethereal precision. Have you honed your assassination skills since childhood? Li Sufeng gazed at Yiming, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Pressured by my fourth uncle to train, I acquired only a rudimentary understanding of martial arts. Yiming raised an eyebrow and added, as for assassination techniques, does watching films count? I'm quite enamored with the assassins portrayed in cinema. I find them quite striking. While uttering these words, Yiming's demeanor remained tranquil, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Thus, through careful observation of his micro-expressions, Li Sufeng discerned that Yiming spoke the truth. A complete novice, yet capable of executing targets with an almost masterful skill in real combat. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Li Sufeng exclaimed in admiration. Yiming smiled and nodded in response. Thank you for your kind words, Director Li. Do you have a university in mind? Li Sufeng inquired, shifting the conversation. Yiming shook his head, indicating that he had none at present. You might consider Star Demon University. Their assassination program aligns perfectly with your aspirations. So, this is the reason for your invitation. If memory serves, Li Sufeng graduated from Star Demon University. Is this not an effort to recruit for his alma mater? Nevertheless, Star Demon University is indeed commendable. Star Demon University, Starry Sky University, Star Sea University, and Qingbei University. These constitute the four most prestigious institutions in Longhua. Among them, Qingbei University emphasizes cultural education, while Star Demon, Starry Sky, and Star Sea Universities focus on martial arts. Despite their common emphasis on martial disciplines, each institution has its unique strengths, with Star Demon University being renowned for its specialization in assassination. They have nurtured 90% of the professional assassins in Longhua. These assassins play a pivotal role in both the wars of contract masters and the onslaught of ferocious beasts. The assassination program at Star Demon University indeed seems well suited for me. Yiming pondered for a moment, having already formulated a plan. and responded, "Thank you for your suggestion. Director Lee, I shall consider it." Chapter 9. Testing? What is there to test when records have already been shattered? Indeed, Li Sufeng's objective had been accomplished. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 exquisitely crafted wooden boxes from his drawer. Upon opening them, he discovered 2 peculiar fruits nestled within. One was a vibrant crimson, adorned with bizarre runes, while the other was a frosty azure, resembling a formation of ice crystals and roughly the size of a palm, surrounded by wisps of frost. The Blood Soul fruit harbored ferocious energy, and its consumption would significantly enhance one's offensive capabilities. The ice crystal fruit, on the other hand, possessed gentle energy, effectively bolstering physical strength when absorbed. "Choose one," Li Sufeng said. "Consider it a reward for your record-breaking achievement." He pushed the 2 boxes towards Yi Ming. Both fruits were of considerable value, commanding a price of 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins in the market. Ordinarily, such a reward as the Blood Soul fruit would not be granted for merely breaking a record. This was purely Li Sufeng's generosity, as he personally funded this gift. "Yi Ming, select the red one. It will yield better results for you." A soft voice, like the chiming of delicate bells, echoed in Yi Ming's mind. "Oh!" Yi Ming raised an eyebrow. The esteemed Dark Knight, Demon Emperor, had spoken. Thus, he decided, "I shall choose the Blood Soul fruit." Excellent choice. This fruit is indeed well suited for a witch's contract. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Sufeng escorted him to the door and shook his hand. "Yi Ming, I hope that you and the witch you contract can transcend societal perceptions." "What do you mean by societal perceptions?" Yi Ming inquired. "That a contracted witch has no future. Rest assured, we will strive to exceed expectations." As he watched Yi Ming's figure gradually fade from view, Li Sufeng crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing slightly as if deep in thought. If memory served him correctly, that fellow Sun Hoyuan seemed to be in Songnan City recently. It would be a fortuitous opportunity to introduce him to Yi Ming, potentially leading to a direct recommendation to his teacher. Anyone with a modicum of insight who overheard this conversation would surely be astounded. The reason was simple. Sun Hoyuan, as mentioned by Li Sufeng, was an admissions officer at Star Demon University, and the teacher he referred to was the vice president of the very institution. On the way back, Yi Ming sat in the passenger seat of a sports car, holding the Blood Soul fruit and examining it from various angles. The Blood Soul fruit? What a remarkable treasure. Director Lee is quite generous towards you. I must caution you, this fruit can only absorb energy. It must not be ingested orally, or else adverse reactions may occur. In severe cases, it could lead to poisoning, unconsciousness, or even death. Yi Xinxin shot a glance at him and hurriedly warned. However, just as her words faded, a faint whisper interjected. In truth, it can be consumed directly for enhanced effects. As for the toxins, I can absorb them entirely. It can be done this way? Yi Ming chuckled as he safely stowed the Blood Soul fruit. He had no intention of consuming it in front of Yi Xinxin, who was currently driving. Frightening her with such an act could lead to an unfortunate traffic accident. "What are your plans for the future?" asked Yi Xinxin. "Your abilities far exceed those of your peers, yet you must have a clear plan and not squander your time." Yi Ming pondered for a moment, recalling the conclusions he had drawn earlier at the Martial Arts Academy, and replied, "I wish to explore the secret realm tomorrow." "The secret realm?" Yi Xinxin's brow furrowed slightly. "Aren't you supposed to have your preliminary test tomorrow?" "I'm not going. I've already taken a test. I will send the data to the homeroom teacher shortly. With my results, I am certain she will understand," Yi Ming stated, unwilling to waste any time. "That makes sense," Yi Xinxin nodded. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "If you intend to visit the secret realm, you might consider the entry-level secret realm, the Blood Demon Tower. It is teeming with ferocious beasts in large numbers, making it ideal for someone of your novice stature, though. To be fair, you're not exactly a novice." Ferocious beasts concentrated in large numbers sounds promising. "Yes, it's decided. I shall go to the Blood Demon Tower." Yi Ming resolved it firmly. Meanwhile, in a modest residential complex, Lu Yuxuan lay on her bed. After sending her final message to Yi Ming, she abruptly hurled her phone onto the floor, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn Yi Ming. Why hasn't he replied to my messages? Does he enjoy playing the aloof idol? Does he think that by creating distance between us, I will chase after him? What gives him the right?" just because he has contracted that seemingly doomed SSS level, which, since Yi Ming had rejected her earlier that day, Lu Yuxuan had been seething with anger. She had intended to scold him thoroughly via text, yet he had not responded at all. The lack of acknowledgement left her feeling vulnerable. She glared at the phone on the floor, clenched her fists, and muttered, "Yi Ming, just you wait. During tomorrow's preliminary test, I will slay 50 ferocious beasts and trample you beneath my feet. I will make you realize just how foolish your indifference towards me is." The following day, at the Tsangnan Martial Arts Academy, the students of Tsangnan No. 1 High School gathered at the entrance of the martial arts hall, including Yi Ming's class. Most students had arrived, yet Yi Ming was conspicuously absent. "Where's Yi Ming? It's already 8:29. We have but a minute before the test begins." One student remarked, puzzled. "Who knows? Perhaps he overslept?" Another speculated. "Doesn't he have a special vehicle for transport?" Wang Haoyang, whose injuries had healed, scoffed derisively. He awakened his full-level spiritual affinity and contracted an SSS level, which he is far too proud to be concerned about us waiting. After all, he is a young master. By the way, Yuxuan, do you feel confident? I heard that those who contract an S-level saintess can typically slay at least 30 ferocious beasts. Indeed, I plan to kill 50, Lu Yuxuan replied coldly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. As the clock struck 8:30, Yi Ming still had not arrived. She scoffed inwardly. "Humph, that Yi Ming. Certainly, it must be fear of being surpassed by me that has deterred him from coming." A slight smile of self-satisfaction graced Lu Yuxuan's lips. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, approached, urging, "All right, students, let us proceed with the preliminary assessment." But Yi Ming has yet to arrive. Wang Haoyang feigned concern. "Oh, about Yi Ming, there's no need to wait for him. He sent me a message yesterday stating that he has already completed the assessment." Remarkably, he achieved a perfect score, having slain 500 ferocious beasts, thereby shattering the record for a first-tier contract master at the martial arts hall. "You all should aspire to learn from him." "What?" The moment those words escaped her lips, the students present erupted like ignited gunpowder, their astonishment palpable. 500 ferocious beasts, a record shattered. Such a figure was beyond their comprehension. Wang Haoyang's pupils constricted suddenly as he vociferously challenged. "Impossible. 500 ferocious beasts. Even an SSS tier holy maiden could not attain such a feat." "Teacher Yang, are you certain Yi Ming has not deceived you?" Yang Jinwen furoet herbro. "If you doubt it, go witness the martial arts hall for yourself." A throng of students surged toward the hall, and upon their arrival, the sight of the grand screen left their minds reeling as if struck by a heavy hammer. Record board. First-tier contract master, Yi Ming kill record. 500 first-tier ferocious beasts. How could this be? Upon seeing this data, Wang Haoyang's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. His pupils trembled in terror. The one with the most complex expression was undoubtedly Lu Yuxuan. Her eyes widened as if they were two bronze bells, her mouth agape, rooted to the spot as if ensnared by an invisible spell. Her heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an unseen hand, her breath quickening and becoming erratic, her mind a blank slate. After a long pause, she murmured to herself, 500, 500, how is this possible? In that moment, she felt as though her earlier ambition to slay 50 ferocious beasts rendered her nothing short of a clown. Chapter 10. Entering the Blood Demon Tower. Meanwhile, in the teleportation hall, Yi Ming received a message from his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen. "Yang Jinwen, Yi Ming, your recent achievement in breaking the record has become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of your classmates, pressing down on them, leaving them breathless." Yi Ming could only smile wryly. It was not his fault. With his evident prowess, maintaining a low profile was simply impossible. Thus, he replied with a touch of bravado. "Yi Ming, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. Serving my classmates is an obligation I cannot shirk." After completing his tasks, Yi Ming glanced at his status panel. Name, Yi Ming. Spirit, max level. Realm, first-tier contract master, 1,010,000. Vitality, 110. Mental strength, 110. Contract spirit. Godfall Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level. SSS upgradable. Spirit skills. Dark Judgment, level 2. Godfall Demon Armor, level 2. Eternal Night descends, level 1. With the assistance of Yu last night, he successfully devoured the Blood Soul fruit, resulting in an increase in both his vitality and mental strength. He was now merely 9,000 experience points away from becoming a second-tier contract master. Gazing at the teleportation gate of the Blood Demon Tower before him, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Please do not disappoint me. According to his elder sister, Yi Xin, this tower harbored a multitude of ferocious beasts, the quantity of which far exceeded that of ordinary low-level secret realms. Yi Ming possessed the innate talent of slaughter growth. The more ferocious beasts he vanquished, the more experience he would gain. Theoretically, as long as there were enough beasts, he could break through indefinitely. Naturally, the higher the realm of the beasts, the more experience he would acquire. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret realm is now open. Please wear your bracelets securely. If you encounter danger, press the button on your bracelet to teleport out of the realm. As the staff's voice faded, a blue light suddenly flickered from the teleportation gate. Yi Ming's gaze grew hazy, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in the low-level secret realm, the Blood Demon Tower. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and crimson lightning flashed ominously. Black-feathered crows with blood-red eyes soared overhead, their cries echoing like a mournful death knell. On the desolate, crimson earth stood a towering ancient tower, entirely black and shrouded in blood-colored mist. The Blood Demon Tower consisted of 9 levels, with both the number and strength of the ferocious beasts increasing with each ascending tier. Though it was a low-level secret realm equipped with safety bracelets, every year, the number of contract masters who perished within the Blood Demon Tower reached at least 50. Attention! The Blood Demon Tower is teeming with ferocious beasts. To obtain valuable rewards, one must challenge the higher tiers. Is there anyone willing to team up with us? We are forming a trio and need one more member. Requirements: second-tier contract master, contract spirit of grade B or above. Oh, and it must be a saintess. No witches allowed. A professionally dressed man shouted loudly, his demands not overly high, and soon someone responded. Team up. First-tier contract masters are welcome. Contract spirit of grade A or above. As per tradition, no witches are permitted. Only saintesses are welcome. The teams are forming. First-tier contract practitioners and B-grade contract spirits are also accepted, as every additional member contributes to greater strength. An increasing number of individuals have found suitable teams. Yet these groups have tacitly excluded which contract practitioners. To them, first and second tier, which contract practitioners are no different from ordinary individuals. Including them in a team is merely inviting a burden. Hey there, would you like to team up with me? I'm a first-tier contract practitioner, and my contract spirit is an A-grade saintess of toxic mists, capable of unleashing area damage with her spiritual abilities. A gentle and melodious voice called from behind Yi Ming. Turning around, he beheld a sweet and charming young lady. She wore a white hoodie on top and loose jeans below, exuding an air of innocence. Excuse me, what is your contract spirit? She inquired. I noticed you haven't teamed up with anyone else. Could it be that your contract spirit is an S-grade saintess? Su Xiaoyu's clear eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yi Ming replied coolly, my contract spirit is a witch. A witch? My apologies. I must have mistaken you for someone else. The smile on Su Xiaoyu's face vanished in an instant. Her gaze turned frigid as she unhesitatingly walked towards another handsome young man behind Yi Ming. As she passed by, Yi Ming caught her murmuring under her breath, I was hoping to find a strong ally, but instead, I ended up with a witch. No matter the level, witches are always inferior to saintesses. I cannot comprehend how anyone would contract a witch in this day and age. In the collective subconscious of the masses, contracting a witch signifies self-sabotage. Not only do they fail to understand this choice, but they also respond with ridicule, derision, and overt oppression. Yi Ming felt the weight of despair descend upon him. Do not fret, Yi Ming said with a serene smile. There will always be such foolish individuals in the world. Our task is to demonstrate our strength and silence their jeers with resounding blows. His light-hearted words lifted the spirits of Ying Yu, eliciting a laugh from her. Boom! Just as the teams finished forming and strategizing, the towering 10-meter-high, blood-stained iron door of the Blood Demon Tower swung open. Crimson mist poured forth from the tower, saturating the air with a foul stench. Yi Ming looked up to behold an expanse of darkness beyond the iron door, seemingly without end. Charge! The Blood Demon Tower is open. Those who enter first feast, while those who follow gnaw on the bones. Whoosh! As the iron door opened, everyone scrambled to enter the Blood Demon Tower. Yi Ming naturally would not lag behind. As a top-tier assassin endowed with unparalleled agility, he swiftly positioned himself at the forefront of the throng. Damn it! ISNT, that kid supposed to have contracted a witch? How can he move so swiftly? Is his contract spirit a rabbit witch? Some marveled at Yi Ming's speed. Previously, the unfeeling Su Xiaoyu had sought out Yi Ming only to leave hastily, scoffing at the futility of his rapid escape. Had he not heard the adage about the bird that stands out being struck down? With the wind at his heels, Yi Ming paid no heed to the murmurs behind him, hastening to the first level. This vast, enclosed space was adorned with peculiar runes etched upon the walls and ceiling, while the ground was littered with dried blood. A grand door loomed 100 meters ahead, leading to the second level. However, entry to this next stage demanded the completion of the first level's requirements. The Blood Demon Tower has been activated. Conditions for entering the second level. Eliminate 50 first-tier blood demons, 050. The notification echoed in Yi Ming's ears. In an instant, the bloodstains upon the ground transformed into flowing crimson, coalescing into grotesque creatures. These beings, bizarre in appearance, stood at 1.30 meters, their bodies bubbling with blood, armed with razor-sharp arms and supported by 2 robust thighs. Hey kid, why the rush? A voice called out. You're contracted, which is but a first tier, and with your strength, passing the first level will prove nearly impossible. 3 figures emerged behind Yi Ming. The leader, adorned with tattoos, was muscular and bald, his eyes resembling the fierce gaze of a mountain tiger. With a menacing demeanor, he addressed Yi Ming with a tone of arrogance. Yet, I must commend your courage. In that case, pay me 20,000 and my Wild Tiger Squad will escort you to the 5th level. Chapter 11. In a single strike? Is this kid truly contracted with a witch? Casting a glance at the burly man beside him, Yi Ming furrowed his brow, dismissing the notion. With that, he refrained from engaging in further entanglements with the muscular figure. This was the first level, where the majority of contract practitioners congregated, with many vying for limited resources. One must strive to surpass all others in order to maximize their hunt for ferocious beasts. Whoosh! Yi Ming propelled himself forward, diving directly into the throng of blood demonic beasts. Captain, this kid seems to look down on our crazy tiger squad. Should we teach him a lesson? One of the team members approached. He glanced at the tattooed giant, seeking his counsel. The tattooed man, known as Zhang Kuanghu, crossed his arms and scoffed disdainfully. A waist contracted with a witch. Does he even require our intervention? He'll be oblivious to how he meets his demise, charging recklessly into the horde of blood demonic beasts. As they conversed, an increasing number of contract practitioners arrived at the first level. When they witnessed Yi Ming's solitary charge into the swarm of beasts, all were momentarily taken aback. Does this kid possess any semblance of intelligence? A first-tier contract practitioner charging into a pack of ferocious beasts is tantamount to courting death. What an arrogant fool. Thank goodness I didn't team up with him. Otherwise, I would be suffering right now. Su Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next instant, whoosh, a dark aura converged around Yi Ming, enveloping every part of his being. Divine Descent armor. Boom. Clad in the Divine Descent armor, Yi Ming descended from the air, delivering a punch that created a deep crater in the floor. Some of the blood demonic beasts rushing towards him stumbled, momentarily losing their footing. Now's the time. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Ming's eyes as the Divine Descent scythe manifested in his grasp. In one fluid motion, he swung it, the crimson blade slicing through the air, mercilessly claiming the heads of the blood demonic beasts before him. Kill a first-tier blood demonic beast, Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. Kill a first-tier blood demonic beast, Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. Kill a first-tier blood demonic beast, Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. Kill a first-tier blood demonic beast, Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. With a casual strike, Yi Ming dispatched 15 first-tier blood demonic beasts. To his delight, he discovered that slaying a single first-tier blood demonic beast in reality granted him an astonishing 5 points of experience. This was far more exhilarating than his experiences in the martial arts arena yesterday. A gleam sparkled in Yi Ming's eyes. Yi Ming, 10 blood demonic beasts are approaching from behind you. Ing Yu promptly alerted him. Without hesitation, Yi Ming turned and unleashed another scythe swing, effortlessly taking down 10 more blood demonic beasts. This time, in addition to the experience gained, he also acquired 5 blood demonic eyes, material from ferocious beasts that had a chance to drop and could be sold for profit. See, Captain, what on earth is happening? Isn't his contracted spirit a witch? How could he be so formidable? A member of the Crazy Tiger squad stammered in astonishment. This first-tier contract practitioner surpasses even my second-tier prowess. Even if I were to contend with dozens of blood demonic beasts, I would not find it as effortless as he does. At this moment, Zhang Guanghu was equally perplexed, scratching his bald head in bewilderment. He simply could not comprehend the reason behind it. Could it be that he is truly a genius? Su Xiaoyu was filled with regret. Had she known that Yi Ming was this formidable, she would never have walked away. What a colossal opportunity she had missed. The frustration was palpable. Stop dawdling. There are only 1,000 blood demonic beasts on the first level, and if we do not slay at least 50, we will be forcibly expelled from the Blood Demon Tower. Some contract masters, witnessing Yi Ming's fervor, hastily joined the fray. In an instant, the first level erupted with chaotic energy. Raging wind blades, ferocious fireballs, towering waves of water, and indiscriminate poison filled the air. Damn it! Who unleashed the poison? Is there no conscience in releasing toxins in such a place? And indiscriminately at that? Are they out of their minds? Some contract masters cursed while covering their mouths and noses. Su Xiaoyu, stealthily administering her poison, trembled slightly, muttering under her breath, "Humph. It's not like I targeted you with the poison. Just because you tell me not to, does that mean I won't? This secret realm belongs to everyone. I'll release my poison, and it's none of your concern." With that, she found a hidden spot and continued to intensify her efforts. No wonder no one wanted to team up with her. It turns out she was a liability. Yi Ming shook his head and soon heard a voice resonate in his mind. You have slain 150 first-order blood demonic beasts. Objective exceeded. The entrance to the second level has been opened for you. Yi Ming surveyed his surroundings. As all the contract masters engaged in battle, the blood demonic beasts were simply insufficient to slay. With only 1,000 on the first level, remaining any longer would merely be a waste of time. Let us go. We shall proceed to the second level. He communicated to the shadowy figure in his mind. All right. In the next moment, he dashed toward the door leading to the second level at an astonishing speed, akin to a gust of wind. Brothers, follow him. Do not let this lad seize the opportunity. Zhang Guanghu commanded his 2 teammates to rush forward. Yi Ming glanced back with a smile, accelerating through the door. Just as Zhang Guanghu and his crew attempted to piggyback on Yi Ming's qualification to enter the second level, the door slammed shut with a thunderous sound, like a tiger's head knife, leaving them no chance to evade. One team member's foot was crushed into a bloody pulp. Damn, this kid is too fast. We can't keep up. Zhang Guanghu sighed, resigned to continue slaying blood demonic beasts. As for the injured team member, he had no choice but to press his wristband and exit the Blood Demon Tower. Upon Yi Ming's arrival at the second level, the space was evidently 1/9 smaller than before. The surrounding walls glimmered with a faint green hue. Is this truly the second level? I've heard that there are as many as 2,000 blood demonic beasts here. In the heart of the night, an anticipation began to blossom within Yi Ming. How delightful it would be if they could all appear at once. It seemed as though his desire had been heard. The second layer of space suddenly erupted with violent tremors. From the walls on either side, hundreds of blood beasts surged forth simultaneously. These blood beasts were vastly different from those in the first layer. They were larger in stature, their bodies cloaked in a deep green hue. Their arms transformed from sharp blades into massive hands, wielding iron-spiked clubs, charging toward Yi Ming with astonishing speed, resembling a horde of goblins shrouded in a slime-like substance. Second layer activated. Condition to enter the third layer. Eliminate 100 green-skinned blood beasts. 0-100. The green-skinned blood beast possessed formidable strength, excelling in group assaults and adept in wielding tools. Their power was double that of the ordinary blood beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of green-skinned blood beasts rushed forth, resembling two torrents of green, threatening to engulf the entirety of the second layer's Grand Hall. Yet, Yi Ming did not feel fear. Instead, a profound smile graced his lips. Yi Ming, it is time for the eternal night to descend. The excited voice of Shadow echoed in his mind. Yi Ming smiled serenely, and in the next moment, he plunged his scythe into the ground. A terrifying darkness began to brew. From his center, dark matter spread relentlessly outward, cloaking the entire floor in a deathly black, resembling a monster that devoured all in its path. The floor of the entire second layer transformed into a horrifying, trembling dark swamp, where the green-skinned blood beasts found their feet ensnared as if glued to the ground, rendering them immobile. At that moment, demonic appendages emerged from the darkness, entwining the green-skinned blood beasts, gradually dragging them into the abyss. Spirit Technique. Eternal Night descends. Area damage. Chapter 12. Experience achieve breakthrough. The second-tier contract master in mere seconds. Hundreds of green-skinned blood beasts were dragged into the abyss of darkness. The moment their bodies entered the shadows, they were utterly deprived of life, leaving behind only a scattering of blood magic eyes. Kill a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Kill a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Kill a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ming gazed at the darkness that enveloped the entire floor, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. Despite currently being only a first-tier contract master, the power unleashed by his eternal night descends far surpassed that of most second-tier beings. A wide-ranging skill, it annihilated foes in an instant. For Yi Ming, who could grow stronger by vanquishing ferocious beasts, this was nothing short of a divine ability. Of course, what delighted Yi Ming even more was the acquisition of Realm Experience. He glanced at his status panel. Realm, first-tier contract master, 4,000, 10,000. Each green-skinned blood beast provided him with 6 points of Realm Experience. Having previously slain approximately 400 to 500 beasts, and with 2,000 ferocious creatures inhabiting the second layer, Yi Ming suddenly found a glimmer of hope. He realized that by exterminating all the beasts on the second layer, he could break through to the second tier. This was undoubtedly splendid news for Yi Ming. Boom! 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 Another large swarm of green-skinned blood beasts surged forth from the walls, appearing even more frenzied, their speed and strength enhanced. The two waves of green cascaded toward him. A spark of determination ignited in Yi Ming's eyes. He activated Eternal Night Descends. The great hall fell into a profound silence once more as the dark mire spread, engulfing every corner of the second layer's chamber. As one demon after another dragged the green-skinned blood beasts into the darkness, they transformed into experience points to aid Yi Ming's growth. Kill a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Kill a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. Kill a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 4. Spirit Technique Experience 4. Has the experience gain begun to diminish? Is it due to the repetitive nature of combat? Yi Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation, this time wielding a long scythe. He charged into the throng of green-skinned blood beasts, engaging in close combat. Blades of light flickered as blood pooled upon the ground. Kill a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 1. Spirit Technique Experience 1. Kill a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 0. 9. Spirit Technique Experience 0. 9. Even with a change in combat strategy, he could not halt the decline in experience. It seemed that breaking through to the second tier in the second layer was becoming an impossibility. Yi Ming sighed in resignation. He concluded that there existed a cap on the number of beasts from which experience could be garnered. Once the limit for slaying a particular type of beast was reached, the experience gained would gradually diminish, ultimately dwindling to zero. This aligns perfectly with the logic of growth. Thus, let's proceed to the third level. Yi Ming remained undaunted, rather believing this to be expected. Battling the same adversaries had long since dulled his interest. A true warrior ought to evolve amidst diverse struggles. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ming stepped into the third level. As he departed, he cast one last glance at the panel. Realm, first-tier contract master, 6,000, 10,000, 1,200 greenskin blood beasts exchanged for several thousand experience points. Worth it. Yi Ming felt quite satisfied with this. He then turned back with a smile, anticipating that when others entered the second level and discovered the sudden decrease in the number of ferocious beasts, they would surely express their gratitude towards him. Meanwhile, Zhang Guanghu and the others successfully met their requirements and arrived at the second level. The vast hall was devoid of any presence, and the lingering scent of blood hinted at a previous fierce battle. Unaware of this, they were fervently searching for Yi Ming's figure. What the hell? Where did that kid go? Has he already entered the third level? A man clad in work attire pondered aloud. What are you thinking? One of Zhang Guanghu's team scoffed, promptly retorting, a first-tier contract master without a team, and with either a spirit or a witch as his contract partner. Entering the third level would be akin to courting death. In my view, he must have encountered danger and fled long ago. I've seen plenty of reckless fools like him in my lifetime. Right, Captain? The group turned their gaze towards Zhang Guanghu, the most formidable among all contract masters. His judgments and words carried immense weight. While it was indeed suicidal for a first-tier contract master to venture alone into the third level, Zhang Guanghu decided against voicing his belief that Yi Ming had certainly been teleported out of the Blood Demon Tower. He hesitated, recalling Yi Ming's earlier performance. Feeling reluctant to jump to conclusions, there was a nagging sensation within him. Yi Ming would not depart so easily. Perhaps he had truly entered the third level. With a series of slicing sounds, the blades cleaved through flesh as the fierce battle commenced. During the chaos, Su Xiaoyu once again sought out an unnoticed corner, unleashing toxins with abandon. A poison contract master unleashing poison upon ferocious beasts. Damn it, is it starting again? Who on earth is responsible for this? Could you at least announce when you release poison? Must you do it stealthily? Do we hold a grudge against you or something? Why unleash your vengeance upon us? Damn it, just wait until I find out who you are. You won't fare well. Perhaps this time the dosage was too potent, as it succeeded in repelling several first-tier contract masters. Brilliant spirit techniques illuminated the second level's hall. In an instant, all contract masters immersed themselves wholeheartedly in battle, their blades striking with fervor as they entered a state of flow. The blood within their bodies began to boil, their eyes widening in intensity, and the spirit of combat surged within their chests. Just as they reached the pinnacle of their fighting spirit, the hall fell silent. No more ferocious beasts emerged. Not a single individual has met the requirements to enter the third level. How can this be? Was there not an abundance of 2,000 blood beasts in the second level? Yet, I feel as though I have only encountered a few hundred. Could it be that the ferocious beasts have all been vanquished by that contract witch? Upon uttering this statement, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They had killed several hundred ferocious beasts, which would imply that Yi Ming had eliminated over 1,000 in such a brief span of time. With such a vast number of beasts, and he is merely a first-level contract master? This is unfathomable. It must be a jest. He is but a first-level contract master and cannot possess such formidable prowess. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, her heart brimming with jealousy and reluctance, rendering her unable to accept that Yi Ming could slay over 1,000 ferocious beasts. The brash tiger echoed her sentiments, asserting, indeed, the young lady speaks truth. That lad is merely a first-level contract master and lacks such capability. Perhaps there is an issue with the Blood Demon Tower. An ancient secret realm may have erroneous spawn counts. Such discrepancies are not unusual. Let us proceed to the third level and investigate. Upon arriving at the third level, Yi Ming was met with another announcement. The challenge of the third level has commenced. Conditions to enter the fourth level. Eliminate 200 first-level giant arm blood beasts, 0200. As the voice faded, a thunderous sound erupted. monstrous figures descended from the ceiling, akin to a frenzied meteor shower, crashing down and creating deep craters in the floor. With the godfall scythe in hand, Yi Ming awaited the dispersal of the dust to finally discern the appearance of these beasts. They bore resemblance to the ordinary blood beasts of the first level. Their bodies of vivid crimson, yet they were significantly larger, wielding a colossal arm as solid as a boulder. The one-armed blood beasts possessed heightened offensive and defensive capabilities, albeit at the expense of speed. Giant-armed blood beasts? I hope you can endure in the darkness for a little while longer, even if it is merely for a second. As those words left his lips, the domain of darkness unfurled. Yi Ming moved like a specter, wielding his scythe with precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chilling glimmer cut through the darkness, and with every strike, the sound of severed heads resonated. Thud, thud, drip, drip, gurgle, blood dripped, heads rolled, and corpses fell in succession, their cacophony merging into a haunting nocturne of death, both tragic and sorrowful. Ding! Experience acquired. Realm can be transcended. Shall the breakthrough commence now? Yes, no. Chapter 13. Not a single beast left. All slain? After Yi Ming vanquished 2,000 giant-armed blood demons, a flurry of notifications began to appear on his interface. Health, 110-115. Mental power, 110-115. Dark domain, level 2-3. Coverage radius increased to 2 meters. Enemies within the domain will experience reduced speed. Divine Cataclysm Armor, level 2-3. Now possessing enhanced defensive capabilities. Eternal Night descends, level 1-3, with a broader coverage range, quicker kills, and the ability to automatically collect materials. His health, mental power, and spiritual techniques all saw significant enhancements. However, what thrilled Yi Ming the most was that he had now met the requirements for a breakthrough in his realm. Realm, First Tier Contracted Master 12000-10000. Breakthrough possible. His current strength vastly exceeded that of the majority of second-tier contracted masters. Once he ascended to the second tier, even third-tier contracted masters would struggle to match his prowess. A surge of joy welled up within Yi Ming. It must be said, the power acquired through extensive slaughter was indeed intoxicating. Yi Ming felt the whispers of demons echoing in his mind, urging him to abandon reason and immerse himself in carnage and bloodshed. Fortunately, as a top-tier assassin, Yi Ming merely smiled at such temptations. He need not surrender himself to violence and blood. He was the very embodiment of slaughter and gore. Now it was time to initiate his breakthrough. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Yi Ming did not hesitate and broke through. Boom! A crimson beam of light soared into the heavens. Beneath the divine cataclysm armor, Yi Ming's eyes blazed red, and mysterious dark runes appeared on his skin. He felt every structure and organization within him being dismantled and reformed. His previously frail physique was visibly transforming, developing well-defined muscles at an astonishing rate. Some one-armed blood demons attempting to launch surprise attacks were obliterated by the shockwave generated during his transformation, reduced to mere blood mist. When Yi Ming opened his eyes once more, a scarlet glow flickered within them. He grasped his scythe and charged into the throng of one-armed blood demons. His speed was blinding, akin to a bolt of black lightning, unleashing fierce energy wherever he went. As his blade struck the one-armed blood demons, they were instantly cleaved in two. Even those with formidable defenses could not withstand his might. On the third layer, all 3,000 one-armed blood demons fell to Yi Ming's hand. However, due to reaching the experience cap, he did not gain any experience this time. After the elevation of his realm, his perception, tactile senses, and control over his body ascended to an entirely new level. His health and mental power surpassed 200. With the scythe in hand, a smile graced Yi Ming's lips. 200 points in health and mental power were an extraordinary feat. It is noteworthy that SSS-level Holy Maiden contracted masters consider it remarkable to exceed 100 health and mental power upon their second-tier breakthrough. Yet Yi Ming had directly surpassed 200. He stood unparalleled, leagues ahead of his peers. You have slain 3,000 one-armed blood demons, having exceeded the requirements. The fourth gate has been opened for you. Without hesitation, Yiming rushed towards the 4th level. Shortly after his departure, Zhang Guanghu and his companions arrived at the 3rd level. They were all acutely aware that the difficulty here had escalated. This place was no longer suitable for first-tier contract masters. In the face of danger, one must withdraw in advance to avoid hindering others. Never naively presume that it is the obligation of others to rescue you in times of peril. As Zhang Guanghu uttered these words, his piercing gaze fell upon the 3 first-tier contract masters at the rear of the group, seemingly compelling them to leave immediately. One among them, Su Xiaoyu, lowered her head in silence, feeling quite exasperated internally. What is so impressive about being a 2nd-tier contract master? Does he truly consider himself a leader? How dare he suggest that others should leave voluntarily? Why does he have? Truly a pompous fellow. Of course, she only dared to voice her thoughts in her mind. Before Zhang Guanghu, she wouldn't utter a single word. Stay alert. I can sense danger approaching. Zhang Guanghu and the others readied themselves for combat, waiting quietly for the impending crisis. Yet after 10 minutes of maintaining their stance, there was still no sign of activity. It was as if all the ferocious beasts of the 3rd level had perished. What is happening? Where are the beasts? Could it be that the Blood Demon Tower is truly malfunctioning? Zhang Guanghu furrowed his brows, scanning the surroundings with suspicion. A 2nd-tier contract master clad in black pondered aloud. Could it be that that kid has slain all the beasts of the 3rd level? Impossible. Are you joking? Zhang Guanghu scoffed angrily, deeming the remark foolish. In the 3rd level, with its 3,000 first-tier ferocious beasts, not even an SSS-grade Holy Maiden contract master could withstand. Does he possess such capability as a witch contract master? In my opinion, it must be a problem with the Blood Demon Tower. Damn it. The personnel managing the secret realm are merely consuming resources without fulfilling their duties. They remain oblivious to the tower's issues, while daring to charge me 1,000 for entry. Let us go out and confront them. With no beasts remaining, staying here holds no significance. Zhang Guanghu resolutely led his team out of the Blood Demon Tower. With the strongest among them having departed, the others also deemed it unnecessary to remain and chose to leave. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the tightly closed gate ahead, her eyes narrowing before she ultimately shook her head with a cold smile. Were they thinking? Even if he possesses great talent, he is still but a 1st tier. He must have long been forced out of the Blood Demon Tower by the beasts. A witch contract master attempting to play the vanguard? He deserves it. After mocking the air for a moment, Su Xiaoyu pressed the button on her wristband and was transported out of the secret realm. Unbeknownst to her, Yiming, having broken through to the 2nd tier, was like a sword unsheathed, swiftly and decisively concluding the battle at the 4th level. In his eyes, all ferocious beasts seemed to have lost their fundamental forms, reduced to mere experiences for him to harvest. The 4th layer, the 5th layer, the 6th layer. Yiming moved with astonishing speed. Slaying thousands of first-tier beasts was as effortless as crushing a swarm of ants. His experience continued to accumulate, 2,000, 3,000 for 1,000, until it reached 10,000. The level of his spiritual techniques was also on the rise. Level, 2nd-tier contract master, 10,000. Dark domain, level 3-4. Radius increased to 5 meters. Enemies within the domain will experience fatigue effects. Godfall demon armor, level 3-4. Leg armor reinforced for enhanced speed. Eternal night descends, level 3-4. Expanded coverage and increased damage. Capable of simultaneously slaying up to 500 ordinary 2nd-tier beasts or 1,000 first-tier beasts. He was still 90,000 experience points away from breaking through to the 3rd tier. Currently, the experience gained from killing first-tier beasts was negligible, yielding less than 2 points. It was imperative to eliminate 2nd-tier beasts. After his realm had ascended, slaying low-tier beasts would hardly contribute to his strength. Yiming had anticipated this, so he pressed on, heading towards the 7th layer. Upon reaching the 7th layer, a gleam sparked in Yu Yu's eyes as she exclaimed, Yiming, the beasts on the 7th layer are all 2nd tier. Moreover, I can sense that on the 9th layer. There are treasures that will enhance your strength. Chapter 14, no. There is still one person in the secret realm, outside the secret realm, in the teleportation hall. All right, Laoli, I understand. Once I finish with my current matters, I shall certainly come to witness the genius you spoke of. Sun Hoyuan hung up the phone, rubbing his brow in exasperation. Lao San, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied, inquired a middle-aged man beside him, his name being Jiang Qingyi. He possessed a square jaw and donned a sleek black trench coat, his gait exuding confidence and purpose, indicating he was no ordinary individual. The director of the Tsangnan Martial Arts Academy, Li Sufeng. He intends to introduce me to a newcomer. He just sent me the information, and before I could even glance at it, he insisted on taking me directly to meet this newcomer. Sun Hoyuan sighed, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. He had taken a rare day off to leisurely explore Tsangnan City, only to find himself beset by various responsibilities. Alas, after inspecting the secret realm, he would have to make his way to the Tsangnan Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Qingyi chuckled upon hearing this, reflecting, "It is indeed remarkable. The awakening ceremony was held just yesterday, and already a newcomer has emerged. This bodes well for our dragon nation." Indeed, Sun Hoyuan nodded in agreement, then glanced around the teleportation hall before continuing. "Well, I see that your teleportation hall is equipped with all necessary facilities and that any repairs have been duly attended to. Remember, whether it be an artificial or natural secret realm, one must never let their guard down. Just yesterday, in the neighboring Songbei city, a ferocious beast riot erupted within the secret realm, with over a dozen third-tier beasts rampaging through the streets, resulting in the tragic loss of 23 innocent lives. Sigh. In any case, be vigilant. As the head of the secret realm in Tsangnan City, you must be particularly attentive to these matters." Jiang Qingyi nodded solemnly, placing a hand on his chest as he assured, "Rest assured, Lao Sunday. As the head of the Tsangnan secret realm, I shall not overlook any responsibilities. Should any issues arise, I, Jiang Qingyi, will be the first to bear the blame." However, no sooner had he spoken than a loud, raucous voice echoed through the hall. "Is there anyone competent here? Has no one taken charge? The secret realm is in disarray, and you seem oblivious to the need for repairs. What do you take our entrance fees for?" This outburst was bellowed with such volume that it captured the attention of nearly half the individuals in the teleportation hall. Jiang Qingyi, who had previously been so confident, suddenly wore a grim expression. Frowning, he moved towards the source of the commotion. Outside the Blood Demon Tower's teleportation portal, a man with a fierce countenance shouted, "Is there anyone in charge? The secret realm is malfunctioning, and not a single soul can be held accountable. I demand a satisfactory explanation." A staff member, holding some documents, attempted to intervene. "Sir, please refrain from causing a disturbance. The data indicates that there are no issues with the Blood Demon Tower. If you insist on causing trouble, I will have to call security." "Security? You might as well call them now. I am standing right here, and until this matter is resolved, I fear neither you nor any number of security personnel." Zhang Guanghu glared and bellowed. As a seasoned veteran, he was no stranger to such tactics. Today, having finally seized an opportunity due to an incident in the secret realm, he was determined to leverage the situation to his advantage and demand a greater compensation. "Is there anyone in charge around?" he shouted. "Enough shouting," Jiang Qingyi replied, his expression impassive as he approached Zhang Guanghu. He then turned to the staff beside him. "What has transpired?" "Director Jiang, it's like this." The staff member recounted the events from beginning to end. Upon hearing the title Director Jiang, Zhang Guanghu's pupils suddenly constricted. He scrutinized the unexpectedly stern, middle-aged man before him, feeling a twinge of unease. Director Jiang? The only person whom the staff at the teleportation hall would address in such a manner could only be. Struck as if by lightning, Zhang Guanghu's mind momentarily faltered, and he inwardly cursed himself. Damn, if it provoked a formidable opponent. Initially intending to merely find someone in charge to negotiate a larger sum of compensation, he never anticipated encountering the head of the Tsangnan secret realm. Zhang Guanghu, is it? No need to be anxious. Let's handle this matter. Jiang Qingyi picked up the tablet from the staff's hands and placed its contents before Zhang Guanghu. According to the displayed data, all indicators of the Blood Demon Tower were normal. However, data alone does not encompass the entirety of the situation. I would like to inquire. Jiang continued. You mentioned that there was an issue within the Blood Demon Tower. What led you to that conclusion? At that moment, Sun Hoyuan approached. He glanced at Zhang Kuanghu before addressing Jiang Qingyi. What is going on, Lao Jiang? Did something go awry? Jiang Qingyi nodded slightly, continuing, Zhang Kuanghu, please elaborate on the problems you encountered. The number of beasts is incorrect. Zhang Kuanghu, losing his earlier bravado, spoke hesitantly. According to regulations, there should be 1,000 on the first level, 2,000 on the second level, and 3,000 on the third level. Yet, there are only a few hundred on the second level, and not a single one on the third. Really? Jiang Qingyi furrowed his brow, turning to the staff. Is that the case? If I recall correctly, the Blood Demon Tower is an artificial secret realm, and the allocation of numbers is strictly controlled. Indeed, Director Jiang, that's correct. The staff member quickly affirmed. Upon receiving the information, we immediately contacted the technical department. They assured us that the allocated numbers were accurate, and I personally reviewed the data. There were indeed no discrepancies. Zhang Kuanghu pressed on. But does that mean the data is infallible? When we ventured to the third level, we encountered not a single beast. Isn't that sufficient evidence of an issue? Seeing is believing. If there are no beasts, then there are simply none. Jiang Qingyi chose not to respond directly to Zhang Kuanghu, instead glancing at the others behind him. Is what Zhang Kuanghu just stated true? Yes, it is accurate. Aside from the number of beasts, are there any other issues? Jiang Qingyi inquired with clarity of thought. Furthermore, aside from your group and those who were forcibly removed from the secret realm, were there any other individuals present? None. Zhang Kuanghu asserted almost definitively. The subordinate beside him tugged at his arm. Captain, there's one more. Oh, right. There's also a little imp bound by a witch's contract. Zhang Kuanghu displayed a disdainful expression. However, that little imp was merely at the first tier. Though somewhat capable, it had ventured away from the main force. Likely forced out of the secret realm long ago. He could hardly believe that all 3,000 ferocious beasts on the third level had been slain by Yi Ming. What absurdity! Not only Zhang Kuanghu found it hard to believe, but even Jiang Qingyi shared his skepticism. A first-tier witch contractor vanquishing thousands of ferocious beasts? Such a feat was utterly implausible in reality. Wait a moment. Old Jiang, does the Blood Demon Tower have surveillance facilities? Sun Ho Yuan's expression suddenly turned grave. Jiang Qingyi was taken aback, immediately responding, artificial secret realms are equipped with surveillance. I was just about to check. What's the matter, old son? Sun Ho Yuan raised his head, recalling the words of Li Sufeng earlier. The newcomer that Old Li had wanted to introduce to him was also a witch contractor. Moreover, he had shattered the record for first-tier contractors at the Tsangnan Martial Arts Academy by slaying 500 ferocious beasts. Old Li had told me that when it came to first-tier beasts, that fellow didn't even regard them as a threat. This Jiang Qingyi's pupils suddenly constricted, as a suspicion began to form in his mind. Without hesitation, he took action and, in less than a minute, accessed the surveillance of the Blood Demon Tower. A virtual screen, the size of a television, unfolded before everyone. The footage scanned through the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth levels of the Blood Demon Tower, revealing no signs of life. I told you, that kid must have left the secret realm. A first-tier contractor can hardly make waves. It must be an issue with the Blood Demon Tower. Zhang Kuanghu sneered quietly, clearly intending to seek compensation. Sun Ho Yuan also furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. However, just as doubt began to creep into everyone's minds, on the 7th level of the Blood Demon Tower, Yi Ming, clad in the Godfall demon armor, made his appearance. With a long scythe in hand, he stood tall in the shadows, resembling a grim reaper of the night, mysterious and eerie. Before him, 1,000 second-tier, one-eyed blood demon beasts licked their lips and relentlessly advanced towards him. Chapter 15. Slaughtering over 1,000 second-tier beasts. Are you truly human? Damn, what is this kid planning? 1,000 second-tier beasts? Is he intending to slay them all by himself? Zhang Kuanghu stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom that Yi Ming, a contract master of the Demoness, was still alive. Moreover, he had penetrated to the 7th layer. Is he truly reckless? Can this situation be resolved by someone of his mere first-tier rank? Why can't he possess a modicum of self-awareness? Beside him, Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, perceiving that Yi Ming was utterly oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Surely, There must be some danger involved. The staff member glanced at Jiang Qingyi. A look of concern etched on her face. The latter, arms crossed, an expression impassive, cast a sidelong glance at Sun Ho Yuan. Old son, I fear this lad may be more formidable than he appears. Indeed, as high-ranking figures, they possessed an extraordinary acuity. Sun Ho Yuan observed Yi Ming on the screen, his gaze laced with anticipation. This youth had been specifically mentioned by Li Sufeng. He should not be a fool. Moreover, Yi Ming's calm demeanor and lack of panic suggested he was confident in his capabilities. Yet, whether he could meet expectations remained uncertain. His words trailed off. Meanwhile, on the screen, Yi Ming sprang into action. In the grand, dark hall, 1,200 single-eyed blood fiends surged towards him, their crimson gazes fixated. Though diminutive in stature, they were covered in lethal spikes, exuding potent toxins that could fell even the mightiest of adult elephants upon contact. Small in size, swift in movement, and driven by a fierce desire to attack, they charged as a formidable horde. The sight was nothing short of monumental. The divine fall demon armor boasted exceptional defense, capable of withstanding the venomous onslaught. Yi Ming, unleash your fury, Ying Yu promptly urged. Yi Ming nodded, seizing the divine fall scythe, and like a bolt of black lightning, he plunged into the throng of beasts. Swoosh! The blade cleaved through the inky air, transforming into a crescent arc, and with a spray of blood. Dozens of beasts were instantly severed in two. Following this, as more single-eyed blood fiends lunged at him, Yi Ming planted a foot on the ground, catapulting himself like a flash of light into another cluster of fiends. Swoosh! The crescent arc struck again, and once more, dozens of beasts collapsed lifelessly. Viewed from above the hall, Yi Ming resembled a dark ray of death, weaving chaotically through the throng of beasts. Each strike left behind a black crescent, and each movement trailed a dark afterimage, intertwining to depict a tapestry of death and darkness. In the span of a mere 3 minutes, all 1,000 single-eyed blood fiends lay slain. Defeating the second-tier, one-eyed blood demon beast, Realm Experience 7, Spirit Skill Experience 7. Defeating the second-tier, one-eyed blood demon beast, Realm Experience 7, Spirit Skill Experience 7. Defeating the second-tier, one-eyed blood demon beast, Realm Experience 7, Spirit Skill Experience 7. How could this be possible? He is merely a first-tier contract master. How could he possibly slay 1,000 second-tier, ferocious beasts? Such a feat, even with the contract of an S-Class Saintess, is unimaginable. This lad must be concealing his true strength. Zhang Kuanghu's eyes bulged in disbelief. His understanding was profoundly shaken. This was simply too difficult for him to accept. A first tier? No, his current realm is second tier. Jiang Qingyi's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Second tier? This boy is second tier? How could that be? Before entering the secret realm, I had interacted with him. His aura was unmistakably that of a first tier, easily discernible. Su Xiaoyu, with her neck stiffened, was so consumed by jealousy that she momentarily forgot Jiang Qingyi's esteemed position. He is the head of the Cangnan secret realm, a true authority. How could he possibly be mistaken? Old Jiang, in my opinion, Yi Ming must have broken through within the secret realm. Let us check the previous surveillance footage. Following Sun Ho Yuan's suggestion, Jiang Qingyi promptly reviewed the earlier recordings. Indeed, it was revealed that during the third layer, Yi Ming's strength had surged remarkably, accompanied by various unusual phenomena. This is a breakthrough. How intriguing, truly fascinating. He awakened just yesterday and has already become a second-tier contract master today. This lad is undoubtedly a prodigy. Jiang Qingyi laughed heartily, for he held great admiration for talent. More importantly, this talent hails from Cangnan City. Based on all observable performances, he can indeed be considered a super genius. Even an S-Class Saintess contract master would find it difficult to match him. However, Sun Ho Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The information provided by Li Sufeng indicated that Yi Ming not only possesses high aptitude, but also exceptional combat capability. More importantly, his assassination skills are top-notch, marking him as a natural-born killer. Yet, based on Yi Ming's current display, he has not exhibited any assassination techniques. Not only has he shown no signs of stealth, but his fighting style is also exceedingly aggressive, entirely contrasting with the unseen killers lurking in the shadows. Given his current demeanor, he does not seem suited to join the organization. Sun Hoyuan sighed, feeling a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, since Li Sufeng had spoken, he presumed it was no jest. Therefore, he resolved to observe further. Within the Blood Demon Tower, after conquering the 7th layer, Yi Ming swiftly advanced through the 8th layer. The 8th layer was home to a staggering 1,500 ferocious beasts. To expedite matters, Yi Ming invoked Eternal Night's Descent, annihilating all these beasts in an instant. This spectacle further intensified the gravity of Sun Hoyuan's expression as he watched. The formidable range of spiritual techniques is the quintessential armament for a warrior charging into battle. To become an assassin, the optimal configuration would be a powerful single-target spiritual skill, perhaps Oldly as aired, in contrast to the interpretations of others. Sun Hoyuan places greater faith in his own vision. However, upon entering the 9th level, Yi Ming realizes that even the eyes can deceive. Blood Demon Tower, 9th level. The Grand Hall, adorned with flickering candlelight upon its walls, is illuminated by ethereal blue flames that dance without a breeze, casting ghostly shadows that writhe and claw upon the surfaces. At the center of the hall lies an exquisitely carved wooden box. Within it rests a pulsating black heart, the heart of the Blood Demon King. Yi Ming, this object would greatly aid my ascension in levels. Could you assist me in acquiring it? Shadow Yuyo implores earnestly. Yi Ming gestures dismissively. There's no need for such formality with me. In a swift motion, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ming darts towards the heart of the Blood Demon King. However, at that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurs. From either side of the wooden box, 2 colossal shadows materialize without warning. Towering at 5 meters, their imposing figures wield massive axes, descending upon Yi Ming with lethal intent. Be cautious, they are Blood Demon Kings, not ordinary second-tier ferocious beasts. Shadow Yuyo exclaims as the dark aura coalesces, resembling tendrils that ensnare the axes of the 2 Blood Demon Kings, restraining their movements. With remarkable speed and agility, Yi Ming secures the heart of the Blood Demon King. Simultaneously, with his back turned to the 2 monstrous foes, he brandishes the divine Reaper Scythe. In a fleeting moment, he turns back. A glimmer of crimson flashes in his eyes. Dark Domain activate. The assassination commences. Chapter 16. Born to be a Killer. Centered around Yi Ming, darkness perpetually spreads, ultimately forming an absolute realm of deathly silence. 2 Blood Demon Kings find themselves ensnared within this shadowy domain, their bodies seemingly restrained by an invisible force, which not only hinders their speed, but also diminishes their strength and reflexes. With eyes wide with fury, they swing their axes towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming, ferocious, descends into the dark domain without warning, vanishing without a trace, not even a whisper of his presence left behind. What is this? Sun Hoyuan, watching from the sidelines, suddenly widened his eyes. He rushed to the front, observing the dark domain conjured by Yi Ming, his demeanor turning grave and serious, his fingers trembling. If Yi Ming's earlier display of spiritual techniques was tailored for a battle god charging into the fray, then this dark domain is the epitome of a killer's arsenal. Sun Hoyuan's previously somber countenance softened in that moment. He finally understood why Li Sufeng had so fervently recommended this young man to him. Setting aside Yi Ming's strength, the mere existence of this dark domain already places him ahead of many professional assassins. Within the Grand Hall on the 9th level, the 2 Blood Demon Kings frantically wielded their massive axes, the surrounding darkness instilling fear and trepidation in their hearts. They yearned to escape, but once ensnared in the dark domain, the prospect of exiting became exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed without warning. The Blood Demon King on the left, sensing imminent danger, instinctively raised a claw, only to grasp a small dagger. Startled, the Blood Demon King holding the dagger suddenly felt a sharp pain in its feet. From the unseen darkness, a razor-sharp scythe swung in a crescent arc, and Yi Ming struck with breathtaking speed, effortlessly severing the ankles of the Blood Demon King. Boom! The Blood Demon King on the left collapsed instantly. The one on the right, eyes wide, began to breathe heavily. Clutching its massive axe, it frantically surveyed its surroundings, occasionally swinging its weapon unpredictably in a desperate attempt to thwart Yi Ming's assault through sheer randomness. Once more, a cold light flickered. The Blood Demon King instinctively raised a claw, and upon realizing it was yet another dagger, it did not hesitate and swung downward behind it. Had Yi Ming continued with his previous tactics, its head would have surely been cleaved in two. However, the Blood Demon King's attack missed completely. With a splatter, blood erupted forth. The Blood Demon King's head was severed from its body, which ultimately succumbed to the enveloping darkness. Yi Ming, brandishing his scythe, gradually revealed himself, astonishingly hanging head down. Within the dark domain, he possessed an extraordinary degree of freedom, impervious even to the pull of gravity. The two Blood Demon Kings were effortlessly dispatched by Yi Ming. "Old son, this kid is exceptionally formidable," Jiang Qingyi exclaimed, his tone tinged with excitement after witnessing the spectacle. Sun Hoyuan narrowed his eyes, his expression serious and grave, though inside, he was already elated beyond measure. "Indeed, Oldie did not deceive me. Yi Ming is truly an exceptional talent." Sun Hoyuan witnessed Yi Ming's remarkable performance in vanquishing the Blood Demon King. On the surface, it appeared as though Yi Ming effortlessly overwhelmed two Blood Demon Kings. Yet the intricacies were abundant. His completely concealed figure, an aura so suppressed that even the ferocious beasts could not detect it, his decisive and ruthless strikes, and of course, the clever deceptions. All these traits are essential for a top-tier assassin. Yi Ming possesses them all. Not only does he have them, but he also adeptly applies them in actual combat. In Sun Hoyuan's eyes, Yi Ming is a born assassin. When he emerges, ensure to keep him here for me. I need to contact an important individual. Sun Hoyuan spoke to Jiang Qingyi in a tone only they could hear. An important individual. Jiang Qingyi understood that Sun Hoyuan was associated with Star Demon University, a prestigious institution. The mere fact that he referred to someone as important indicated the significant background and stature of that person. Finding a secluded spot, Sun Hoyuan dialed a number. An aged, deep voice responded, "What is it?" Sun Hoyuan succinctly replied, "Teacher, I have discovered a promising talent in Songnan City with Old Li." He continued, "I have sent you his information. Yes, he has yet to take the martial arts grand examination, but Old Li has already interacted with him. All right, I will inquire about him shortly. You can trust me to handle this." Successfully defeated a second-tier Blood Demon King. Realm Experience 20. Spirit Technique Experience 20. Successfully defeated a second-tier Blood Demon King. Realm Experience 20. Spirit Technique Experience 20. Indeed, this was no ordinary second-tier beast. The experience points were more than double. Yi Ming focused his thoughts and examined his status panel. Vitality, 200. Mental Strength, 200. Realm, Second-Tier Contract Master, 21,321-1000000. Spirit Techniques, Dark Domain, Level 4. Divine Fallen Demon Armor, Level 4. Eternal Night Descends, Level 5. His vitality, mental strength, and spirit techniques had all seen significant enhancements. More importantly, he had broken through to the second tier. This Blood Demon Tower truly is a splendid place. Yi Ming thought, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Besides the increase in strength, Yi Ming also acquired numerous materials from the ferocious beasts, with the Blood Demon King's heart being the most significant. According to Ying Yu, this item would aid in her level advancement. Now, at SSS rank, what level might she attain after the upgrade? Yi Ming couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. However, he understood that a mere Blood Demon King's heart could not single-handedly elevate Ying Yu's level. Let us go, Yi Ming. There's nothing more of value here. It's time to depart, Ying Yu softly urged. Yi Ming nodded and pressed the teleportation button. As soon as he stepped through the portal, Zhang Kuanghu and his companions approached with stern faces, their expressions grave. Yi Ming frowned, a dagger slipping from his sleeve, revealing a hint of its blade. As Zhang Kuanghu and his companions paused merely a meter away from Yi Ming, the solemn expression on his face vanished in an instant, supplanted by a fawning smile. Hey there, Yi Ming. Earlier in the secret realm, we had a bit of a misunderstanding. I am here to express my sincerest apologies. I truly didn't realize your strength. Had I known, not even 100 of my bravado would have dared to provoke you. Director Jiang and the others have already imparted a lesson to me, and I have come to acknowledge my folly. With that, Zhang Guanghu slightly inclined his body. Behind him, Jiang Qingyi and Sun Hoyuan exchanged polite nods with Yi Ming. Although their identities remained unclear, Yi Ming understood at once that those referred to as directors were undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. Very well, let be. Yi Ming nodded impassively. Zhang Guanghu sighed in relief, promptly grasping Yi Ming's hand. Excellent. I knew Yi Ming was magnanimous. Do come find me when you have the time. I have a bit of a reputation on North Tiger Street, and I will be delighted to treat you to a meal. After a few courteous exchanges, Zhang Guanghu and his team departed from the teleportation hall, not forgetting to bow slightly to Jiang Qingyi and the others as they left. Once Zhang Guanghu and his entourage had vanished, only one person remained before Yi Ming, Su Xiaoyu. At this moment, she had changed into a pristine white dress. Her tousled hair cascading around her shoulders and a subtle touch of makeup gracing her features, rendering her both innocent and enchanting. It was the quintessential appearance that many on the internet yearned for, a vision of ethereal beauty. Yi Ming, I must apologize for my previous behavior. I was in the wrong, Su Xiaoyu said, biting her lip as a delicate blush crept across her cheeks. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and extended her hand gently. Speaking softly, shall we get to know each other anew? My name is Su Xiaoyu. And you? Yi Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Am I being toyed with? As a top-tier assassin, he found Su Xiaoyu's feigned innocence utterly ineffective, akin to a bottle of shower gel that had been watered down beyond recognition. I'm sorry, but I do not know you, nor do I wish to, he stated as he brushed past her without acknowledging her emotions, striding directly toward Jiang Qingyi and Sun Hoyuan. Su Xiaoyu glared at Yi Ming in a mix of fury and embarrassment. Despite her effort to don such a captivating dress, it had failed to attract his attention. She felt both indignant and frustrated, yet ultimately resigned, leaving in silence. Upon reaching Jiang Qingyi and Sun Hoyuan, Yi Ming spoke candidly. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Ah, quite the charmer, aren't you? Jiang Qingyi chuckled. You hail from the Tsangnan Yi family, correct? Sun Hoyuan inquired, gazing at Yi Ming. Yi Ming nodded indeed. Ah, I am acquainted with your fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, Sun Hoyuan remarked, patting Yi Ming on the shoulder and inquiring with a smile. There is a matter I would like to discuss with you. Chapter 17. The Elite Assassin Organization, the Hall of Execution. In a tranquil room, Yi Ming and Sun Hoyuan sat across from one another. The windows were tightly shut, and the drawn curtains shut out all light, enveloping the entire space in a profound darkness, as if isolating them from the outside world. Greetings, Yi Ming. I am Sun Hoyuan, a professor at Tsinghua University. Sun Hoyuan gazed at Yi Ming, his tone grave and earnest. What I am about to disclose may alter the course of your life. Before we proceed, you have the right to choose whether to listen or not. Should you decide to listen, a confidentiality agreement must be signed. If you choose not to, you may leave at any time, but I implore you to forget this meeting. Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback, his breath quickening. He understood that the middle-aged man before him, Sun Hoyuan, was not jesting. The ensuing conversation was indeed a matter of undisclosed significance. Recalling Li Sufing's prior recommendation regarding Tsinghua University, along with Sun Hoyuan witnessing his performance in the Blood Demon Tower, Yi Ming surmised that Sun Hoyuan had recognized his capabilities, which led to this discussion. Since he was already present, he thought it wise to listen. He inscribed his name upon the confidentiality agreement. Sun Hoyuan tucked the document away, his expression visibly easing. Excellent. Yi Ming, did you know that your talent is exceptional? This talent does not pertain to your spiritual aptitude, but rather to your assassination prowess. Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Indeed, his prowess as a top-tier assassin could not be concealed from someone of Sun Hoyuan's stature. Even with restraint, traces would inevitably surface. Have you ever considered becoming an assassin? Sun Hoyuan inquired, his gaze fixed on Yi Ming. Yi Ming remained non-committal, maintaining a composed demeanor. As a child, I admired assassins for their coolness. Additionally, Director Li mentioned the assassin program at your esteemed university yesterday. I am quite interested in it and will prioritize it when applying. The assassin program at Tsinghua University is renowned, a highly coveted field of study. Ha ha ha. Sun Hoyuan laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. The assassin program merely teaches a new mode of combat. True elite assassins emerge from perilous assignments. They are not crafted through mere coursework. Yi Ming wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. He had previously joined the largest assassin organization of the era and had observed many individuals striving to become assassins. They immersed themselves in the techniques outlined in textbooks, fixated on the data presented by dummies, yet overlooked the most crucial condition for becoming an assassin: practical experience. To become an assassin, one must undergo rigorous practical training, not only honing professional skills, but also cultivating a resilient mindset. Professor Sun, I am somewhat unclear about your intent. Did you summon me merely to impart the essence of being an assassin? Yi Ming, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries, decided to confront the matter directly. Sun Hoyuan understood his meaning and offered a serene smile, his hands crossed beneath his chin. His gaze, fixed intently on Yi Ming, sparkled with profound light. Do you wish to join the Hall of Assassins and become a true killer? Yi Ming gasped in astonishment. The Hall of Assassins? He frantically searched his mind for any recollection, but despite his best efforts to sift through his memories, he found no trace of this entity. It was futile to ponder further. The Hall of Assassins is a highly confidential, formal organization of assassins, known to only a select few. Sun Hoyuan proceeded to provide an overview of the Hall of Assassins. It is the largest and most elite assassins organization in the Dragon Kingdom, established 50 years ago by Star Demon University. It boasts hundreds of assassins operating throughout the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only does it undertake assassination missions against ferocious beasts, but also targets illegal factions, foreign spies, and prominent families from other nations. It serves as a sword of the shadows, wielding considerable authority in managing grim affairs. There are only two pathways to join the Hall of Assassins: being valued or being recommended. There is no avenue for voluntary membership. The Hall imposes few restrictions. As long as one adheres to the fundamental principles, it offers a freedom akin to that of one's own home. Joining the Hall also confers a unique status, granting additional legal privileges. Sun Hoyuan smiled knowingly, his expression laden with significance. Yi Ming immediately grasped the implication. A unique status? A life-saving token. Perhaps not as extravagant as that, but certainly not far off. Are there any other benefits aside from this special status? Yi Ming inquired. You are quite direct. Sun Hoyuan chuckled, gesturing towards Yi Ming before producing relevant documentation. A full A4 page detailing the benefits awaited them, enumerating an impressive 35 advantages. Sun Hoyuan emphasized several key points. First, a remarkably high annual salary, not less than 5 million Dragon Kingdom coins. According to him, the highest annual salary among the Hall's assassins exceeds 1,000 billion, rivaling the net profit of a colossal enterprise in a year. Second, preferential access to resources. The Hall of Assassins, founded by Star Demon University, receives substantial backing. In fact, 60% of the university's annual resource expenditure is allocated to the Hall. The significance of this resource allocation is self-evident. Sun Hoyuan's explanation left Yi Ming astounded once more. 60% of Star Demon University's resources. It is essential to recognize that Star Demon University is a premier institution in the Dragon Kingdom, with its annual budget amounting to astronomical figures. The Hall's acquisition of such a substantial share underscores its importance to both the university and the entire nation. Moreover, we will provide you with complimentary services. Any engagement with contract organizations, such as entering secret realms or contract hospitals, will be entirely free for life. Sun Hoyuan maintained a smile throughout, a confident grin that conveyed his assurance. Yi Ming could not help but marvel at the advantages of joining the Assassin's Hall. It truly represented the pinnacle of treatment within the Dragon Kingdom. However, the sole drawback was danger. The mere mention of the word assassin sufficed to illustrate the perilous nature of the profession. Furthermore, We shall discreetly provide support to your family. Sun Hoyuan smiled at Yi Ming, commenting that if he recalled correctly, the Wang family and your Yi family had quite the rivalry in Songnan City, hadn't they? Does this imply? Yi Ming grasped the underlying implication in Sun Hoyuan's words. Once he joined the Assassin's Hall, Songnan City would no longer be a domain contested by the Yi and Wang families. Instead, it would be the Yi family that held supremacy. Additionally, the Assassin's Hall offers exclusive benefits to new members. Sun Hoyuan raised a finger and cheerfully stated, "You may make a request, one that is not deemed excessive." Yi Ming found himself momentarily at a loss. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated, for he was reluctant to return to his former profession. Yet, the offerings from the Assassin's Hall were exceedingly tempting, making it difficult for him to decline. Moreover, as a top-tier assassin, joining the Assassin's Hall would undoubtedly allow him to thrive and ascend with ease. Yi Ming, inquire whether he possesses black dragon bone marrow. Just as Yi Ming prepared to speak, Ying Yu interjected. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Ming asked, "Teacher Sun, may I request the newcomer benefit of black dragon bone marrow?" Chapter 18. A Visit to the Starry University. The Essence of the Black Dragon. Upon hearing Yi Ming's request, even Sun Hoyuan, with his unwavering composure, could not help but exhibit a hint of astonishment. The essence of the black dragon is a rare material dropped exclusively by the formidable 7th-tier beast, the Dark Tyrannosaurus. Its value reaches tens of millions of Dragon Kingdom coins per drop, and both stock and market availability are exceedingly scarce. Sun Hoyuan was taken aback by the fact that Yi Ming, a mere newly awakened contractor, possessed such a clear and ambitious objective regarding beast materials. However, given that the Yi family is a prominent clan in Songnan City, it is only natural for one of their own to have a profound understanding of such matters. Very well, if you can officially join the Hall of Execution, I shall grant you the Black Dragon Essence, Sun Hoyuan declared, pounding his chest with assurance. With that, Yi Ming no longer hesitated and chose to join the Hall of Execution. However, joining the Hall is not as simple as merely signing a contract. The most crucial aspect is the assessment. Only upon successfully passing the assessment can one truly become a member of the Hall. Failure in the assessment means no chance of acceptance. Of course, Yi Ming had already anticipated this. What kind of assassin organization would it be without an assessment? What are the requirements for the assessment? Yi Ming inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Hoyuan replied, "The entry assessment consists of 4 requirements. First, you must achieve over 700 points in the martial arts examination with a total score of 1,000, which should not be difficult for you. Second, a test of strength and physical fitness. I have already submitted the video of your battle with the Blood Demon Beast, so you may be exempt from this. Third, you must navigate the single-person secret realm, the mechanical tunnel, and your score must be excellent. Fourth, you will need to execute an assassination task. I will provide you with a specific time and details later. There is approximately 1 month until the martial arts examination, so there is no need to rush for the first requirement. Currently, Yi Ming must focus on completing the assessment through the mechanical tunnel and executing the assassination task. The difficulty of these tasks is not particularly high. However, Teacher Sun, if I recall correctly, the mechanical tunnel is a VIP secret realm, and I believe I have yet to qualify for VIP access, Yi Ming said, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Here, VIP refers not only to membership, but also to the level of difficulty. Even among low-level secret realms, the VIP designation multiplies the challenge several times over. To enter a VIP secret realm, 2 conditions must be met. First, one must spend 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins to activate VIP privileges. Second, one must have been a contractor for over 2 months. Yi Ming could certainly afford the 100,000 coins, but the second condition, he had only just become a contractor yesterday, leaving him far from the required 2-month period. Yi Ming looked at Sun Hoyuan with a faint smile. Sun Hoyuan understood his implication. Do not worry, I will discuss this matter with old Jiang. The conditions are not set in stone. Thus, the matter was settled. Yi Ming now had his own objective, to pass the assessment and join the Hall of Execution, ensuring that he does not squander his exceptional skills as a top-tier assassin. The conversation concluded. Sun Hoyuan led Yi Ming to Jiang Qingyi's office. Have you finished your discussion? Jiang Qingyi inquired with a smile. Sun Hoyuan nodded and directly stated his purpose. I need you to assist with a small favor. Grant this young man VIP access, and I will cover the cost. Yi Ming looked at Sun Hoyuan with surprise, thinking to himself how generous this senior was, casually offering 100,000 dragon coins. Although Jiang Qingyi was not entirely aware of Sun Hoyuan's specific undertakings, he understood that such a request implied a certain level of credibility. Thus, he proceeded to grant Yi Ming access. After registering the information, Jiang Qingyi stood up and said, All right, from now on, you can also enter the VIP realm. Remember, this is not an opportunity for arrogance. The VIP realm signifies a greater challenge, so exercise caution. He patted Yi Ming on the shoulder, imparting a serious reminder. Yi Ming nodded, understood. After a brief exchange, Sun Hoyuan escorted Yi Ming out of the teleportation hall. Just before leaving, he asked a question that had long lingered in his mind. Yi Ming, you have contracted an SSS grade, which correct? Yes. Yi Ming affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Hoyuan mused, a contracted which may appear weak in the early stages, but this does not apply to you. My concern now lies with the potential for backlash, which contractors can easily fall victim to deadly repercussions. Please take this seriously. Yi Ming assured him with a firm pat on his chest. Rest assured, teacher Sun, I will be vigilant. Good, Sun Hoyuan replied, giving Yi Ming's shoulder an encouraging pat. I hope you can change the societal perception of witch contractors. Keep pushing forward. I believe in you. As Yi Ming approached his home, he noticed several luxurious black sedans parked at the entrance, all bearing unfamiliar license plates. A few burly bodyguards, their muscles straining against their suits, stood beside the cars. Recognizing the situation, Yi Ming understood that guests of considerable stature had arrived at his residence. Oh my goodness, you finally returned. Where have you been? I've been frantic trying to reach you. Upon seeing Yi Ming, Yi Xin rushed over and gave him a playful slap on the back of his head, her tone laced with discontent. I was at the Blood Demon Tower. Yi Ming explained. My phone was off, and then some unforeseen events unfolded. What's going on, sister? Yi Xin sighed, pointing towards the reception room behind her with a hint of exasperation. Visitors from Starry Sky University are here. You'd best hurry inside and see them. I overheard them mention something about changing your contracted spirit. Change the contracted spirit? Is that even possible? Yi Ming was puzzled. Aren't contracts supposed to be unchangeable after they're formed? Yi Xin shook her head. I'm not sure. You'll find out once you go in. Uncle and the others are waiting for you. Under Yi Xin's guidance, Yi Ming entered the reception room. Upon entering, I was immediately greeted by two unfamiliar faces. One, an elderly gentleman with hair and beard as white as snow, donned a loose-fitting martial arts uniform, reminiscent of a retiree practicing Tai Chi in the park. Yet, the invisible aura of authority he exuded rendered my breath quick and labored. Standing behind him was a young man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the air of a youthful business magnate. These two individuals were certainly not to be trifled with. Ah, you finally returned, you rascal. Come here. My uncle, Yi Jun, beckoned me over before beginning the introductions. This is Professor Wang Chongkong from Starry Sky University, and this is Assistant Zhang. Starry Sky University? One of the top 4 universities in the Dragon Kingdom? Why would a professor from Starry Sky University come to see me? A wave of confusion washed over me. Yet out of politeness, I extended my hand and greeted, Hello, Professor Wang. Professor Wang smiled and nodded, regarding me with evident admiration. You possess remarkable potential. It will be a shame to let it go to waste. Head of the Yi family, I believe I can now share my previous proposal? Yi Jun replied with a grin, before turning to me. Yi Ming, Professor Wang has come to inquire whether you have any intentions of altering your contract spirit. Chapter 19. The Exclusive Panel. The Path to the Resurgence of Shadows. Is it possible to alter the contracted spirit? Night Ming inquired. Isn't it said that once a contract is made, it cannot be changed? Wang Chongkong gestured, prompting Assistant Zhang to comprehend immediately. He opened the documents and elucidated, generally speaking, once a contract is established, altering the contracted spirit is not feasible. Even the most exceptional spirits lack the power required to support a secondary contract. However, There's an exception for those with full-level spirits. With the assistance of a 7th tier or higher contract master, it is possible to renegotiate once. Nonetheless, upon recontracting, your spirit will descend from full level to peak level, and thereafter, you will lose the right to choose your contracted spirit. Upon finishing his explanation, Assistant Zhang tactfully stepped back. Both Knight Ming and Knight Jun were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. They had not anticipated such a possibility. Indeed, possessing a high-level spirit has its advantages. I have come here with the intention of the Vice President of Starry Sky University, Wang Changkong remarked, maintaining a warm and amiable smile. Knight Ming, if you require assistance. The Vice President is willing to lend his hand personally. At that time, you could contract an SSS grade Saintess. I hope you will consider this earnestly. In the minds of most contract masters, witches are deemed inferior to Saintesses. Even an SSS grade, which would fail to capture their attention. Wang Changkong shared this sentiment, firmly believing that Knight Ming would likely acquiesce to his suggestion. After all, the drawbacks of contracting a witch would soon become apparent. However, Knight Ming's response took him by surprise. I apologize, Teacher Wang, but I have no intention of altering my contracted spirit. From the moment I chose to contract a witch, it was destined that we would remain together. This left Wang Changkong momentarily speechless. Assistant Zhang, perplexed, interjected, Knight Ming, you possess a full-level spirit. Contracting a saintess would be the optimal choice. The disadvantages of a witch are numerous, and you may come to regret it. No, Knight Ming shook his head, his gaze resolute. I will not regret my choice. As his words fell, the aura of a 2nd-tier contract master was unleashed without reservation. The entire reception room was enveloped in dark power, an extraordinary presence that incited fear and trembling within the hearts of those present. Is this a 2nd-tier contract master? Wang Changkong asked, astonished. Knight Ming nodded. Yes, I just broke through today. I contracted yesterday and achieved this breakthrough today. I believe this pace would be unrivaled even by an SSS grade Saintess contract master. Wouldn't you agree? A mere day, and I advanced from 1st to 2nd tier. Such an occurrence has never been recorded in the history of Longhua. Wang Changkong nodded gravely, a faint smile devoid of emotion gracing his lips. It appears, Knight Ming, that the witch you contracted is indeed quite exceptional. Whether she is exceptional or not is uncertain, but she is quite suitable for me. Knight Ming replied with a calm demeanor, maintaining the courtesy expected. I understand. Wang Changkong's eyelids drooped slightly, lost in thought. Now that you have ascended to the rank of a 2nd-tier contract master, altering the contract spirit is no longer feasible. Moreover, I perceive that you harbor no desire for such changes. Suddenly, he turned towards Yi Jun, smiling and waving his hand. Master Yi, I apologize for the interruption today. I must take my leave. He turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. As a professor at the Starry Sky University, Wang Changkong had come today brimming with confidence. However, the outcome left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before leaving, he patted Yi Ming's shoulder with a smile, offering no words. Once they returned to the luxurious car, Assistant Zhang sighed and voiced his thoughts. I truly did not expect Yi Ming to refuse. Even more surprising is that he has become a 2nd-tier contract master. Such a pity for the fully developed spirit. Wang Changkong sat in the back seat, arms crossed, gazing out the window with a profound expression, as if lost in contemplation. Teacher Wang, what shall we do next? Regarding the special admission quota originally intended for Yi Ming, what now? One cannot hang oneself on a single tree. Wang Changkong waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a measured tone. I heard there is an SSS-level talent in the neighboring Songbei city. Let us investigate. If he meets the requirements, we can allocate the special admission quota to him. Does Starry Sky University fear a lack of geniuses? Later, Yi Ming had a brief exchange with his 2nd uncle, who was visibly excited, lavishing praise upon Yi Ming for bringing honor to the Yi family. Yi Ming discerned that his uncle was genuinely pleased for him. Upon returning to his room, Yi Ming retrieved the heart of the Blood Demon King obtained from the Blood Demon Tower and inwardly inquired, how should this be used? Ing Yi responded gently, hold it in your hands, and I shall handle the rest. Yi Ming complied. Wisps of black aura coalesced from his chest, entwining around the heart of the Blood Demon King, voraciously siphoning the energy contained within. Only after the heart had been drained to a desiccated husk did the black aura gradually dissipate. Before Yiming's eyes, a new panel materialized. Contract Spirit, the fallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Ingyu. Level, SSS, Progress, 005. Revival Progress, 1. What is this? Yiming was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the new panel before him, his curiosity reaching its zenith. For this panel was something no other contract master could possess. It was a secret unique to him and Ingyu. Yiming, regarding the Black Dragon Marrow I inquired about earlier, it can enhance my revival progress. I can sense that once my revival progress reaches 5, I will gain greater autonomy, allowing me to assist you in battle. Ingyu's voice flowed like water. Yiming's eyes flickered with intrigue as he asked, "Is that truly possible? Others may be unaware, but it seems I am capable of it." After Ingyu spoke, she attempted to summon a fragment of dark power, forming a shield upon Yiming's arm. This power emanates from Ingyu herself, rather than from the body of Yiming. However, this effect is fleeting. In other words, the higher the revival progress, the greater your freedom. Is that correct? Yiming inquired. Ingyu nodded like a chick pecking at grains, affirming with a soft, I wish to ask, when the revival progress reaches 100%, does it signify that you possess complete freedom? For instance, to detach from my body and become an entirely new life. Upon hearing this, Ingyu fell silent. In the depths of the divine sea, she lowered her head, her beautiful, expressive eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, lost in her thoughts. Yu, are you still there? Yiming asked softly. Ingyu, hugging her knees, lifted her head with trembling eyelashes, expressing her reluctance. I do not wish to leave you. What? Yiming immersed his consciousness into the divine sea. He squatted beside Ingyu, gently ruffling her hair, and smiled to reassure her. Are you a fool? I never said you should leave. Possessing complete freedom does not imply separation. I merely wish for you to become a complete being. Contract spirits are alive too. You're not just a tool. Yiming's voice was tender, and Ingyu gazed at him with wide eyes, feeling warmth flowing into her heart, melting the icy solitude within. Listening to his words, her eyes glistened with tears as she looked at Yiming, nodding with a choked voice. I understand. Chapter 20. Intermediate test? Certainly not. Afterward, Yiming reviewed information regarding the secret realm known as the Mechanical Tunnel. This is a low-level VIP secret realm, where the most formidable beasts reach the 3rd rank. These creatures are predominantly crafted from metal, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, formidable defense, and offensive capabilities. Within the tunnel, numerous mechanical traps exist, including laser beams along the walls and armored vehicles equipped with machine guns, presenting a myriad of technological dangers. I am currently a 2nd-rank contract master. However, my true prowess far exceeds that of even a 3rd-rank master. Thus, the mechanical tunnel should not pose too great a challenge for me. Yiming held a firm confidence in his abilities. The beast can be dealt with, and as for the mechanical traps, bullets are inanimate while humans are not. As a top-tier assassin, if Yiming cannot evade bullets, he might as well return home to 10 chickens. However, I was taken aback to discover that this mechanical tunnel is, in fact, a natural secret realm. Yiming was somewhat astonished. Logically speaking, given the abundance of mechanical weaponry, it should be classified as an artificial secret realm. Yet, according to the records, the mechanical tunnel is indeed a natural secret realm that descended upon Tsangnan City 30 years ago. At that time, the appearance of numerous mechanical weapons within the realm sparked considerable public discourse, with many asserting that the beasts were highly intelligent extraterrestrial beings wielding terrifying technological power. Others speculated that the beasts serve as a vanguard deployed by aliens to invade Earth. However, these discussions eventually faded into obscurity. That will be all for today. It is time to rest properly. Yiming reclined on his bed, stretching out his limbs. At that moment, he heard his older sister, Yi Xinxin's voice from outside the door. Yiming, Teacher Yang just called me. She said to prepare for the intermediate test organized by the school tomorrow. Yiming furrowed his brows slightly. An intermediate test? Oh, it seems there is indeed such a thing. Prior to the martial arts examination, Tsangnan number one high school conducts preliminary tests, intermediate tests, and mock examinations to help students better gauge their capabilities. Yiming picked up his fully charged phone to take a glance. Intermediate test. Content. Enter the low-level secret realm, windless forest, and collect materials from the beasts. 10 hurricane claws are required for a passing grade, 20 for a satisfactory grade, 30 for an excellent grade, and 50 for full marks. Defeating a first-rank beast, the hurricane eagle, carries a high probability of obtaining hurricane claws. This intermediate test presents a certain level of difficulty, but for Yiming, it is merely a trivial matter. I wonder if my blood demon I can manage to pass through unnoticed. Yiming stared thoughtfully at the thousands of blood demon eyes within his storage ring. Subsequently, he sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen. Yiming, Teacher Yang, I wish to skip tomorrow's intermediate test for this reason. Image, partial video. Yang Jinwen, who had just settled down to rest, frowned upon seeing Yiming's message. Skipping the low-level test was one thing, but to also skip the intermediate test? What on earth is Yiming up to? Yang Jinwen expressed her discontent, yet she proceeded to open the images and videos. Upon finishing, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she immediately forwarded the content to the principal. The principal responded without delay. Yang Jinwen, excellent work, Yiming. Your remarkable achievements have been noted, and your request has been approved. Yang Jinwen, however, I hope you will balance work and rest, and not overexert yourself. By the way, the principal mentioned that if you have the time, you should return to school, as he has a small surprise to aid you in becoming a second-tier contract master. A second-tier contract master? Yiming chuckled helplessly to himself. Was this not an imposition to show off? He promptly replied, Yiming, thank you, teacher. However, please inform the principal that I have already attained the second tier. Yang Jinwen, you have reached the second tier? Meanwhile, in a nearby apartment, a man lying in bed engrossed in a book suddenly sat up with a start. His abrupt movement startled the woman beside him, who had been peacefully sleeping. What are you doing? She exclaimed in a flurry. Is there something wrong with Sangna No. 1 High School? Something has indeed happened. A major event. Principal Lin Baiyuan, visibly agitated, stared at the message from Yang Jinwen, feeling his head buzzing. The second tier. In just one day, he had achieved the second tier. It is worth noting that even an SSS level saintess typically requires at least 2 weeks to break through to the second tier. The following day, in the teleportation hall, Yang Jinwen was leading her classmates in registering relevant information. As it was their first entry into the secret realm, most students felt a rush of excitement, already envisioning their heroic feats of defeating ferocious beasts. However, in reality, it would be a stroke of luck if they could avoid being hunted down by those beasts. Before entering the secret realm, I suggest that you form teams. Pairing up will reduce danger and provide you with valuable experience. As Yang Jinwen's words echoed, everyone began to seek out their teammates. Wang Haoyang approached Lu Yuxuan with a smile and asked, Yuxuan, shall we team up? Your contract spirit is the SSS level Radiant Saintess, and mine is the S-level Lightning Saintess. If we join forces, we will surely achieve a perfect score. Lu Yuxuan remained silent, not immediately responding. Her gaze swept across the room, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wang Haoyang noticed her apprehension and thought to himself, this Yiming is truly something else. He didn't show up for the preliminary test, and now he is absent from the intermediate test as well. He really doesn't seem to care about the school's regulations at all. Just as he finished his thought, a familiar figure approached them. The students focused their attention and exclaimed, Isn't that Yiming? Oh, he has come. Is he here for the intermediate test? I thought he would show up. Not all. The intermediate test is a fantastic opportunity to hone skills in the secret realm. How could Yiming possibly miss it? Indeed, Wang Haoyang interjected with a dismissive smile, asserting that no matter how formidable Yiming might be, he could not possibly complete the intermediate test ahead of schedule. They were all first-tier contract practitioners. Would he dare to venture into the secret realm alone? The ferocious beasts within were not mere simulated creatures. They were not easily dealt with. With Yiming's absence, Wang Haoyang had ample reason to mock him. Even if Yiming were present, his reasons for derision remained intact. How amusing it is that some people seem intent on playing the fool, an endeavor that cannot be thwarted. Upon seeing Yi Ming arrive, Lu Yuxuan's previously grave expression softened. She squeezed through the crowd and approached Yi Ming briskly, her face alight with a radiant smile. "Hello, Yi Ming. It's been a while. Are you here to participate in the intermediate test? The teacher just instructed us to form teams, and I noticed you don't have a teammate yet. I deliberately refrained from pairing up. As I was waiting for you," she chirped playfully. A sweet, youthful smile adorned Lu Yuxuan's face. Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly and, out of courtesy, replied, "I'm sorry, but I am not here to take the intermediate test. I have other matters to attend to." After speaking, he nodded towards Yang Jinwen and was then guided away by a staff member approaching him, heading towards the VIP area. Watching Yi Ming's retreating figure, Lu Yuxuan's smile abruptly vanished. Chapter 21. The Solitary Secret Realm, Mechanical Tunnel. "Aren't you here to participate in the intermediate test? What does this mean?" The students were utterly perplexed by Yi Ming's words. Could it be? I forgot to mention that Yi Ming had already ventured into the secret realm yesterday. He visited the Blood Demon Tower and collected over 1,000 blood demon eyes. You all must learn from him and refrain from harboring any jealousy. Yang Jinwen's remarks were like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of astonishment. My goodness, over 1,000 blood demon eyes? Is it really that extraordinary? I have heard that the difficulty of the Blood Demon Tower far surpasses that of the Windless Forest. No wonder Yi Ming chose not to participate in the intermediate test. If I possessed his strength, I would regard even the martial arts grand examination with disdain. Wasn't it said that contract witches were unremarkable? How is Yi Ming so formidable? Is this the terrifying aspect of having maxed out spiritual prowess? The students exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and envy. Just then, a student suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." Isn't the direction Yi Ming went towards the VIP secret realm? As soon as these words were spoken, all the students turned their gaze towards Yi Ming. When they realized the direction he had taken, they were left speechless. No way. It truly is the VIP secret realm. If I recall correctly, to access VIP status, one must be a contract master for at least 2 months. Why is Yi Ming permitted to enter the VIP secret realm? Among the student body, there were those with insight. Wang Haoyang furrowed his brow, chuckling. Isn't it possible that Yi Ming has taken a wrong turn? Not at all. This time, it was a staff member clad in uniform who responded to Wang Haoyang. She adjusted her glasses and explained with a neutral expression, "Mr. Yi Ming has been granted special privileges by Director Jiang. Additionally, today, Director Jiang announced a new regulation. If one can slay 1,000 fierce beasts, they may also access VIP status early." This, Wang Haoyang felt as if he had been choked by a bun, his words stuck in his throat, unable to be voiced. However, he extracted key phrases from the staff member's words. Director Jiang, privileges, new regulation. Could it be that Yi Ming has caught the attention of Jiang Qingyi, the head of the Cangnan secret realm? Was this new regulation established because of him? Wang Haoyang was taken aback, his pupils suddenly constricting as he felt an insurmountable distance grow between himself and Yi Ming. Beside him, Lu Yuxuan let out a huff of, "What's so impressive about that? It's just 1,000 fierce beasts. I could do it too." "Mr. Yi Ming, the mechanical tunnel poses significant challenges. Should you encounter any danger, please be sure to promptly press the button on your wristband. For your safety, we will monitor your actions throughout. We hope for your understanding," the staff member said with her hands resting on her abdomen, smiling. Yi Ming nodded and stepped into the portal. In a concealed observation room, Jiang Qingyi couldn't help but be taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, the young man is rather impatient, isn't he? He only activated his VIP status yesterday, and today he dares to venture into the VIP secret realm?" Sun Hoyuan chuckled quietly, remaining silent. He understood that Yi Ming was eager to expedite his entrance examination. "Old son, how long do you think it will take Yi Ming to conquer the secret realm?" Jiang Qingyi inquired with keen interest. Sun Hoyuan responded with a smile. "Who can say for certain? What if Yi Ming is unable to pass at all?" "Oh, come now." Jiang Qingyi waved his hand dismissively, an expression of disdain on his face. "Anyone valued by you, old son, would surely not struggle with something as trivial as the mechanical tunnel. I have seen Yi Ming's prowess. The only significant threat in the entire mechanical tunnel is the third-tier mechanical Tyrannosaurus. This lad conceals his true strength, possessing the ability to defeat foes of higher ranks. As someone of his caliber, I am well aware of Yi Ming's combat capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Hoyuan finally ventured a guess. Half an hour, perhaps. The entrance examination consists of one part: traversing the secret realm, the mechanical tunnel. Scoring above excellent requires completion in half an hour. Half an hour? Jiang Qingyi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. That poses quite the challenge. In my opinion, this lad will need at least 40 minutes. Sun Hoyuan chuckled. Let us wait and see. Within the mechanical tunnel, as Yi Ming opened his eyes, he found himself in a corridor. The ground beneath his feet was laid with metallic plates, while the alloy walls and ceiling emitted a silvery sheen. LED light strips continuously extended along the junctions of the walls and ceiling, casting a cerulean glow that illuminated the entire tunnel. Everything before him was suffused with a futuristic technological ambience. This is the mechanical tunnel. No sooner had Yi Ming spoken than an informational prompt echoed within the tunnel. Secret realm, mechanical tunnel, type, solo secret realm, difficulty, low, maximum beast level, tier 3. Scoring criteria: 2 hours for passing, 1 hour for good, half an hour for excellent, 10 minutes for full marks reward, electromagnetic gloves, half an hour signifies excellence. Yi Ming pondered for a moment, sensing that the difficulty was somewhat low. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, he resolved to give it his all. As a top-tier assassin, every battle demands utmost effort. Only then is success more attainable. With a thought, Yi Ming summoned the power of darkness, enveloping his entire being in a thick haze. Within this shroud of darkness, a flicker of red light emerged. Whoosh! Clad in the Godfall demon armor, Yi Ming surged forth from the black mist at an astonishing speed, resembling a streak of light. The mechanical tunnel stretched 10 kilometers long, rife with peril and challenges. Sizzle whoosh! True to expectation, as Yi Ming dashed forward at full speed, the once smooth tunnel walls erupted with a multitude of laser gun barrels that extended in unison, gathering energy to unleash a barrage of lasers upon him. The lasers crisscrossed, overwhelming him in a deluge of light. Yi Ming commanded his body, twisting left and right, deftly evading the onslaught of lasers. However, a few still struck him, leaving minor indentations on his dark armor, which vanished within a heartbeat. These lasers possessed a modicum of power, yet that was all. Yi Ming unleashed the dark domain, a shadowy expanse unfurling around him. His speed surged, transforming him into a swirling orb of darkness, seamlessly weaving through the laser barrage. It was when he had traversed a kilometer that a sudden explosion of flame erupted before him, a thick cloud of black smoke rising to obscure his path. The mechanical whirring echoed ominously as 10 battle robots emerged from the haze, armed with rifles and heavy artillery. Their metallic components glimmered, their overall form resembling skeletal figures, with bulging eyes connected by an intricate web of circuitry, radiating a sinister crimson light. Yi Ming halted, gazing at the 10 combatants, and with a swift motion, he grasped the Godslayer's scythe tightly. As he advanced, the dark domain enveloped the battle robots. These were mechanical monstrosities, second-tier mechanical warriors, with their eyes serving as their Achilles heel. With the increase in his revival progress, Shadow also gained enhanced abilities, insight into vulnerabilities. Chapter 22. Conquering the Mechanical Tunnel, Full Marks. The sound of clanging echoed as Yi Ming stirred. Instantly, the 10 mechanical warriors across from him raised their weapons, directing their gun barrels towards him. In an instant, flames erupted, and countless bullets traced through the air, hurtling towards Yi Ming at an astonishing speed. However, as the dark domain fully unfolded, Yi Ming spread his arms and reclined backward, allowing all the bullets to graze past his abdomen. He vanished into the shadows. Having lost their target, the mechanical warriors ceased fire and immediately formed a circular formation, bracing back to back. They lifted their weapons, and the mechanical shells behind them opened, revealing miniature rocket launchers and various mechanical appendages. Should Yi Ming reappear, they would not hesitate to unleash their firepower. These mechanical warriors exhibited remarkable intelligence. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that such entities could also be ferocious beasts, reflected Jiang Qingyi from the observation room. He had witnessed this mechanical tunnel numerous times, yet each occasion left him in awe of the technological marvels within. The mechanical warriors promptly arranged themselves in a circular formation. Yiming found it increasingly challenging to make a move. Sun Hoyuan narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, within the dark domain, an unexpected shift occurred. Countless dark daggers shot forth, sharp as razors, raining down relentlessly. The mechanical warriors decisively opened fire. Bullets and daggers clashed, neutralizing one another. Yet at that moment, a dagger pierced through the gunfire and approached the mechanical warriors. It flickered with a dark light, transforming into Yiming. With a swift motion, Yiming wielded his scythe, cleaving the eyes of 3 mechanical warriors in an instant. His form shifted, appearing at the location of other dark daggers, repeating the maneuver, evading bullets while reaping the mechanical warriors. In less than a minute, all 10 mechanical warriors lay defeated, sparks erupting from their severed eyes where wires lay exposed. Kill second order mechanical warrior, realm experience 6, spirit technique experience 6. Kill second order mechanical warrior, realm experience 6, spirit technique experience 6. Kill second order mechanical warrior, realm experience 6. Spirit technique experience 6. After vanquishing the mechanical warriors, Yiming did not halt his advance, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed, deftly avoiding all lasers. Just then, 3 rockets suddenly thundered from directly ahead. They struck unexpectedly, leaving Yiming no time to evade. He could only slice through them with his scythe. Boom! An explosion resonated. From the billowing smoke emerged a figure, Yiming, unharmed by the blast. He then discerned that directly in front of him loomed 3 massive mechanical crocodiles, clad in steel armor. With their sharp fangs and crimson eyes, they charged at Yiming. As they neared, countless iron spikes extended from their tails, striking him with a force akin to a boulder crashing down. Night Ming was forced to retreat several dozen meters. The mechanical behemoths, resembling colossal crocodiles, excelled in brute strength. Their formidable exoskeleton served as an exceptional defensive mechanism, yet one could attempt to strike at their underbelly. Shadow promptly informed Night Ming of their weakness. With this knowledge, the problem seemed surmountable. Gripping his scythe tightly, Night Ming surged forward, enveloped by the realm of darkness. As the shadows cloaked the 3 mechanical giants, he once again vanished into the abyss, launching a flurry of swift, lethal strikes from below. The sound of slicing echoed as he cleaved through the underbelly of the mechanical beasts, unleashing a cascade of electric sparks. Successfully slain a second-tier mechanical crocodile, realm experience 7. Spirit technique experience 7. Successfully slain a second-tier mechanical crocodile, realm experience 7. Spirit technique experience 7. Successfully slain a second-tier mechanical crocodile, realm experience 7. Spirit technique experience 7. The 3 mechanical giants succumbed to Night Ming's prowess in less than a minute. To expedite his passage through the mechanical tunnel, he quickened his pace, resembling a meteor weaving through a hail of bullets, deftly avoiding peril with impeccable timing. Naturally, along his path, Night Ming encountered other ferocious beasts, octopuses with 8 mechanical tentacles, colossal crabs, and half-biological, half-technological mechanical werewolves. These creatures were formidable, and an ordinary second-tier contract master would require at least 10 to 30 minutes to vanquish them. Yet, Night Ming acted decisively, ending each confrontation with remarkable efficiency. The mechanical tunnel stretched a full 10 kilometers, and Night Ming reached its terminus in merely 5 minutes, having navigated traps and beasts along the way. His current physical prowess was truly extraordinary. Roar! At the end of the mechanical tunnel, a 10-meter-tall mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex descended from above. With its serrated fangs bared, it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the tunnel, shattering light fixtures with its sound waves. Is this the lion's roar technique? Night Ming's expression turned peculiar as he made a subtle quip. Boom! Before he could react, The previously roaring mechanical Tyrannosaurus lunged at him without warning. Its head struck the ground like a fallen boulder, creating a deep crater in the iron-plated floor. Whoosh! Nightming propelled himself upward, narrowly evading the blow. The mechanical beast, sensing his movement, swung its head with the force of a flail. With a resounding crash, Nightming was sent crashing into the left wall. Goodness, this mechanical Tyrannosaurus is a third-tier beast. I hope Nightming is unharmed. Jiang Xingyi in the observation room immediately grew anxious. Sun Hoyuan, arms crossed, remained silent but appeared much calmer. Whoosh! Inside the mechanical tunnel, having been struck, Nightming's legs pressed against the wall, using the momentum to charge toward the mechanical beast. With his scythe raised high above his head, he prepared to deliver a crescent slash. At that moment, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus tilted its head back and opened its mouth, a long-anticipated laser cannon protruding forth. Zing! The laser shot forth like a column, instantly creating a gaping hole in the ceiling. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus scanned the opening with its eyes, finding no signs of life, leaving it momentarily bewildered. "Oh, great beast, are you searching for me?" Nightming's voice resonated from behind the mechanical dinosaur. At the moment the laser was unleashed, he had harnessed the speed enhancement of the divine fallen demon armor to instantly reposition himself atop the creature's back. Roar! The mechanical Tyrannosaurus, enraged, thrashed its body, attempting to dislodge Nightming. Yet he stood steadfast upon it, his feet seemingly glued in place, unyielding as a mountain. With his right hand gripping the long scythe, Nightming began his deliberate approach towards the beast's neck. The time for play had concluded. What lay ahead was the hour of judgment. With a surge of power in his legs, Nightming propelled himself forth like an arrow released from its bow. The divine fallen scythe sliced through the void, dark energy surging forth in a frenzied torrent, trailing a black streak in the air, while the blood-red eyes upon the blade emanated a ghastly glow, infusing the atmosphere with an air of impending doom. All of Nightming's strength coalesced within his arms, channeling through the scythe. Beneath the intertwining darkness and crimson hues, he unleashed his spiritual technique, Eternal Night Descends. This time, it was not a widespread attack, but rather an extraordinary, singular explosion of power. Within the arc of flickering arcs in the mechanical tunnel, the erratic lights dimmed and flickered chaotically, ultimately succumbing to an impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, a resplendent blood-red crescent cleaved through the stillness of the dark, the scythe severing metal with a unique sound, as if orchestrating a symphony of night and death. Thud! The mechanical Tyrannosaurus's head crashed to the ground. Devoid of energy, its scarlet eyes gradually dimmed. The judgment was complete. Nightming alighted gracefully, a sweeping motion causing the scythe and armor to dissipate into nothingness like smoke. The battlefield fell silent. A celebratory announcement reverberated through the air. Congratulations to contestant Nightming for successfully conquering the solo dungeon. Mechanical tunnel. Time taken, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Score full marks. Reward obtained, electromagnetic gloves. Chapter 23. Nightming, are you crying? And I should accommodate you? On what grounds? The Secret Realm Challenge has concluded, achieving a perfect score. Wonderful. Nightming, you have successfully completed one segment of the entrance examination. Ingyu remarked with a smile. Nightming nodded, but he was more curious about when he could accept assassination missions. It had been a while since he had taken a life, and his skills had begun to dull. Upon exiting the Secret Realm, Nightming received his reward, electromagnetic gloves. A groundbreaking technological device, this offensive mechanical weapon could unleash formidable electromagnetic shocks, which even second-tier ferocious beasts would struggle to withstand 10 strikes of. Moreover, the electromagnetic shock could induce a mild paralysis effect on adversaries. While it might be useful for others, to him, it was merely a good luck charm. Just as Nightming secured the gloves, 2 figures approached him. Congratulations, Nightming, for successfully navigating the mechanical tunnel. I never realized you possessed such strength. Some third-tier contract masters might not even achieve a perfect score. Jiang Qingyi showered him with praise. He found himself increasingly impressed by Nightming. Truly a talent from Songnan City. Fortunately, I didn't expect the final third-tier mechanical Tyrannosaurus to be so weak. Night Ming quipped humorously. Sun Ho-Yuan and Jiang Qingyi exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. All right, you become rather proud in our presence. But while pride is acceptable, do not let it guard down. The martial arts examination is merely a month away. You must prepare diligently to secure an outstanding result. Jiang Qingyi patted Night Ming on the shoulder, filled with confidence in him. Night Ming nodded earnestly. After a brief conversation with the two esteemed individuals, Night Ming chose not to linger. Observing his retreating figure, Jiang Qingyi crossed his arms, eyes brimming with curiosity. Old son, why do you think this young man is so formidable? Is it the prowess of the contract, or is it because he possesses maximum spiritual potential? After a moment of silence, Sun Ho-Yuan shook his head. That remains a mystery. Perhaps it is his maximum spiritual potential that grants him formidable strength in the early stages. However, do not forget that the greatest peril of a contract, which is the backlash of slaughter. Night Ming is merely at the beginning of his journey. Who can say whether he will be consumed by the repercussions of his own bloodshed? This was indeed Sun Ho-Yuan's deepest concern. He valued Night Ming's assassination talent, which was why he had invited him to join the Assassin's Hall. Yet he feared that the path of a professional killer would cloud Night Ming's judgment, leading him to be overwhelmed by the bloodshed and ultimately suffer from the backlash of slaughter. For both Sun Ho-Yuan and the Assassin's Hall, recruiting Night Ming was akin to a high-stakes gamble. A victory would bring joy to all, while a loss would once again affirm that the contract, which was the gravest error. When Night Ming arrived at the teleportation hall, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, was preparing to leave with her students. In stark contrast to their earlier exuberance, nearly all the students now hung their heads, their spirits visibly deflated. This intermediate assessment has starkly illuminated the brutal nature of the feral beasts, allowing them to recognize their past naivety and folly. Many students, despite exerting their utmost efforts, barely managed to achieve a passing grade. However, not all were engulfed in despair. As the young scion of the Wang family, Wang Haoyang had received specialized training from a young age, enabling him to demonstrate his true capabilities in the face of the feral beasts. He successfully collected 30 hurricane claws, attaining an outstanding result. In contrast, Lu Yuxuan, who had boisterously proclaimed her intention to slay 1,000 feral beasts, wore a stern expression, her anger simmering within her as her fists clenched repeatedly. In this intermediate assessment, she had utterly failed to showcase her true potential. As an SS-grade holy contract master, one should, at the very least, eliminate 300 feral beasts with the support of teammates. Yet she had only managed to slay 100, sustaining significant injuries in the process. All right, Yuxuan. Yang Jinwen gently patted Lu Yuxuan's shoulder, offering words of comfort. This was your first encounter with genuine feral beasts, and it's perfectly normal to make mistakes. The teacher hopes you can learn from this experience and strive to demonstrate extraordinary prowess in the martial arts examination. But teacher, Lu Yuxuan implored, her eyes pleading as she turned to Yang Jinwen. Night Ming also entered the secret realm for the first time, yet he managed to kill over 1,000 feral beasts and even advance to the second tier within a single day. Everyone is working hard. Why is his progress so rapid? I refuse to accept this. Yang Jinwen fell silent, slowly withdrawing her hand from Lu Yuxuan's shoulder. With a sigh, she responded, "There is no merit in comparing oneself to others among contract masters. Yuxuan, do you understand?" "I do not understand," Lu Yuxuan retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. Just then, she suddenly turned her head and spotted Night Ming preparing to leave. Clenching her fists, she stormed towards him. Night Ming, who had deliberately distanced himself, felt exasperated upon being noticed by Lu Yuxuan. Damn it, I should always check the calendar before going out. Night Ming, Lu Yuxuan glared, shouting at him as classmates. Don't you think your actions are incredibly selfish? Night Ming responded with confusion. You clearly possess a method for rapid enhancement, yet you choose to secretly utilize it while avoiding the low-level and intermediate assessments. Does your approach hold any significance? With a belly full of frustration, Lu Yuxuan was eager to unleash her pin-up emotions upon Night Ming, questioning why he could not share his method of becoming stronger with the rest of them, enabling them to be as formidable as he. Do you enjoy putting on a facade in front of us? What nonsense is this? Before Lu Yuxuan could finish her outburst, Night Ming swiftly drew a dagger from his pocket, decisively pressing it against her neck. The previously aggressive Lu Yuxuan trembled, her pupils dilating in shock, her unfinished words caught in her throat. What do you intend to do? Lu Yuxuan's voice quivered. She had not anticipated that the Night Ming, who had so obediently heeded her words just days prior, would react this way. How audacious to threaten oneself with a dagger. Has he entirely disregarded their past friendship? At this thought, Lu Yuxuan felt a pang of sorrow, as if she had been grievously wronged. Stop putting on this pitiful facade in front of me. Who do you intend to impress? Yi Ming was not the type to soften at the sight of a woman weeping. He replied coldly, Did you not wish for me to divulge the method to become stronger? Kulme, allow me to stab you in the neck. As long as you survive, I shall reveal all that I know. Do you dare? With that, he extended his hand slightly forward, dagger in grip. Lu Yuxuan, frightened, retreated several steps, shaking her hands in denial. No, I don't want it. I no longer desire it. Ah, so you have lost your courage? Just moments ago, when using me as a punching bag, you exhibited such bravado. Now, faced with a real blade, you tremble? I had thought you a valiant warrior, unafraid of death. Yi Ming scoffed, uninterested in further entanglement with someone like Lu Yuxuan, and turned to leave her side. Having witnessed too much foolishness, he felt as though his eyes had been sullied. Truth be told, Yi Ming was never one to despise women. Yet, Lu Yuxuan's behavior was utterly excessive. She was simply inhuman. Remaining in place, Lu Yuxuan's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Her mind was filled with images of Yi Ming's earlier threat, and she felt an overwhelming mix of anger and injustice, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. He threatened me. How could he do such a thing? In the distance, Yang Jinwen observed this scene and could only sigh in resignation. Such matters were difficult for her to manage as a teacher. After exiting the teleportation hall, Yi Ming, as if nothing had occurred, prepared to return home. Just then, a message from Sun Hoyuan pinged on his phone. Yi Ming picked it up and opened the message, his eyes brightening at the content. It was one of the assassination tasks for the palace assessment. The time was set for tonight. Chapter 24. The assassination assessment begins. Upon returning home, Yi Ming found it was already 6 in the evening. He hurried into his room to examine the message sent by Sun Hoyuan. Task name, Elimination Plan I. Assassination target, Zhou Kueishui. Target level, Tier 3 Contracted Master. Contracted Spirit, S-Class Saintess. Danger level, low. An assassination task aimed at a contracted master? How intriguing. Yi Ming continued to delve into the details. Zhou Kueishui, aged 45, was the third in command of the Qingyan Society. The Qingyan Society was a local underground organization in Sangnan City, thriving through activities such as venue management and debt collection, and had gained a modest reputation in the area. According to the information, Zhou Kueishui was involved in the sale of prohibited substances, intensification grass. This peculiar natural plant induces hallucinations and a brief state of euphoria in ordinary individuals. However, for a contracted master, its consumption leads to a dramatic surge in power for a short duration while placing the nervous system in a heightened state of excitement, albeit at a great cost to the body. Prolonged use can result in nerve damage and ultimately brain death. Thus, the sale of intensification grass is strictly forbidden for any entity or organization. It was surprising that a mere Qingyun society dared to dabble in such illicit goods. Yi Ming clenched his fist, his gaze turning fierce. He held no semblance of goodwill towards those who trafficked in forbidden items. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Yi Ming finished reviewing the material, his phone rang. It was Sun Hoyuan calling. Hello, Yi Ming. Have you received the items? Yes, I have. Good. Now I will inform you of the specific time and location. Sun Hoyuan's voice was low and serious. Tonight at 10 o'clock. The address is Shui Miao Bar on Nanfeng Street. Remember, during the execution of the assassination, it is imperative that no unrelated individuals witness you. Understood. Yi Ming nodded. Additionally, Sun Hoyuan hesitated for a moment before advising. This is your first assassination mission. it undoubtedly poses a significant challenge for you. Regardless of what occurs, prioritize your own safety. It is acceptable to fail the mission. We will have professionals to handle the aftermath. This is an assessment. It is also an assassination task. The assassination hall would certainly not entrust the entirety of the mission to a novice undergoing evaluation. Preparedness is a fundamental principle for any competent assassin or assassination organization. Understand, Yiming's eyes gleamed with determination and confidence. As a top-tier assassin, he had executed tens of thousands of assassination missions in his past life, with a failure rate of less than 1%, earning him the reputation of a model in the industry. Eliminating a Tier 3 contracted master was simply within reach. However, confidence aside, Yiming remained humble and cautious. Furthermore, during your execution of this assassination task, we will assign a professional assassin to provide you with a comprehensive evaluation. The higher your score, the greater the resources you will acquire in the assassination hall in the future. Certainly, do not attempt to seek out this professional assassin. With your current abilities, even with utmost effort, it would be impossible to locate him. Therefore, Yiming, perform admirably and strive for an excellent rating. Sun Hoyuan has great faith in Yiming. He has assessed at least 50 assassins, but the highest expectation he offered was merely satisfactory. Yet, his hopes for Yiming are set at excellence. Excellence, indeed. Yiming feels that such a grade is somewhat unbefitting of him. Teacher Sun, if I were to uncover the identity of that professional assassin, would I then be awarded full marks? Upon uttering these words, Sun Hoyuan on the other end of the line appeared momentarily taken aback. Ha ha ha. After a lengthy pause, laughter from Sun Hoyuan and another individual resonated through the phone. Very well, Yiming. Every word you just spoke was heard by someone. I hope you could perform well and not disappoint him or me. After hanging up, Sun Hoyuan gazed at the shadow before him. The figure, arms crossed and legs crossed in a relaxed manner, remarked, "This fellow named Yiming has a touch of arrogance." Sun Hoyuan chuckled helplessly, breaking records consecutively and possessing peak talent. A bit of pride is quite normal. The shadow let out a light hum, half smiling, but was uncertain if his strength could withstand such arrogance. Captain Sun, I must forewarn you, I shall not show leniency due to your reputation. Should Yiming fail to meet expectations, do not place the blame on me. Sun Hoyuan nodded earnestly. If you go easy on him, I will not spare you. Judging by the challenge he has issued to me, I certainly cannot show leniency. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the shadow's eyes as he silently repeated Yiming's name a few times before smiling faintly. You wish to find me? Yiming, you should simply complete your task diligently. Why issue a challenge? In doing so, do not blame me for ruthlessly shattering your illusions. As night fell upon a secluded street, vibrant lights dazzled in all directions, creating an atmosphere of indulgence. Yiming, clad in casual attire, arrived at the entrance of the Shui Miao Bar. Based on the information he had gathered, his target, Zhou Kuei Shui, was inside the bar. However, Yiming had no intention of taking action within. The crowd made it an unsuitable environment for assassination. After a brief exploration, he naturally found himself across the street, seated at a small table of a roadside vendor. "Handsome, would you like something to eat? My fried noodles and fried rice are exceptional." The vendor, donned in a checkered apron, called out to Yiming. Without hesitation, Yiming replied, "1 portion of fried noodles." Coming right up, the vendor busied himself with preparation. Seated on the small stool, Yiming appeared to gaze straight ahead. Yet he was subtly observing the entrance of the Shui Miao Bar from the corner of his eye. He awaited the emergence of his target. Furthermore, Yiming had previously conducted a brief reconnaissance of the area. The bar had no back entrance, only the main door, and behind Yiming lay a dead-end alley. If the target were to leave the bar, one must depart through the main entrance and pass directly in front of Yiming. Thus, while it may appear that Yiming has casually chosen his position, it is, in fact, a decision made with careful consideration. He has seated himself in a location with the most advantageous view. However, Yiming furrows his brow. The task of eliminating Zhou Kuei Sui is nearly impossible to fail. What truly piques Yiming's interest is the professional assassin who has assessed him. Currently, he must determine the whereabouts of this individual. Ah, Mr. Zhou, you simply must come tomorrow. We have prepared even more intriguing programs for you. Ha ha ha, indeed you must come. Just as Yi Ming is deep in thought, Zhou Kusui exits the bar, his face flushed as he bids farewell to 4 or 5 young ladies. Dressed in a tailored suit with a tie and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, his rugged visage reveals 2 glaring gold teeth when he smiles. There he is. Yi Ming continues to steal glances at Zhou Kusui. At that moment, a frail, stooped young man clad in a black hoodie cautiously approaches Zhou Kusui, engaging him in hushed conversation. Yet, the content of their exchange is distinctly audible to Yi Ming. Essentially, the young man is seeking to procure goods from Zhou Kusui. The transaction is to occur in a narrow alleyway just 30 meters ahead. Zhou Kusui and the young man remain entirely within Yi Ming's line of sight, advancing steadily. Hey, your fried rice is ready. The proprietor serves Yi Ming a portion of fried rice. He takes a spoonful, then retrieves his phone, ostensibly scrolling through videos while, in reality, he continues to monitor Zhou Kusui with his peripheral vision. The moment they enter the alley, it will be Yi Ming's cue to act. Chapter 25. The game of cat and mouse has concluded. As Zhou Kusui and his companions were about to enter the alley, a figure suddenly appeared before Yi Ming. The newcomer, clad in a finely tailored gray suit, raised a hand and called out to the vendor, "Boss, a serving of your most extravagant fried noodles, please." Certainly. After placing his order, the man in gray turned his attention to Yi Ming with a smile. "Brother, do you mind sharing a table? I relish a lively atmosphere." Before Yi Ming could respond, the man plopped down directly opposite him, effectively obstructing his view of Zhou Kusui and his entourage. Yi Ming regarded the suited man with an expressionless gaze. Dressed in a suit with a meticulously styled haircut, his complexion was as pale as porcelain. Such a person's presence at a street food stall seemed utterly out of place. Could this individual be a concealed professional assassin? A flicker of doubt crossed Yi Ming's mind. However, this was not the moment for such considerations. With his line of sight obstructed, Yi Ming had no choice but to mentally calculate the time it would take for Zhou Kusui and his companions to enter the alley based on his previous observations. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As he mentally counted down, Yi Ming took a few more bites of his fried rice, and suddenly his brow furrowed. He sprang to his feet and departed. The man in gray glanced at Yi Ming's unfinished meal, smirking and shaking his head. What an impatient fellow. At that moment, the vendor approached with a lavish serving of fried rice. Noticing the empty seat where Yi Ming had been, he furrowed his brow and asked, Hey, where did that handsome guy go?" The man in gray shrugged. "How should I know? Is he a relative of yours?" "Of course not. That scoundrel didn't pay." The vendor cursed under his breath, but did not pursue the matter further. Unexpectedly, a minute later, Yi Ming returned. He produced a handful of coins and presented them to the vendor. "Boss, time to settle the bill." "Wait, coins for payment? You could have just scanned with your phone. I thought you were trying to dine and dash." A single serving of fried rice hardly warranted an escape. Yi Ming glanced at his phone and shook his head. "No can do, my phone's out of funds. Just coins will do, it's exactly 5. Please don't refuse to accept them. I might just report you for illegal conduct." Reluctantly, the vendor accepted the coins. "All right, fine, I'm at your service. Now off you go. By the way, do you have a restroom here?" Yi Ming inquired casually. "I couldn't find one during my earlier stroll." The vendor waved his hand impatiently. "I have no idea. Navigate it with your phone." With that, Yi Ming turned and exited the food stall. He checked the time on his phone. It was nearly time, and Zhou Kusui's transaction was close to completion. Without any further ado, Yi Ming ventured into another alley. Prior to undertaking his mission, Yi Ming had meticulously surveyed the terrain. The alley that Zhou Kusui had entered was a dead end, while his own alley conveniently connected to a hidden passage. Yi Ming was now set to execute his assassination task. As for the professional assassin responsible for his assessment, he likely had an inkling of the individual's identity. In a narrow alley, Zhou Kusui retrieved 3 stalks of intensified grass from his pocket. Originally priced at 11,000, he offered a discount, stating, as a valued regular, "I'll let you have them for 10,000. Gently patting the young man's shoulder, he spoke softly. 10,000? Absolutely. I will pay right now. For this frail youth. Such an amount represented the bulk of his living expenses for half a year. Yet, he produced the money with remarkable decisiveness, exchanging cash for goods. Upon receiving the precious grass, the slender young man cherished it as if it were a treasure, hastily tucking it into his bosom while nodding and retreating with a sycophantic grin. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'll be back to purchase from you again. Yes, yes. Off you go, Zhou Kuei-Shui replied with a faint smile, waving his hand until the young man's figure had completely vanished. Only then did he let out a cold laugh, inwardly mocking, what a fool. Selling him something worth a few hundred for over 10,000, and he still thanks me. Truly, I am a generous benefactor. With that, Zhou Kuei-Shui lit a cigarette for himself and prepared to leave the alley. However, at that moment, he sensed a profound darkness enveloping him. The street light in the distance vanished, along with the walls and the cobblestones at his feet. This is, Zhou Kuei-Shui quickly realized, turning his back as he stated, Brother, let us not resort to violence. Let us talk this over. Do you want money or a way out? Just say the word. Yi Ming sneered, I want your life. With a swift motion, a glint of cold light flashed. Zhou Kuei-Shui summoned all his strength, his body inflating instantaneously, skin stretching and cracking. Within those fissures, molten lava seemed to flow. His contracted spirit was that of an A-grade fission saintess, endowed with the enhancement ability, body fission, allowing him to enlarge his form, possessing formidable defense and explosive power. Boom! After evading the strike, Zhou Kuei-Shui retaliated with a punch aimed at the darkness behind him. The force of his blow sent a fierce wind, akin to roaring flames, briefly illuminating the shadowy realm. Yet, his fist met only emptiness. Puffed. Another flash of cold light appeared. This time, Zhou Kuei-Shui did not evade Yi Ming's assault. A gash emerged on his neck, blood gushing forth. His eyes widened in fury, muscles quivering with rage, yet the scene before him began to blur. Ultimately, with a thud, his head and body parted ways, collapsing into the abyss of darkness. Zhou Kuei-Shui was dead. His corpse was consumed by the shadows, leaving no trace behind. Task complete. Yi Ming vanished, the dark realm receding. The streetlight remained dim, and the alley continued to be shrouded in depth. It seemed as though nothing had transpired. Even the cigarette Zhou Kuei-Shui had ignited was carefully taken by Yi Ming. On a concealed rooftop, a shadow was fervently scribbling notes in a notebook. As he wrote, he softly articulated his thoughts, audible only to himself. He lost 5 points for creating too much noise while pursuing his target. Another 5 for exposing himself within the target's line of sight. Engaging in excessive conversation with bystanders during the mission cost him another 5 points. An inadequate response to unexpected situations resulted in another 5-point deduction. Allowing the buyer to escape incurred a 10-point penalty. Leaving uneaten fried rice was deemed a waste of food, but he decided not to deduct points for that, as it was unrelated to the assessment. The shadow aggregated the deducted points, arriving at a final score of 70. Out of a perfect 100, a commendable result. How amusing. This fellow was not as formidable as Captain Sun had claimed. Was he truly the unparalleled assassin, a genius without equal? It seemed more like an exaggeration. Once he completed his tasks, the shadow tidied his belongings and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a long scythe was suddenly placed against his neck, halting his movements. My apologies, teacher. It appears that in this game of cat and mouse, I, the cat, have emerged victorious, a voice declared. The shadow instinctively turned his head. Not so fast. Before you look back, allow me to guess your identity, the voice continued, feigning contemplation before confidently asserting, if I am not mistaken, you must be the stall owner. The shadow's body trembled, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 26 The Feeling of Wealth is truly delightful. How on earth did you discover me? The shadow turned its head, revealing a familiar visage. It was none other than the vendor who previously sold fried rice and noodles. His true name was Su Chang'e, a professional assassin affiliated with the Silent Hall. Of course, his skills were merely average, falling into the category of mediocrity. Through certain subtle details, Yi Ming smiled faintly. Subtle details? Su Chang'e furrowed his brow, pressing for clarification. Do you remember that I briefly left? Yiming inquired. I do. At that time, I hadn't wandered far and overheard your conversation with the man in the suit. A slight, enigmatic smile graced Yiming's lips. For a customer who dined without paying, a typical vendor would unleash a torrent of curses, for they toil for their earnings. Encountering hardships. Therefore, encountering a dine-and-dash patron would naturally provoke their ire. Yet, you merely uttered a mild rebuke. Such indifference is abnormal. This was the first subtle detail Yiming had observed. What? Is that all? Su Changyi clearly disagreed. Certainly not. Yiming continued. In truth, while you were engrossed in preparing fried rice, I noticed the payment code affixed to your table. It was pristine, devoid of any grease. As a stall positioned at the entrance of a bar, there would be no shortage of customers, rendering a brand new payment code nearly impossible. Damn, I forgot about that. Su Changyi guset in wali. Subsequently, I posed a question to you, asking where the restroom was. Yiming's eyes flickered with a glint of insight. Your response was to have me consult the navigation. However, the restroom was clearly less than 50 meters from the stall, if you frequently operated at the bar's entrance. You could not possibly be unaware of its location. Even if you were, a typical response would have been to suggest I use my phone for navigation. You must hail from a well-off family, rarely encountering roadside stalls, am I right? This Su Changyi was taken aback. His family background was indeed affluent, and he had hardly ever frequented roadside vendors. Wait, how did you find your way here then? Yiming smiled serenely. Boss, it is illegal to refuse coins. Coins? Goodness, it's the coins. Su Changyi pulled out the coins for a closer inspection, discovering that one was counterfeit, embedded with a tracking device. Engaging you in conversation served not only to extract information, but also to lower your guard, allowing you to accept the coins. Each of Yiming's words struck Su Changyi's mind like a hailstone, leaving him bewildered. Su Changyi glanced at Yiming, skepticism dancing in his gaze. You young man, are truly a novice? Your attention to detail surpasses that of seasoned professionals like myself, who have been in the field for a year or two. With a humble gesture, Yiming smiled modestly. It's merely luck. Huh, this is no mere luck. Well, since you've caught me, I have nothing further to say. You've passed the assessment with flying colors, Su Changyi declared, shedding the facade he had worn. Yiming witnessed firsthand the transformation of a weathered man, worn down by life's trials, into a youthful and handsome figure with fair skin. This was indeed his true visage. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Su Changyi, a fourth-tier contract master. I apologize for my previous skepticism, but I now genuinely believe in your innate talent. Su Changyi extended his hand to Yiming with a smile. Yiming clasped his hand, responding, Very well, Teacher Su. There's no need for such formalities. Just call me by my name. Andai, Su Sao. Yiming replied with a calm smile. Su Changyi accepted this designation with pleasure, having grown accustomed to it over time. Feton, Su Sao. There is actually a significant clue I have yet to share with you. It is precisely this clue that enabled me to swiftly ascertain your identity. Yiming's expression turned inscrutable. Su Changyi paused, inquiring what clue. Yiming whispered, The fried rice you made has a distinctly novice flavor. It's quite unpalatable. Oh, come on. Later. Upon returning home, Yiming's phone rang, revealing a call from Sun Ho-Yuan. His voice brimmed with excitement as he lavished praise upon Yiming, nearly elevating him to the heavens. After all, it was the first time since the establishment of the Killing Hall that someone managed to apprehend a grading instructor during an assessment. Yiming, now you only need to achieve a score of 700 in the martial arts examination to join the Killing Hall. Keep pushing forward, Sun Ho-Yuan encouraged with a smile. Yiming chuckled, Teacher Sun, mere encouragement won't suffice. Could you provide something tangible? You know, I am contracted to a witch, and acquiring the necessary materials is exceedingly challenging. On the other end of the line, Sun Ho-Yuan paused momentarily. This young man was clearly hinting at wanting something. However, with Yiming's outstanding performance, should he give or not? Naturally, he would oblige. As it happens, I possess a piece of blood lizard scale, which should be beneficial to you. Come by tomorrow to collect it, Sun Ho-Yuan said. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yiming's eyes. The blood lizard scale, the most robust scale from the fifth-tier ferocious beast, The bloodthirsty giant lizard is incredibly precious, valued at around 500,000. It is said that when ground into powder and fused with metal, the resulting shield is impervious to any beast below the 5th tier. Thank you, teacher's son. Your generosity is truly commendable. Yiming's flattery brought satisfaction to Sun Hoyuan, who reclined in his chair, beaming with pride. Yet, Yiming suddenly shifted his tone. A formidable figure like Teacher Sun would surely feel no regret in providing me with additional materials. Spare me. Do you take me for an ATM? Your family is not short on funds. Why not ask your uncle to assist you in procuring them? Sun Hoyuan retorted. Acquiring materials from 5th-tier ferocious beasts was no simple task, especially those suitable for a witch contract master, which were exceedingly scarce. All right then, prepare well for the martial arts examination. After concluding the call, Yiming set down his phone and suddenly realized, of course. Why didn't I think of that? Our family, the Yi clan, is a renowned lineage in Songnan City. If matters can be resolved with wealth, why should I trouble others? Reflecting on this, Yiming dialed his second Uncle Yi Jun's number in the dead of night. Uncle, do you have some funds? Could you assist me in procuring some materials from fierce beasts or rare treasures? Yes, suitable for a sorceress, he concluded before hanging up. Next, he called his third uncle. Uncle, do you have any money? Is it all under Aunt's control? Don't you have any personal savings? What? You were just caught yesterday? All right then, I suppose I am simply unlucky. Yiming sighed, as his third uncle proved to be as unreliable as ever. He then reached out to his fourth uncle. Before Yiming could utter a word, fourth uncle Yizheng promptly inquired, "In need of materials? Very well, I shall assist you." Thank you, fourth uncle. After concluding his calls with the older generation, Yiming couldn't help but muse how delightful it is to possess wealth. If I were not a member of the Yi family, but rather an ordinary person, acquiring materials would be a significant challenge. Yiming, are you helping me? Yingyu quietly asked. Yiming smiled softly. Silly, I am aiding us. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Yiming chuckled and was just about to drift off to sleep when he suddenly sat up in bed. There was one more person he had forgotten to consult. His elder sister, Yi Xin. Having a sister who wouldn't let him down was essential. He immediately dialed her number. Sister, could you do me a favor? After he spoke, Yi Xin did not respond immediately. Instead, she fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. It took a full 3 minutes before she quietly asked, Yiming, you need materials, correct? Yes. All right, listen to me. 3 days from now, a new secret realm will open in Songbei City, and we just need to. Chapter 27. Materials worth millions of frantic enhancement. Are you referring to the Island of the Void, dear sister? Night Ming inquired. Indeed, that is precisely what I meant, Night Xin responded, somewhat taken aback. It is said that upon successfully traversing the Island of the Void, one may select a single 4th-tier beast material at will. I believe we should give it a try. Night Ming fell silent, withholding his reply. He had indeed come across the Island of the Void while browsing online. It is a low-tier secret realm, where the most formidable beast is the 3rd-tier Skywing King. The Skywing King, a flying beast, is extraordinarily agile and possesses an intense desire to attack, boasting combat prowess that surpasses that of a mechanical Tyrannosaurus by several tiers. Moreover, the Island of the Void is a team-based secret realm. To gain entry, one must assemble a group of 3, with none of the contract masters in the party exceeding the 3rd tier. For a team of 3rd-tier contract masters, navigating the Island of the Void is already a daunting task, and achieving first passage is even more challenging. Additionally, Night Ming had heard that an SS-ranked Saintess contract master had emerged in Songbei City, likely to participate in this secret realm to bolster her reputation. Thus, the challenge is indeed formidable. Night Ming, I believe we should attempt it. Since you became a contract master, you have yet to encounter a worthy adversary. I think battling the Skywing King could provide you with invaluable insights. Yu, akin to Night Ming's mentor, added furthermore, new secret realms often come with an abundance of treasures, and the drop rate of beasts is significantly higher. Therefore, we must go. Very well, great minds think alike. Let's proceed. Night Ming promptly replied via his phone, Sister, I shall join. Excellent. Night Xin exclaimed, her tone imbued with joy. Just so happens we lack a secondary damage dealer in our team. With you contributing, I feel much more at ease. It's settled then. In 3 days, I will introduce you to our teammates. Make sure to rest well over the next few days. Night Ming spent 2 days lounging at home. One sunny afternoon, as he lay in bed, indulging in a leisurely slumber, he was abruptly stirred by a series of loud knocks at the door, reminiscent of someone kicking it. "Who is it?" Night Ming grumbled, rubbing his eyes, and, somewhat irked, opened the door. Standing there was his fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, clad in military attire and holding a box, his expression remarkably stern, his gaze as fierce as a ravenous lion. "Fourth uncle, what brings you here?" Night Ming stammered, momentarily taken aback and instinctively stepping backward. Yi Zheng, the most serious of his uncles, promptly handed the box to Night Ming, succinctly explaining, "This contains the items you requested. Your second uncle, third uncle, and several of your aunts assisted in procuring these for you. There are a total of 5 pieces, valued at millions. Do not squander them." Wow! Night Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the box in his fourth uncle's hands, feeling a surge of emotion. This is what family means. He had merely called with a sense of hope, and within less than 2 days, they had managed to secure the materials for him. Even the financially struggling Uncle San has contributed, along with the aunts. Yi Ming was genuinely moved by such a familial atmosphere. "Hurry and take it. Ye zink admonishit koldi." Yi Ming accepted the box, smiling broadly. Thank you, fourth uncle, and thank you to all the uncles and aunts. You still have a conscience." Yi Zheng crossed his arms, and a rare smile broke through his typically indifferent demeanor. He gestured towards the box, informing Yi Ming, "Inside this box, there are a total of 5 materials, 1 from a 5th-tier ferocious beast, 2 heavenly treasures, and 2 4th-tier materials. Materials useful for demon contract masters are exceedingly difficult to procure. This is the best we have managed to gather so far." He added, "When I travel to the 3rd border city, I will look into the outer domains for better options." Although Yi Zheng's tone remained flat and icy throughout his speech, he was, in truth, a considerate individual. Yi Ming grasped the critical information in Yi Zheng's words. "Fourth uncle, are you heading to the 3rd border city again?" "Yes," Yi Zheng replied while lighting a cigarette. "I have a flight tonight. The ferocious beasts from the outer domains are growing increasingly vicious. I must return to my team swiftly. If the beasts breach the border city, it would endanger the citizens of Dragon Country." Yi Ming fell silent, growing ever more respectful of his fourth uncle. He was the kind of person who bore the burden of others' happiness and pressed forward. "Fourth uncle, please stay safe. Once I grow stronger, I will join you in the outer domains to hunt ferocious beasts," Yi Ming declared with a smile. Yi Zheng paused momentarily, as if contemplating something, then finally patted Yi Ming on the shoulder. "You rascal, work hard. Do not disappoint our expectations of you." With those parting words, Yi Zheng left without looking back. Yi Ming remained standing, reflecting on Yi Zheng's earlier remarks. The outer domains, a place overrun by ferocious beasts, where they congregate and are born. Sooner or later, I will uncover the truth. Yi Ming harbored a deep-seated hatred for these beasts. Since their arrival on Blue Star, people's lives have been filled with trepidation, fearing attacks from the ferocious beasts. Yi Ming's parents, in this lifetime, perished at the hands of these creatures. Daydreaming will not lead to any progress. To protect what I hold dear, I must grow stronger. Without hesitation, Yi Ming opened the box. A chill rushed forth. Shadowy figures gazed at the materials within the box, exclaiming in excitement, 5th-tier Crimson Demon Horn, 4th-tier Obsidian Serpent Bone, 4th-tier Mad Lion Blood Fong, and 2 Night Flowers. Yi Ming, these materials might instantly elevate my revival progress to 5%. At the very least, it will be 4%. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance, indeed. The materials were meticulously selected and purchased, yielding excellent effects. Without a moment's delay, Yi Ming instructed the shadowy figures to absorb these materials. Black energy surged from his chest, entwining around the materials, voraciously siphoning their power. In the next moment, successfully absorbed the Crimson Demon Horn, Obsidian Serpent Bone. The vitality has risen from 200 to 210, and the mental strength has also increased from 200 to 210. Remarkably, the The revival progress has surged from 1 to an impressive 5. Goodness, has the revival progress truly reached 5%? Knight Ming exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. Does this mean you can now assist me in battle, Yu Yu? However, Yu Yu remained silent. Yet, from behind Knight Ming, dark energy materialized, ultimately coalescing into a pair of wings. In a further transformation, the wings morphed into sharp, dark tendrils, capable of effortlessly piercing through steel. This is truly formidable. Knight Ming's strength has significantly amplified. With Yu Yu's support, his power has escalated to an entirely new level. He no longer has to worry about lacking someone to rely on at his back. Hey, what do you think, Knight Ming? Am I impressive? Perhaps due to the enhancement in revival progress, Yu Yu regained her confidence and playfully jested. Indeed, you are remarkable, as expected of the female demon empress I admire. Knight Ming praised, giving a thumbs up. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Knight Ming retrieved a translucent, sharply edged red shard from his storage ring. This was a beast material given to him by Sun Ho Yuan, a 5th-tier blood lizard scale. Chapter 28. The mighty 3rd rank contracted master. Indeed, it is the 3rd rank. Knight Ming summoned the celestial fallen demon armor, whose scales could significantly enhance its defensive capabilities. Following the guidance of Shadow Yu Yu, Knight Ming promptly invoked the celestial fallen demon armor. Subsequently, he placed the blood lizard scale in the palm of his hand, where a crimson glow flickered, and blood-colored patterns emerged, enveloping the scale and voraciously absorbing its power. Knight Ming could sense that the celestial fallen demon armor was akin to a living being, greedily consuming its sustenance. Having absorbed the blood lizard scale, even a 4th-rank ferocious beast would find it arduous to penetrate the celestial fallen demon armor. Shadow Yu Yu remarked with a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Knight Ming furrowed his brow, pondering. 4th rank? If it could withstand a 5th-rank beast when forged into a shield, why does it only offer protection against a 4th rank after absorption? Shadow Yu earnestly elucidated. The shield has a small defensive area, concentrating its power, thus naturally boasting higher resilience. The celestial fallen demon armor envelopes your entire body, resulting in a larger area and dispersed force, thereby diminishing its effectiveness somewhat. I see, Knight Ming realized with enlightenment. Nevertheless, he felt immensely gratified. With my current strength, I can effortlessly contend with a 3rd-rank beast. He clenched his fist, sensing an abundance of power surging within him. If traversing the Isle of Void posed challenges before, now I can only declare it a foregone conclusion. He possessed unwavering confidence. The Isle of Void, the first passage. More rare materials awaited. The following day, Knight Ming and Knight Xinshin set off for Tsangbe City. The 2 cities were not far apart, so they opted to drive. Along the way, they needed to pick up 2 teammates. Hey, Xinshin, is this your brother? He looks rather handsome. A beautiful woman with her hair tied back, clad in a white t-shirt and ultra-short denim shorts, approached them. She opened the back door and plopped down beside Knight Ming, her pure and lovely face adorned with a sweet smile. Hello. Knight Ming nodded with a smile. Knight Xinshin, in the driver's seat, turned around to introduce. This is Yu Xiaosheng, a fellow 1st-year student at Star Demon University, a 3rd-rank contracted master, with an S-Class with spirit as her contracted entity. She excels in supportive healing, serving as the team's healer. Yu Xiaosheng smiled at Knight Ming, saying, my support abilities are exceptional. Once we enter the secret realm, you can charge ahead, and I assure you, your life will be free from peril. That sounds magnificent. Knight Ming replied politely, it will all rely on you, Sister Xiaosheng. Yu Xiaosheng patted her chest with pride. Rest assured, I've got this. By the way, Xiaosheng, why isn't that guy Zhou Qiming with you? Upon seeing Yu Xiaosheng settle in and close the door, Knight Xinshin inquired curiously, did we not agree to meet here? He is the team's tank. Without him, who will withstand the damage? Oh, I forgot to mention. Yu Xiaosheng shrugged her shoulders, exuding a sense of helplessness. Zhou Qiming had departed for Tsangbe City yesterday, claiming he was meeting a friend and advised us not to wait for him. This fellow is just like that. If it weren't for the lack of a meat shield, I would never team up with him. After voicing her thoughts, she crossed her arms and pouted, clearly displeased with the individual named Zhou Qiming. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinxin furrowed her brows slightly and chose not to say more, driving towards Songbei City. On the road, Yiming took the initiative to inquire, "Sister, is that Zhou Qiming very formidable?" "Well, he's a third-tier contract master and an S-rank beast saintess. He can temporarily transform into a beast, thus acquiring formidable defensive capabilities. In these times, finding a reliable meat shield is quite challenging, which is why we opted for him," Yi Xinxin explained. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "You must have heard of the Qingyan Club in Sangnan City, right?" Yiming nodded emphatically. Not only had he heard of it, but he had also killed one of the top 3 members of the Qingyan Club. Could it be? A realization began to dawn on him. Indeed, Yi Xinxin seemed to read his thoughts and responded immediately. "Just as you surmised, Zhou Qiming is the son of the leader of the Qingyan Club. He does hold a certain status, I suppose." At her words, Yiming couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. This world truly is small. Everything seems to intersect. I wonder what sort of person this Zhou Qiming is. Hopefully, he isn't a fool, he mused silently. Sangnan City and Songbei City are adjacent. After an hour's drive, Yiming and the others arrived at the teleportation hall in Songbei City. Due to the opening of a new secret realm, a considerable number of people had gathered. A new secret realm signifies more unexplored treasures, and everyone is eager to partake. Upon entering the teleportation hall, Yi Xinxin promptly dialed Zhou Qiming's number. Shortly after, Zhou Qiming approached with another individual. "Zhou Qiming, we agreed to come together. Why did you not uphold your promise?" Yi Xinxin frowned, displeased with this unreliable teammate. Zhou Qiming, standing at 6 feet tall with curly hair, laughed heartily as if nothing was amiss. "Ha ha ha, Captain Yi, don't be angry. I was merely meeting a friend. To be honest, you should be grateful to me. After all, I have found a third-tier contract master to serve as our secondary damage dealer." Zhou Qiming stepped aside, revealing a man dressed in green who smiled at Yi Xinxin and the others. "Hello, my name is Su Shun, and I am Zhou Qiming's friend. I am a third-tier contract master, and my contracted spirit is the A-rank Rainsword Saintess. My contracted spirit's level may not be high, but I believe I am qualified to be this secondary damage dealer." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinxin's expression froze, and her face turned sour. "Zhou Qiming, do you not realize that the maximum number of team members for this Sky Island is limited to 4? Zhou Qiming nonchalantly nodded. "Yes, I know. What's the issue? Then why did you insist on bringing in another secondary damage dealer? I have already conveyed to you that my brother shall assume the position of the deputy leader." Yi Xinxin's tone grew somewhat severe. "What is the meaning of this act? Are you intentionally attempting to embarrass me? Captain Yi, there is no need for such harsh words." Zhou Qiming furrowed his brow and scoffed coldly. "I summon my friends for the benefit of our entire team. I acknowledge your strength, but what of your brother? If memory serves me correctly, you mentioned that his contracted spirit is a witch, correct? Witch contractors are inherently inept, and he is merely at the 2nd tier. Yi Xinxin retorted angrily. "Yiming is not like other witch contractors. Do not view him through a biased lens." "Huh, what sets him apart?" Zhou Qiming disdainfully cast a glance at Yiming, his tone intensifying. "Who in this world does not know that witch contractors are worthless? Yi Xinxin, I acknowledge your prowess. But if you insist on placing your brother as deputy leader, do not blame me for being ruthless. A single rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. I have no qualms about leaving this team. A meat shield? Whoever wishes to take on that role may do so." With that, Zhou Qiming turned to leave, cursing and departing. "Who grants you such audacity?" At that moment, Yiming stepped forward with swift determination, his eyes ablaze with fury, and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! In a flash, his fist connected with Zhou Qiming's face. A tremendous force erupted, and with a crack, it shattered Zhou Qiming's nose. Zhou Qiming clasped his nose, his pupils dilating in shock. You, how dare you strike me?" Yiming shouted in anger. "I aim to hit you." Bang! Another punch landed squarely in Zhou Qiming's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground, trembling in pain. "You bastard!" Zhou Qiming's face was filled with terror. He never anticipated that, as a third-tier contractor, his physical strength would be inferior to that of Yiming. "Huh, so you do feel pain?" Yiming crouched down, mocking Zhou Qiming. "Do you not take pleasure in posturing? Why have you ceased? You deride me as worthless? Now, after receiving 2 blows, you cannot withstand it. Who truly is the worthless one? Lacking ability, yet attempting to show off. Zhou Qiming, do you not feel ashamed? Chapter 29. The S-Class Contract Master, Lin Feng. Zhou Qiming's gaze was fixed intently upon Yiming. He gritted his teeth, striving to rise, yet the excruciating pain in his abdomen rendered him utterly weak. He could not fathom why Yiming, merely a second-tier contract master, possessed such superior physical strength. Yiming, you have thoroughly infuriated me, Zhou Qiming bellowed, his face contorted with malice. Withdrawing from the team would mean that Yiming's group would lose their tank. In a fully functioning team, a tank serves as the primary damage absorber. Without one, the squad would be virtually incapacitated. At that moment, Zhou Qiming regarded Yiming with a mocking expression, eager to witness the delightful reaction on the latter's face. However, to his surprise, Yiming merely scoffed, his tone indifferent. Zhou Qiming, you overestimate your significance. You are nothing more than a punching bag. Your absence will have no impact on us. To be frank, our team would fare better with a dog than with you. At least a dog is obedient. With that, Yiming turned and departed without a backward glance. Observing her brother's confrontation with Zhou Qiming, Yi Xinxin, as a sister, resolutely chose to side with Yiming. Hey, are you really just leaving? You truly don't want to tank anymore? Yu Shaoxin called out, attempting to dissuade Yi Xinxin and her brother, but they had already moved too far away. She glanced down at the crumpled Zhou Qiming on the ground, then back at Yi Xinxin, ultimately sighing, Zhou Qiming, you can fend for yourself. I truly cannot endure your type any longer. With that, Yu Shaoxin followed suit. As they disappeared from view, Su Shun, a friend of Zhou Qiming, helped him up. Momentarily at a loss, he stammered, Bro, what shall we do now? Did you not say that the fellow named Yiming would surely retreat in the face of difficulty? Now we are abandoned, and we cannot even meet the requirements for entering the secret realm with just the 2 of us. Su Shun was growing frantic. Zhou Qiming, losing patience, waved his hand dismissively. What's there to panic about? In this day and age, who doesn't keep a backup plan? Just wait. I have friends in Songbei City. He picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed a number. Hello, Brother Lin Feng. I heard your team for the Sky Island is still short 2 members. How about this, my friend and I? Oh, it's nothing. Just give us a 10% reward. Yes, that sounds good. Meanwhile, in the teleportation hall, within the director's office, Bai Lintong, in charge of the secret realms in Songbei City, was conversing with 2 members of the Lin family. Lin Feng, Lin Tian. This inaugural passage to the Sky Island's secret realm relies entirely on you. The successful opening of a new secret realm is of immense importance to our city. It represents the pride of our entire community. You must not be careless. Strive to achieve swift success. Lin Feng sat across from Bai Lintong, waving his hand and laughing heartily. Ha ha. Rest assured, Director Bai, I, Lin Feng, am a Tier 3 contract master, and my contracted spirit is an SS grade battle armor saintess. My brother, Lin Tian, though a Tier 1, possesses an SSS grade mystic sword saintess as his contracted spirit. His talents are exceptional, and his spiritual techniques inflict devastating damage. Even when faced with Tier 2 ferocious beasts, he can manage quite well. With our coordination, along with just a couple of teammates, victory is assured. Bai Lintong nodded with a smile, having great faith in both Lin Feng and Lin Tian. One is last year's prodigy from Songbei City, and the other is this year's genius. Their extraordinary talents and profound foundations instilled in him a sense of assurance regarding the upcoming first completion of the Sky Island. By the way, Lin Tian, I heard you received special admission to the Starry Sky University 2 days ago? Bai Lintong inquired, turning his attention to Lin Tian, who was clad in a flowing blue robe with striking features. When faced with Bai Lintong's question, Lin Tian exhibited little expression, responding in a rather indifferent tone. Yes. I am an SSS grade Saintess contract master, and passing the special admission was not difficult. Bai Lintong remained undeterred by Lin Tian's demeanor, continuing to smile. It has been many years since the Starry Sky University released special admission slots. I never expected that this year, a rare opportunity would arise. It would be awarded to a genius from Songbei City. He rose and approached Lin Tian, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Keep it up, Lin Tian. If you put in the effort, your achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Lin Tian remained unmoved by Lin Tong's words of encouragement, having heard such sentiments countless times. However, he did seem slightly perturbed by the earlier statement, narrowing his eyes and wearing a displeased expression. Is something wrong, Lin Tian? Are you troubled? Lin Tong inquired, perplexed. Lin Feng chuckled helplessly from the side. Director Bai, you may not know this, but the special admission slot was not originally intended for my brother. Really? Is that so? Lin Tong expressed surprise. Indeed, the special admission was actually reserved for a contract master from Sangnan City named Yi Ming, Lin Feng elaborated. It is said that he awakened a full-level spirit, showcasing extraordinary talent. However, that fellow is rather obstinate. Despite possessing a full-level spirit, he insists on contracting with a witch. The Starry Sky University even promised to assist him in recontracting a saintess, granting him the special admission slot if he agreed, but he adamantly refused. Hence, the opportunity fell to my brother, Lin Tian. Lin Tong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that there was such a backstory behind the special admission slot. It seems that Sangnan City is quite fortunate to have produced a full-level spirit. What a pity that he chose to contract with a witch. Although the special admission was obtained by chance, Lin Tian, your talent is genuine. I have faith in you. Even in the martial arts examination, you will surely gain admission to the Starry Sky University. Lin Tong smiled at Lin Tian, his eyes brimming with approval. Lin Tian nodded lightly, a flicker of reluctance evident in his slightly squinted gaze. Oof. So what if he, Yi Ming, possesses maximum spiritual prowess? As an SSS-level contract master of the Sacred Sword Maiden, my talent is by no means inferior to his. My achievements shall undoubtedly surpass his by far. This sentiment was laced with animosity. Lin Tong and Lin Feng exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads, choosing silence over further discourse. After concluding their conversation, Lin Feng and Lin Tian exited the office, making their way to the teleportation hall. At this moment, only half an hour remained before the opening of the secret realm, the Island of Void. The majority of contract masters had already formed their teams. Lin Feng and Lin Tian successfully reunited with Zhou Qiming. Upon seeing Zhou Qiming approach with a disheveled appearance, Lin Feng frowned. Zhou Qiming? What happened? Why do you look so ragged? Why are you clutching your stomach? Did you overindulge? This inquiry did not stem from genuine concern for Zhou Qiming. Their relationship was merely average, not quite friends. Lin Feng's question was solely motivated by a desire to ensure that Zhou Qiming's physical condition would not hinder their team's progress later on. Damn it. Don't even mention it. I was ambushed by a little brat when I arrived. I swear I will make him pay. Zhou Qiming gritted his teeth, muttering in anger. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a third-tier contract master? Your contracted spirit is an S-tier defensive behemoth. Who could possibly injure you? Is it a third-tier contract master with an SS-level spirit? At this, Zhou Qiming's expression darkened even further. Clenching his fists, he replied, somewhat shamefaced, damn it. He's a second-tier contract master, but his contracted spirit is an SSS-level witch. That brat is something else. His physical strength surpasses mine. It's infuriating. Wait. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Lin Tian shuddered. Lin Feng firmly placed his hands on Zhou Qiming's shoulders, his expression stern as he demanded, tell me, what is that brat's name? Lin Feng, what were you doing? Why the aggression? Zhou Qiming questioned, bewildered by the sudden intensity. Stop with the nonsense. Just tell me his name. Yi Ming, from Sangnan City. Do you have a grudge against him? Zhou Qiming felt the situation was inexplicably tense. Yi Ming. So it is Yi Ming. Upon hearing the name, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within Lin Tian's previously silent gaze. Yi Ming. What a coincidence. Are you here to be my stepping stone? He mused with a smirk. Chapter 30. The Secret Realm of the Sky Island opens. On the other side, after expelling Zhou Qiming from the team, Yi Ming had no intention of seeking new members. The requirement to enter the Sky Island was a trio, and with him, Yi Xin and Yu Shaosheng. They were already a complete team. There was no need to search for additional members. After all, encountering another fool like Zhou Qiming would be a burden. Xin, Are we really not going to find another member? I can't shake the feeling that it's unreliable, just the three of us. Can we genuinely secure the first clear? If we fail, how will I continue to gain followers? Yu Xiaosheng squatted by the wall, supporting her cheek with one hand, looking troubled. Aside from her student identity, she was also a prominent online influencer, regularly posting training tutorial videos. The combination of beauty, genius, and teaching enabled her to amass 800,000 followers online. She had initially envisioned that achieving the first clear of the Sky Island would propel her to 1 million. However, now she felt that hope was dwindling. Forget it. There's no point in searching. The capable ones have already formed their teams. What's left are merely the unremarkable. My thoughts align with Yi Ming's. We should not carry a burden. Yi Xinxin's attitude was resolute. I'm truly a loss with you two siblings, Yu Xiaosheng sighed, resigned to accept the outcome. The secret realm of the Sky Island is about to commence. All contract masters, please prepare yourselves. It was about to begin. Yi Ming and the others immediately focused their attention, accompanied by the portal flashing with brilliant blue light. Over 100 individuals from more than 30 teams were transported into the secret realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The howling winds whipped past their ears as Yi Ming and his companions successfully entered the realm, surveying their surroundings. What greeted their eyes was neither a forest, nor a plateau, nor a desert, but rather a perilous expanse of midair. Beneath their feet was a floating circular platform with a radius of 5 meters. On the platform, both Yu Xiaosheng and Yi Xinxin furrowed their brows. What the heck? What is going on? Why have we been transported to midair? Is this truly a secret realm? Yu Xiaosheng questioned, her eyes wide in bewilderment. At that moment, not far from them, another 5-meter radius circular platform materialized. A team of 4 second-tier contract masters appeared on the platform. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More platforms manifested continuously, emerging without warning in the void separating the sky from the earth, forming a ring-like structure with gaps in between. All participants were transported onto these platforms, able to see one another. What on earth is this secret realm? How peculiar. Yi Xinxin, a student of Star Demon University with considerable experience, had never encountered a midair secret realm before. Other contract masters also voiced their confusion, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Yi Ming frowned, ignoring the surrounding clamor. His gaze remained fixated on the center of the circular platform. In the next moment, a circular dais with a radius of 20 meters manifested at the very heart of the gathering. Atop this dais stood an ancient stone statue, its overall form resembling a menacing avian beast crouched upon its pedestal. It possessed a beak as sharp as a hook, and its enormous wings were folded protectively around its body, forming a formidable shield. Its robust arms cradled a circular disc, while its head, reminiscent of an eagle, hung low as if in slumber. The king of the empty wings. Night Ming, that is the king of the empty wings. Shadow, in a hushed tone, offered this revelation. At these words, Night Ming's heart surged with a sudden understanding. He seemed to grasp the purpose of this secret realm. In the next instant, with a series of clicks, a pathway extended from the dais occupied by the contract masters, linking it to the central platform and forming a floating bridge. A cerulean cylindrical barrier obstructed the contestants' advance. At this juncture, a deep and ancient voice resonated throughout the secret realm. The challenge of the Island of the Void has commenced. Rules. The first team to reach the central dais and hold the solar disk for 1 minute shall successfully clear the challenge. Completion reward. Crimson Sun Crystal. The Crimson Sun Crystal. How astonishing. Night Xin exclaimed in delight. Night Ming turned to her. Sister, is a Crimson Sun Crystal truly so precious? Indeed, it is extraordinarily valuable. It embodies an exceptionally pure essence of fiery power, a treasure that is priceless and rare. I have only encountered it in books. Never did I expect to find a Crimson Sun Crystal in such a low-level secret realm. Night Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement. My contract spirit is the S-rank Flame Saintess. This artifact would resonate perfectly with me. If I were to acquire it, I might harness its power to break through to the 4th tier. Night Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated the immense benefit the Crimson Sun Crystal would provide to Night Xin. Given this revelation, securing first place became imperative. The challenge is about to commence. 3, 2, 1, begin. With the final count, the barrier that had obstructed the contestants was lifted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All contract masters surged toward the central dais. Knight Ming and his companions were no exception, yet they maintained a cautious formation. As the main damage dealer, Knight Xin led the charge at the forefront, while Knight Ming and Yu Shaoshang flanked her. The central dais lay no more than 1,000 meters away. Under normal circumstances, he could reach it in less than a minute. But surely, matters would not be so straightforward. As this thought crossed Knight Ming's mind, the ground shook. A colossal stone golem, akin to a massive boulder, stood in their path. This wasn't just a hindrance for them. Other contract masters on the floating bridge also faced similar stone figures. Towering at 3 meters, the golem was composed entirely of rock, and when it struck the bridge, it unleashed a powerful ripple of force. Some first-tier contract masters, drawn by the commotion, were directly sent flying by this forceful wave. A third-tier stone general. Its weakness lies in its rear. The subtle reminders of shadow lingered, yet Yi Ming had not yet conveyed them. In an unexpected turn, Yi Xin charged forth. Where did this rock monster come from? Get out of my way. Flames surged around her, and behind her, the ethereal figure of the S-rank Female Saintess materialized. With her head held high and an extraordinary presence, her crimson hair flickered like flames, and her resolute eyes radiated a fearless valor, resembling a gallant warrior. With a thunderous roar, Yi Xin unleashed a powerful punch into the belly of the stone general, the force of which shattered it to pieces. Press on. Do not halt, she called out without looking back, as she propelled herself forward, transforming into a blazing streak of fire. Yi Ming and Yu Shaoshang followed closely behind. Suddenly, from either side, 2 frost eagles swooped down, exhaling a torrent of frost that coalesced into a formidable ice barrier across the path ahead of Yi Ming and company. The 2 third-tier frost eagles perched atop the barrier, their fierce gazes fixed upon Yi Ming and his companions. Get out of my way. Do not obstruct my path. Yet, with fists akin to cannonballs, Yi Xin shattered the ice barrier effortlessly. In the next moment, she soared into the air like a brilliant display of fireworks, seizing the heads of the 2 frost eagles and bringing them crashing down. With a resounding boom, the 2 frost eagles were instantaneously transformed into roasted fowl. Witnessing the scene, Yi Ming's lips twitched in disbelief. Sister, with such strength, why even form a team? You could easily tackle this solo. Chapter 31, Consecutive Slaughters. You claim he is a second tier, which contractee? Spare me the chatter. We have only traversed 1/5 of the journey, and who knows what dangers lie ahead. The moment Yi Xinxin's words fell, a thunderous roar erupted. A rhinoceros monster, armed with a colossal drill, charged at her like a freight truck. This was a third-tier steel drill rhinoceros, immensely powerful and with a hide as tough as iron. Its drill could pierce through steel plates 10 meters thick. No, I cannot confront it head-on. Yi Xinxin was no fool. Upon witnessing the steel drill rhinoceros barreling towards her, she summoned her strength and lunged forward in a swift dash. Just as the beast was about to collide with her, she enveloped her hands in flames and executed a graceful spin, evading the beast's charge with perfect precision. In an instant, she delivered a powerful punch to the beast's side, astonishingly sending the steel drill rhinoceros tumbling off the floating bridge. All done. Yi Xinxin could have put had hands, hardly catching her breath. At that moment, however, another steel drill rhinoceros emerged, even larger and faster than the last. It charged forth with ferocity, akin to a fully armored tank. Sister, be careful, Yi Ming shouted, his eyes narrowing in alarm. Yet Yi Xinxin, facing the rhinoceros, was oblivious until it was nearly upon her. Even if she had sensed it, there was no time to evade. As she turned her head, the drill was less than a meter away from her. How careless! In that instant, she reached for the protective button on her wristband. Just then, darkness enveloped her. She felt as though all vibrancy had drained from her surroundings, and the flow of air became unnaturally sluggish. In the nick of time, Yi Ming transformed into a streak of light and surged forward. Instantly, A dark domain unfurled, shrouding both Yi Xin and the steel drill rhinoceros. Behind Yi Ming, Yingyu utilized the power of darkness to conjure a massive hand, seizing Yi Xin. Yi Ming, wielding the divine fallen scythe, delivered a swift strike to the rhinoceros's neck. With a sickening thud, the creature's head fell to the ground. Yi Ming dispelled the dark domain, returning Yi Xin to the side of Yu Shaosheng. Yu Shaosheng, witnessing the spectacle, was left wide-eyed, astounded by the ease with which a third-tier steel drill rhinoceros was dispatched, all while saving you. Xin, did you say your brother is a second tier? He is far stronger than a third tier. At this moment, Yi Xin stared at Yi Ming, equally bewildered. To be frank, I am utterly flabbergasted myself. I distinctly remember he wasn't this powerful just a few days ago. Both Yu Shaosheng and Yi Xin were in awe of Yi Ming's exhibited prowess. Yi Ming glanced back at them, somewhat exasperated. What are you dawdling for? Don't we want to seize the initiative? Indeed, the initiative. The two women snapped back to attention and promptly followed in Yi Ming's wake. Following their earlier encounter, Yi Ming had successfully transformed from secondary damage dealer to the primary one. Clad in the divine fallen armor and wielding the divine fallen scythe, darkness descended wherever he tread, and blood flowed like a river. A swarm of bone-corroding bees, radiating a green luminescence and possessing combat capabilities far surpassing those of third-tier ferocious beasts, approached Night Ming. Before they could close the distance, a crackling sound erupted as Night Ming activated the electromagnetic gloves he had acquired in the mechanical tunnel, momentarily paralyzing the swarm. With a swift motion, he unleashed a series of glimmering strikes with his scythe, effortlessly annihilating all the bone-corroding bees. After dispatching the swarm, he pressed onward, soon encountering 3 robust third-tier golden armored tigers. They glared menacingly at Night Ming, roaring ferociously. However, in an instant, Night Ming surged forward, leaping high into the air to deliver a decisive strike to the central tiger. Behind him, Yingyu summoned the power of darkness to coalesce into 2 sharp spears, which pierced the air, targeting the other 2 tigers on either side. The scene was swift and fluid. Blood sprayed forth as the 3 golden armored tigers fell effortlessly to Night Ming's assault. Behind him, Yi Xin and Yu Shaosheng were left speechless, astonished by the display. Did you just single-handedly eliminate all 3 golden armored tigers? What use are we? Yi Xin exclaimed. Night Ming, we are still 500 meters away from the central platform. Do you need a rest? I can take over. As they had rushed forward, Night Ming had dispatched numerous ferocious beasts. Yi Xin realized that despite his prowess, he was merely a second-tier contract master, and his physical stamina must have been severely depleted. No need. Night Ming firmly refused. This is just the beginning. Prepare yourselves. I saw a team trailing us by only 100 meters. The contract master among them has a vitality of 210. How could I possibly tire so easily? Moreover, with Yingyu assisting me, taking down a few weak beasts is merely a stroll in the park. With that, Night Ming transformed into a swift shadow of black light, surging forward once more. His speed in resolving battles was remarkable. Almost as soon as a beast appeared, his scythe was already in motion, ending its life. Xin, Yu Shaosheng nudged Yi Xin's arm with her delicate fingers. What is it? Yi Xin replied. Does your brother have a girlfriend? There's a saying, good water should not flow to outsiders. I believe I would be quite suitable for him, Yu Shaosheng remarked with a subtle smile. Yi Xin responded. Please spare me. With that light-hearted exchange concluded, Yi Xin and her companions quickly matched Night Ming's pace. As third-tier contract masters, their speed could not possibly lag behind Night Ming's, especially with him forging the path ahead. Gradually, they neared the central platform, the floating bridge shrinking to the final 100 meters. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the other teams on the floating bridges widened their eyes in astonishment. Wow, look! Someone is about to reach the central platform. What? Their speed is incredible. Have they been injected with adrenaline? This is insane. We've only advanced 300 meters, and someone is nearly there? What is happening? Someone is about to arrive? No way. The crowd gazed in shock at Night Ming. Upon sensing the aura of the spiritual technique he emanated, numerous contract masters were rendered momentarily speechless. Wait a moment. This is peculiar. That young man's contracted spirit is a witch. How can a witch possess such formidable power? Goodness, I must say, that aura truly resembles that of a witch. What is going on? Why is there still someone contracting a witch in this day and age? Setting aside the fact that he has contracted a witch, he appears to be merely at the second tier. My heavens, a second-tier contract master with a witch as a contracted spirit? Isn't this the epitome of a dismal start? How can he be so extraordinary? Does he consider himself the protagonist of a light novel? This group of contract masters felt their understanding of reality being profoundly shaken. Some teams, fully aware of their hopelessness in progressing, chose to abandon their efforts and silently observed Yi Ming's performance. Damn it, I never anticipated we would fall behind by 100 meters. At this rate, the first passage will undoubtedly be seized by Yi Ming. Lin Feng's eyes shone a fierce crimson as he glared at the nearby Zhou Qiming. No matter what means you employ, you must immediately halt Yi Ming's advance. I will take responsibility for any consequences. Zhou Qiming instantly comprehended Lin Feng's intent. He was instructing him to take action against Yi Ming and his team. Splendid. A sinister smile crept across Zhou Qiming's lips as he began to transform, ultimately becoming a gorilla clad in rocky armor. His eyes glowed with a fierce red light as he seized a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it towards Yi Ming and his companions. One boulder is insufficient. Throw another. Ideally, let us smash them off the floating island. Lin Feng bellowed in fury. Hearing this, Zhou Qiming nodded and grasped another enormous rock to launch. Whoosh whoosh. The two colossal boulders soared with incredible speed. Such a covert ambush would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the contract masters engaged in battle. Chapter 32. Strike Down. The Third Order Beast. Ascendant Winged King with a swift motion, a cold light flashed past. Yi Ming had just claimed the heads of 3 Third Order Beasts. Successfully slain a Third Order Moon Devouring Ghost. Realm Experience 10. Spirit Skill Experience 10. Successfully slain a Third Order Moon Devouring Ghost. Realm Experience 10. Spirit Skill Experience 10. Successfully slain a Third Order Moon Devouring Ghost. Realm Experience 10. Spirit Skill Experience 10. The beasts here possessed formidable strength. However, their scarcity rendered them unsuitable for experience farming. Yi Ming's innate talent, slaughter growth, favored the quantity of beasts rather than their rank, which had a lesser impact. To elevate his realm, he would need to venture into a secret realm teeming with beasts. Nevertheless, his immediate task was to focus intently on completing the first passage to Sky Island. With renewed determination, Yi Ming prepared to charge forward once more. Yi Ming, be cautious. Suddenly, 2 massive boulders hurtled towards him. The boulders moved with incredible speed, akin to a rampaging truck, and in an instant, they were upon Yi Ming. Boom! Boom! The rocks crashed down, sending plumes of dust into the air. Xin gasped in alarm and shouted, Yi Ming, as she rushed into the cloud of dust, fearing for his safety. As the instigator, Zhou Qiming smirked. I have imbued these boulders with special power. Even a Third Order contract master would struggle against a surprise attack. Yi Ming, no matter how strong your physique, I am a Third Order contract master. It would be a trivial matter to subdue you. Zhou Qiming reveled in his superiority, feeling as if he had Yi Ming beneath his heel. Suddenly, a blood-red slash erupted from the dust, striking Zhou Qiming and carving a great gash into his beastified form. Blood surged from the wound, and the pain made his body tremble. Emerging from the dust, Yi Ming wielded the Godfall scythe, his gaze cold and unyielding as he fixed it upon Zhou Qiming. Without uttering a word, he swung the scythe. Swish, swish, swish. 30 slashes cut through the air, each aimed directly at Zhou Qiming. Splat, splat, splat. Blood splattered forth. Despite Zhou Qiming being a Third Order contract master with enhanced beastification, he found himself riddled with countless wounds against such a relentless barrage. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, and even Lin Feng, despite his intentions to intervene, could not halt Yi Ming's onslaught. Once he had completed his assault, Yi Ming did not look back as he charged towards the central platform. He understood that Zhou Qiming would retaliate, both for personal reasons and due to team dynamics, as Lin Feng was the captain of Zhou Qiming's team. The attack was aimed at thwarting Yi Ming's advance to the central platform. Do they wish to impede my progress? I shall forge ahead regardless. The ground beneath Yi Ming's feet crumbled into deep craters as he surged forward, rapidly distancing himself from Lin Feng and the others. He was acutely aware that their objective was to achieve the first passage to Sky Island. Should he succeed in claiming the first passage, Lin Feng and his team would be left in utter despair. As they pressed forward, Yi Ming unleashed the realm of darkness. Shadowy figures heightened their vigilance. With dual layers of defense, even Lin Feng's surprise attack would prove ineffective against Yi Ming. Damn it, that kid is alert. The element of surprise is no longer an option. Lin Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. They had no choice but to muster all their strength and charge forward, striving to close the distance to Yi Ming. According to the rules, obtaining the sun disk required holding it for a full minute to complete the challenge. Thus, there remained a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng unleashed his full power, leaving no reserves. Before long, Yi Ming ascended the central platform. He approached the statue of the Sky Wing King, swiftly reaching out to seize the sun disk. Just as his hand was about to make contact, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The statue of the Sky Wing King suddenly came to life. It raised the sun disk high above its head, slowly rising, as fragments of stone and dirt fell away, revealing its true form. Muscular and imposing, its skin glimmered like precious gems beneath the scales that adorned it. In an instant, the Sky Wing King's body was reinforced, doubling in size, standing at 5 meters tall, wielding a golden spear, with wings that overshadowed the sun. Their feathers transformed into sharp blades. Is this ascension? Yi Ming gazed up at the Sky Wing King before him, certain that while it was currently at the 3rd tier, it was perilously close to the 4th. Ha ha ha. The Sky Wing King indeed. I knew things could not be this simple. Lin Feng, not far away, wore a look of delight. The Sky Wing King possessed a potent lineage, far surpassing any ordinary 3rd-tier beast. Yi Ming, even if you and your companions join forces, you stand no chance against it. In that moment, Lin Feng felt a surge of hope. He sprinted forward with all his might, with Lin Tian following closely behind. As for Zhou Qiming and his friends, they had long been abandoned, regarded by Lin Feng as mere burdens. Boom! On the central platform, the Sky Wing King unleashed its murderous intent, striking at Yi Ming with its spear. Yi Ming quickly dodged, the ground where he had stood now marked by a deep crater. Yi Ming, charging toward the Sky Wing King. The power of flames erupted as her arms were enveloped in gauntlets forged from molten rock. With a mighty leap, she brought her fists together like a hammer, aiming for the Sky Wing King's head. Bang! A brilliant flash of fire erupted, resembling an explosion. The Sky Wing King's head was driven into the ground. But in the next moment, the Sky Wing King abruptly lifted its head, twisting its waist. Its thick tail struck like an iron whip, sending Yi Xin flying. With a roar, the Sky Wing King raised its spear, preparing to strike down upon Yi Xin. Buzz! At that moment, darkness surged forth, forming a sealed domain that enveloped the Sky Wing King. Yi Ming, wielding a long scythe, stepped forward, his aura soaring to new heights. The dark power coalesced upon his scythe, a murderous intent permeating the entire realm, crystallizing into a crimson stream. The King of the Sky Wings gazed upon Yi Ming, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping it. A shrill cry pierced the air. Instantly, the King of the Sky Wings sprang into action, channeling its strength into the spear, thrusting it violently toward Yi Ming's form. Yi Ming, say guzish sharpen it. Spirit technique, Eternal Night descends. As a technique boasting exceptionally high damage against a single target, even the King of the Sky Wings could not withstand it. With a swift motion, Yi Ming wielded the scythe and slashed across the King's neck, the blood-red crescent flashing briefly. The King's movements abruptly ceased. Scalding blood gushed from the wound, and it relinquished the spear, clutching its neck with both hands, ultimately kneeling before Yi Ming. With a gurgling sound, its head fell, rolling on the ground like a ball. The king of the sky wings was slain. Yi Ming removed the sun disk from its back. Instead of dispelling the dark realm, he chose to linger within it. Time passed, second by second. Lin Feng and his companion successfully arrived at the central platform. Lin Tian, wielding a longsword, prepared to charge into Yi Ming's dark domain. Do not rush. Lin Feng suddenly interjected, a confident smirk gracing his lips. That lad intends to face the king of the sky wings alone. Let us grant him this opportunity. Once they are both exhausted, we shall reap the benefits. Lin Tian hesitated, a hint of concern shadowing his features. But what if Yi Ming kills the king of the sky wings and prolongs the fight inside? Fear not. That scenario is improbable. Lin Feng waved dismissively. The king of the sky wings possesses strength far exceeding that of an ordinary third-tier beast. With the enhancement of the sun disk, its power is doubled. Even I would require considerable effort to defeat it. Thus, Yi Ming cannot kill the king. He is merely exhausting it on our behalf. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's worries began to dissipate. However, just as he felt reassured, a shocking announcement echoed through the air. The challenge of the Sky Island has concluded. First to complete, Yi Ming, Lin Feng, Lin Tian. Chapter 33. The sudden crisis. Lin Tian cast a peculiar glance towards Lin Feng. Brother, did you not assert that Yi Ming could never be a match for the Sky Wing King? Yet now, do not inquire of me. I am equally perplexed. Lin Feng replied, his expression stern, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Ming, filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Yi Ming would indeed vanquish the Sky Wing King. In his mind, such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable, truly astonishing. I must confront him. Perhaps this lad has resorted to deceit. Lin Feng ground his teeth, a sinister expression adorning his face as he advanced towards Yi Ming. However, before he could approach, Yi Ming and his companions promptly pressed a button on their wristbands. Whoosh! In an instant, they departed from the secret realm of Sky Island. As victors, their presence there served no purpose. It was a moment to relish their triumph. Yet, during the teleportation, Yi Xinixin, arms crossed, tilted her head and cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng, a smirk gracing her lips. Lin Feng? Is she mocking me? This is infuriating. In the teleportation hall, at the first access of Sky Island, Yi Ming successfully acquired the Scarlet Sun Crystal. According to regulations, each member of their team was permitted to select a piece of fourth-tier beast materials. Many thanks to Director Bai. Yi Xin smiled and clasped her fists in gratitude towards Bai Lintong. Ah, it's nothing, Bai Lintong responded with a strained smile. Yi Ming and his companions acclaimed the first access to Sky Island, much to his displeasure. However, as the head of Songbei City, he could not withhold rewards from Yi Ming and his team. Gome, escort them to select their materials. Accompanied by the staff, Yi Ming and his companions departed with smiles. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Lin Tian trudged out of the teleportation entrance, their heads bowed in dismay as they sought to exit the hall, silently praying that Bai Lintong would not notice them. Previously, they had made grand promises to secure the first access. Yet now they had not only failed to achieve it, but had also allowed the rival Songnan City to claim it. One could easily surmise the fury that Bai Lintong would unleash. Lin Feng, Lin Tian, the more they dreaded, the more the inevitable occurred. Bai Lintong suddenly called out to them, his expression dark. You two, come to my office. It was over. Lin Feng trembled, his heart plummeting. He knew that entering the office would inevitably lead to a barrage of reprimands. There was a strong likelihood of being harshly scolded. They had previously held themselves in high regard. Now, the fall would surely be painful. Brother, you really ought to refrain from making reckless assumptions in the future. We actually had a chance, Lin Tian remarked, somewhat disgruntled. What do you mean? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, displeased. Who could have foreseen that a second-tier witch contract master would slay a third-tier Sky Wing King? I was merely being cautious. Are you now blaming me? No, that is not my intention. Lin Tian shook his head. Then what do you mean? Forget it. I have no further comments. Lin Tian sighed, weary of the ongoing dispute. Lin Feng was currently in a fit of anger, rendering him impervious to reason. However, within Lin Tian, certain beliefs began to waver. At the very least, he would henceforth place greater trust in his own capabilities rather than in Lin Feng's. As they journeyed back to Sangnan City, Yiming scrutinized the blood fiend bear paw in his hand. This was a material he had selected after traversing the Island of the Void, derived from a Tier 4 ferocious beast. The blood fiend bear paw emanated a tumultuous power, which could easily cause a surge in vitality and disrupt the physical strength of a holy maiden contracted practitioner upon absorption. Yet, for a witch contracted practitioner, it bore no adverse effects. Furthermore, according to Ing Yu, absorbing the blood fiend bear paw could effectively enhance one's strength. However, as I am currently a Tier 2 contracted practitioner, any increase in power would be quite limited. It is imperative that I strive to ascend to Tier 3 without delay. Pondering this, Yiming took a moment to glance at his status panel. Name, Yiming, Spirit. Max level, Realm, Tier 2 Contracted Practitioner, 31,501,000. Mental Power, 210. Vitality, 210. Contracted Spirit. Godfall Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contracted Spirit level. SSS level, upgradable. Spiritual Techniques, Dark Judgment, level 5. Godfall Demon Armor, level 5. Eternal Night Descends, level 5. Talent, Slaughter Growth. Demon Emperor Battle Intent. I am still over 60,000 experience points away from becoming a Tier 3 contracted practitioner. I hope to achieve this before the martial arts examination. There remain more than 20 days until the examination, which provides ample time. Yiming felt confident in his abilities. This journey to Songbei has come to a successful conclusion. What are your plans next, Yiming? Asked Yi Xin, who was driving the luxurious sports car. After a moment of contemplation, Yiming replied, I intend to seek out a secret realm teeming with ferocious beasts to begin leveling up, similar to the Blood Demon Tower. It must be said that leveling in the Blood Demon Tower was truly exhilarating. Unfortunately, he had already reached the limit of the beasts within. Further slaying would yield minimal returns. A secret realm abundant with ferocious beasts? All right, I will help you search for one when I return. Yi Xin responded. Yiming's heart swelled with joy. Thank you, elder sister. Don't mention it. After their conversation concluded, Yi Xin exited the highway, with only the final 5 kilometers remaining until they returned to the Yi household. Just then, a series of notification chimes emanated from Yiming's phone. Upon checking, his expression grew serious. Sun Hoyuan, be cautious. The son of the Qingyun Society's leader, Zhou Qiming, has set his sights on you. Furrowing his brow, Yiming quickly typed a response. Yiming, has my identity been compromised? I left no trace when I eliminated Zhou Kuei-Shui. He instinctively believed there had been an oversight regarding Zhou Kuei-Shui's assassination. Sun Hoyuan, it is not related to the assassination mission. There are other factors at play. Think carefully. Did you have a conflict with Zhou Qiming elsewhere? My information network has informed me that Zhou Qiming intends to harm you. It is unrelated to the assassination mission. Only the matter concerning Songbei City remains. Zhou Qiming, having been bested by Yiming, is now unwilling to accept defeat and seeks to delve into the underworld. Yiming, I have discerned the underlying reason. Sun Hoyuan, indeed, be vigilant. He is likely to take action in the coming days, potentially resorting to intimidation or even assassination. I lean towards the former, yet the latter cannot be dismissed. Yiming, thank you for the warning. Sun Hoyuan, I shall keep you updated with any news. If he dares to make a move against you, the existence of Qingyun Society would become redundant. After concluding the conversation, Yiming's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He had just rolled down the car window to catch a breath of fresh air when, suddenly, a truck laden with soil barreled forth, unabated, directly aimed at the passenger side where Yiming sat. Not good. Quickly, steer away. Yiming shouted, his eyes wide with alarm. Yexingson turned to see the truck. Resembling a roaring beast, its headlights glowing like crimson eyes, charging towards them. Terrified, she slammed the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The sedan veered left to create distance from the truck, then surged forward with the engine roaring like a wild animal. They narrowly escaped the truck's path. What on earth is wrong with that driver? Can he not drive? After evading the imminent danger, Yexingson was poised to slow down and confront the truck driver. Just then, a black Jeep collided violently with the rear of their vehicle, a rear-end crash at a staggering speed of 120 km/h. This incident bore no resemblance to an ordinary traffic accident. It seemed rather as if someone was deliberately orchestrating a traffic collision to issue a warning to Yi Ming and his companions. Chapter 34. Zhou Qiming's inevitable demise. As the vehicle came to a halt, Yi Xinxin gasped for breath, her eyes betraying a sense of panic akin to that of Yu Shaosheng, who sat in the back seat, equally shaken. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Yi Ming clenched his fists tightly. The series of unfortunate incidents had convinced him that Zhou Qiming was orchestrating these calamities from behind the scenes. That wretched man dared to employ car accidents as a means of intimidation. Reflecting upon the harrowing events that had transpired, Yi Ming felt a chill of apprehension coursing through him. A truck laden with dirt, a speeding jeep that had rear-ended them. Each incident bore an alarming degree of peril. While a contract master is not easily killed, one cannot afford to be careless in the face of such disasters. Furthermore, Yi Ming and his companions were not yet of a high enough realm to be wholly immune to the dangers posed by accidents. With these thoughts, Yi Ming's anger surged once more. It no longer mattered whether Zhou Qiming was merely issuing a warning or genuinely intent on causing harm. He had already jeopardized the safety of Yi Ming and those around him. Zhou Qiming must perish. What a damn situation. What is wrong with these people? Don't they even pay attention while driving? Regaining her composure, Yi Xinxin flung open the car door and stormed toward the jeep behind them. The driver of the jeep, having caused the rear-end collision, made no effort to exit his vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, she could see three burly, bald men emerge from the jeep. Their muscles bulged, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, and their rugged faces bore an intimidating aspect, clearly indicating they were not men of good character. What's the matter with you? At over 100 km/h, how did you manage to rear-end us? If you can't drive, go back and learn. With the unexpected arrival of the dirt truck followed by the collision, Yi Xinxin's mood soured considerably. Such incidents would irk anyone, and she was no exception. Surprisingly, despite being the culprits, the bald men appeared unfazed, retorting, "What do you mean, little girl? Are we at fault merely because we rear-ended you? The road is so wide. Why did you obstruct our path? I could argue that you deliberately stopped in front of us." Yi Xinxin was taken aback. This was the first time she had encountered perpetrators who were so brazen in their justification after causing an accident. "Very well, if you wish to play games, just wait. I shall call someone to handle this." "Call someone? Who has the time to wait for you to make a call? We deal in millions. Do you really think you can make us wait?" The leader of the bald men crossed his arms, impatience evident in his demeanor. "Enough of this charade. You want money, don't you? Here, take $250 and go check your brain." "What did you just say?" Yexin suddenly halted in her tracks, her hand clutching the phone. Flames ignited within her eyes, a fierce rage surging in her chest. Initially, she had contemplated resolving the issue through formal channels. However, that notion had now evaporated. She was ready to take action. Bang! At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged unexpectedly. "Who the hell are you calling an idiot?" Night Ming kicked the bald man with immense force, sending him crashing to the ground. "Holy crap, brother!" The other two bald lackeys, sensing trouble, swiftly grabbed iron rods from their vehicle and swung them fiercely at Night Ming. Bang! Before they could strike, Night Ming retaliated with two powerful punches to their faces, shattering their nose bridges. "What are you barking about? What strength do you possess to yap before me?" With another two kicks, Night Ming targeted their knees directly. With a resounding thud, he obliterated the knee of one lackey, causing both to crumple and kneel before him in disbelief. They stared at Night Ming, astonished by his unexpected prowess. Damn it! Resolving issues is one thing, but why resort to violence? Even if you are a contracted practitioner, you should not treat us this way. The bald leader maintained a defiant stance, gritting his teeth as he cursed Night Ming, calling him inhuman. Slap! What the hell are you saying? Night Ming raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. He had little regard for their grievances. He was a genius. A genius deserved privileges. Moreover, he was justified in this matter. Fine, you think you're tough? Just wait. One day you'll regret your actions today. The bald leader, now kneeling, dared not utter another word. He awaited the arrival of those who would handle the traffic incident. Huh, regret? The ones who should be regretting now are you. Night Ming squatted down and delivered yet another resounding slap to the leader's face. Aren't you aware that hitting someone is not just about the face? The bald leader, growing increasingly impatient, retorted. Yet, Night Ming's next words left him utterly stunned. Confess honestly, were you sent by Zhou Qiming? The bald leader's pupils dilated in shock. His brows twitched uncontrollably. This matter was highly clandestine, known to but a few. He could not fathom why Night Ming would so directly inquire. Had the situation been exposed? Stammering, the bald leader replied, What Zhou Qiming? I've never heard of him. This is merely a simple traffic accident. Huh. Night Ming, disinterested in further banter with such a person, unleashed the dark domain centered around him. The bald leader found himself engulfed in darkness, the surroundings falling eerily silent. What do you intend to do? The bald leader, now somewhat panicked, still attempted to maintain his bravado. I don't know who this Zhou Qiming is. Let me go, or I will accuse you of attempted murder. Not aware, huh? Night Ming gripped a dark dagger, thrusting it fiercely toward the muscular man's arm. A splatter of blood erupted. The bald man roared in pain. Do you understand now? I don't know. With a swift motion, Night Ming withdrew the dagger and plunged it into the same spot once more, but this time he drove it deeper. The excruciating agony rendered the bald man's complexion pale. Do you know now? I don't know. Again, he withdrew the dagger and struck again, still in the same place. Do you know? I don't know. You're quite resilient. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Night Ming's gaze fixed upon the most vital area of the bald man's lower body. What the hell are you planning? I advise you not to. You think your advice will deter me? You have quite the audacity. Night Ming raised the dagger, aiming it directly at the bald man's groin. Realizing Night Ming was serious, the bald man could no longer maintain his composure. Damn it, 50,000, and you're playing with my life. Speak, I'll tell you everything. It was Zhou Qiming. He gave me 50,000 to intimidate you a bit, to make you remember not to cross him in the future. Just as I suspected. With that, Night Ming plunged the dagger into the bald man's arm again, then picked up his phone. He sent the recorded content to Sun Ho Yuan. Night Ming, teacher's son, someone is out to get me. What do you think I should do? You know my dream is to serve the Bloodshed Hall, and if I die before I even serve the organization, it would sadden me greatly. The implication was clear. Zhou Qiming had sealed his fate. He now sought a legitimate reason from the Bloodshed Hall, akin to requesting their stance on the matter. Moments later, Sun Ho Yuan responded. However, it was not news but a task notification. Assassination task, elimination plan 2. Target, Zhou Qiming, time of assassination, 1930 now. Night Ming read the message and smiled nonchalantly. Night Ming, thank you. Teacher Sunday, Sun Ho Yuan. The assassins of the Bloodshed Hall are not to be trifled with. Do you require assistance? Night Ming, no. I am quite ruthless. Being seen would have negative repercussions. Chapter 35. I kill lawfully. Do you fear my dual allegiance? Sister, you all head back first. I must leave for a while. Yiming's tone was frigid. Hey. Where are you going? Not in a hurry to return. Xian called out. But when she turned, Yiming had already transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing from sight without a trace. In an upscale neighborhood, Zhou Qiming, the mastermind behind the scenes, reclined on the sofa, swirling the wine in his glass. He picked up his phone, engaged in a call. Hello. How is the matter I entrusted you with progressing? Be cautious. It should be a scare tactic, not a murder. That young man is from the Yi family. If this escalates, it will be troublesome to handle. A sycophantic voice responded from the other end. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, we are always methodical in our dealings. We won't overstep, and even if things go awry, my subordinates will never disclose your involvement. In the future, just call me brother when there's work. I guarantee it will be handled impeccably. Zhou Qiming nodded. All right, just like that. After ending the call, he gazed into his wine glass, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Yiming, how formidable you may be. What is your victory at the island of void matter? My Qingyan society is the most powerful ground force in Sangnan City. You think you can play with me? I dare to tread both the light and dark. Can you match my prowess? With that, he drained the wine in one gulp. A surge of warmth coursed through his veins, and his expression shifted as he prepared to seek some amusement. However, as he turned, a mysterious figure caused his pupils to constrict, and his mind went blank. Play? Yi Ming's expression was indifferent. Why would I play with you? You have provoked me, and thus you must die. With a whoosh, the dark realm unfolded. Zhou Qiming was struck with terror. He turned to flee, but he found himself ensnared within the realm, unable to escape. Even his cries would go unheard. No, no, no. Yi Ming, you cannot kill me. Murder is against the law. If you take my life, you will not escape either. Zhou Qiming bent over, retreating frantically. Against the law? The crimson light flared in Yi Ming's eyes as he advanced with swift strides. His sides sliced forth, unleashing a blood-red crescent. In an instant, Zhou Qiming's head was severed. Thud! Gazing upon the corpse sprawled on the ground, Yi Ming scoffed. Indeed, murder is unlawful. But I kill lawfully. After completing his actions, Yi Ming took photographs of the scene and forwarded them, along with the previous dialogue between the pickup driver and Zhou Qiming, to Sun Ho Yuan. After a moment of silence, Sun Ho Yuan replied, Sun Ho Yuan, clean up the body yourself. In the future, there's no need to send so-called evidence. Those who perish at the hall of execution are all deserving of their fate. Upon reading the response, Yi Ming smiled faintly. His interest in the hall of execution deepened. At the Qingyun Society's conference hall, who is it? Who on earth has killed Qiming? With such a significant individual gone, is there not a shred of information available? Zhou Qingyun slammed his hands down on the table, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. The few subordinates reporting to him lowered their heads, apologizing. We truly had no idea, Boss Zhou. We were standing right by the door, but the moment we opened it, the person vanished without a trace. We searched for a long time and went to all the places young Master Qiming frequented, yet we still found nothing. Are you suggesting he sprouted wings and flew away? Zhou Qingyun hurled the documents on the table aside. One subordinate was struck, a gash opened on his head, blood gushing forth. Brother, this matter may not be as straightforward as it seems, interjected Zhou's second brother, Zhou Ji. He was the only educated member of the Zhou family, serving as the strategist for the Qingyun Society, albeit with limited strength, his contract spirit being a S-Class Saintess, and his realm barely at level 1. Second brother, what do you mean? Zhou Qingyun turned to Zhou Ji. The latter waved off the subordinates and, with a grave expression, spoke. Brother, this is too suspicious. Just a few days after the death of the third brother, Qiming has also perished. Both were killed without a trace, as if it were meticulously plotted. I suspect this is a conspiracy against the Qingyun Society. A conspiracy? Zhou Qingyun furrowed his brow. Our Qingyun Society has always maintained a low profile. Who would target us? Brother, have you forgotten that we are currently dealing in the sale of the intensified grass? Zhou Ji reminded him. This substance is illegal, and once it becomes known, it could spread widely across the market. Think about it. Who would be most opposed to such a situation? Zhou Qingyun's heart sank, and he nearly blurted out. You mean the authorities? Yes, precisely them. Zhou Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. I previously investigated, and just before Qiming's death, he received a phone call. The person on the other end informed me that Qiming had arranged for someone to intimidate Yi Ming, the youngest heir of the Yi family. Shortly thereafter, Qiming met his end. The Yi family. Zhou Qingyun's fist cracked ominously as he muttered. It is highly likely that that bastard Yi Ming is responsible for Qiming's death. Damn it, he killed my son. Even if he is of the Yi family, I will take a leg from him. Brother, please do not rush. Allow me to finish. Zhou Ji pushed up his glasses and analyzed, in my view. The Yi family is merely a pawn in this game. The true mastermind has yet to reveal themselves. I suggest we halt all sales of the intensified grass and take a trip abroad to avoid the storm before returning. Avoid the storm? So my son dies in vain? Zhou Qingyun bellowed. Preserve the Green Mountains, and one need not fear a lack of firewood. Safeguarding our lives is paramount. Zhou Ji insisted. Aucun a cigarette. Took a deep drag and declared, Qiming cannot die in vain. Second brother, you go on your own. Brother, you. Enough. My decision is final. Do not urge me further. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Zhou Ji stood up, and as he reached the door, turned to say, Brother, if you perish, I shall retrieve your remains and exact vengeance. After uttering these words, he turned and departed. Upon arriving downstairs, he entered his exclusive high-end black sedan and had just ignited the engine when, boom, the sound of an explosion erupted. Zhou Ji was dead. Zhou Qinyan roared, "Second brother." After completing all that was necessary, Yi Ming returned home. Whether it was the assassination of Zhou Kuei or Zhou Qiming, he felt not a tremor within. He appeared utterly unfazed. And Yu found it hard to believe. "Yi Ming, I've heard that the first act of murder is a peculiar experience. You should feel a heaviness in your chest, your body trembling, sweat pouring down, and a cacophony of chaotic thoughts causing you a splitting headache. When you killed Zhou Kuei for the first time, I thought you were just taken aback, but now, having slain Zhou Qiming, I sense you are not afraid of killing." "Afraid?" Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. In his previous life as a top-tier assassin, he had dispatched countless nefarious criminals and repeatedly faced life-threatening situations, long since having forgotten the essence of fear. Moreover, killing someone like Zhou Kuei or Zhou Qiming felt trivial. Perhaps it was a matter of innate talent. "Do you remember what teacher Sun Hoyuan said about me?" Yi Chen smiled. He claimed I was a born killer, endowed with exceptional assassination skills. Being a genius, I certainly cannot be compared to others. Ing Yu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in a manner reminiscent of a chick pecking at rice. "What you say makes sense." Chapter 36. Upholding Justice in the Name of Heaven. Subsequently, with the assistance of the enigmatic Ing Yu, Yi Ming successfully refined the bloodthirsty bear's paw. A torrent of searing power surged through his body. His muscles grew ever more taut, and the flow of his hot blood quickened significantly. A potent energy brewed within him. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Ming dashed into the training room of his home. With a resounding punch, the testing apparatus affixed to the mechanical post shattered the limits. By the heavens! Sister Yi Xin happened to pass by and was utterly stunned, her jaw dropping in disbelief. "Yi Ming, are you jesting? The upper limit of this device is 3,000 kilograms, and you surpassed it with a single blow? Is this truly necessary? You're still a second-tier contract cultivator." It is worth noting that Yi Xin's contracted spirit is the S-Class Saintess, renowned for its immense strength. As a third-tier contract cultivator, she possesses a punch that exerts 2,800 kilograms of force, which is already remarkable. Yet, Yi Ming's prowess eclipsed hers. It was as if he were not even attempting to conceal his abilities. "What manner of beast is your contracted spirit, Yi Ming?" Yi Xin, overwhelmed with astonishment, found herself at a loss for words. Yi Ming replied with a calm smile, a which, perhaps, "Are you envious of me?" Such envy is futile. As time progressed, Yi Ming fervently delved into the secret realms, deliberately selecting those teeming with ferocious beasts. The greater the number and diversity of the beasts, the more effective his spiritual talent, slaughter growth would become. He was in a relentless pursuit of enhancement. Boom! Within the secret realm, as the last of the Thunder Eagles fell before him, Yi Ming once again shattered his personal record for clearing the realm. Clearance time, 6:30, personal record broken. Congratulations. You have obtained Thunder Eagle's Claw. A claw the size of a palm materialized in Yi Ming's hand, shimmering a deep azure, reminiscent of a crystalline gem, with arcs of lightning flickering across its surface, unmistakably valuable. "Mr. Yi, the Thunder Eagle's Claw is exceedingly precious and can fetch a high price of 200,000 on the market. Should you desire, we can exchange it for Dragon Country currency," the staff member eagerly offered. "No need. I find it rather appetizing," Yi Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively as he lifted the Thunder Eagle's Claw and took a hearty bite. With a crackling sound, electric currents danced wildly in his mouth, akin to consuming popping candy. The terrifying power threatened to erupt, yet Ing Yu intervened just in time to restrain it. Yi Ming successfully absorbed the Thunder Eagle's Claw. The staff members stood in shock. Is it truly possible to consume beast materials whole? This is simply astonishing. Huh, others may not manage it, but I can, Yi Ming declared as he turned to leave, leaving the staff with a strikingly nonchalant silhouette. As he exited the hall, Yi Ming encountered Wang Haoyang. The latter was conversing with a burly man. Upon noticing Yi Ming's approach, Wang Haoyang's brows furrowed. He addressed the muscular companion beside him. "Brother, that kid has assaulted me. If you encounter him in the secret realm, do me a favor and help me reclaim my honor. The burly man was momentarily taken aback, pondering the realm of that young lad and the nature of his contracted spirit. A second-tier contract master with a witch spirit? How trivial! He could easily defeat him. With a smirk, the man confidently declared, "Fear not, just a witch contract master. Leave this to me. I shall be stationed at the transmission hall tomorrow, wherever he goes. I shall follow. I, Wu Miao, am a third-tier contract master with a holy rhinoceros spirit at my command, dealing with a second tier, which is a mere trifle. However, regarding the fee, Wang Haoyang promptly transferred 10,000. My dear brother, you are quite generous. I shall handle this." Wu Miao chuckled. "Huh, you think to confront me? That is nothing short of courting death." Night Ming, listening nearby, couldn't help but sneer. Although he was merely a second-tier contract master, his power was formidable. Even third-tier contract masters were no match for him. As for Wu Miao, even 10 of him would stand no chance against Night Ming. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a notification sounded from his phone. It was a message from Sun Ho Yuan. "Sun Ho Yuan, are you free? The organization wishes to assign you a task." Night Ming, "I haven't officially joined the slaughter hall, so why the task?" "Sun Ho Yuan, your talent is exceptional. You should hone your skills. Rest assured, all tasks undertaken will be documented in your record, significantly aiding your advancement." Night Ming understood. He accepted the task sent by Sun Ho Yuan. Task name, Justice Assassination Target. Wu Miao, target level, third-tier contract master, C-Class Holy Rhinoceros Spirit. Reason for assassination, investigation revealed Wu Miao's illicit activities. He has been involved in human trafficking, an atrocious crime. However, the evidence collected is insufficient for a death sentence. The slaughter hall acts on behalf of justice, ensuring he receives the penalty he deserves. Wu Miao, what a coincidence. A chilling glint appeared in Night Ming's eyes. Earlier, Wu Miao had plotted against him, and now it was his turn to face retribution. This man truly deserved death. However, if I could manage to ensure he does not receive the death penalty, would that complicate matters? Night Ming picked up his phone and sent a question to Sun Ho Yuan. "Night Ming, is this action legal?" "Sun Ho Yuan, it is both legal and justified. Human trafficking will not be tolerated. The lack of evidence is due to Wu Miao's prior attempts to destroy it. If we wait for the court's verdict, who knows how many more innocent lives may fall victim to his hands." Sun Ho Yuan, the sooner this task is completed, the better. Ideally, it should be executed tonight. Night Ming understood. Human traffickers are indeed the most despicable of criminals. They destroy families, devoid of humanity, akin to barbaric fiends. Night Ming had taken many lives before, and among them, human traffickers were the most he had slain. Tonight, he would take action. Nighttime. The streets lay cloaked in darkness. Rainwater dripped from eaves, pooling on the pavement. In the midst of this, a young woman, elegantly dressed, walked down the street while engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her as a bag was pulled over her head. "Who are you? What do you want? Stop. Let me go." The woman struggled fiercely, but her petite frame was no match for the brawny captors surrounding her, one of whom was an adept contract enforcer. Escape was utterly beyond her reach. "Hurry, bind her to the vehicle. This one will fetch a handsome price. I stand to gain at least 200,000. The coarse voice reverberated in her ears. Alarmed by his words, she redoubled her efforts to break free, yet her resistance only fueled the excitement of her captors. They secured her hands and feet, unceremoniously tossing her into the back seat. "Help! Help me!" she cried, desperation lacing her voice. "Help! What a joke!" Thud! A dull sound echoed as darkness began to envelop her. Her eyelids grew heavy. She fought valiantly against the impending unconsciousness, but excruciating pain rendered her efforts futile. She was struck down. In a pitch-black void, a white van navigated the dilapidated streets, cloaked by the cover of night, gradually departing from the cacophony of the city. Raindrops tapped against the windows, and Wu Miao, seated in the passenger seat, removed his mask with a triumphant exclamation. "Damn, this is exhilarating. We snag a live one without any effort." He envisioned the riches that lay before him. Beside him, a subordinate chuckled in agreement. "Ha, these people have grown complacent. Out here at night, daring to wander the unmonitored old streets. Who else would they target if not her?" The trio erupted into laughter, reveling in their ill-gotten gains. Suddenly, a chilling voice from the back seat pierced through the jovial atmosphere, indeed, capturing 3 traffickers in one fell swoop. What a remarkable windfall this has turned out to be. Chapter 37. Enacting Justice. Wu Mao's body trembled as he hastily turned around. However, the moment he did, a chilling scythe glinted ominously at his throat. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Yi Ming's figure, and his heart quaked. "It's you. Have you seen my face?" A crimson glimmer flickered in Yi Ming's eyes. As a premier assassin, he harbored an unusual quirk. Should anyone inadvertently catch sight of his visage during a mission, he would ensure they would never speak of it again. Whoosh! The realm of darkness unfurled. The vehicle, which had been hurtling forward at high speed, was suddenly enveloped in shadows. The wheels continued to spin, yet the car itself came to a standstill. "Damn it! What kind of sorcery is this? I will fight you!" Wu Mao bellowed, unleashing a furious aura as a spectral figure clad in beastly armor materialized behind him. His skin hardened, and a horn as resilient as steel sprouted from his forehead. The Rhinoceros Maiden? Perhaps it would be more fitting to call her the Unicorn Maiden. "Your power is far too feeble." Swish! A flash of red light. The vehicle, shrouded in darkness, was abruptly cleaved in two. Along with the car, Wu Mao and his companions' necks were severed. Swish, swish, swish. The scythe continued its relentless assault. Within the realm of darkness, the cold glimmer of the blade surged forth. Ultimately, the van was reduced to mere fragments, and with it, the bodies of Wu Mao and his companions were completely consumed by the shadows. When the realm of darkness receded, Yi Ming found himself on the street, rain cascading upon him. In one hand, he wielded the scythe, while the other cradled the abducted girl. Blood mingled with the rain and dripped onto the ground, only to be swiftly devoured by the darkness. Mission accomplished. Yi Ming delivered the girl to the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. He concealed himself in a blind spot devoid of surveillance, watching as the officers escorted her inside. Finally exhaling in relief. Mission accomplished. Yi Ming sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. "Yi Ming, all done. I eliminated 3 individuals, all associates of Wu Mao. Sun Ho Yuan, thus, your strength has indeed surpassed that of a Tier 3 contract master. Wu Mao is a Tier 3 contract master, so Yi Ming's ability to slay him indicates his prowess exceeds that level." Yi Ming, correct. Upon reading Yi Ming's reply, Sun Ho Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation within his office. Surpassing a Tier 3 contract master, achieving a score of 700 in the martial arts examination was undoubtedly within reach. He pondered whether to exempt Yi Ming from the score requirement for joining the killing hall. Such talent should be nurtured as early as possible. No, this matter requires my teacher's approval. Yi Ming is a promising prospect. He deserves special consideration. Meanwhile, Yi Ming, noticing the silence from Sun Ho Yuan, assumed the latter had logged off. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Not even a word before signing off. He shook his head as dusk began to fall, preparing to return home for some rest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a vibration emanated from a phone. It was not Yi Ming's, but rather Wu Mao's. Yi Ming opened the phone to find a new message. "Old Tao, what are you doing? Where is the promised shipment? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Is it because the girl is too beautiful for you to move? Let me tell you, if there is even the slightest damage to the goods, the price will be halved to 100,000. The goods he refers to are the girl that Wu Mao previously kidnapped. These despicable human traffickers operate in such a manner. They kidnap first and immediately seek buyers. Quick and decisive action has left the law enforcement officials quite perplexed. Fortunately, Wu Mao's phone was left behind. This is a habit of Yi Ming. In his previous life, while executing missions against human traffickers, he would always leave their phones behind, and if luck was on his side, he could catch both the upper and lower echelons in one fell swoop. First, I will send a message to Teacher Sunday, Yi Ming. Their S.A. situation. A person named Old Tao is contacting Wu Mao. He seems to be a buyer. Sun Ho Yuan, I am interested in hearing your plan. Yi Ming. The most prudent course of action is to stall the other party, remain inactive, and devise a comprehensive plan to ensnare them once their guard is lowered. However, I do not recommend this approach. Yi Ming, while it is crucial to capture them all, it is even more vital to act swiftly. The longer we delay, the more likely unforeseen circumstances will arise, especially with these cunning traffickers. Sun Hoyuan, so are you suggesting? Yi Ming, capturing Old Tao may lead to his demise. After sending this message, Sun Hoyuan did not respond immediately. He was contemplating and weighing the best course of action. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent a message. Sun Hoyuan, stay safe. Yi Ming, understood. After sending the final message, Yi Ming powered down his phone. He picked up Wu Mao's phone, read a few of his usual replies, and responded in his tone. Wu Mao, damn it. I ran into the cops checking vehicles on the way. Thankfully, I took a detour, or I would have been in deep trouble. Old Tao, what is going on? Can we still proceed with the transaction? If not, let us forget it. Wu Mao, forget your mother. Can I afford to waste time with this business? Delaying even a day might lead to disaster. Hurry and come for the deal. I'll give you a better price. Old Tao, that sounds good. Wu Mao, shall we meet at the usual place? The other party paused momentarily before slowly replying. Old Tao, let us change the location to the abandoned repair shop. I'll send you the address. The other party provided the address to Yi Ming. Upon seeing the last sentence, Yi Ming's brow furrowed slightly. There was something peculiar, and they might be suspecting me. Huh, these wretched traffickers are indeed shrewd. Caution is the mother of safety. Restarting his phone, he sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Yi Ming, have Su Xiao come help. He asked the examiner for my last assessment. I'll send you the address. Sun Hoyuan, all right. At the abandoned repair shop, Old Tao, clad in a leather jacket, concluded the conversation, and his gaze turned fierce. Boss, what is wrong? Is something amiss? Asked his subordinate with a center-parted hairstyle. Old Tao wore a grim expression. It wasn't exactly a crisis, but he felt an unsettling sense of something being off. Call Scar and inform him that there is an urgent matter requiring his presence within 5 minutes. Additionally, summon 10 capable subordinates with commendable physical prowess. The subordinate with a center-parted hairstyle nodded, albeit uncertain of the elder brother's intentions. Nonetheless, he dutifully placed the call. Before long, a burly bald man accompanied by a group of tattooed subordinates entered the premises. The leading bald man bore a particularly fearsome scar across his face, a memento from a fierce altercation during a previous engagement, a confrontation not a mere trifles, but a duel between contract practitioners, a clandestine battle to the death, often accompanied by high stakes. Quickly close the door. At Lao Tao's command, the subordinates secured the factory entrance. Scar cast a glance around, mockingly remarking, I say, Lao Tao, what are you afraid of? I'm here now. Who would dare lay a hand on you? It seems that as your business expands, your courage diminishes. Caution is always prudent, Lao Tao replied, turning to Scar. If my memory serves me correctly, you are a third-tier contract practitioner, are you not? Indeed. And what level is your contract spirit? A-class. Very well. Lao Tao exhaled in relief. Chapter 38. I am not the sheriff. I am the harbinger of death. Scar is a thug who thrives in the underbelly of society. For a price, he is willing to undertake any task, including murder and arson. Lao Tao is a trafficker who, during transactions, requires muscle to prevent double-crossing, which is why he frequently hires Scar. Over time, they have developed a certain familiarity. Are you suggesting that Wu Mao might be in trouble? Scar inquired. Lao Tao furrowed his brow, uncertain of the situation. From his manner of speaking, he seems fine, but there was a period where he did not respond to me. He claimed to have encountered the police. Yet something feels amiss, which is why I summoned you. Damn it, you're just stirring up trouble. Scar scoffed, issuing a warning. If nothing comes of this, you owe me 30,000 for emotional distress. Fine. Lao Tao nodded, for he could afford such a sum. Tick-tock. Time slipped away, and the sound of an engine grew nearer. A white van slowly approached the abandoned repair shop. Lao Tao and Scar both rose to their feet, yet the door remained shut. The voice of a guard echoed. Where's Wu Mao? Why haven't I seen him? Damn, are you the police? Bang. Just as the words left his lips, the van crashed violently into the workshop. Lao Tao and Scar's expressions shifted dramatically. Trouble had indeed arrived. Get to work. Eliminate that bastard in the vehicle, Lao Tao commanded, as a dozen of his henchmen armed with steel pipes rushed forward. They rained blows upon the van's windows like reckless marauders, unafraid even of the shards of glass. How dare you wreak havoc on my territory at this hour? Even if you are the police, you will meet your end here. Lao Tao brandished a machete, a cigarette dangling from his lips, striding toward the van with an imposing demeanor. But in the next moment, bang, a formidable figure erupted from the van. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, sending all the henchmen sprawling. Su Chang'e stood atop the van, donning a mask with a fearsome visage, hands tucked into his pockets, bellowing at the crowd. Those who wish to live, lie flat on the ground. My wind blades show no mercy. As his words fell, Su Chang'e swept his hand, and dozens of wind blades whistled through the air, carving deep gashes into the piled-up cars and walls. Damn, a contract master. The henchman hurriedly dropped to the ground. Who isn't a contract master these days? Scar rolled up his sleeves, veins bulging, as nearby debris clung to his arms, transforming him into a frenzied titan charging at Su Chang'e. Boom! The clash of wind blades against iron limbs produced dazzling sparks. Damn, we can't stay here any longer. A contract master has intervened. There's more at play here. Seizing the chaos, Lao Tao scrambled to the electrical switch, flipping it off with a decisive snap. The workshop was plunged into darkness. Suddenly, a cacophony of wails erupted, not from one person, but a multitude. I must escape. Lao Tao donned the night vision goggles he had prepared in advance, crouching low and stealthily moving along the wall. He endeavored to suppress his breathing, yet his nerves were so heightened that he could distinctly hear the pounding of his own heart. Calm down, he reassured himself. It's pitch dark here. No one can see me but myself. At long last, he reached the back door. However, as he opened it, a sharp scythe was suddenly pressed against his neck. Such a lively scene. Where are you off to? Take me with you, would you? Night Ming, wielding the scythe, looked at Lao Tao with mockery. The latter's pupils constricted in shock, his mind buzzing. Why you? Who are you? Black and white impermanence? As the lights in the workshop flickered back on, all the henchmen were bound hand and foot, their faces shrouded in black cloth, mouths stuffed with foul socks. They had all succumbed to unconsciousness, unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Your efficiency is quite remarkable. In the time it took to extinguish the lights, you've managed to subdue all the henchmen? Su Chang'e remarked in astonishment as he gazed at Night Ming. Before their departure, they had devised a simple plan. Su Chang'e would confront the repair shop head-on, while Night Ming would act from shadows. Let us depart. I have summoned the sheriff, and they will soon arrive to clean up this mess. None of the abduction accomplices can escape, referring to those henchmen with socks stuffed in their mouths. These fellows are the most detestable. They lack both sense and restraint, daring to engage in any nefarious act without awareness of being used as pawns. As for Lao Tao and Scarface, they had been rendered unconscious. Night Ming and his companion shoved them into a van and transported them to an interrogation room arranged by Sun Ho Yuan. Inside the interrogation room, Lao Tao gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? What is this place? He scanned his surroundings, but upon seeing the figure before him, his heart sank. Had he not been handcuffed to the table, he would have surely toppled from his chair. It's you. Night Ming nodded. Yes, it is I. Now, I have a few questions for you. Who is your superior? The term superior referred to the individual who had instigated Lao Tao's criminal dealings. In any transaction in the world, there exists a demand and an intermediary. Lao Tao was that intermediary. I don't know, don't ask me. I know nothing. Lao Tao shook his head vehemently. I don't know. Night Ming seized a dark dagger and plunged it directly into Lao Tao's palm. Blood gushed forth. Lao Tao cried out in agony. Damn it. You're torturing me. Even the sheriff doesn't have this right. Lawyer. I want to request a lawyer. With another flash of cold steel, Night Ming struck Lao Tao's other hand. A lawyer? In my grasp, no one can save you. Let me remind you, this is not the police station, and I am not a sheriff. If you refuse to answer my questions, I will subject you to 1,000 cuts. Night Ming, concerned that Lao Tao might not grasp the meaning of 1,000 cuts, took the liberty to elaborate further. After enduring 1,000 cuts, only then would Lao Tao meet his demise. This was assuredly precise. Aren't you a cop? Why do you bound me? Lao Tao glared with intensity, questioning vehemently. With a dismissive scoff, Yi Ming, uninterested in further banter, unsheathed a small blade and severed one of Lao Tao's fingers with a swift motion. The sound of his anguished cries echoed once more. "Speak, or I shall remain silent, even unto death." "Very well, you have compelled my hand," Yi Ming stated, retrieving an axe from outside the door and brandishing it menacingly above Lao Tao's head. "Do take heed. I intend to deliver a blow, but fret not, I assure you. One strike shall not bring about your end. Go ahead if you dare." Lao Tao retorted defiantly. With a swift descent, the axe fell. One of Lao Tao's ears was severed, blood spraying forth violently. The pain rendered his visage pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, Yi Ming felt no remorse for his cruelty. Such traffickers deserved their fate and were unworthy of sympathy. Blood continued to spurt forth as Lao Tao clenched his teeth, enduring the loss of chunks of flesh without uttering a word. Resorting to his ultimate tactic, Yi Ming secured Lao Tao to an iron frame and brandished a spike club, aiming it at his lower body. "Who? Bang! Stop! I will speak. I will speak. It is the Wang family. My superior is the Wang family." Chapter 39. Who doesn't gather a few classmates? The Wang family? Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Which Wang family? The illustrious family of Sangnan City, the Wang family. They are my superior, and 90% of my goods go to them, with the remainder sold to individual clients. Lao Tao spoke rapidly, his gaze unfocused, having long lost his courage, and he was not lying. The Wang family. Yi Ming pointed it. In Sangnan City, both the Wang family and the Yi family are renowned, with vast industries that constitute the backbone of the city's economy. How could such a prominent family be involved in human trafficking? Quite suspicious. What would they possibly want with the goods? Yi Ming inquired again. Lao Tao shook his head. Genuinely in the dark this time. In our line of work, there are taboos. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. I am merely a middleman, earning a meager profit. Who would dare to inquire about the purpose of the goods? I only learned about the Wang family's identity by chance. He divulged all that he knew. Stepping outside, Yi Ming promptly relayed all the gathered information to Sun Hoyuan. However, Sun Hoyuan did not seem surprised. Instead, he appeared somewhat exhilarated. Sun Hoyuan, excellent. The Wang family has been struggling in business lately and recently allied with a pharmaceutical company. We have preliminary information implicating them in human trafficking and illegal human drug trials. I was just lamenting our inability to make a breakthrough. Sun Hoyuan, Yi Ming, I've heard you have a grudge against Wang Haoyang. I will send you his location, bring him back, and the interrogation will be mine to handle. Is this a plan to take down the Wang family? A chill crept down Yi Ming's spine. The Wang family's enterprises encompass all of Sangnan City. Such a vast family can act swiftly and decisively. The power possessed by the Silent Hall is astonishing. Joining such an organization is indeed a pathway to advancement. Yi Ming mused. Before capturing Wang Haoyang, there was still a matter he needed to address. Yi Ming, how should we deal with Lao Tao? Sun Hoyuan, what are your thoughts? Yi Ming, human traffickers are unforgivable. They must be eliminated. Sun Hoyuan, then let it be done. Remember to handle it discreetly. Yi Ming ended the call, turned, and re-entered the room. A swift flash. Lao Tao's head was severed. The corpse was consumed by darkness. Everything flowed seamlessly. Ing, who observed this from the depths of the spirit's sea, silently gave Yi Ming a thumbs up. Professional. Now it is your turn. Yi Ming gazed at the arrest warrant for Wang Haoyang on his phone, leapt into the air, and vanished into the shadows. In a mahjong parlor, Wang Haoyang, cigarette in mouth, was engrossed in the game while boasting with his companions. Damn it. Lately, my luck has been abysmal. Pressured by that brat from a Yi family in reality, and now being dominated by you rascals at the table. I lost 200,000 just after sitting down, and my pocket money is nearly depleted. One of his companions attempted to ease the tension. Hey, Brother Wang, everyone experiences low points. Perhaps your fortune will turn soon. It is said, have you not arranged for anyone to deal with Yi Ming yet? No news? Wang Haoyang is quite the loose-lipped individual, incapable of keeping a secret. Whenever he harbors some petty schemes in his heart, he delights in spilling them at the card table or over drinks. Are you referring to Wu Mao? Wang Haoyang gets irked at the mere mention of this name. Today, I asked him to assist me with this matter, and he had the audacity to raise the price unexpectedly. As if that weren't enough, he wouldn't even give me a clear answer. insisting I read his expressions. If only I were the second tier, I could easily eliminate Yi Ming myself. Damn it, I need to relieve myself. Don't watch my cards. His room is a luxurious private booth, and the restroom is merely a few meters from the card table. Upon entering the restroom, Wang Haoyang unfastens his trousers. Drip, drip, like a faucet left slightly open. The stream is weak and somewhat discolored. Curse it, it's all that Yi Ming's fault. He has had me fuming these past few days. Wang Haoyang curses under his breath, shaking off the droplets from his shoes. Approaching the vanity mirror, he dampens his hands, ready to style a fashionable slicked-back look. However, as he lifts his head, a shadow stealthily stands behind him. The shadow's eyes gleam with a crimson light, fixated intently on Wang Haoyang's reflection in the mirror. Before he can even cry for help, Wang Haoyang feels a sudden heaviness in his head, and his eyelids grow heavy. He succumbs to unconsciousness entirely. Outside the interrogation room, Yi Ming leans against the wall with his hands in his pockets. The bright moonlight cascades from the sky, illuminating the slanted reflections of the building. Enveloped in shadow, Yi Ming stands on the brink of light. Nearby, Su Chang'e sits in chair, listening to the anguished cries emanating from within the interrogation room. He takes a shallow drag from his cigarette and glances at Yi Ming, saying, "I heard the person in the interrogation room is your classmate?" "Indeed." "Wow, that's ruthless. You've only just entered the field, and you've already apprehended a classmate. At this rate, are you going to arrest the principal next?" Yi Ming shoots him a glance, retorting, "I'll arrest you instead." "Arrest me? I'm a model citizen. I haven't even watched any films. You can't apprehend me." Su Chang'e chuckles and shakes his head, choosing not to continue the conversation. The sounds of anguished screams persist from the interrogation room. Yi Ming quietly leans against the wall, gazing up at the bright moon, his expression somewhat distant. "What is the matter? Feeling uneasy?" Su Chang'e rises and pats Yi Ming on the shoulder, saying, "I too have once arrested a classmate. I even copied his homework. To be honest, my heart raced at that moment, fearing he would recognize me. You truly aren't a decent person." Yi Ming shakes his head, stating, "I'm not sentimental. I'm merely tired." "How long until Teacher Sunday?" Bang! Just as he finishes speaking, Sun Ho Yuan kicks the door open. "Teacher Sun, what's the outcome?" Yi Ming inquires. Sun Ho Yuan nods, stating, "The moment I mentioned Old Tao's incident, this fellow immediately began to speak. The Wang family has colluded with Yonghe Pharmaceutical to kidnap individuals and conduct illegal drug trials." "Yonghe Pharmaceutical?" Su Chang'e expressed his confusion. "Isn't this an enterprise from Hanqing City? What brings them here? Furthermore, in this day and age, it is not as if there is a scarcity of test subjects. Offer a fair price, and a throng of individuals seeking a livelihood on the streets would flock to it. Yonghe Pharmaceuticals and the Wang family are not financially strained. There is no need for them to engage in such illicit activities." Yi Ming shared this sentiment, noting that even a malnourished camel is larger than a horse. The Wang family, no matter their circumstances, would not stoop to saving such trivial amounts of money. Under normal circumstances, testing pharmaceuticals would not require the abduction of individuals. However, they are producing illegal drugs. Moreover, the nature of these substances is exceedingly vile, unfit for public scrutiny. Sun Ho Yuan remarked with a solemn expression. Su Chang'e's curiosity was piqued. What kind of drug is so terrifying that it cannot be revealed? Who are they selling it to? As Sun Ho Yuan's eyes gradually narrowed, he revealed, the drug they are producing is called Changshengdian. Su Chang'e. Yi Ming. Chapter 40. The Dual Secret Realm. The demon trained upon becoming a contract master. Humanity is granted an extended lifespan. Yet within this world, a considerable number of affluent ordinary individuals persist. Aging and possessing vast wealth, they yearn fervently for the augmentation of their years. In a conventional world, longevity elixirs are non-existent. However, this realm diverges, as humans wield supernatural abilities and the formidable beasts harbor potent energies within. Utilizing the materials derived from these creatures for pharmaceuticals may indeed yield remedies for prolonging life. Currently, 3 known materials from these beasts can effectively extend the lifespan of an ordinary human by 5 to 10 years. Alas, these materials come with a grave side effect. Upon consumption, the minds of ordinary individuals become eroded by the beasts, transforming them into mindless monstrosities. While exceptions do exist, they are exceedingly rare. To preclude any peril within human society, nations have collectively agreed to ban all production and sale of longevity elixirs, imposing severe penalties on transgressors. With immense profits at stake, few can resist temptation. Whether it be the Wang family or Yonghe Pharmaceuticals, violating this principle will invite retribution. More critically, Yonghe Pharmaceuticals is a foreign enterprise. Should their longevity elixirs commence sales, it would inevitably lead to money laundering and capital flight. They may sell elixirs of life, yet they jeopardize the welfare of the entire populace of the Dragon Kingdom. Sun Hoyuan's chest rose and fell, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Yi Ming and Su Chang'e bore solemn expressions. A seemingly trivial matter unveiled such a significant crisis. Yi Ming was particularly astonished that the Wang family had colluded with a foreign enterprise, peddling the assets of the Dragon Kingdom. This despicable individual, driven by insatiable greed, displayed a complete lack of humanity. Fortunately, this issue was discovered in a timely manner. Yi Ming, you have rendered an immense service this time. I will communicate with my superiors to advocate for your admission to the Hall of Purge before the martial arts examination. Sun Hoyuan's gaze brimmed with appreciation. Yi Ming clasped his fists. I'm deeply grateful, Teacher Sunday. Upon returning home, it was already 3 in the morning. Regarding the Wang family and Yonghe Pharmaceuticals, Sun Hoyuan still needed to conduct further investigations, but he believed that within 5 days, the Wang family would vanish from the entirety of Songnan City. As for the Wang family's consumer enterprises, another family would take over their management, though the specifics remained unclear for the moment. However, these matters were no longer of immediate concern to Yi Ming. His 2 paramount objectives were clear. First, to join the Hall of Purge, and second, to ascend to the rank of a Tier 3 contract master before the martial arts examination. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Ming opened his personal panel. Name, Yi Ming. Spirituality, max level, realm, second stage contract master, 45,101,000. Mental strength, 300 vitality, 300 contract spirit. Dark Knight, Demon Emperor, contract spirit level, SSS, upgradable. Spiritual techniques, Dark Domain, level 5. Demon Armor of Fallen Gods, level 5. Eternal Night descends, level 6. Spiritual talents, talent 1. Growth through slaughter. Growth through slaughter. The essence of blood and death invigorates you. Any being that perishes by your hand will transform into your strength. Your ascension will no longer encounter bottlenecks. Talent 2. Will of the Demon Emperor. Will of the Demon Emperor. In combat against contract masters of the same realm, your abilities will amplify tenfold. Both mental strength and vitality have been enhanced. There remains over 50,000 experience points before ascending to the 3rd stage contract master. Yi Ming pondered for a moment. With merely a few days until the martial arts examination, he believed he could achieve his goals without unforeseen complications. Glancing at the ethereal interface, Yi Ming opened a panel of Ing Yu. Contract Spirit, Dark Knight, Demon Emperor, name, Ing Yu, level, SSS, progress, 0, 1. Revival progress, 6. Yi Ming was startled. The progress and level had increased by 0, 0.5, and the revival progress had surged by 1. Ing Yu, what is happening? Yi Ming distinctly recalled that to enhance these 2 aspects, one needed to refine materials from fierce beasts. Yet, during this period, he had scarcely refined any such materials, nor had he ventured into the secret realms. Ing Yu shook her head. I am uncertain. However, when you were slaying criminals earlier, I felt a strange sensation within me, akin to excitement and exhilaration, which brought me great joy. Perhaps that is the reason. Furthermore, I now possess greater freedom. Look. As she spoke, a sharp dark tentacle coalesced behind Yi Ming, capable of transforming into various forms: blade, sword, spear, or 5-pointed spike. Now, I can join the battle as well. Ing Yu's delicate face broke into a mischievous smile, a sense of fulfillment washing over her at the prospect of aiding Yi Ming. This silly girl. Yi Ming chuckled and shook his head, feeling that his decision to contract with the sorceress was indeed the mark of a true genius, who claimed sorceresses were undesirable. This sorceress is truly exceptional. 2 days later, Yi Ming arrived at the teleportation hall. He was now determined to slay fierce beasts with fervor to gain experience and thus transcend into a third-stage contract master. Mr. Yi Ming, a new dual-person secret realm has recently opened, the Demon Train. It fulfills your criteria of numerous and diverse fierce beasts. If you are interested, you may wish to give it a try. However, since it is a dual-person secret realm, you will need to find a companion. If you cannot, we can assign one to you at random, the staff member introduced cheerfully. Yi Ming stroked his chin, contemplating the dual-person secret realm, the Demon Train. It certainly piqued his interest. In truth, I can manage on my own. I have an assistant. The assistant referred to by Yi Ming is Ing Yu, who shares an unparalleled synergy with him. The staff member shook his head, apologetically stating, "This is a fundamental regulation. We cannot alter it." "Very well. I shall opt for a random match." Under the guidance of the staff, Yi Ming approached the portal. Should any danger arise, he could press the wristband at any moment to exit. If he found his teammates unsatisfactory, he could also withdraw. The staff member's voice gradually faded into obscurity. When Yi Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself atop a speeding train. The train raced forward like an arrow released from a bow. The wind it generated rushing past Yi Ming's ears with a chilling whistle. On either side of the tracks, otherworldly creatures clawed their way up from the depths. Suddenly, a blue beam of light descended beside Yi Ming. As the light dissipated, a girl clad in combat attire widened her eyes in astonishment. "Yi Ming, is that really you?" Lu Yuxuan exclaimed, a spark of joy igniting within her as she eagerly revealed her presence. Yi Ming, I am now a second-tier contract master. You used to mock me, but now I have caught up to you, and I will surely surpass you." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Ming, with an impassive expression, pressed the wristband and exited the secret realm without a second thought, too indifferent to engage with her. Lu Yuxuan stood frozen in place. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Initially taken aback, she soon furrowed her brow, her gaze sharpening as she shouted, "Yi Ming, is it truly so that you hold me in such disdain? I have done nothing to wrong you. Why must you treat me this way? What gives you the right?" Her voice echoed through the train, yet no one heard her, not even Yi Ming. Chapter 41. The Passage Through the Demon Train, Record-Breaking Speed. After exiting, Yi Ming conferred with the staff. Once he confirmed that he would not be matched with Lu Yuxuan, he entered the secret realm with a sense of relief. Whoosh! Upon entering, a blue beam of light enveloped him. As the light dissipated, a tall woman materialized beside him. She possessed a cascade of burgundy hair, tied into a high ponytail. Her upper body was clad in a fitted tube top, while her lower half featured loose cargo pants paired with rugged boots. A dagger and throwing knives hung at her waist. With minimal makeup, she assumed a vigilant combat stance upon entering the secret realm, exuding an air of competence. A second-tier contract master? Chu Luin assessed Yi Ming beside her before redirecting her gaze forward. Yi Ming nodded, affirming that this was his first experience in a dual secret realm. Unbelievable, they paired me with a novice again. Chu Luin fell silent, her expression darkening. The demon train is ill-suited for a second-tier newcomer. It is perilous here. When the demons appear, stay behind me, and I will guide you through. But the rewards for your success must be relinquished to me. Yi Ming remained taciturn. The next moment, the once clear sky turned crimson. Terrifying night demons erupted from the ground, frantically assaulting the train from both sides. They resembled emaciated monkeys, their dark gray skin contrasting with their sharp teeth, displaying remarkable agility. Though they were all second-tier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In an instant, over 3,000 demons swarmed the tops of the 13 train cars. Damn, so many. Chu Luin cursed under her breath. Turning to Yi Ming, I'm about to charge. Make sure to keep up. Whoosh. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Ming's form flickered, transforming into a streak of black light as he surged forward. During his dash, the Godfall demon armor enveloped him, and he gripped his hand, conjuring a long scythe that shimmered with a menacing cold light, leaving a trail of black and red in the air. Yi Ming's speed was astonishing. What the hell are you doing? You're just a second-tier contract master. What are you charging into? Chu Luin exclaimed in anger. Yet in the next moment, her expression drastically changed. As Yiming plunged into the throng of demons, he resembled a reaper of darkness, his scythe slicing through the air with deadly precision. The crimson crescent slashes flickered, and with each strike, dozens of demon heads soared into the air. Behind Yiming, dark tendrils pierced through the demons' bodies, stringing them together before violently hurling them 100 meters away. Yiming and the shadows exhibited an unparalleled synergy. In under 3 minutes, all 3,000 demons lay vanquished. Goodness, what on earth is this? Chu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. No way. You, a second-tier contract master, annihilated 3,000 demons? This is absurd. Didn't you say this was your first time in a dual secret realm? You dare claim this is your debut? This is utterly... Wait. Chu Luin furrowed her brows, the realization dawning upon her. Am I merely a tool to meet the numbers he needs? Damn! Just as her thoughts spiraled into turmoil, more demons surged toward the train. The aberrant creature resembled an enlarged bat, sporting a pair of sword-like fangs, descending menacingly from the heavens. No, I must take action now. Otherwise, I will merely become a tool for numbers. Chu Yuan's eyes gleamed with intensity as crimson vines extended from her shoulders, enveloping her arms and ultimately transforming into 2 resilient whips. A-grade thorn saintess, aberrant creature, meet your demise. As she prepared to strike, however, the scythe of Yiming twisted in front of her, and darkness radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. All airborne aberrations were shrouded in this inky blackness. Spirit technique, eternal night descends. Countless dark claws emerged, ensnaring the flying aberrations and dragging them into oblivion. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in Yiming's mind. Kill of second-tier flying aberration. Realm Experience 2, Spirit Technique Experience 2. Kill of second-tier flying aberration. Realm Experience 2, Spirit Technique Experience 2. Kill of second-tier flying aberration. Realm Experience 2, Spirit Technique Experience 2. There were a total of 2,000 aerial aberrations. Even with some losses, Yiming accrued over 3,000 experience points. Indeed, to elevate one's realm, one requires an abundance of fierce beasts in a secret realm. Yiming clenched his fists, feeling his strength surge once more. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan's heart quaked. What was this peculiar contract spirit aura emanating from him? It was saturated with bloodlust and darkness, entirely unlike that of a saintess. Wait, could he possibly be a witch contract master? With this thought, she recalled the information she had recently received, a prodigious youth from Tsangnan No. 1 High School, max-level spirit. Contract with a witch. Self-destructive or with ulterior motives. Could he be that prodigious witch contract master? A tremor ran through Chu Luin. She hurriedly approached and inquired, "My friend, may I ask your name?" Yiming. Yiming. A flash of lightning erupted in her mind. Yes, it was indeed Yiming. No wonder his prowess was so extraordinary. Chu Yuan's heart found a semblance of balance. If it were Yiming, everything made sense. Just then, amidst her moment of daze, the swiftly moving train abruptly halted. Immediately, Yiming noticed a 15-meter-tall, mutated giant towering before the train, lifting the locomotive and hurling it towards him. Damn! A third-tier fierce beast, the mutated giant. This creature possessed formidable strength. Even I would struggle against it. This secret realm is truly formidable. Chu Luin turned to Yiming. Urgency in her voice. Let us join forces to confront it. No need. A crimson killing intent surged skyward as Yiming transformed into a shadow, charging towards the mutated giant. As he neared its head, he unleashed the dark domain. The giant, poised to retaliate, found itself briefly immobilized, granting Yiming the perfect opportunity to activate the spirit technique. Eternal night descends. Once more, this time targeting a single foe. A chilling darkness coalesced around the blade of the scythe, and the overwhelming force caused Yiming's body to tremble. With both hands gripping the scythe, he unleashed a fierce strike upon the head of the mutated giant, akin to a blood-red crescent moon rising from the realm of darkness. In an instant, the giant's head was severed and sent soaring. successfully defeated a Tier 3 mutated giant, gaining 30 experience points in realm and 30 experience points in spiritual techniques. Congratulations! You have obtained Eye of the Giant. The Eye of the Giant? A material dropped from the foe. This journey was far from futile. Yiming tucked the Eye of the Giant into his pouch, finding it far too grotesque for consumption. Is this what it means to possess full-level spiritual prowess? Even a contract which surpasses me by leaps and bounds. And yet, I'm still merely a Tier 3 contract master. Behind him, Chu Luin had long since succumbed to despair. A Tier 2 contract master effortlessly annihilating a Tier 3 ferocious beast. Such a feat is rarely accomplished. It is truly astonishing. Having slain the mutated giant, Yiming successfully cleared the secret realm yet again, shattering the previous record. Record broken. Congratulations on obtaining Crimson Demon Core, material from a Tier 4 ferocious beast. Chapter 42, The Final Trial. The last chapter of Entering the Hall. Materials from the 4th Order ferocious beasts. A surge of joy coursed through Yiming's heart. Inquiring of Ying Yuyu, she affirmed that this material was well suited for her. What a boon! As it was a dual-person secret realm, the rewards for clearing it were allocated in double. Chu Luin also received share. However, upon approaching Yiming, she handed him the Crimson Demon Core, saying, Yiming, you take this reward. I feel undeserving of such a gift. She was a person of principle, believing in earning one's share through effort. How could she accept without laboring for it? Her conscience would not permit such a thing. Yiming couldn't help but cast another glance at the Crimson Demon Core in Chu Luin's hand. He was not one to be coy. Now that the item was in his possession, he could not refuse it. Thank you, he expressed with a respectful gesture. Chu Luin smiled and shook her head. No need for formality. Let's collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Agreed. With that, their conversation concluded, and Yiming prepared to leave the teleportation hall. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom, 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 from the farthest teleportation portal in the hall. Bolts of lightning surged forth, blackening the ground and injuring several onlooking contractors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Moments later, several powerful figures rushed into the secret realm, and it was only after several minutes that the tumult of lightning from the portal subsided. What is happening? Yiming inquired of the staff. The staff waved dismissively, as if accustomed to it. The beasts in the Thunder Ruins have gone into a frenzy. This occurs almost every month. I've grown used to it. Thunder Ruins? If Yiming recalled correctly, that was a VIP secret realm. Where there is chaos, there are treasures. Yiming, shall we venture in to take a look? Ying Yuyu proposed. Yiming nodded and asked the staff, Can I enter the Thunder Ruins now? Unfortunately not, sir. Even with privileges, it is too dangerous during a beast frenzy. You must wait 5 days until the beasts settle down before you can re-enter. 5 days. Yiming felt as though he had missed a fortune. Never mind, I will first absorb the ferocious beast materials. Yiming exited the teleportation hall. Upon returning home, he immediately closed the door behind him. He took out the Eye of the Giant and 2 Crimson Demon Cores, beginning the process of refinement. Dark energy enveloped the ferocious beast materials, voraciously drawing forth the energy they contained. This process lasted several minutes. At the moment it concluded, a notification echoed in Yiming's mind. Mental power, 310. Vitality, 310. Both his vitality and mental power were enhanced with the aid of the ferocious beast materials. In addition to these attributes, the levels of his spiritual techniques also rose. Dark Domain, level 5-6. Godfall Demon Armor, level 5-6. Eternal Night Descends, level 6-7. Indeed, to grow stronger, one must slay ferocious beasts. Yiming then proceeded to open Ying Yuyu's panel. Contract Spirit, the Dark Knight Demon Emperor, name, Shadow Yuyu. Level, SSS Progress, 0. 15. Resurgence Progress, 7. Both the Resurgence Progress and level enhancement have increased. However, perhaps due to the minimal increment, Shadow Yuyu has not acquired any significant new abilities this time. Once admitted to the Killing Hall, she will gain access to the essence of the Black Dragon's bones. At that point, a substantial enhancement awaits. The essence of the Black Dragon's bones, a material derived from a 6th-tier ferocious beast, contains immense power, crucial for the current stage of Night Ming's development. If one could refine the essence, the resurgence progress could potentially reach 10% or even higher. Shadow Yu began to anticipate this. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the two were lost in thought, Sun Ho Yuan sent a message. Sun Ho Yuan, are you free? Night Ming, is there another assassination mission? Sun Ho Yuan, the dealings between the Wang family and Yonghe Pharmaceuticals have been uncovered. We are now only missing the final piece. They have hidden away a key figure, and once we capture him, everything will fall into place, and the Wang family will no longer exist in Songnan City. Everything is ready. Just one key figure? Night Ming furrowed his brow. He promptly sent a message inquiring further. Night Ming, you've managed to handle everything else, yet you cannot capture a mere key figure? Just say it, Sun Teacher. Is this task yet another test for me? This lad is astute. Sun Ho Yuan, indeed. This is a test for you, bestowed by my mentor, the Vice Lord of the Killing Hall. The Vice Lord? Have I already caught the attention of such a significant figure? Night Ming, a test is a test, but when will I be able to join the Killing Hall? Surely, you cannot expect me to undertake tasks without compensation. The martial arts grand examination is approaching, and I still need to venture into the secret realm to obtain materials from ferocious beasts. This was Night Ming's candid thought, with dissatisfaction brewing within him. He expressed it directly. Bottling it up was unbearable. After a moment of silence, Sun Ho Yuan replied, Sun Ho Yuan, this task is the final trial. Upon successful completion, you will be exempt from the 700 points required in the martial arts grand examination and will directly join the Killing Hall, receiving a base salary of 15 million, and the Black Dragon's essence you desire. 15 million. Night Ming was astonished by this base salary. If memory serves, Sun Ho Yuan previously mentioned that the typical base salary for newcomers to the Killing Hall is around 5 million. This was a threefold increase. Night Ming, I will not disappoint your faith in me, Sun Teacher. Sun Ho Yuan, yes, there will be ample time for gratitude later. I have sent you the mission details. As per usual, commence tonight. Night Ming opened the mission information. Mission title, The Eternal Deception, Part 4. Target, Chun Duan, one of the key figures. Target level, 2nd-tier contract master, belevel contract spirit. Mission content, capture Chun Duan, regardless of his fate. Mission time, tonight at 2200 hours, regardless of his fate. It seems this individual holds some importance, albeit not excessively. Night Ming reclined on his bed, resting for a while, and soon the clock struck 2200 hours. Sun Ho Yuan, I have sent you the location of the target. Once you secure the target, remain in position. I will dispatch other assassins to coordinate with you. Yi Ming, should I conceal my identity from them? Sun Ho Yuan, it is up to you to decide. As night enveloped the world, adorned with twinkling stars, 3 figures turned and entered a dilapidated room within a secluded, old alley. The interior was sparsely furnished, a bed, a table, a chair, while cobwebs clung to the corners and dust blanketed the floor. Brother Chun, you will stay here for a few days. We will send someone to bring you food. One of the younger men said. Chun Din nodded, dressed in a sleek black suit, with thick brows and large eyes, his features relatively handsome, though his demeanor was somewhat despondent. Brother Chun, there is no need for concern. Once this storm passes, we shall enjoy the finer things in life, he continued. Very well, we shall take our leave now. Rest well, Brother Chun. The 2 younger men exited the room, leaving Chun Din seated, legs sprawled, elbows resting on his thighs, sighing repeatedly. Damn it, how could such a well-laid plan suddenly be exposed? Who could be behind this? He scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures appeared on the ground before him. Chun Wanda looked up to find the 2 younger men who had just left, now pointing guns at his head. What are you doing? Chun Duan's pupils dilated in shock. Apologies, Brother Chun, but tonight you must die. Bang! The gun fired. His head was severed, rolling to the floor with a soft thud. Gurgle, gurgle. The heads of the 2 younger men fell at Chun Duan's feet, leaving him in utter astonishment. Yi Ming stood before him, a long scythe dripping with blood in his hand, his eyes filled with a crimson intent to kill. Next, it is your turn. Chun Duan. Chapter 43. The elimination of the 3rd-rank contract master. Who are you? Chun Duan gazed at Yi Ming, his pupils trembling in fear. He sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Yi Ming, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. Yi Ming stood still, wielding a long scythe, as if poised for some unseen purpose. In the next moment, a deafening crash resounded. The roof caved in, and a formidable figure descended from the heavens. Huh, I knew I could catch a big fish, and here you are. The burly man was clad in crystalline armor, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light as he grinned, causing countless shards of crystal to cascade around him. Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly. An S-rank crystal saint, a third-rank contract master. Lu, why are you here? Quickly, save me. Kill this guy. He just tried to kill me. Chen Duan clutched at the last straw of hope. Luning Shan chuckled. Don't worry, he can't kill you. His gaze remained fixated on Yi Ming, as crystalline spikes emerged from his body, amplifying his fists fivefold, exuding immense power. So, this is a ploy to lure me in using Chen Duan? Yi Ming shook his head, finding the ruse tiresome. Dark Domain, activate. The dimly lit room was engulfed in silence, a palpable dread creeping over Lu Nangshan as he surveyed his surroundings. Damn it, this feels sinister. D, he shouted, propelling himself forward with his powerful crystalline fist aimed at Yi Ming. However, as his fist drew within half a meter of Yi Ming, the dark domain fully enveloped him, binding his body in mid-air as if frozen, rendering him immobile. Damn it, let me go. With a swift motion, Yi Ming unleashed a dark throwing knife. The blade sliced through the air, piercing Lu Nangshan's skull effortlessly. His breath faded rapidly, his body consumed by darkness, ultimately transforming into a desiccated corpse. I'll keep the body for later, Yi Ming thought. Lu Nangshan was an unexpected occurrence, and his remains might hold some value. After dispatching Lu Nangshan, Yi Ming turned his attention to Chen Duan, who was now a picture of terror, his pupils quaking in panic. As Yi Ming approached, Chen Duan collapsed to the ground in fright. Please, don't kill me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. I want to live. Chen Duan gritted his teeth. If you dare lay a hand on me, even in death, I will not divulge a single piece of information. Bang! Yi Ming's fist connected with Chen Duan's face, sending teeth flying and blood gushing forth. What bravado at death's door. Is this how you wish to speak? Be compliant. The underworld will come for you soon. With that, Yi Ming struck again, rendering Chen Duan unconscious. As Chen Duan's heavy eyelids fell, his consciousness faded, leaving him slumped in the chair, utterly immobile. The task was complete. Yi Ming gazed down at the desiccated headless corpse of Lu Nangshan, lay sprawled on the ground, his pants soaked with urine. Yet, Yi Ming's expression remained impassive, devoid of any discomfort. Perhaps others would come to rescue Chen Duan. He decided to wait. Yi Ming remained wholly concentrated, concealed in the shadows. Time passed slowly until he was certain no one else would arrive to assist Chen Duan. He then took out his phone. Yi Ming, it's done. I've knocked Chen Duan unconscious and eliminated Lu Nangshan. Sun Ho Yuan, Lu Nangshan? So he was hiding here. Is he injured? I recall, he is a Tier 3 contracted master, with an S-level contracted spirit. Yi Ming initially intended to assert that he was unscathed. However, he reflected that words could not convey the reality as vividly as an image. Thus, he captured a photograph of Lu Nangshan and sent it to Sun Ho Yuan. Wow. Had they been drained to a mere husk? Sun Ho Yuan gasped, realizing the extent of Yi Ming's prowess. Sun Ho Yuan, the assessment is concluded. I will arrange for someone to extract you, and it will take no more than 5 minutes. Yi Ming, understood. Ending the conversation, Yi Ming surveyed his surroundings before enveloping himself in the dark domain, retreating into the shadows. To the outside world, he appeared to have vanished completely, his presence concealed entirely, a technique mastered by elite assassins, which even a Tier 5 contracted master could scarcely penetrate. Soon, a soft rustle echoed from outside the door. 2 figures, one white and one black, entered the room. The white figure inadvertently stepped on Lu Nangshan's arm. Upon seeing this, he exclaimed, "What the? A ghost!" The black figure shot him a disapproving glance, signaling him not to overreact. This is a corpse killed by the new assassin mentioned by Captain Sunday Wow. That newcomer seems quite formidable. Lu Nangshan is a Tier 3 contracted master with an S-level spirit. At this level, the physical body of a contracted master undergoes transformation, making it more resilient and difficult to destroy, to be reduced to a mere husk. Could it be that the newcomer is a demon reborn? Is their contracted spirit akin to a nine-tailed fox? This time, the black figure remains silent. Retrieving the urea bag. Indeed, it was a urea bag, into which he placed Chindewen. After clearing away the traces of the struggle, the white figure remarked, "This insufferable newcomer leaves without even cleaning up the battlefield. It's utterly outrageous that we, two veterans, must tidy up after him. If I find out who he is, I shall deliver a comprehensive set of punches to impart some elderly affection." "No, you are mistaken," the black figure replied calmly. "He hasn't left. He has been here all along, in this very room." The white figure was taken aback. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Who told you to be so verbose? Consider this a lesson." The two figures, one black and one white, departed, grumbling as they went. As Night Ming was about to depart, he noticed a fleeting glance from the shadowy figure in the corner of his eye. Quite formidable, he mused. He then picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Ho Yuan. "Night Ming, a person has been taken away. Are there any other tasks?" "Sun Ho Yuan, congratulations on successfully completing your final assessment. I have submitted your information, and once the review is completed, I will inform you immediately." "Night Ming, another review?" "Sun Ho Yuan, under normal circumstances, it would not be necessary, but your performance has been exceptionally outstanding, warranting a personal review by the Vice Hall Master. He has taken a keen interest in you." "Sun Ho Yuan, rest assured, I will not leave you waiting in vain during this period. I have sent 3 materials from 5th-tier ferocious beasts to your residence, all suitable for the witch contracting master. So you need not complain about our Hall of Slaughter being stingy. 3 5th-tier ferocious beast materials, fit for the witch contracting master." Night Ming felt a surge of joy within him, making a mental note of this kindness. In this age dominated by the saintess contracting masters, acquiring high-tier materials compatible with witches is exceedingly challenging. Apart from the secret realms, the only means to obtain them is through battling ferocious beasts in the outer domains, and they are rarely available for purchase, even with ample wealth. "Night Ming, thank you, Teacher Sunday, Sun Ho Yuan. By the way, I want to give you a heads up. After the Wang family's decline, their former assets will be taken over by your Night family. In due time, someone will arrange a meeting with your second uncle. Remind him not to be anxious." Night Ming understood. Chapter 44. The esteem of the Deputy Hall Master upon returning home. Yi Ming found his second uncle, Yi Jun, pacing anxiously in the main hall, his hands clasped behind his back. On the table lay a meticulously crafted wooden box. "Second uncle," Yi Ming called out. Yi Jun immediately approached him, his concern palpable. "Yi Ming, what on earth have you been up to lately? Why are you involved with the head of the secret realm in Songnan City?" Glancing at the wooden box, Yi Ming quickly comprehended the situation. The materials had been sent by Jiang Qingyi. Although the Yi family was a prominent clan in Songnan City, their influence paled in comparison to the powerful figures like Jiang Qingyi in this world of commerce. "Second uncle, this matter is rather complex. What did the head of the realm say to you?" Yi Ming inquired. "He mentioned that this item is a gift for you, recognizing your outstanding performance in the secret realm, and thus he specifically sent you some materials from fierce beasts," Yi Jun replied. Understanding that the situation was likely more intricate than it seemed, Yi Jun remarked, "Yi Ming, I just examined the fierce beast materials. They are exceedingly precious, valued at over 10 million. I doubt that he would offer such an extravagant gift merely to express admiration." After a moment of silence, Yi Ming sighed. "Very well, I shall be candid. The martial arts examination is imminent, and I am determined to secure the top position in Songnan City. These materials are an investment from Jiang Qingyi in my potential." "Such nonsense," Yi Jun retorted, rolling his eyes. "If merely flattery could earn one the top spot, your third uncle would have already gained national fame. Nevertheless, if you choose not to elaborate, I shall refrain from pressing further. Just remember, whatever you do, never violate your principles. Do not engage in actions that are unjust or immoral." Yi Ming nodded, relieved that his second uncle was reasonable. If it were his third uncle, he would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly, probing for every detail. By the way, second uncle, there will be discussions with high-ranking officials from Songnan City in the coming days. Do not be nervous or flustered. Once you receive the news, refrain from discussing it with anyone, including third uncle, for he has a tendency to let slip secrets. Yiming advised. Just as Yiming finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. Who are you calling a blabbermouth? Yiming? What are you doing here at this late hour? Are you about to go out? What is in that wooden box you're holding? Third Uncle Yi when approached, bombarding him with questions before even drawing near. Yiming quickly deflected. Third uncle, your timing is impeccable. I need 5 million for materials, so I must take my leave. With that, he turned to exit. Third Uncle Yi when hummed a tune as he departed, seemingly unfazed. Yiming shook his head, accustomed to such encounters. Back in his room, Yiming opened the wooden box. A pungent, metallic scent assaulted his senses, and the bright light was shrouded in a crimson mist. Inside lay 3 materials resembling skulls, adorned with swirling black patterns. Their hollow eye sockets seemed to gaze intently at Yiming, instilling an unsettling feeling within him. These were materials from a 5th-tier fierce beast, the malevolent spirit skull. This substance embodied darkness, bloodshed, and slaughter, making it an utterly fitting choice for a sorceress. Yiming, teacher's son, has truly put in considerable effort this time. Ing Yu discerned the value of the 3 materials at a glance. Yiming nodded, and immediately, a dark aura enveloped the 3 withered skeletons, voraciously siphoning their power. Enshrouded in darkness, Yiming's physique became more defined, as if black runes flickered beneath his skin. He grew stronger, successfully absorbed the malevolent spirit skeleton. Level up progress 1. 35. Revival progress 1. Mental power 310-330. Vitality 310-330. Contract spirit Godfallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name Ingyu. Level SSS. Progress 1. 5. Revival progress 8. Yiming gazed at the information on the panel, his eyes sparkling with delight. The level-up progress had surged by over 1%. Truly, these materials were befitting of a sorceress. If only I could venture into the Outer Realms right now, Yiming sighed. The Outer Realms are lawless territory, dominions of ferocious beasts, and the optimal place to procure materials. However, the law strictly prohibits entry into the Outer Realms before one becomes a 3rd-tier contract master. Not even an SSS-level Saint Contract Master is exempt. Alas, I shall wait until I achieve the status of a 3rd-tier Contract Master. Yiming remained undaunted. Just as he pondered, a voice filled with excitement resonated from Ing Yu. Yiming, my freedom has increased. With that, 2 dark tendrils extended from Yiming's back, doubling from 1 to 2. What a significant enhancement. Let us test the effects in the training room. Yiming rose to depart, only to collide with his 3rd uncle upon opening the door. Uncle, why are you still awake at this late hour? Yiming inquired. 3rd Uncle Yi, when awkwardly cleared his throat a few times before handing Yiming a bank card. You mentioned earlier that you were short 5 million for some materials? Here, there are over 4 million in this card. Take it. Yiming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his earlier jest would be taken seriously by his uncle. Thank you, uncle. I promise I will no longer speak ill of you behind your back. I shall do so to your face. Get lost. As time flowed on, only 10 days remained until the martial arts grand examination. Sun Ho Yuan, Yiming, your application has been approved. Congratulations on successfully joining the Killing Hall. The black dragon bone marrow you requested will be delivered tonight. As it is a 7th-tier material, the transport process will be rather intricate. Yiming, thank you for your trouble. Teacher Sunday, Sun Ho Yuan. You should now refer to me as Captain Sunday. Additionally, my mentor, who is also the Vice Hall Master, has reviewed your information and given you a very high evaluation, stating that you are certain to become the top scholar of Songnan. This statement carried profound implications. Yiming instantly comprehended that at the level of the Vice Hall Master of the Killing Hall, words were not merely words. What appeared to be an assessment was, in truth, an expectation. Yiming, if I could become the top scholar of Songnan, the Vice Hall Master would reward me, wouldn't he? Sun Ho Yuan, you're quite astute. Indeed, the teacher mentioned that if you manage to become the top scholar, he will bestow upon you a Tier 7 beast material and take you as his disciple. Am I truly on the brink of soaring to great heights? Yiming was taken aback, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Yiming, thank you, Captain Sun, for your guidance. And thank you, Vice Hall Master, for your esteem. One must always exhibit the appropriate manners. Sun Hoyuan replied with a grunt before silently shutting off his phone. Leaning back in his chair, he pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed, alas. It was challenging enough to find a promising talent, only for the teacher to take notice. This old man, having just declared he would no longer accept disciples this year, immediately goes back on his word. How infuriating! The vice president of Star Demon University, so capricious, this is simply unacceptable. I must expose him to the mistress. Meanwhile, after concluding the conversation, Yiming was filled with vigor. The prospect of being the top scholar in the martial arts examination, acquiring Tier 7 beast materials, and being personally accepted by the Vice Hall Master, each of these was immensely significant for him at this moment. Success was imperative. He made his way to the teleportation hall, ready to venture into the secret realm. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yiming answered. It was the staff from the teleportation hall. Hello, is this Mr. Yiming? The VIP secret realm, Thunder Ruins, you previously reserved, has now opened. You may come over at your convenience. Serendipity at its finest. Yiming felt a surge of joy within his heart. Chapter 45. The Secret Realm, Thunder Ruins Teleportation Hall. Over 100 contract practitioners stood at the entrance of the Thunder Ruins. The staff, with grave expressions, cautioned, the Thunder Ruins is an exceedingly unstable secret realm. Once you enter, you must exercise utmost caution. If anything seems amiss, please exit the realm immediately to avert casualties. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts within are no less than 2nd tier in rank, with some suspected to be near 4th tier, hence it is not open to 1st tier contract practitioners. I implore all 1st tier practitioners to depart and choose another secret realm. Upon hearing this, several practitioners departed in disappointment, some being 1st tier contract practitioners, while others were 2nd tier practitioners who chose to leave out of fear of potential danger. The Thunder Ruins, with its ferocious beasts suspected to reach near 4th tier, caused Yiming to furrow his brow. He recalled his sister Yi Xinshin mentioning it before. If the staff indicated a suspicion of existence, it meant that no one had seen them firsthand, yet the presence of near 4th tier beasts lingered within the realm. Though I am currently a 2nd tier contract practitioner, my physical strength is formidable, and my spiritual techniques inflict significant damage, capable of dispatching most 3rd tier ferocious beasts in an instant. With the resurgence, progress accelerating, I can unleash unexpected damage in the blink of an eye. Yiming gazed at his fists, feeling that if he were to encounter a near 4th tier beast, he might not be incapable of engaging it. Even if he could not prevail, he could still retreat unscathed. There was no reason to hesitate. It was time to depart. The Thunder Ruins. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, heavy with foreboding. Rubble was piled high, and amid the crumbling walls stood 3 ancient palaces, marked by the passage of time. The palaces flanking the sides were named the Thunderfall Hall and the Meteor Hall, serving as auxiliary halls where the ferocious beasts were no less than 2nd tier. Although they too housed numerous treasures, their quality and rarity paled in comparison to that of the main hall. The central palace, known as the Thunder Hall, was the main hall, home to ferocious beasts of 3rd tier rank, harboring many high-value treasures. However, the Thunder Hall had an unusual regulation. It only permitted 10 individuals to enter. Yiming, go to the Thunder Hall. There exists a treasure within that is perfectly suited for you. The excited voice of Ingyu echoed. Yiming's eyes lit up as he lifted his gaze toward the imposing Thunder Hall. Its grand architecture, adorned with exquisite carvings, featured 2 bizarre stone statues of ferocious beasts standing guard at the main entrance. Just as he was about to set forth, 10 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Thunder Hall. Clad in red robes, they obstructed the path for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement. Our Flame Martial Arts Academy claims all the spots for this Thunder Hall. For the sake of my friend Su Shengfeng, I suggest you all proceed to the other 2 halls. A short-haired man stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, smiling at the crowd. Yet a glint of menace lurked in his eyes. Give you face? Who do you think you are for me to give you face? Do you really believe that such a matter of seizing spots is something you insignificant creatures can undertake? From a crowd, a burly man rolled up his sleeves, charging forward with an intimidating presence. But in the next moment, a short-haired man named Su Shengfeng clenched his fists, as if molten lava were coiling around his hands. With a resounding crash, the force of his punch reverberated through the air, sending a burly man flying 30 meters away. A near fourth-tier contract master. No wonder he exuded such arrogance. I recall that the Flame Martial Arts School is renowned in Sanan City, led by a long-established fourth-tier contract master. This Su Shengfeng. Yes, he is indeed the master's prized disciple. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd upon learning that Su Shengfeng was a near fourth-tier contract master. Many individuals retreated to the other two halls, too intimidated to approach. The burly man, who had previously suffered defeat, rose, shot Su Shengfeng a cold glare, and muttered curses as he left with his head bowed. Observing the departing throng, Su Shengfeng let out a chilling laugh. Just as he prepared to turn away, a figure approached them, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of others. Well, in this day and age, how many reckless youths dare to challenge the authority of our Flame Martial Arts School? A long-haired disciple stepped forward. He was a third-tier contract master, his contract spirit being a C-grade arm of the Holy Maiden. Quite formidable, he ranked above average within the school. He reached for a spike club and arrogantly blocked Night Ming's path. Hey kid, the Thunder Hall is ours, if you know what's good for you, scram. Bang! Night Ming's fist struck the long-haired man's face with immense force, shattering his skull and sending teeth flying amidst a spray of blood. With a thud, the long-haired man collapsed to the ground, eyes glazed over, foam escaping his mouth. A single punch had rendered him unconscious. Night Ming expressionlessly wiped his fist, nothing more than that. A third-tier contract master, defeated in an instant. Those who had previously left halted in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the scene. Su Shengfeng, a near fourth-tier contract master, furrowed his brow. Damn, did they truly believe our Flame Martial Arts School would tolerate such affronts? A dark-skinned woman, clad in an outrageously short skirt, stormed forward, intent on confronting Night Ming. Wait, Su Shengfeng reached out to stop her. Xiao Xiaoyin frowned. What do you mean by this, Brother Su? Do not act recklessly. Su Shengfeng replied flatly, shaking his head. He can defeat Chunzheng with a single punch. He can do the same to you. He possesses some strength. Do not hinder him. Xiao Xiaoyin's brow knitted in concern, but she ultimately huffed in resignation. Night Ming paid no heed to their shifting emotions, striding purposefully towards the Thunder Hall. As he passed Su Shengfeng, the latter's ominous voice resounded. Friend, I advise you to reconsider. The path to the Thunder Hall is fraught with peril. There is nothing perilous about it. It is merely a matter of slaughtering those who stand in my way. Night Ming responded icily, striding confidently into the Thunder Hall. Su Shengfeng clenched his fists, following closely behind. Boom! As they entered the Thunder Hall, the solid stone door slammed shut, sending dust swirling into the air. Night Ming surveyed the surroundings ahead. Before me lies a pitch-black expanse, the air thick with dust, while arcs of lightning crackle upon the walls. Night Ming, the Thunder Palace's outer hall, main hall, and inner sanctum. I can sense that all the formidable beasts and precious treasures reside within the inner sanctum. Shadow whispered, follow the direction I indicate. Let us proceed directly to the inner sanctum. Remember to unleash the domain to conceal our presence, for the outer hall is fraught with traps. Truly, a master of treasure-seeking and a maestro of danger evasion. Night Ming's figure flickered, and he exclaimed, let us go. Whoosh! The dark domain unfolded, transforming him into a stream of black light as he surged towards the inner sanctum. Su Shengfeng felt an ominous premonition. There was something amiss with this lad. Quickly, let's pursue him, he urged. In an instant, the members of the Flame Martial Arts Hall sprang into action, their auras erupting as various lights shimmered. However, just as they began to move, bolts of lightning suddenly shot forth from the walls, striking them. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated. 3 second-tier contract masters were grievously injured on the spot. There are traps. Be cautious and evade. Su Xingfeng shouted a warning. Damn it, where did these traps come from? I have never heard of them before. Qiao Xiao cursed through gritted teeth, her gaze fixed on Night Ming's retreating figure, a surge of imbalance flooding her heart. Why is that lad unharmed? What right does he have? Su Xingfeng bellowed in frustration. How on earth would I know? Chapter 46. Thunderstorm Tyrant and Thunder-Eyed Zombie. Yiming unfurled the realm of darkness, traversing through the Hall of Thunder. As he stepped from the outer chamber into the main hall, he glanced down. Lying on the ground were ferocious beasts resembling crocodiles, their bodies adorned with hard scales and a blue gem crowning their heads, while arcs of lightning flickered from their sharp claws. These were third-tier beasts, the Thunderclaw Crocs. Their assaults were often imbued with the power of lightning, placing them at a moderate level among third-tier beasts, as the shadowy figure remarked. Although their numbers numbered merely 100, it was enough. Yiming summoned his scythe and executed a horizontal slash. With a whoosh, it sliced through the darkness like a blood-red crescent moon. Wherever the strike landed, the bodies of the Thunderclaw Crocs were cleaved open, and as they regained their senses, they charged at Yiming with fervor. Just as he hoped, Yiming plunged into the throng of Crocs, wielding his scythe with sweeping arcs, resembling a crimson tempest amidst the beasts, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Thunderclaw Crocs. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunderclaw Croc, Realm Experience 4. Spirit Skill Experience 4. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunderclaw Croc, Realm Experience 4. Spirit Skill Experience 4. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunderclaw Croc, Realm Experience 4. Spirit Skill Experience 4. In less than 3 minutes, Yiming had nearly annihilated all the Thunderclaw Crocs in the hall. But this was not the end. As the final Thunderclaw Croc fell, the floor of the hall began to tremble violently. The stone-paved ground transformed into a quagmire, with Thunderclaw Crocs lurking beneath, their eyes fixed on Yiming as they surged forth. Meanwhile, Su Xingfeng and the others had also escaped the trap and arrived at the main hall. There was no need to linger any longer. Yiming once again activated the realm of darkness, propelling himself with immense force, darting along the walls, covering 10 meters with each step, as if a beam of light refracted between two walls. Damn, his aura reveals him to be a second-tier contract master. Yet his speed surpasses that of any second-tier contract master. Even I at the third tier might struggle to catch him. Xiao Xiaoyin clenched her fists, feeling quite vexed. She unleashed her aura, growing wings from her back, hoping to use her flying speed to catch up to Yiming. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A colossal Thunderclaw Croc launched itself into the air, its gaping maw biting off one of Xiao Xiaoyin's wings. She stumbled and crashed heavily to the ground. Damn it! What is going on here? How come that brat wasn't bitten by any Thunderclaw Crocs when he charged through? Xiao Xiaoyin's irritation only deepened. A second-tier contract master. How does he possess both luck and strength? Su Xingfeng remained expressionless, deciding to postpone complaints for later. First, they needed to eliminate the Thunderclaw Crocs here. That brat-esque goal was the inner hall, and he was indeed formidable. The group plunged into battle. Inner hall. The chamber was no longer dim and lifeless. Ancient lanterns adorned the walls on either side, their ethereal blue flames flickering in the absence of wind. Illuminated by the flames, Yiming's figure danced across the walls, sometimes long, sometimes short. His gaze was fixed ahead. Two fearsome stone statues, vividly lifelike, crouched in the manner of Western dragons, adorned with wings, sharp fangs, and claws reminiscent of daggers. At the center of these monstrous figures stood an armored warrior, his hands resting upon the hilt of a heavy sword, an expression of calm determination upon his face, as if surrounded by crackling lightning. I have discerned that the treasure concealed here is known as the Devouring Thunderheart. This artifact, imbued with the powers of darkness and thunder, offers immense benefits to one's physical form upon refinement. As Ing Yu spoke, a look of confusion suddenly crossed her features. How peculiar. The aura indicates it is right here. Yet why is it not visible? Yiming gazed at the three statues ahead. Could it be? He approached the statues, reaching out to touch them. In the next moment, crash. The statues seemed to awaken, fragments of stone cascading down like a waterfall. The two dragon-like statues broke free from their constraints, their bodies shimmering in shades of blue and purple, their vertical pupils fixed intently on Yiming. They roared with fury, their voices echoing throughout the Thunder Hall, causing it to tremble. With a crackling sound, their roars resonated with the power of lightning, swiftly spreading throughout the Grand Hall, causing the stone panels on the walls to disintegrate into dust. Coffins embedded within the walls revealed themselves. Bang! The lid of a coffin fell. A gaunt creature, bound in bandages, twisted its body and burst forth, its appearance grotesque, eyes flashing with electric light as it charged madly towards Yiming. They were a Tier 3 beast, the Lightning Tyrannosaurus, and a Tier 3 beast, the Thunder Eye Zombie. Their prowess was formidable. The Lightning Tyrannosaurus was already considered a superior specimen among beasts of the same rank. Ingyu cautioned. As the revival progressed, she had acquired extensive knowledge regarding these beasts. The Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Yiming observed the two colossal dragons before him, his figure flickering as he brandished his scythe. The blade glimmered coldly, slicing through the air in a dazzling arc of silver. Swish! One strike severed a wing of the Lightning Tyrannosaurus, which let out a thunderous roar. The other beast, using its claws as weapons, lunged at Yiming. As it closed the distance, a dark void expanded from Yiming's center, ultimately forming a domain. The attacking beast shuddered, and seizing the opportunity, Yiming leapt high upon the beast's claw. Swish! The cold light pierced the darkness. A massive head tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater in the earth. Successfully killed a Tier 3 Lightning Tyrannosaurus, gaining 35 realm experience and 35 spirit technique experience. Truly, it was a superior beast. Indeed, formidable. The defeat of such a creature yielded 35 experience points. Alas, there were too few. If only hundreds or even thousands could arrive. Yiming felt confident he could directly ascend to a Tier 3 contract master. Boom! Upon landing, an uncountable horde of Thunder Eye zombies surged forward, pressing together like a torrent, each with a menacing glint in their eyes. Rather than fear, Yiming's eyes sparkled with excitement. These were all experience packages. The long scythe twirled. As Night Ming charged into the horde of zombies, his momentum surged like a massive ship navigating against the current, plowing through the sea of corpses. Successfully slain a third-order Thunder-Eyed Zombie. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Successfully slain a third-order Thunder-Eyed Zombie. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Successfully slain a third-order Thunder-Eyed Zombie. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. The experience continued to accumulate. Yet, the Thunder-Eyed Zombies here seemed endless, perpetually spawning in relentless waves. Night Ming's killing growth was nearing immunity to them. A swift resolution was imperative. He still sought treasures. Night Ming focused his mind. Roar. He noticed that each time the zombie tide erupted, the Thunder Lightning Tyrant would roar from afar. Suddenly enlightened, Night Ming realized that the sound of the Thunder Lightning Tyrant contained the essence of lightning power. This very power was the key to the birth of the Thunder-Eyed Zombies. Thus, it became crucial for him to slay the Thunder Lightning Tyrant. With conviction in his heart, he acted, illuminated by the eerie blue flames. Night Ming's shadow flickered across the wall. Gripping his scythe with both hands, he struck towards the neck of the Thunder Lightning Tyrant. With a swift thrust, blood splattered against the wall. A dragon's head soared skyward. The second Thunder Lightning Tyrant had perished. Yet upon its demise, it yielded savage beast materials, a cerulean sharp fang. Intricately carved with azure patterns, it resembled a work of art. This was the lightning pattern fang. Another chapter will follow shortly. Chapter 47. Concealed Challenges, Lord of Thunder, Thunder Fang. The materials from a third-tier ferocious beast, infused with the essence of lightning, can effectively temper the flesh, achieving the effect of lightning tempering. Although merely third tier, its value remains considerable. As Yiming reached out to touch the material, a swift sword-like shadow suddenly descended. Alarmed, Yiming's heart raced as he sidestepped the heavy sword, retreating swiftly, creating a distance of 20 meters in an instant. While withdrawing, He raised his gaze to discern the appearance of the creature that had attacked. Clad in silver armor and wielding a heavy sword, its blue eyes crackled with lightning. Upon witnessing Yi Ming evade, it exerted its legs and charged forward with the sword raised. A quasi-fourth-tier, ferocious beast, the silver-armored guardian. Ing Yu exclaimed, "Yi Ming, do not engage it directly. Its weakness lies in its eyes." Just as her words fell, two dark tendrils surged towards the silver-armored guardian's eyes. The guardian immediately crossed its heavy sword defensively, thwarting the dark tendrils. Although encumbered by its armor, its defenses were formidable and nearly impenetrable. With a sudden motion, Yi Ming bent his legs slightly, gathering force to leap high into the air, his long scythe raised aloft. In the moment of descent, several dark, flying daggers coalesced around him. The daggers shot forth with great velocity, and as the scythe cleaved down, a thunderous sound reverberated through the inner hall, forcing the silver-armored guardian to stagger back under the immense power. Indeed, a quasi-fourth-tier, ferocious beast possesses remarkable resilience. Had been a third-tier beast, it would have been cleaved in half by Yi Ming's scythe. Suddenly, a flash of crimson surged from behind Yi Ming. Su Shangfeng, enveloped in molten lava, launched a powerful punch at the silver-armored guardian. The impact, infused with tremendous force, sent sparks of lava flying upon collision. "This beast is mine," Su Shangfeng declared, his eyes ablaze as he unleashed a barrage of punches, straight jabs, hooks, and uppercuts, each strike relentless and formidable. Attempting to seize what is mine? Yi Ming's expression darkened. Ing Yu had mentioned that the demonic Thunderheart was likely within the silver-armored guardian. Such a treasure could never be relinquished easily. As Yi Ming prepared to charge forward, a flurry of feathered arrows suddenly surged forth, obstructing his path. He turned to see Xiao Shaoyin approaching with 5 contract masters. "You'd best stay put, child. The treasures of the Thunder Palace are beyond your reach." Xiao Shaoyin pointed at Yi Ming, her eyes filled with disdain and provocation. "Do you think you can hinder me, you wretched creatures?" Without hesitation, Yi Ming surged forward, a terrifying aura of darkness erupting from him. With a sweep of his long scythe, he unleashed a crescent arc. "Petty tricks," Xiao Shaoyin sneered, naively attempting to intercept with her body. However, the moment her hand collided with the strike, it was instantly obliterated by the dark power. "Damn it!" Xiao Shaoyin exclaimed in panic, hastily evading. However, her position was far too close. Even with her immediate reaction, she still lost an arm. The severed shoulder bore no blood, and the entire limb seemed to have vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace whatsoever. How could this happen? The other disciples of the Flame Martial Arts Hall were astounded, their hearts gripped by fear. They no longer dared to approach Yi Ming. He was too sinister. "We are no match for him. I have never witnessed such terrifying power. Wait, why can I not sense the aura of a saintess emanating from him? Could it be that his contracted spirit is a witch?" Someone suddenly exclaimed in horror. The crowd was struck as if by lightning, staring blankly at Yi Ming, an avalanche of thoughts flooding their minds. His contracted spirit must undoubtedly be a witch. Only a witch contract master would possess such a heavy aura of slaughter. I understand now. He is Yi Ming, a fully leveled witch contract spirit. Yes, it must be him. Damn it, why? Wasn't he it said that witch contract masters have no future? Why is Yi Ming so powerful? Furthermore, wasn't he it claimed that witch contract masters progress slowly? How many days has it been since his awakening? 20 days, perhaps, and he has already become a second-tier contract master. This is hardly slow. In an instant, confusion enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. Yi Ming, Xiao Shaoyin trembled within, gazing at her severed arm, filled with regret. Had she known, she would not have attempted to stop him. Meanwhile, Su Shangfeng, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the silver-armored guard, was completely oblivious to the changes occurring nearby. Just as he intended to throw another punch, Yi Ming's figure suddenly appeared, sending Su Shangfeng flying with a kick. And then the dark domain unfurled, raising his long scythe towards the silver-armored guard's head. This time, he went all out, as the shadow called forth dark tendrils to strike. Thud! The head of the silver-armored guard was severed. The dark tendrils exploited the opening, plunging into the guard's eyes. Is it over? Su Shengfeng, having been kicked away, felt somewhat unwilling. Yet Yi Ming maintained a solemn expression. Is it over? No, it is not over. The instincts of a top assassin warned him of the lurking danger. Sure enough, as the silver-armored guard perished, its body began to swell rapidly, then exploded with a loud bang. The violent explosion triggered a series of chain reactions. The electrical power contained within the walls was unleashed, and the Thunder Palace began to shake violently, debris raining down from the ceiling. The sky roiled with dark clouds, and with a thunderous roar, lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck down into the ruins of the Thunder Palace. In mere moments, the entire area transformed into a thunderous abyss with incessant lightning strikes. This is bad. A force is stirring within the ruins. This place is no longer safe. Many began to retreat hastily. Yi Ming certainly would not gamble with his life. Just as he intended to activate the button to leave, a swirling vortex gate appeared behind him without warning. The fierce turbulence shattered Yi Ming's wristband, pulling him into the vortex. Damn it, something's gone wrong. Run. Su Shengfeng and others witnessed Yi Ming being drawn into the vortex. His complexion changed drastically as he fled in a frenzy, pressing the wristband while evading the chaotic spatial turbulence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the emergence of blue beams of light, nearly everyone escaped from the Thunder Ruins. The turbulent aura extended beyond the portal. Once they had departed, the crowd hurriedly shouted in the teleportation hall. Something's happened. Someone come quickly. The Thunder Ruins have erupted again. After a single cry, numerous staff members rushed over. Even Jiang Qingyi, the person in charge of the secret realm, was drawn in by the commotion. His expression grave. He remarked, "Damn it, 2 eruptions within a month. The Thunder Ruins cannot be reopened. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to disaster." He approached Su Shengfeng and the others, casting a keen glance before inquiring of the staff, how many are injured and how many have perished? Additionally, are there any others remaining in the secret realm? Relay everything you know to me. The staff retrieved the surveillance footage and reported a total of 50 individuals participated in the Thunder Ruins, of which 30 sustained injuries. 1 has died and 1 is missing. Missing? Jiang Qingyi furrowed his brow. Who is it? What is their name? And what transpired? The missing individual is Yi Ming. At the time, he attempted to leave the Thunder Hall, but was drawn into a peculiar vortex. Yi Ming? Jiang Qingyi initially paused in shock. Then his eyes widened in fury. What? Who did you say? Yi Ming? Meanwhile, Yi Ming, ensnared in a mysterious space, heard a notification sound beside him. Hidden challenge. Initiate. Please defeat the master of the Thunder Ruins. The Lord of Lightning, Chapter 48. Defeated. The Lord of Thunder. Yi Ming found himself enveloped in a mysterious realm. Beneath his feet lay a marble floor intricately adorned with peculiar runes, while the surrounding walls were embellished with vivid murals depicting a variety of ferocious beasts. Gazing upwards, he beheld sharp stone spikes resembling icicles hanging from the ceiling. This was the depths of the Thunder Ruins, an enigmatic palace never before traversed by human beings. Hidden challenge initiated. Please defeat the Lord of Thunder. As the prompt resonated in the air, bolts of lightning converged to form a humanoid creature. Its skin shimmered in shades of blue and violet, with a muscular torso exposed, while its lower half was clad in trousers woven from black feathers. Beneath its skin, electric currents surged. 3 massive drums floated upon its back, connected by arcs of lightning. The creature's visage was grotesque, adorned with a beak-like mouth and cat-like eyes, exuding an aura of menace. Its power surpassed that of the previous quasi-4th-tier silver-armored guardian, yet it fell short of the standards set by a true 4th-tier beast. With a fearsome roar, the Lord of Thunder lunged toward Yi Ming, its claws outstretched, surrounded by a tempest of crackling electricity. The intensity of its assault sent a shiver through Yi Ming. Cloaked in darkness, he donned the Godfall demon armor, feeling his strength surge dramatically. Brandishing a long scythe, he charged forth, its blade gleaming ominously. Boom! The forces of darkness and lightning collided, sending shockwaves that shattered the chamber, scattering debris in all directions. In a moment of confrontation, Yi Ming unleashed all his might, propelling the Lord of Thunder back several meters. Roar! The Lord of Thunder opened its maw in a fierce cry, gathering energy in its claws before unleashing a torrent of lightning. Yiming felt a jolt of apprehension. Just as he prepared to evade, a voice echoed in his mind. "Do not dodge. I will absorb the majority of the lightning, and the remainder will be used to refine your body." Taken aback, Yiming realized this was indeed possible. Boom! As the lightning surged towards him, shadowy tendrils conjured by the voice formed a shield, absorbing much of the oncoming force. A few stray bolts struck Yiming, sending tingling sensations through his body. He felt a warmth spreading within, as his flesh underwent a process of refinement. Crackle, crackle! The Lord of Thunder continued to discharge electricity. Throughout this ordeal, the voice, akin to a dam releasing water, gradually infused Yiming with more lightning. His physique was being honed, growing stronger by the moment. The Lord of Thunder's strength lay in its mastery over lightning, yet its vulnerability was its corporeal form. Now, Yiming could easily dominate it. At last, the protective barrier receded. Clad in the Godfall demon armor, Yiming was now capable of withstanding all lightning attacks. The Lord of Thunder, startled, unleashed a frenzied onslaught of electricity upon Yiming. This time, he required no scythe. He charged forward, braving the entire onslaught, and seized the Lord of Thunder by the throat, hurling it upward. Boom! Debris erupted around them. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Yiming propelled himself like a missile, landing a fierce punch to the Lord of Thunder's head, penetrating the rocky ceiling above as he ascended towards the mountain summit. "Your lightning is ineffective against me," Night Ming roared, causing the aura of the Thunder Monarch to abruptly diminish. In the transmission hall, Jiang Qingyi's expression was grave. Damn it! How could this happen? He was filled with regret. A rare talent had emerged from Tsangnan City, only to encounter misfortune in the secret realm. More importantly, Night Ming had caught Sun Ho Yuan's attention, although he was unaware of the implications behind Sun Ho Yuan. His years of experience in the workplace indicated that the forces at play were undoubtedly formidable. Now, with Night Ming in peril within the secret realm, if Sun Ho Yuan sought accountability, he, as the person in charge, would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Damn it! Jiang Qingyi clenched his fists, his eyes burning with intensity as he turned to Su Shengfeng. "Are you certain Night Ming is missing?" "Absolutely." Su Shengfeng nodded earnestly. "I witnessed Night Ming being engulfed by the Vortex Gate. I do not know what that thing is, but I'm certain that danger lurks behind the Vortex Gate. Director Jiang, the Thunder Ruins are in turmoil. I suggest we immediately seal the entrance." Jiang Qingyi's expression darkened. "Whether to close the entrance is my prerogative. There is a missing person in the secret realm. I must ascertain his fate personally." As his words fell, he resolutely prepared to enter the Thunder Ruins. Su Shengfeng's heart trembled in response. What nonsense is this? On what grounds does he think he can venture there? Is he merely a second-tier contract master? How can he warrant the personal intervention of the secret realm's overseer? Can a rescue team handle this? Su Shengfeng furrowed his brow, while Qiao Shaoyin, who had lost an arm, saw through his doubts and explained, "That young man is Night Ming, the recently reported witch contract master." Night Ming? The one with unparalleled spiritual contract abilities and extraordinary strength? Indeed, Su Shengfeng's pupils constricted in shock, and he trembled as the truth dawned upon him. Damn it, I should have anticipated this. We have inadvertently offended a genius. But thankfully, he exhaled in relief. Offending a genius in today's era is unwise. However, it is fortunate that Night Ming is missing and likely deceased. A dead genius poses no threat. Before Su Shengfeng could finish his thought, suddenly something felt amiss. An energy was surging violently beneath the Thunder Ruins, relentlessly pushing towards the surface. The staff's shouts immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Jiang Qingyi shouted, "Quickly match the database and identify what it is." "It has already been matched. It's Night Ming." The surging energy belongs to the darkness and is identical to Night Ming's signature. What? Su Shengfeng nearly stumbled to the ground. Boom! Just as the staff finished speaking, a shadow suddenly erupted from the depths of the Thunder Ruins. Beneath the heavy, dark clouds, a stream of black luminescence surged forth, akin to a rocket breaking through the sky, aiming to pierce the very heavens. Jiang Qingyi gazed intently at the surveillance screen, his eyes fixated on the dark figure. Yiming. Yes, it is indeed Yiming. I knew this lad would not succumb easily. Wait, is there another figure? So familiar. Jiang Qingyi seized the analysis tablet from the staff, swiftly pinpointing the blue-purple silhouette restrained by Yiming. The analysis results emerged. A quasi-fourth-tier beast, the Thunder Monarch. How could it be? Jiang Qingyi's expression shifted dramatically. Beyond shock, there was a profound sense of astonishment. The Thunder Monarch, in terms of genetics and foundational prowess, ranks as average among the myriad of beasts. Even an SSS-tier Saintess contract master would find it insurmountable to defeat a quasi-fourth-tier Thunder Monarch at the second tier, unless equipped with a protective artifact that grants immunity to lightning. Yet, Yiming triumphed over the Thunder Monarch. It seems he achieved a decisive victory. He bears hardly any visible injuries. Could it be that Yiming possesses some means of immunity to lightning? Or perhaps, this is the formidable might of a witch contract master? Jiang Qingyi recalled an assessment regarding witch contract masters at the same realm and under the same spirit contract level. Witch contract masters are superior to Saintess contract masters. Chapter 49. Third Order Contract Master. The final push the sky rumbled with thunder and lightning. Yiming struck the Thunder Monarch with a powerful punch, sending it flying, and then seized its head in his grip. With a sudden surge of strength, Yiming's arm muscles bulged as he crushed the Thunder Monarch's skull with a swift motion. Crimson and white splattered forth as its breath dissipated in an instant, and it fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. A near Fourth Order Thunder Monarch. It was dead. Yiming landed, also creating a crater upon impact. Clad in divine armor, he would emerge unscathed even from a drop of 100 meters. Successfully killed the near Fourth Order Thunder Monarch. Realm Experience 70. Spirit Technique Experience 70. The experience gained was double that of a Third Order beast. However, Yiming's pursuit of the Thunder Monarch was not solely for this meager experience. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky as a lightning bolt, thick as a barrel, struck the tops of 3 palatial structures within the Thunder ruins, seemingly activating something. In the next moment, a mysterious altar emerged from the ground. At its center, a 1-meter-tall stone pillar intricately carved with exquisite patterns. Atop it lay a small azure lightning orb quietly resting. It was the demonic Thunderheart. Shadow, with a hint of joy, exclaimed, as Yiming picked up the orb. The surrounding lightning dissipated, revealing an object as pure and transparent as a sapphire. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Jiang Qingyi paused momentarily, then laughed. Good. What remarkable luck to have obtained the demonic Thunderheart. The demonic Thunderheart was not a material from a ferocious beast. It was a rare treasure born from the creation of heaven and earth, infused with the energies of thunder and darkness. Once refined, it could significantly enhance one's physical form, achieving the effects of thunder-infused body training. This singular demonic Thunderheart held a market value of several million. No wonder the Thunder ruins frequently erupted in chaos. The beasts must have sensed this energy, driving them into a frenzy. Jiang Qingyi suddenly understood. Treasures born from the creation of heaven and earth are indeed remarkable. They not only benefit contract masters, but also yield substantial advantages to ferocious beasts. However, they are exceedingly rare, often sought after, but seldom found. Many contract masters might only possess 3 such treasures in their lifetime, which is already quite a feat, although I have experienced thunder-infused body training before. The demonic Thunderheart remains immensely beneficial to me. Yiming carefully stored the treasure and rose to leave the secret realm. As he stepped out, numerous gazes turned towards him. Many individuals began recording on their phones, inquiring about what Yiming had encountered in the secret realm, how he had defeated the Thunder Monarch, and even probing into his current combat prowess. For a top-tier assassin, actual combat ability is a vital secret that must not be revealed lightly, not even to contract masters. Such inquiries were inherently impolite. Yiming moved through the crowd, refusing to answer any questions. As an assassin from the Hall of Slaughter, he preferred to remain concealed from the public eye. Before exiting the teleportation hall, Yiming made a visit to Jiang Qingyi's office. Jiang Qingyi smiled and said, Yiming, if I am not mistaken, You're on the verge of breaking through to the third tier, aren't you? Yiming nodded in affirmation. The breakthrough to the third tier required 100,000 experience points. With the accumulation from recent endeavors, coupled with the over 10,000 experience gained today, he was now only a mere 10,000 points away from his goal. He estimated that he could achieve this within 2 days at most. Here, take this. Jiang Qingyi suddenly offered a transparent box. Yiming quickly scrutinized it. Inside lay a blood-red flower with 20 petals, a specimen he had never encountered before. The blood-condensing flower, a plant imbued with the power of slaughter. Upon absorption, it could assist a contract master in transcending their boundaries, particularly beneficial for those of the second tier. However, it bore side effects. A moment of negligence could lead to the corruption of one's heart by the essence of slaughter, resulting in madness. Ing Yu, akin to a living encyclopedia, seemed to have insight into every treasure. Impressive indeed, Yiming silently commended. This flower is called the blood-condensing flower, Jiang Qingyi briefly elaborated. I recall you mentioning that you possess a means to counteract the backlash of slaughter. Thus, I believe the side effects of this flower should pose no threat to you. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Yiming accepted it with both hands, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Director Jiang, I shall remember your kindness. Ha. There is no need to be so serious. It's merely a small gift. Jiang Qingyi chuckled, patting Yiming on the shoulder. Keep up the effort and strive to become a third-tier contract master before the martial arts examination. Our Sangnan city has never seen such a precedent. I hope you can be the first. Yiming nodded resolutely. I will strive for it. Upon returning home, Yiming promptly opened his interface. Name, Yiming, Spirit. Max level realm, second-tier contract master, 90,000,100. 000. Mental power, 310,350. Vitality, 310,350. Contract spirit. Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level. SSS grade, upgradable. Spirit techniques. Dark Judgment. Godfall Demon Armor. Eternal Night descends. Dark Judgment, level 7. Godfall Demon Armor, level 7. Eternal Night descends, level 7. Spirit talent. Growth of slaughter. Will of the Demon Emperor, just 10,000 experience points remained. Yiming took out the blood-condensing flower and absorbed it instantly. Absorbing blood-condensing flower. Realm experience, 1,000. Only 1,000? Yiming sighed. The rarity of the blood-condensing flower far exceeded that of a mere 1,000 experience points. Indeed, to acquire more experience, one must vanquish fierce beasts. Yiming shrugged his shoulders. His gaze fell upon the demon-devouring Thunderheart, a treasure immensely beneficial to the physical body. He absorbed it without hesitation. A dark aura enveloped the demon-devouring Thunderheart, and arcs of lightning spread across Yiming's entire being at a visibly rapid pace. Hiss! Yiming inhaled sharply. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense, akin to being pricked by needles. Is it too painful? Do you need me to alleviate some of it? Ing Yu inquired with concern. Yiming shook his head, insisting he could endure. As a top-tier assassin, he had undergone rigorous training and had withstood extreme punishments. This level of pain was trivial for him. The lightning infusion lasted a full 15 minutes, and, as the final arc of electricity dissipated, Yiming's physique grew increasingly robust. His body was well-proportioned, neither overly muscular nor lacking in strength. Every muscle was primed for action. While maintaining agility, Yiming now possessed enhanced power. Mental energy, 350,400. Vitality, 350,400. Both attributes had increased by 50 points. Yiming felt invigorated, filled with vitality. He proceeded to the training hall and struck several wooden dummies. Even the reinforced wooden figures could not withstand the force of his punch. That's enough. Rest well. We shall continue tomorrow, striving for a breakthrough to the third tier. Yiming stretched his body and returned to his room for a restorative sleep. Time passed, and he slumbered from afternoon until night. Upon awakening, the first thing he did was check his phone. Sun Ho Yuan, where are you? The items you requested have arrived. I will send you the address. Come and collect them. Yiming's heart leaped with joy. Materials from a 7th-tier ferocious beast. The Black Dragon's marrow. Yiming, I'm on my way. Chapter 50 Breakthrough. The third-level contracted master in a clandestine chamber. Sun Hoyuan opened an alloy box, meticulously encrypted, revealing 3 distinct items. The first was the material from a 7th-tier ferocious beast, the essence of a black dragon's bone marrow. The second item was a small emblem of the Hall of Slaughter, which would seamlessly integrate into one's body, leaving behind a dagger-shaped mark, yet could also be willingly extracted. This emblem was a unique energy insignia, intended for use during missions. It posed no harm to the wearer and served to prevent accidental harm among comrades by the Hall's assassins, who often did not recognize one another. Sun Hoyuan explained that this energy emblem was specifically designed to avert friendly fire in unforeseen circumstances. When all assassins donned the emblem, they would sense each other in close proximity. "You may wish to try it on," Sun suggested. Nodding in agreement, Yiming placed the emblem on his wrist. Soon, the emblem transformed into a dark aura, penetrating his skin and melding into his body, forming an imperceptible dagger mark. After resting his hand on the mark for half a minute, the emblem reappeared. "Well done. The emblem has integrated into your being. It is now yours. Should anyone else attempt to use it, it will instantly vanish," Sun Hoyuan elucidated, likening the process to a blood oath of kinship. "What remarkable technology," Yi Ming remarked, securing the emblem as his gaze shifted to the third item. Before him lay a sheet of white paper, densely inscribed with text. "This is the contract. Once signed, you shall become a professional assassin for the Hall of Slaughter. From this moment forth, your existence will undergo a profound transformation, and your life will be replete with new opportunities and challenges." "Think carefully," Sun Hoyuan said, lighting a cigarette, the white smoke spiraling upwards in the light. In the room, Yi Ming grasped the pen and swiftly inscribed his name, pressing his fingerprint with resolve. Having reached this juncture, there was no room for hesitation. Having come this far, how could he contemplate retreat? Moreover, even if he wished to withdraw, Captain Sun would likely not permit his departure. Yi Ming checked it. Sun Hoyuan shrugged. "Who can say?" "Nevertheless, congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Hall of Slaughter. Your substantial annual salary will be disbursed in 5 installments to your account. Additionally, you may advance a year's salary. Our hall is affluent and will not shortchange you in this regard, should you require it. You may also request a car and a house, entirely free of charge, valued at around 10 million. "What generous benefits!" Yi Ming exclaimed, impressed. "Truly, this is a legitimate assassin organization. The treatment is unparalleled." "Very well. You are now an official assassin, and this black dragon bone marrow is yours." Sun Hoyuan retrieved a titanium alloy cylinder from the box. Activating the mechanism on it, the cylinder opened, and a vial containing a pitch-black liquid emerged, the substance alive and writhing within the vial. The 7th-tier ferocious beast is a treasure in its entirety. The black dragon marrow is the most precious substance found on the 7th-tier dark violent dragon. Many have never even heard of it, so your determined pursuit of it is indeed surprising. After Sun Hoyuan handed the black dragon marrow to Yi Ming, he promptly retrieved another box. Upon opening it, a pair of wings lay within, their blood-red feathers as unyielding as steel, with razor-sharp edges capable of effortlessly slicing through even the toughest metals. "Captain Sun, what is this?" "It is a gift from the Vice Hall Master." Sun Hoyuan sighed wryly. "He appreciates your potential and has bestowed upon you these 7th-tier bloodbone blade wings. Their value is by no means inferior to that of the black dragon marrow. I had begged the Vice Hall Master for a long time for this very item, yet he hesitated to part with it. And here you are, a newcomer, receiving it without a second thought." Alas, a faint sourness seemed to permeate the air. Yi Ming offered an awkward smile. "Perhaps you should keep it, Captain Sun?" "Absolutely not. I dare not accept it, lest the Vice Hall Master flay me alive." Afterward, Sun Hoyuan briefly explained the basic standards of conduct expected of assassins. In essence, it boiled down to a single principle. Do not engage in heinous acts, and beyond that, one may act freely. "All right, you may begin to refine the black dragon marrow now. I will ensure your safety." Sun Hoyuan took on the role of protector. With such a formidable guardian, Yi Ming naturally did not refuse. "Yi Ming, I will refine both the black dragon marrow and the bloodbone blade wings simultaneously. This process may be somewhat painful," said Yu, his voice a whisper. Yi Ming nodded. "Do not worry. I can endure. Very well. With a whoosh, dark tendrils emerged from Yi Ming's back. One tendril grasped the black dragon marrow, and with a crunch, it shattered the vial, ravenously absorbing the energy within. The other tendril enveloped the bloodbone blade wings entirely before crushing and assimilating them. Rich dark energy and the sanguine essence of slaughter surged into Yi Ming's body through the two tendrils. A sharp agony erupted from his back, radiating throughout his entire being, akin to a myriad of knives slicing through flesh. It felt as though a colossal hammer was relentlessly pounding on his spine. Damn! The pain struck suddenly. In an instant, it enveloped his entire body, prompting Yi Ming to curse inwardly, clenching his fists in a bid to endure, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Goodness, this lad is truly a foolhardy novice. To refine two seventh-tier materials at once. What a torment. Just imagining it brings back memories of suffering, Sun Hoyuan thought, his heart filled with concern for Yi Ming. As someone who had experienced this himself, he fully understood the sensations of a low-tier contract master attempting to refine seventh-tier beast materials. In his days as a fourth-tier contract master, he had also attempted to refine two seventh-tier materials simultaneously and had been left writhing in agony, wishing for death. Though both materials were suited for a witch, Yi Ming was merely a second-tier master. Thus, while dangerous, the real issue lay in the pain itself. Yet, despite the torment, Yi Ming remained silent, gritting his teeth. Sun Hoyuan nodded silently, pondering that perhaps the boy lacked a sense of pain. The refining process was lengthy, and half an hour passed. Sun Hoyuan glanced at Yi Ming's condition, nodding in approval. Quite good, it's nearing completion. From the aura emanating from him, it would not be long before he ascended to the third tier. Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming wave of dark energy erupted from Yi Ming. He levitated in the air, the powerful darkness radiating outward as if it sought to engulf everything in its path. With a furious shout from Yi Ming, his aura suddenly surged. This is... Sun Hoyuan's pupils widened in astonishment. In the next moment, Yi Ming broke through. A terrifying ripple of power expanded and then swiftly contracted. Yi Ming opened his eyes, feeling as if the very essence of his life had undergone a transformation. A notification sound resonated in his mind. Congratulations! Realm experience has successfully reached 100,000. Realm, second-tier contract master, third-tier contract master. Chapter 51. The emergence of twin wings, soaring through the skies. Name: Yi Ming. Spirituality, max level, realm, third level contract master, 0100000. Mental power, 400-550. Vitality, 400-550. Contract spirit, the fallen dark knight, demon emperor, contract spirit level, SSS grade, upgradable. Spiritual techniques, dark judgment, fallen demon armor. Eternal night descends, dark judgment, level 7. Fallen demon armor, level 7. Eternal night descends, level 7. Spiritual talent, growth through slaughter, emperor's battle intent, to my astonishment. He has abruptly ascended to the third level. This young man truly surprises me. Sun Hoyuan gazed at the remarkably talented Yi Ming, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Yet, the thought that such an exceptional newcomer had been claimed by his own mentor caused a pang of regret in his heart. If only he had made an effort to secure him. However, lingering doubts clouded Sun Hoyuan's mind. The pace of Yi Ming's advancement was astonishingly rapid. Conventionally, the ascent of a witch contract master is notoriously arduous, each breakthrough akin to scaling a mountain, requiring decades of relentless effort. Yet, Yi Ming's progression was as effortless as quenching one's thirst, entirely transcending the challenges typical of a witch contract master, surpassing even the holy maiden contract masters. Moreover, would Yi Ming eventually fall victim to the backlash of slaughter? Sun Hoyuan was deeply concerned. Yi Ming possessed strength, talent, and a solid realm. Such a promising individual, if consumed by the chaos of slaughter and transformed into a mindless monster, would indeed be a tragic loss. Yi Ming insisted I need not worry. But how can I not be anxious? Regarding the backlash of slaughter, I must consult with my mentor. If necessary, I shall report to the Lord of the Hall. After Yi Ming completed his breakthrough, the panel of Ing Yu also underwent a transformation. Contract Spirit, the Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor, name, Ing Yu, level, SSS grade, progression, 153, revival progress, 812. The revival progress increased by 4%, and the level progression surged to 3%. This was the effect of the materials from a 7th tier ferocious beast. However, I could distinctly sense that as the revival progress heightened, the difficulty of further enhancement would inevitably escalate. Yi Ming had anticipated this. It was akin to a realm breakthrough. Advancing higher invariably brings greater challenges. Yi Ming, I bear splendid news. You can now fly. Ing Yu's voice rang with excitement. Fly? Yi Ming furrowed his brow, caught off guard before he could respond. Suddenly, a pair of dark wings unfurled from his back, each wing measuring 1.5 meters, with feathers as sharp as blades. Go! Yi Ming and Ing Yu shared a mental connection. Together, they maneuvered the wings, launching black feathers toward the wall ahead. Whoosh! 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 Countless streams of darkness sliced through the air, striking the wall, piercing through even the specially forged steel barrier. Afterward, Yi Ming attempted to take flight, his initial efforts awkward and clumsy, nearly colliding with the lamp in the room. However, within 10 minutes, he successfully mastered various flying techniques, such as rapid ascension, aerial spinning, high-speed dashes, and low-altitude gliding. Meanwhile, Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of Yi Ming's newfound wings, a result of absorbing the bloodbone blade wings, granting him the ability to soar. Remarkable. Not only was his assassination talent extraordinary, but his capacity to assimilate materials for ferocious beasts was equally impressive. Sun Hoyuan's gaze fixed upon Yi Ming, a peculiar premonition stirring within him, akin to witnessing the emergence of a formidable entity. Was this akin to a nurturing game? How intriguing! Having familiarized himself with his abilities, Yi Ming exhaled deeply, reveling in his breakthrough to the 3rd tier and the acquisition of flight. Undoubtedly, this was a monumental gain. Rising to express his gratitude to Sun Hoyuan, he clasped his fists in appreciation, vowing to remember Captain Sun's kindness. I am heartened by your gratitude, Sun Hoyuan replied, patting him on the shoulder. By the way, I have news for you. The Deputy Hall Master will be visiting Songnan City soon to meet with you. It could be tomorrow, the day after, or perhaps during or after the martial arts grand examination. His schedule is rather chaotic and prone to delays, as he enjoys surprise visits. So, be prepared for the esteemed figure's sudden appearance. Excitement bubbled within Yi Ming at the prospect of encountering such a significant individual. He nodded, affirming, I shall remember this. Sun Hoyuan continued, Now, return home and rest well in preparation for the martial arts grand examination. Though it seems you are already poised to secure the top position. After a brief exchange, Yi Ming returned home. 4 days later, with only 6 days remaining until the martial arts grand examination, Yi Ming had not allowed himself a moment of complacency during this period. He frequently ventured into the secret realms to battle ferocious beasts and occasionally sought confrontations with formidable martial arts academies. Through these encounters, Yi Ming accumulated an additional 30,000 experience points, steadily honing his mastery of 3rd-tier power, his foundation solid as a mountain. Having scheduled a meeting with the mountain-shaking martial arts academy, he prepared to face their eldest disciple today, clad in casual attire. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique, he surpassed most without needing to adorn himself meticulously. Simply put, he was strikingly handsome. Just as he was about to leave his home, his older sister, Yi Xin, rushed in, her voice laced with urgency. Yi Ming, something terrible has happened. Something terrible. Her face was pale as she hurried to his side. Seeing her distress, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Sister, you look dreadful. What has occurred? Have we gone bankrupt? Not at all. Yi Xin shook her head, explaining it's that icy block, Yi Shuang, who is returning. As soon as she arrives, she will undoubtedly train us just like Uncle C does. The time has come when the hardships of my sister and I will return. Night Frost. This name evokes a sense of familiarity in Yi Ming. It appears to belong to my second uncle's daughter, my cousin, who is 2 years older than Yi Xin and 3 years my senior. Cousin Knight Frost possesses a cold demeanor and is not adept at engaging with others. Hence, from a young age, my second uncle decided against having her manage the family business, opting instead to have her train under my fourth uncle in martial arts. At the age of 3, she began her foundational training. By 5, she was handling firearms. At 10, she had mastered 18 different weapons. And by 15, she had acquired 90% of her fourth uncle's profound techniques. Upon reaching 18, she awakened extraordinary spiritual abilities and formed a contract with the SS-level Frost Saintess, propelling her to great heights as she enrolled in the prestigious Star Sea University. Currently, Knight Frost is a third-year student, yet her prodigious talent has already propelled her into the fourth-tier realm. During her free time, she often ventures to the third border city to undertake perilous missions alongside my fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, exterminating fearsome beasts from beyond. She is undoubtedly a star of the future, heralded as the hope of the Yi family's martial arts lineage. However, Knight Frost's character is exceedingly frigid. Approaching her elicits a chilling sensation, as if she repels others from a great distance. Even her father, my second uncle Yi Jun, finds himself at a loss for words during their brief encounters. Chapter 52. The Fourth Order Contract Master. Knight Frost. In truth, Knight Frost is quite an admirable individual. As the cousin of Yi Ming and Yi Xian, she often surprises them with small gifts, be it long spears or swords. On one occasion, she even spent millions to have a suit of armor crafted for both Yi Ming and Yi Xian. Yi Ming, filled with dreams of becoming a valiant armored warrior, was overjoyed. However, the very next day, Knight Frost insisted they don the armor and endure a beating, justifying it as a means to enhance their resilience. In reality, it was sheer torment. With Knight Frost's return, the blissful days for them have come to an end. Yi Xian lamented her recent joy over an early semester break, now wishing fervently to return to class immediately. Yi Ming, however, was not overly concerned. His strength had grown, and he felt emboldened to resist. If worse came to worst, he could always confront Knight Frost. After all, the Yi family valued power above all. Alas, Yi Ming, speak up. What shall we do? Must we endure another summer of torment from Knight Frost? I need supplements. I truly need them. The wails erupted from his sister, Yi Xian, who was on the verge of breaking down. Come now, sister, try to be optimistic. At least Knight Frost hasn't returned yet, granting you a few more days of respite, Yi Ming reassured, patting her shoulder before departing. Yi Xian stood frozen, not out of fear, but astonished by her brother's unyielding composure. How could he be so steady? Did he possess some hidden prowess? After leaving home, Yi Ming arrived at the HNSH in Martial Arts Academy. Ranked 5th in Songnan City, its foundation was quite commendable. Rumor had it that the Academy's head was a Fourth Order contract master, with an A-class contract spirit known as the Holy Maiden of HNSHN. Yi Ming's opponent was named Zhang Hishan, a near Fourth Order contract master, with a C-class contract spirit known as the Rock Holy Maiden. The moment the battle horn sounded, Zhang Hishan lifted one foot and stomped the ground, causing rocks to adhere to his fists. With a fierce shout, he charged at Yi Ming. A punch was unleashed. Yet, Yi Ming deftly leapt behind him, enveloping Zhang Hishan in a dark realm. As Zhang Hishan swung again, Yi Ming waved his hand, unfurling his dark wings and launching a flurry of razor-sharp feather blades. These blades, imbued with formidable power, effortlessly tore through the rocky armor, encasing Zhang Hishan's fists. Subsequently, Yi Ming melded into the shadows. Zhang Hishan felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively swung his fist backward. But before he could even turn around, a sharp scythe was poised at his throat. The battle concluded. Yi Ming emerged victorious. Damn, I had heard tales of your prowess, yet I never anticipated it to reach such heights. Are you truly a witch contract master? You are unlike anyone else. Zhang Hishan shook his head in bewilderment. He had no chance against Yi Ming in their duel. Yi Ming smiled serenely. Every individual possesses a unique constitution. Clearly, mine is particularly suited for witchcraft. Zhang Hishan could only raise his hands in resignation, rendered speechless. Once the curator is available, you should challenge him to a duel. He is a fervent combat enthusiast and will surely oblige, Zhang Hashan suggested. Yiming nodded. Indeed, I am currently in need of formidable opponents to hone my skills. Be sure to keep me informed. Rest assured, you insufferable prodigy. Upon exiting the Hushan Martial Arts Academy, Yiming felt no trace of fatigue. After becoming a third-tier contract master, his strength had experienced a remarkable enhancement. As a prospective fourth-tier contract master, no spirit of any grade could contend with him. As for fourth-tier contract masters, Yiming felt confident he could engage in battle with them. Once Sister Yang returns, he must arrange a duel. Yiming sensed he was rapidly transforming into a battle fanatic, with his mind consumed by thoughts of seeking out strong adversaries. Beep, beep, beep. The familiar ringtone of his mobile phone echoed. Without glancing, Yiming recognized it was a message from Sun Hoyuan. He retrieved the device to confirm his suspicion. Sun Hoyuan, are you free? Yiming, Captain Sun, in 6 days, I have the martial arts grand examination. It would be inappropriate to assign me a task at this time. Did you not advise me to rest properly? Sun Hoyuan, huh? Spare me your nonsense. You clearly regard the martial arts grand examination with disdain. I am meticulously monitoring your daily records in the teleportation hall. Yiming, I am truly impressed. Please send the task details. Sun Hoyuan, all right. Shortly thereafter, an extensive 1 gigabyte of information was transmitted. Yiming opened it. Task name, reset. Targets, Duchi-shan. Duchi-ha. Target levels. Prospective 4th tier, a grade. 3rd tier, a grade. Target description, kidnappers involved in 20 abduction cases, employing methods of hostage-taking and coercing families for ransom. Task details, eliminate the 2 individuals and extract as much information as possible from them. Duchi-shan and Duchi-ha were twins. Not only did they share the same height, but their appearances and physiques were strikingly similar. The sole distinguishing feature was a black mole on the neck of the elder brother, Duchi-shan. Working in tandem, the brothers made it easy to confuse their identities, leading to potential misjudgments. Yiming, drawing from his experience, conducted a brief analysis of the situation. He then proceeded to view the video footage, which showcased the combat prowess of the Du brothers. As a prospective 4th-tier contract master, Duchi-shan could cleave steel with his blade, wielding an A-grade magnetic holy maiden as his contracted spirit, while Yiming paid little heed to his younger brother, Duchi-ha, as 3rd-tier contract masters no longer captured his interest. Sun Hoyuan, these 2 brothers were formerly employed by a large security company, engaged in tasks such as fighting on behalf of others, eliminating ferocious beasts, guarding, and transporting goods. However, following the company's bankruptcy, the brothers veered down a path of illegality. It is noteworthy that Duchi-shan, who was a 3rd-tier practitioner just a year ago, has mysteriously ascended to a quasi-4th tier. This is not a natural breakthrough. Rather, it appears to be a form of undue advancement. Yiming inquires, Captain Sun, are you suggesting that someone is covertly assisting these 2 kidnappers? Sun Hoyuan replies, indeed. They might be the hounds of some hidden force, poised to strike at any moment. Yiming affirms, I will extract information from them to the best of my ability. Sun Hoyuan cautions, that is well and good, but we remain skeptical about the veracity of their claims. He continues, considering the presence of a quasi-4th-tier contract master in this mission, which poses a certain level of danger, we will dispatch a 4th-tier contract master to shadow you discreetly, ensuring your safety. Yiming responds, actually, that may not be necessary. Sun Hoyuan insists, whether it is necessary or not is debatable. The killing hall has a protective mechanism for newcomers. It is imperative. In the future, you may not have such provisions at your disposal. Yiming then asks, by the way, is there a reward for the mission? Sun Hoyuan answers, the reward consists of materials from a 5th-tier fierce beast, the Black Zephyr Cicada Wing. Yiming questions, when do we commence? Sun Hoyuan replies, at midnight. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 53. The Kidnappers. The Du brothers' night enveloped the landscape, studded with stars. As a cold breeze whispered through the air, a white van traversed the winding forest path, its headlights illuminating the way. In the front seats sat 2 middle-aged men, strikingly similar in appearance. In the back, a woman clad in professional attire, her legs and arms bound, with a plastic bag covering her head. Brother, do you think this haul is worth our while? This woman only got off work at 11. clearly just a struggling employee with little to offer, Du Chiha remarked, glancing at the captive. Despite her predicament, her long, shapely legs encased in black stockings, and her heaving chest indicated a figure that was both alluring and mature. Oof. What good is beauty and a great figure? Just a pretty skeleton. A mere temptress bringing misfortune. Du Chiha turned away, arms crossed, dismissing the woman. Rest assured, I've done my homework on this one. She's a high-ranking executive, earning $1 million annually. Not only does she come from wealth, but there are also certain unspeakable secrets between her and the company president, Du Chishan said with a chilling smile. We can extort money from her parents and from her boss, guaranteeing us at least $20 million. $20 million. Du Chiha exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. His sole passion was wealth, particularly the intoxicating allure of money. Enough. Stay alert. Everything has gone too smoothly today. Something feels amiss. Du Chishan warned as he rolled down the window, scanning the surroundings with a furrowed brow, an unsettling feeling creeping into his mind. He pressed the accelerator, the van roaring down the narrow path. Above them, a dark figure soared through the night sky. Yi Ming, now possessing black wings, could blend seamlessly into the darkness, enhancing both his speed and concealment. He followed closely, darting into the forest and leaping into the air to mask his presence. Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, a tall figure stood poised, her gaze fixed upon Yi Ming. She murmured to herself, quick and responsive. He knows how to change positions to hide his aura. This newcomer. Intriguing. Has he spotted me? The mysterious woman noted that Yi Ming, while soaring, glanced in her direction before returning his focus to the van. Her brow furrowed slightly. Had he truly noticed her? It shouldn't be possible. She was equipped with artifacts to mask her presence and conceal her form. How could a mere novice detect her? Was she overthinking it? The woman was engulfed in a whirlwind of doubts, increasingly aware that this newcomer was no ordinary individual. Thus, she resolved to pursue him and ascertain the truth. In a cabin nestled in the mountains, the dwelling was dilapidated, with drafts seeping through its walls. Moonlight streamed through the gaping holes in the roof, casting a pallid glow upon the woman clad in a white blouse and a form-fitting skirt. At that moment, she found herself bound to an iron chair, utterly immobilized. So, have you contacted the family? Du Chishan inquired, casting a glance at his brother, Du Chiha. The latter nodded, assuring him that they had made contact and instructed them to remain silent, forbidding any word to the constable. How much did you demand from them? Du Chishan asked. Du Chiha chuckled, adhering to the usual protocol, 10 million for a single individual and 20 million for a pair. The term single meal referred to the extraction of funds from a singular source, while double meal indicated two avenues for financial gain, such as the parents of the female executive and a business mogul with whom she had personal ties. Well done. Du Chishan nodded in approval. Yet, Du Chiha's expression was not one of ease. His brow furrowed. Boss, the Yuan Guang Group provides us with several million each year. What if they discover we are engaging in such activities behind their backs? They are ruthless and quick to silence anyone. Am I to fear them? Du Chishan scoffed. Yuan Guang is based by the sea, while we are far inland, a world apart. They lack the leisure to concern themselves with us. Besides, we have rendered them significant service by abducting several of their competitors. They treat us like dogs, giving us a mere 3 million a year for our troubles. 1 4th level and 1 3rd level, yet we are still engaged in perilous undertakings. 3 million a year is truly paltry. Enough of Yuan Guang's affairs. Once this job is complete, I will take you out for a grand time, surrounded by silken and lace-clad beauties. Brother, could you not be more serious? Du Chishan laughed heartily, yet suddenly a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Damn! In 10 minutes, send a message to the family and that businessman, instructing them to place the prepared funds at the transaction site. Why delay for 10 minutes? Why not inform them now? Du Courrier, perplexed. Securing 10 million in cash is no simple task. They need time to gather the funds. Furthermore, I need to attend to this discomfort. As he mentioned his stomach, Du Chishan felt a tumult within. Gripping his backside, he dashed away faster than a dog could chase him. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Du Chiha shook his head, resigned to the familiar pattern. He took a chair and quietly sat beside the female executive, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward her legs. A growl echoed from his throat as anticipation surged within him. He yearned to reach out and caress her, but recalled his brother's admonition, never touch the hostage. For doing so would diminish her value. No. Such beauty is a perilous trap. No matter how alluring, she is merely a fleeting specter. I must remain steadfast and not succumb to temptation. Internally, he wrestled with his desires, rallying himself, yet his hand instinctively inched closer. Just as he was about to brush against her exquisite form, a sharp blade suddenly pressed against his wrist. A tremor coursed through Du Chi's heart as he instinctively prepared to shout, only to be enveloped once more by an icy breath. A long scythe encircled his neck, the blade's cold edge pressing against his skin with a menacing chill. From the shadows emerged Yi Ming. "Who are you, and what do you seek?" Du Chi's heart raced wildly. Yi Ming's expression remained impassive. "Do not be hasty. I have a few questions to pose." "I will not speak," Du Chi retorted defiantly. "No matter what you ask, I shall remain silent. Even if you were to kill me, sever my head and cast it into the river, or subject me to 1,000 tortures, I, Du Chi, will utter not a single word," he proclaimed, his voice resolute. In the next moment, with a swift motion, the glint of the blade flashed. Yi Ming, wielding the scythe, severed Du Chi's neck, and his head was propelled from his body, blood gushing forth to saturate the ground. As death claimed him, Du Chi's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, as if he had words unspoken, but time had run out. Yi Ming gazed upon the lifeless form, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Engaging in such futile bravado before me is of no avail." Chapter 54. The killing of the fourth-order contract master Yi Ming has slain Du Chi. Within him, there stirs no emotional upheaval. A vibrant life has been extinguished by his hand, yet as a former elite assassin, he has grown accustomed to such acts. With the demise of his younger brother, only the elder brother remains. Yi Ming melds into the shadows, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Meanwhile, atop the crown of a towering tree, a slender figure stands, her demeanor austere. She surveys the actions of Yi Ming with a furrowed brow, recognizing him as a novice. Despite his evident talent, a lack of experience is a significant flaw. Judging by the task at hand, it is clear that the brothers Du Chi and Du Chi harbor secrets within. She believes that Yi Ming should not have killed Du Chi. Rather, he should have subdued him and used him as leverage to extract information from Du Chi. Such an approach might have yielded valuable insights. However, now that Yi Ming has taken Du Chi's life, Du Chi will undoubtedly be enraged upon discovering his brother's corpse, unleashing both his strength and potential. At that moment, no information will be gleaned. Instead, it will pose an even greater danger to Yi Ming, unless the woman's violet eyes fixate on Yi Ming, pondering the possibility that this newcomer might manage to control Du Chi. Yet, to restrain a foe of such caliber, an upper-tier adversary, is a formidable challenge. The act of killing and that of controlling are two entirely distinct endeavors. To dominate an opponent requires an even greater power than that needed to eliminate them. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves nearby catches attention. Du Chi emerges, adjusting his trousers as he walks, grumbling about the harshness of the foliage. He approaches the wooden cabin, only to find the door tightly shut, impenetrable. What is happening? I distinctly recall that Du Chi did not close the door when I left. A frown creases Du Chi's brow as he refrains from immediately opening the door, opting instead to approach the van. He flings open the door and reaches for a pile of scrap metal within. With a hum, his arms emit a magnetic force, drawing the metal towards him and reshaping it. Before long, his left hand transforms into a steel drill, while his right morphs into a formidable iron fist. His chest and back are clad in metallic armor, faint arcs of lightning flickering across its surface. An A-class magnetic saint, he possesses the ability to absorb metal and reshape it into weapons for battle. Fully armed, Du Chi stands before the cabin, takes a deep breath, and then his eyes blaze with fury. With a resounding crash, he shatters the door to smithereens. "You coward! What sort of skill is hiding away?" We all traverse the same world. If you want to fight, then speak up, he bellows. However, silence reigns from within the room. Suddenly, Du Qi-shan glances down to behold the lifeless body of Du Qi. He sprawled on the ground, his hands clutching his head, appearing as though he has severed it himself. No! A piercing scream of anguish shatters the stillness of the night. Du Qi-shan's eyes were ablaze with fury as he howled wildly, repeatedly striking the air around him. Come out. If you have the guts, step forward. You kill my brother, and no matter who you are, you shall perish. If you have the courage, then come out. His taunts were abruptly interrupted as he noticed the dark walls before him shifting. Almost immediately, Yi Ming, clad in enchanted armor, emerged with a scythe in hand, advancing deliberately, exuding the calmness and grace characteristic of a seasoned assassin. Wait, what on earth is he doing? Hasn't he seen that Du Qi-shan has lost his mind? Isn't he courting death by stepping out now? The woman covertly assigned to protect Yi Ming began to berate him, realization dawning upon her. The newcomer she had been tasked with safeguarding was not merely inexperienced. He was utterly reckless, completely oblivious to the tenets of an assassin's craft. As Du Qi-shan beheld the enemy who had slain his brother strutting forth, his rage ignited further. You tread the path to heaven, yet refuse to walk it. And you dare to breach the gates of hell. You dare to show your face after killing my brother. You truly wish for death. With a thunderous roar, Du Qi-shan lunged forward, his iron fists cleaving the air as they descended upon Yi Ming with tremendous force. Yet, Yi Ming showed no sign of fear, swinging his scythe sideways. The collision of their immense energies sent a cloud of dust soaring into the air. The mysterious woman, witnessing this, felt a sense of foreboding. Damn it, that newcomer can't possibly die like this. As the cold wind swept in, the dust dissipated, revealing a fist of iron rising skyward. Du Qi-shan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at his severed arm, his mind a blank slate, his body trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. How can this be? You are astonishingly strong. Du Qi-shan fixed his gaze upon Yi Ming. Who are you? Are you an assassin sent by the Sourcelight sect? Ha, so you did speak it aloud? Yi Ming's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Du Qi-shan's heart sank. He realized he had misspoken. The adversary was not an assassin from the Sourcelight sect, but rather someone from another faction. This is bad. It felt as though his heart was gripped in a vice, his chest constricting, breath becoming labored. He turned to flee. Yet, Yi Ming did not pursue him, but instead hurled a throwing knife. Swish! The knife sliced through the air, effortlessly piercing Du Qi-shan's skull. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, his body convulsing, foam spilling from his mouth, his eyes fixed on the heavens, his tongue protruding. It was over. After tidying the scene, Yi Ming did not depart immediately. Instead, he spoke calmly. Du Qi's life is of little consequence. Using him to threaten Du Qi-shan is indeed effective, but directly threatening Du Qi-shan would yield even greater results. The lives of others pale in comparison to my own. With that, Yi Ming lifted his gaze to the towering treetops nearby. Others may not have sensed it, but Yi Ming's perception of aura was exceptionally keen. He was certain the enigmatic assassin, who covertly safeguarded his own interests, stood silently upon the treetops, observing my every movement with unwavering focus. The woman perched in the branches furrowed her brow, realizing that he had indeed spotted her. His words were directed at me. She recalled her earlier musings when Yi Ming had dispatched Du Qi. Utilizing Du Qi to coerce Du Qi-shan was undoubtedly a prudent strategy, albeit one with a low likelihood of success. In contrast, directly threatening Du Qi-shan to elicit the truth would markedly enhance the probability of success. After all, the instinct for self-preservation is universal. However, to Yi Ming's surprise, the bond between the two brothers, Du Qi-shan and Du Qi, was profoundly deep. Upon witnessing the demise of Du Qi, Du Qi-shan's composure shattered, and he unwittingly divulged the existence of the force known as Yuanguan. Though the information was scarce, it proved to be sufficient. Within the wooden cabin, Yi Ming utilized Du Qi-shan's mobile device to send the address to the parents of the female executive. He felt a sense of relief only upon seeing two elderly figures, their hair as white as snow, accompanied by a group of law enforcement officers arriving at the cabin. As for the bodies of Du Qi-shan and Du Qi-he, along with the blood that stained the wooden floor, they had long since been meticulously cleaned by Yiming. Chapter 55. Yuanguang Group. Upon concluding his mission, Yiming promptly sent a message to Sun Hoyuan upon returning home. Yiming, the task is complete. Both brothers Du Qi-shan have perished. However, I have obtained some information indicating their connection to a force known as Yuanguang. Yuanguang. Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow. Could it be the Yuanguang Group from the coastal region? The Yuanguang Group is a foreign-held joint venture, well regarded locally, engaged in deep-sea fishing and land reclamation, among other ventures. Yet, rumors have long circulated in coastal cities that the Yuanguang Group exploits legal loopholes, manipulates prices, and suppresses rival companies of a similar nature. In a bid to seize market share, they have even resorted to underhanded tactics, employing a cadre of shadowy hunters. Perhaps it truly is the Yuanguang Group. Sun Hoyuan stroked his chin, contemplating while he sent a message to Yiming. Sun Hoyuan, good. Your performance this time was commendable. Even her assessment of you was exceptionally positive. Her? A female assassin? Yiming noted the detail. In fact, during the previous mission, he had sensed this already. The aura of a female contractor is relatively gentle, while that of a male is more assertive. An outsider might not discern this, but Yiming could. Yiming, please extend my gratitude to her for safeguarding me tonight. Sun Hoyuan, you are quite courteous. Very well, I shall do so. Additionally, Hei's Chani has prepared something for you. Come by to collect it. I will send you the address. Yiming, all right. Before long, Yiming arrived at the address provided by Sun Hoyuan and collected the Hei's Chani. The first thing he did upon returning home was to refine it. However, the results were rather lackluster. Aside from enhancing the flexibility of the black wings, it yielded no further benefits. Although the materials from this fearsome beast were of the 5th tier, they were ill-suited for a witch contractor. It was only natural that the effects were feeble. Thus, the day concluded. Time for sleep. Yiming collapsed into slumber. The following morning, a cacophony of sounds stirred him awake. Upon rising, he discovered that his cousin Yi Shuang had returned. She donned a black leather jacket, beneath which a strapless top accentuated her ample form. The ultra-short skirt further enhanced her already striking silhouette, and her long legs, fair as jade, gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, capturing attention effortlessly. She possessed a pair of deep violet eyes, and though her features were enchanting, her lips lacked any semblance of a smile, her gaze devoid of emotion. As her uncles greeted her, Yi Shuang merely offered a polite thank you, her expression remaining stoic. Truly an ice queen. She wore a perpetual frown, her words as frigid as her demeanor, as if we owed her a debt. Yi Xinxin leaned against the doorframe of Yiming's room, arms crossed, murmuring discontentedly. Yi Shuang's temperament is just like that. Sister, do not speak ill of her behind her back, Yiming interjected. Yi Xinxin, visibly displeased, retorted, What about you, Yiming? Whose side are you on? Are you still my lazy partner or not? Now you dare to speak on behalf of the Ice Queen? Do you think that by praising her, she'll allow you to rest properly? Yiming spread his hands, expressing his innocence. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a waft of feminine fragrance approached. Yi Shuang arrived, dragging a suitcase, and upon glancing at Yiming and then at Yi Xnxn, she nodded and said, Long time no see. Such a formal way of greeting. One might mistake her for an elder. Yiming smiled indifferently. It's been a while. Sister Yi Shuang, how have you been? Have you grown stronger? I heard you're already a 4th-tier contract master. Let us spar sometime. I've just reached the 3rd tier. Yi Xin immediately turned to him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, Yiming, when did you break through? How come I had no idea? Her scalp tingled, and her mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning. She finally understood why Yiming wasn't too afraid of Yi Shuang. It was because he had gained the strength to challenge her. 3rd tier. Yi Shuang's beautiful eyes glimmered with surprise. It's only been a little over 20 days since your awakening, and you've managed to break through to the 3rd tier in such a short time, especially with your contract spirit being a witch. You truly are as exceptional as my second uncle described. As an elder sister, I hope you will never fall victim to the cycle of slaughter and retribution. Yi Shuang was quite eloquent indeed. Yiming nodded. Rest assured I won TMM. After nodding, Yi Shuang's gaze slowly fell upon Yi Xian. Compared to Yi Ming's excellence, some individuals have yet to step into the fourth tier. Is it due to a lack of talent or sheer laziness? Never mind. I'm back now, and the Devil's training begins. Yes, Yi Xian, you will participate alone. Hey, Yi Xian pointed at Yi Ming. What about him? And him? Yi Ming is quite capable. He doesn't need it. If you can become a fourth tier by tomorrow, I might reconsider training you. Yi Xian, do I have a choice? Can you defeat me? Fine, I'll train. Is that not enough? The usually domineering Yi Xian had finally met someone who could give her a headache. Only Yi Xian was left to navigate this challenging world. This time upon her return, Yi Shuang had prepared gifts. Yi Ming received a pendant crafted from black crystal, exquisitely made with intricate patterns that brought clarity and tranquility to the wearer. Its value exceeded 5 million. Yi Xian received a white jade bracelet, also worth several million. All of this money was earned by Yi Shuang herself. I must say, although my cousin is not one for laughter and often wears a stern expression, she is quite generous towards her family. After a brief conversation, Yi Ming returned to his room. He changed into casual attire, preparing to visit the Win Martial Arts School for a challenge. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Yi Ming took out the assassin's badge, frowning slightly. While the badge could be integrated into his body or removed at will, it remained a small object. Small objects are easily lost, an eternal truth. Perhaps I should just keep it integrated into my body permanently. To prevent unnecessary complications, Yi Ming found this reasoning quite compelling. He placed the badge upon his wrist, and in the next moment, it melded into his being. However, at the instant the badge integrated with his body, an odd sensation surged within him. Yi Ming sensed a peculiar ripple in the air around him, as if it were issuing a warning. Wait a moment. He recalled Sun Ho Yuan's words. To avoid inadvertently harming allies, the badge bearers are alerted when they're in close proximity to one another. The closer they are, the more intense the warning. He could distinctly perceive that a certain assassin lurked nearby. Without hesitation, Yi Ming swiftly removed the badge to conceal his identity. Once the badge was off, the strange feeling dissipated. Yet, the curiosity that gnawed at Yi Ming's mind remained. Another assassin was very close to me. Who could it be? Were they merely passing by? Or were they situated near my home? Yi Ming clenched his fists in contemplation. Ultimately, he was left without answers. Well then, perhaps I should first head to the dojo. With a sigh, Yi Ming stepped outside and heard noises emanating from the training room. Night Frost was instructing Night Xin. He paused for a moment, observing from the doorway. Just as he was about to depart, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Night Frost, propelling Night Xin 3 meters away. Yi Ming, on the verge of leaving, felt a tremor in his heart. This aura, it feels so familiar, as if I have encountered it somewhere before. Indeed, Yi Ming's pupils constricted suddenly. The female assassin from last night. Her presence bears a striking resemblance to Night Frost's. Could it be? Chapter 56. Sister Yi Shuang possesses admirable qualities. Yi Ming has an extraordinary sensitivity to aura. He is certain that the energy Yi Shuang previously emitted is identical to that of the female assassin from last night. Coupled with the earlier reaction of the badge, even a fool could discern what this signifies. Yi Shuang has indeed joined the assassination hall, and she is certainly not a novice. Yi Shuang's demeanor is cool and aloof, making her somewhat reticent in social interactions. Additionally, having trained in martial arts since childhood, she has mastered the art of concealing her murderous intent, rendering her exceptionally suited for the role of an assassin. Although Yi Ming can pinpoint numerous flaws in Yi Shuang, such as her excessive reliance on external means to mask her presence, her tendency to occupy high ground, and her lack of proficiency in deceit, she still surpasses her peers by a significant margin. It truly astonishes Yi Ming to discover that Sister Yi Shuang is affiliated with the assassination hall. He finds himself contemplating whether to reveal his true identity to her and impart some insights on the assassin's craft. However, after some deliberation, he decides against it. Given that Yi Shuang has witnessed his combat prowess firsthand, she will naturally deduce his capabilities upon witnessing him in action again. Furthermore, should she oppose his joining the assassination hall, he would merely exhaust himself in futile explanations, which he finds cumbersome. With the martial arts examination approaching, Yiming cannot afford to dwell on such matters. He resolves to focus on his training. Just as he turns to leave, Yi Shuang's voice calls out to him. Come here. I wish to see the extent of your current strength. A frown creases Yi Ming's brow as he makes his way to the training room. Could it be that his disguise is about to be unveiled? Demonstrate your power, Yi Shuang instructs, gesturing toward the mechanical dummy before them. Strike this? Yi Ming exhales in relief. He clenches his fist and delivers a powerful blow. The mechanical dummy is punctured, creating a sizable hole. This showcases the pure strength of Yi Ming's physical prowess. Goodness! Exclaims Exin, astonished. That is quite remarkable. You've penetrated the dummy? I recall just a few days ago your punch wasn't nearly this formidable. Yi Ming shrugs. A few days ago, I was a third-tier contract master either. Exin is left speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Shuang, stroking her chin, scrutinizes the hole in the dummy, nodding in approval. Your strength is concentrated and not dispersed. Your aura is powerful yet composed. It seems you have not been idle in your training over the years. Yi Qing pouts, as if to suggest that she has been negligent. Listening to Yi Shuang's astute analysis, Yi Ming nods slightly. Indeed, she is worthy of the Assassination Hall's recognition. Her analytical abilities are quite impressive. Now, let's test your speed. Sprint to the dummy ahead, Yi Shuang directs, pointing to a dummy situated 20 meters away. As her words linger in the air, a gentle breeze brushes past her ear. In less than a breath's time, Yi Ming completes the 20-meter dash, his speed akin to instantaneous movement. Even the night Frost could not maintain her composure. At my current pace, I cover 20 meters with a single breath. Yet, before I could even finish a breath, you astonishingly completed the same distance. Quite impressive. Night Xin was taken aback, and Night Ming displayed a hint of surprise. This was the first time they had heard such commendable words from Night Frost. Your speed surpasses my own, and your strength is on par with mine. I am a 4th tier, while you're a 3rd tier. Night Frost narrowed her eyes slightly, casting a skeptical glance at Night Ming. Is your contracted spirit truly a witch? Are you deceiving us? Your contracted spirit is an SSS-level saintess, isn't it? Night Ming responded in astonishment. Sister Night Frost, are you joking? Night Frost cleared her throat, realizing her boldness, and quickly retracted her words. I apologize, I misspoke. May I ask you a question? Is your spirit skill tailored for individuals or groups? Both. Why? No particular reason. You may go, Night Ming shrugged. He was prepared to reveal his true identity. Yet Night Frost managed to pull him back into disguise. After his departure, he continued his quest for challenges, facing an aspiring 4th-tier contract master with an A-level contracted spirit. Although it lacked challenge, he preferred battling contract masters over ferocious beasts. Humans were intelligent and adaptable, and even swiftly defeating an opponent offered valuable insights. Of course, Night Ming also did not abandon the secret realm, as ferocious beasts were a significant source of experience in his cultivation journey. After Night Ming left, Night Frost unusually concluded her grueling training early. Night Xin's eyes widened, feeling as though the sun had risen in the west. I need to ask you something. Night Frost turned to Night Xin. Is Night Ming's contracted spirit a witch? Indeed, and an SSS level at that. Why do you ask? Is he not concerned about the backlash from slaughter? Night Frost inquired with some apprehension. Night Xin shook her head with a sigh. How could he not be worried? But worrying does little good. The backlash from slaughter cannot be completely resolved. However, Night Ming assures us not to fret. I wonder if he truly has a solution or if he is merely offering comforting words. As Night Ming's elder sister, Night Xin naturally worried for him. Night Frost remained silent for a moment before ultimately departing the training room. She returned to her quarters, opened her phone, and, after ensuring no one was around, sent a message. Night Frost, Captain Sun, I heard recently that the Hall of Slaughter is in need of personnel. I can recommend someone. His strength rivals mine, and his speed exceeds it. Sun Ho Yuan. Sure, what is his realm? Night Frost, a 3rd-tier contract master, but he possesses exceptional talent. Sun Ho Yuan. What about his contracted spirit? Night Frost. That is precisely what I wanted to discuss. The individual I'm recommending is quite peculiar. as he has contracted a witch despite having maxed out his spiritual affinity. Sun Ho-Yuan, seated in his chair, suddenly sat upright. The fully leveled spiritual contract, which... Why does it feel somewhat familiar to a certain gifted anomaly? Sun Ho-Yuan, the individual you wish to introduce, could it be Yiming? Is Yiming truly that well-known? Even Captain Sun is aware of him? Yishuang furrowed her brow, but upon reflection, it made sense. Captain Sun had recently visited Sangnan City, and with the commotion caused by Yiming, it was only natural for him to be informed. Yishuang, yes, it is indeed him. Captain Sun, what I wish to convey is that if Yiming were to join the Hall of Slaughter, could you assist him in avoiding the backlash of violence? Should there be any material costs, feel free to deduct them from my salary. It would not be an issue. Under the same roof, has Yiming not disclosed his identity to her? Sun Ho-Yuan frowned, attempting to view the situation from Yiming's perspective. He surmised that the lack of disclosure must stem from a deeper reason. The martial arts examination? It seemed plausible. This young man, could it be that he intends to showcase his formidable prowess during the examination, thus leading Yi Shuang to discover that he had long since joined the Hall of Slaughter, and that he was indeed the newcomer she held in such high regard? Sun Ho-Yuan felt that Yiming could very well engage in such antics. After all, it is common for youth to revel in bravado. Surely, he would not withhold information merely to avoid trouble, would he? Moreover, Yi Shuang had witnessed Yiming in action the previous night. Should she observe him again, she would undoubtedly recognize him. To avoid entangling himself in this matter, Sun Ho-Yuan believed his intuition to be correct, and thus he began to defer the conversation. Sun Ho-Yuan, regarding Yiming's potential joining of the Hall of Slaughter, let us discuss this after the martial arts examination. Yi Shuang, indeed, to deliberate after the martial arts examination. Could it be that he wishes to first assess Yiming's performance? Yi Shuang felt her deductions were sound. After all, it was only after her own participation in the martial arts examination that she had joined the Hall of Slaughter. Chapter 57. The Director of the Mountain Swaying Hall. Fourth-rank contract master the following day. With merely 3 days remaining until the martial arts grand examination, Yiming arose early, readying himself for an exceptionally significant day. The director of the Mountain Swaying Martial Arts Hall had decided to engage him in combat. As a fourth-rank contract master possessing an A-level contract spirit, this would be Yiming's inaugural encounter with a master of such caliber, and he felt a surge of anticipation. The prospect of battling a formidable opponent, especially one whose realm exceeded his own, filled Yiming with a sense of accomplishment. Should he lose, he would reflect on his performance. If victorious, his confidence would soar, propelling him forward in his journey of progress. Just as he was about to depart, his older sister Yi Xinshin and his other sister Yi Shuang approached him. Noticing Yiming on the verge of leaving, Yi Xinshin smiled and inquired, "Ah, are you off to participate in the mock examination organized by Sangnan No. 1 High School? It would be beneficial for you to attend, even if it bears little significance, as it will familiarize you with the procedures of the upcoming martial arts grand examination." Prior to the grand examination, Sangnan No. 1 High School would conduct preliminary tests, intermediate evaluations, and mock examinations, all aimed at assessing the students' abilities and enabling them to achieve better results in the grand examination. However, it appeared that some had evidently forgotten this matter. Mock examination? What mock examination? Yiming exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization. Oh no, I completely forgot. Yet, he shrugged it off, deeming it unimportant. The examination procedures were available online, but the opportunity to meet with a fourth-rank master was rare. Thus, Yiming resolutely abandoned the idea of attending the mock examination and set off. Observing his retreating figure, Yi Shuang furrowed her brow and addressed Yi Xinshin. The mock examination is quite significant. As his elder sister, shouldn't you encourage him to attend? But you're his cousin. Why aren't you taking responsibility? Yi Xinshin retorted, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Yi Shuang sighed, I find it hard to voice it. Ye injin shuruk. Well, while the mock examination may hold great importance for others, it is of no consequence to Yiming. This lad not only skipped the mock examination, but also missed both the preliminary and intermediate tests. You were away from home, so you may not be aware of Yiming's extraordinary talent. When he was at the first rank, he single-handedly vanquished hundreds of ferocious beasts, shattering records at the Sangnan Martial Arts Hall. Subsequently, he experienced a sudden breakthrough to the second rank within the Blood Demon Palace, effortlessly treating a multi-person secret realm as if it were a solo endeavor. Truly remarkable. Such a person cannot be easily restrained. Upon hearing of Yi Ming's accomplishments, Yi Shuang contemplated the matter and realized he indeed had no need to participate in a mock examination. If Yi Ming were to join the slaughter hall, he might prove to be even more exceptional than the newcomers from that evening. No, Yi Ming will surpass them. He is my brother, and I believe in him. Yi Shuang murmured, her gaze shifting. Yi Xinxin turned her head, curious about Yi Shuang's quiet mutterings. Ahem, it's nothing, Yi Shuang replied, feeling a bit awkward as she departed. Upon arriving at the mountain-swaying martial arts hall, Yi Ming, out of courtesy, sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, to inform her of his absence. Initially, the other party was reluctant and criticized Yi Ming, asserting that he was not taking the martial arts grand examination seriously, which was unacceptable. However, upon receiving a video call from Yi Ming, who had the head of the Hanshan Martial Arts School speak on his behalf, Teacher Yang swiftly changed her stance. Mr. Chun, so Yi Ming has an appointment with you today. With you explaining the rules of the martial arts grand examination, there will certainly be no issues. What? You say Yi Ming wishes to challenge you? I recall you are only a fourth-tier practitioner. Upon hanging up, Yang Jinwen wore a look of disbelief. What a joke. While other students were still preoccupied with their mock examinations, Yi Ming had already begun challenging fourth-tier contract masters. The gap was simply too vast. Within the Hanshan Martial Arts School, the headmaster, Chun Bai, returned the phone to Yi Ming. Thank you very much, Headmaster Chun, Yi Ming said with a smile and clasped his fists in gratitude. Chun Bai chuckled and shook his head. You rascal. Not only do you repeatedly come to my Hanshan Martial Arts School to test your skills, but now you also want this old man to help you take a leave of absence. You truly have quite the face. Yi Ming scratched his head. What can I say, Mr. Chun? Students fear their teachers. I'm Yang, teacher student, and she is your student, so of course, your words carry the most weight. All right, Chun Bai said, looking at Yi Ming with a grin. You've even investigated my background thoroughly? With your reputation, Headmaster Chun, is there any need for investigation? Your name is known in every street and alley. Yi Ming was not only adept at combat, but also skilled at lifting spirits. Chun Bai enjoyed this flattery. Now, enough of the small talk. Let us ascend the arena. With a light step, Chun Bai leaped onto the platform, with Yi Ming following closely behind. As they prepared to spar, Chun Bai explained, we will engage in a friendly match, aiming to touch each other's forehead, waist, or thigh to claim victory. Yi Ming naturally would not refuse. That would be impolite. He propelled himself forward, his energy surging dramatically as he transformed into a streak of black light. Just as his finger was about to touch Chun Bai's forehead, a thunderous sound erupted. Behind Chun Bai, a robust figure materialized. Her arms resembled towering mountains, her abdomen defined with muscle, and her physique was harmoniously sculpted. A brownish aura enveloped the Hanshan Saintess. Her eyes sparkled with white light as her massive arms descended before Chun Bai, forming an impenetrable barrier. Yi Ming's fist struck the shield, causing rocks to splinter. It did not breach. This approach would not suffice. I must be serious. A flicker of crimson shimmered in Yi Ming's eyes as he grasped his long scythe. Centered around him, a dark domain began to expand, ultimately enveloping the entire arena. Chun Bai furrowed his brow. Yet in the next moment, Yi Ming appeared to have stepped into a void, his body seamlessly merging into the darkness. Realizing something was amiss, Chun Bai closed his eyes, attuning every pore of his body to sense the surrounding energies. As Yi Ming emerged, scythe in hand, Chun Bai's eyes snapped open, and he charged forward with a clenched fist. Boom, boom, boom. Energy fluctuations erupted continuously as the two combatants on the arena engaged in a fierce struggle, neither able to claim victory. It was not until a resounding roar echoed that this confrontation came to a close. What a thrilling experience! Chun Bai gazed at Yi Ming with excitement. At this moment, Yi Ming took several deep breaths. A white spot marked the center of his brow, another at the root of his thigh, yet there was none upon his waist. In contrast, Bai bore the marks of defeat in all three areas. This battle was a triumph for Yi Ming. The pupil surpasses the master. You, my dear boy, are truly remarkable. Were it not for my own inadequacies, I would undoubtedly take you as my disciple. Despite his loss, Bai bore no resentment. He was a man capable of both holding on and letting go. A loss was simply a loss, and he never resorted to flaunting his seniority. This principle was the foundation of his Han Mountain martial arts school. The rules this time favored me somewhat. Had the conditions been different, I might not have fared as well as Director Chun. Yi Ming remained humble. Bai chuckled and shook his head. No need for false modesty, young lad. I am well aware you did not exert your full strength. Director Shen. You jest. After exchanging a few light-hearted compliments, Yi Ming departed from the Han Mountain Martial Arts School. Following the earlier battle, he had come to a definitive realization. His current prowess was sufficient to surpass an ordinary fourth-tier contract master. P.S. Wishing everyone a joyful New Year's Eve in advance. Chapter 58. The Grand Martial Examination begins. 3 days later, the Grand Martial Examination officially commenced. A group of individuals stood at the entrance, bidding farewell to Yi Ming as he departed. You rascal, do your best in the exam. It will be splendid if you get into university. If not, you can always work with your second uncle. At least you won T-Starve. Yi Zheng patted Yi Ming on the shoulder, chuckling. Yi Ming similait helplessly. I'm already at the 3rd tier. How could I possibly fail? Regardless of your tier, remember that there are always those superior to you in this world. Maintain humility, and do not be careless during the examination, interjected his third uncle, Yi Wen. Pay close attention to the questions. Make sure you do not misread them. If you encounter a multiple-choice question you cannot answer, remember to guess C. If there are 3 short answers and 1 long, choose the shortest. If there are 3 long and 1 short, select the longest. Good luck. Ye Ming responded. Third uncle, I am taking the martial arts examination, not a literary one. Close enough, you can interpret it as you wish, he replied nonchalantly. Yi Ming was truly exasperated. While his uncles were capable in business matters, they were utterly clueless when it came to martial arts. There was no point in explaining anything further. At that moment, Yi Shuang approached, her eyes brimming with encouragement. Yi Ming, excel in your examination and strive to become the top scholar of Songnan. I might just have a surprise for you. The surprise she referred to was the recommendation for Yi Ming to join the killing hall. Poor girl, completely unaware of the truth. Yi Ming smiled and nodded, all right. I will put forth my utmost effort. Go for it, Yi Ming. I have faith in you. If you fail to achieve the top position, don't even think about coming home. If you do, I will dismantle your bed. Yi Ming's lips twitched. The love of a sister. The location of the grand martial examination was set in the teleportation hall. On the day of the examination, the hall would be closed to the public, and no vehicles would be permitted within a 10-kilometer radius, with military tanks and heavy weaponry stationed for security. At this moment, dozens of buses were parked around the teleportation hall as all candidates from Songnan City entered the examination venue in an orderly fashion. In the ranks of Songnan No. 1 high school, Yang Jinwen was frantically dialing a number. Hello, is this Yi Ming's second uncle? I would like to inquire about Yi Ming's whereabouts. The grand martial examination is about to begin, so why hasn't he arrived yet? What? He left half an hour ago. All right, that should mean he's on his way. She hung up the phone, but the worry etched on her face remained. As the leading teacher for Songnan No. 1 high school, there were 300 students participating in this examination. Excluding those with special circumstances, there were 255 remaining. And now only 254 had arrived. Yi Ming was the only one missing. What could possibly be delaying him? How did he develop such a dreadful habit of being late? Yang Jinwen felt an urge to berate Yi Ming at that moment. Meanwhile, whispers began circulating among the surrounding students. Yi Ming has really become arrogant. He skipped the preliminary tests, didn't show up for the intermediate assessments. And now, for the grand martial examination, he might still not come. If he truly fails to arrive, I am confident that I shall secure the top position in Songnan this time. You must be jesting, with your B-grade contractual spirit and being a mere first-tier contract master. You hardly stand a chance. Moreover, the competition in this martial arts examination is exceptionally fierce. From Sangha number 2, there is Chu Chuyu, the SS grade range saintess and a second-tier contract master. From Sangha number 3, there is Zhou Zhanlong, the SS grade spear saint. And let us not forget our school belle, Liu Yuxuan, from Sangha number 1, who is rumored to have also ascended to the second tier. I am certain that the top scholar will emerge from among those three. Upon hearing the words of this candidate, the leading teachers from Sangha number 2 and number 3 puffed up with pride, turning to gaze at their students. They shouted some invigorating slogans, such as Sangha's top scholar, who else but me, and fight with style, fight with strength. It was evident that they were determined to seize the title this year. Yang Jinwen paid them no heed, her gaze fixated on the electronic countdown screen on the ceiling. With only 20 minutes remaining, where could Yiming be? Would he even make in time? Beside her, Liu Yuxuan furrowed her brow, pondering if he might truly miss the examination due to tardiness. I had considered him a potential rival. As time trickled away, the murmurs among the crowd could no longer be contained. If Yiming did not arrive, our chances of dominating the Sangha number 1 would surely be dashed. Didn't you hear our homeroom teacher's call? He is on his way. He should be arriving soon. Soon? If he is caught in traffic. It could take 3 hours to drive here. With only 13 minutes until the martial arts examination begins, he is likely to miss it. Miss it? I find that hard to believe. What if he can fly? That's absurd. Fly? Does he think he has Superman? Boom. Just as those words were spoken, a figure suddenly burst through the entrance of the transmission hall. Yiming descended with wings unfurled, gliding gracefully to land amidst the ranks of Sangha number 1. Right beside Yang Jinwen, the students gasped in astonishment. Wait, you can actually fly? You possess quite an array of powers. Amidst the astonishment of his peers, Yang Jinwen delivered a playful smack to Yiming's head. Yiming, why did you arrive only now? You had me worried sick. If you had missed the martial arts examination, you would have regretted it for a lifetime. Yiming sighed in exasperation. I left an hour early. Who could have foreseen such dreadful traffic? Even a bicycle lane was completely clogged. I had no choice but to fly. Fly? The transmission hall is over 30 kilometers from the Yi residence. You actually flew that distance? Yang Jinwen's concern grew. What about your stamina? Did you conserve your energy? The classmates were bewildered. Surely, that wasn't the most pressing issue. The fact that he had flown over 30 kilometers was almost disregarded. Do not worry. I still have plenty of energy left. After all, Yiming released a hint of his aura. I am now a third-tier contract master. Third tier. The faces of the students were adorned with expressions of astonishment, a reaction that Yiming had anticipated. The once proud instructors from other schools, who had held their heads high, now stared wide-eyed, their lips twitching and their complexions as grim as those suffering from constipation. A third-tier contract master? Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in Sangnan City. This marked a historic first. It is worth noting that the martial arts examination has never entertained the notion of repeating students. Each examination is comprised solely of newcomers. The first ever third-tier contract master, a sorceress, and a fully awakened spirit. The advantages were simply overwhelming. Should Yiming achieve the status of Sanghan's top scholar, his influence would be unimaginable. The atmosphere became exceedingly boisterous with Yiming's arrival. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, silencing the cacophony of the transport hall as all gazes turned toward the central podium. There, 3 figures had mysteriously appeared. Wang Changkong from Starry Sky University, Sun Ho Yuan from Star Demon University, and Zhao Feng from Starcy University. They were instructors dispatched by the 3 premier universities, tasked with overseeing the examination. The martial arts examination is about to commence, and it seems everyone is quite exhilarated. Since you are all so eager, allow me to share some delightful news. Boon Zhaofeng, a robust figure clad in martial attire. The secret realm for this martial arts examination is the Extreme Ice Palace. The minimum level of ferocious beasts is 1st tier, while the maximum tier of ferocious beasts is 4th tier. The 4th tier, Giant Cold Ice Demon. Chapter 59. Night Frost. His movements felt eerily familiar. What? A 4th tier, fierce beast? The examinees' pupils constricted in shock, their hearts filled with disbelief. Even the supervising teachers were momentarily taken aback. What kind of is this? This is the martial arts examination. When has a fourth-tier fierce beast ever appeared in such a context? In the previous examination, the mightiest beast was a third-tier phantom elephant. The one before that featured a third-tier serpent-tailed lion king, and the one prior showcased a third-tier Xianfeng demon. The strongest beasts have always been third-tier. Yet this time, a fourth-tier fierce beast has emerged. The candidates displayed expressions of distress. The difficulty has escalated significantly. Some have already begun to grumble in hushed tones, lamenting that this examination is exceedingly arduous, showing little regard for first-tier contract masters like themselves. In response, Zhao Feng raised his hand to quiet the crowd, signaling for calm. All right, let's not be overly agitated. Allow me to finish speaking. The fourth-tier fierce beasts are intended for those so-called geniuses. Ordinary individuals will scarcely encounter them as long as they avoid the heart of the secret realm. Of course, the increase in difficulty is inevitable. With a rise in the number of third-tier and second-tier beasts, and an augmentation in the prowess of first-tier beasts, the purpose of the martial arts examination is to select the strong. Many of you present may eventually venture beyond our realm, facing those brutal beasts in battle. So it is imperative to maintain a proper attitude and not regard this examination as a shortcut to success. His words contained both official rhetoric and personal sentiment. The students remained silent. While some harbored dissatisfaction, others began to reflect. A fourth-tier glacial ice demon, Night Ming clenched his fists, confident that he could conquer fourth-tier contract beasts. A fourth-tier fierce beast is still well within my capabilities. He had unwavering faith in his strength. As time slipped away second by second, when the countdown on the electronic clock reached 0, the martial arts examination officially commenced. A multitude of candidates entered the secret realm, equipped with teleportation rings that, when activated in the face of danger, would whisk them out of the realm. Furthermore, the Extreme Ice Palace was an artificially crafted secret realm, complete with surveillance cameras offering a divine perspective, broadcasting the examination live nationwide. At this moment, nearly every household was gathered around their television sets, engrossed in the live stream of the examination, including Yi Xinxin and her companions. In the Extreme Ice Palace, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and snowflakes cascaded gently to the ground, forming a soft blanket of white cotton. Night Ming descended into the heart of a snowy expanse. Around him, half-moon ice caverns were scattered, with ice spikes rising from the ground, one after another, towering 10 meters high, creating a vast forest of ice spikes. In the distance, a majestic ice mountain loomed, atop which appeared to be an ice-blue palace. The martial arts examination has begun. Defeat fierce beasts to earn badges. The more badges you collect, the higher your score. First-tier fierce beast, 1 badge. Second-tier fierce beast, 5 badges. Third-tier fierce beast, 10 badges. Fourth-tier fierce beast, 5,000 badges. A fourth-tier fierce beast presents an extraordinarily high difficulty challenge. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to approach it willingly. However, as Yi Ming squinted slightly, it became evident that he was no ordinary individual. His objective was the fourth-order giant cold ice demon. The surrounding snow blanketed the world in a monotonous hue, significantly diminishing my visibility. Moreover, my reflexes would inevitably become dulled as a result. He regulated his breathing, expanding his bodily senses while narrowing his line of sight. This was a strategy honed through previous experiences in executing assassination missions in snowy terrains. It proved remarkably effective. Charge! He transformed into a streak of black light, dashing at full speed towards the ice mountain. The onlooking members of the Yi family noticed his audacious approach. Goodness, Yi Ming is heading straight for the heart of the snow mountain. Could he be intending to challenge the fourth-order giant cold ice demon directly? Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. A direct challenge to such a ferocious beast? Yi Shuang furrowed her brow. Despite being a third order, this action seemed rather reckless. Yet, Yi Ming was no fool. He undoubtedly had his own plans. Hey. Third Uncle Yiwen exclaimed, pointing at the television. Look quickly. A beast has surrounded Yi Ming. Within the secret realm, Yi Ming halted his advance. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself the focus of a pack of snow-furred wolves. Their eerie blue eyes fixated upon him. These cunning creatures lay concealed within the snowdrifts, ready to spring forth upon encountering prey. Even aerial targets would find it difficult to evade their grasp. Their leaping ability was remarkable, capable of soaring 30 meters high. 20 snow-furred wolves, all at the second order, posed a considerable threat to other candidates. However, Yi Ming's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he flicked his wrist, unleashing a black scythe with a fluid motion. The howls of the snow-furred wolves pierced the sky as they charged madly at Yi Ming. The scythe swept through them. With a sickening thud, the sharp blades sliced through their tough hide, leaving behind ghastly wounds. Some unfortunate wolves were cleaved in half. Scalding blood dripped onto the snow, staining the pristine white and creating a multitude of crimson spots across the ground. With relentless precision, the scythe continued to flash with a chilling gleam. The 20 snow-furred wolves were slaughtered to near extinction. Outside the secret realm, third Uncle Yuan stood up in excitement, exclaiming, "Wait, has this rascal truly grown so powerful?" He dispatched so many beasts in a single stroke. Yi Xin shook her head with a smile. Third Uncle, Yi Ming is third order. While those snow-furred wolves are merely second order, it's hardly a challenge. Isn't that right, Sister Yi Shuang? She turned her gaze towards Yi Shuang. Yet, Yi Shuang's brow remained furrowed, her eyes fixed intently on the screen, her mind replaying Yi Ming's earlier movements, particularly that black scythe. How could this be? The familiarity of the form and the gesture felt hauntingly reminiscent. Yi Shuang's expression grew heavy as her eyes gradually narrowed. One night, one mission, one newcomer. Could it be? A vague suspicion began to take root in Yi Shuang's mind. She gazed intently at the television screen, completely unfazed by the frantic shouts of Yi Xinshin beside her. The leaderboard displayed a significant shift. First place, Zhou Zhanlong, with a badge count of 500. Second place, Chu Qiuyu, with 430 badges. Third place, Lu Yushuan, with 325 badges. Has the first place already reached 500? Zhou Zhanlong possesses considerable strength, Yi Ming remarked, hastening his movements. He donned the Godfall armor, his speed surging as he transformed into a shadow, dashing forward. As he approached the snow-capped mountains, the surrounding beast grew increasingly formidable. A roar echoed through the skies. Yi Ming halted, and from the towering peaks, a colossal snowball surged forth, sweeping across the snowy ground. It leaped high into the air, hurtling down towards Yi Ming. Ing Yu shouted, "Yi Ming, watch out. There is a dangerous life form within the snowball. It's at least a level 4. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year." Chapter 60. The Quasi-Fourth Tier Beast. Ice Armor Giant Bear. As the snowball struck the ground, Yi Ming swiftly dodged to the side, his speed remarkable. Just as he lifted his foot, the snowball grazed it before crashing down. Boom! The rolling white snow spread outwards, obscuring visibility. With a long scythe in hand, Yi Ming discerned a dark shadow rising, step by step approaching him. As the snow in the air settled, a colossal figure emerged. Towering at 3 meters, its form resembled a small mountain, with sharp claws seemingly forged from ice crystals. Its ice-blue eyes glimmered, and blood stained its sharp fangs, while its body was cloaked in a thick layer of white fur, resembling a standing polar bear. However, it was adorned with a crystalline armor. The Quasi-Fourth Tier Beast. The ice-armored giant bear. Yi Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, a surge of power coursing through him as darkness enveloped the scythe in his grasp. A thunderous roar erupted. The surrounding birds took flight, and the snow atop the mountain tumbled once more. The ice-armored giant bear, using all 4 limbs, surged towards Yi Ming with murderous intent gleaming in its ice-blue eyes. The snow accumulated on the ground did nothing to hinder its speed. Yi Ming, be cautious. The ice-armored giant bear possesses immense strength. A single swipe could inflict grievous injuries. The voice of Shadow Yuyo warned just as the words left its lips. Whoosh! A chilling glint flickered through the air. At the moment the ice-armored giant bear swung its paw, Yi Ming sprouted wings and soared into the sky, executing a full 360-degree spin before unleashing a razor-sharp arc of the scythe. Whoosh! The black crescent suddenly appeared. With a sharp sound, a gash was carved into the ice-armored giant bear's body. Scalding blood gushed forth. Yi Ming, do you see the blue gem at its chest? That is its exposed heart. If you shatter it, the ice-armored giant bear will be finished. Shadow Yeo advised. All right. Yi Ming reversed the scythe in his hand and launched another crescent strike mid-air. The ice-armored giant bear roared in fury. The previous pain had taught it a lesson, and this time it braced itself with its formidable arms to withstand the blow. Boom! The two forces collided, each restraining the other. Now is the time. Yi Ming unfurled his wings and darted through the air like a streak of black light towards the ice-armored giant bear. Puff! The sharp scythe glimmered once more. In an instant, the exposed heart of the ice-armored giant bear was cleaved in two. Agonizing pain surged throughout its body, and the ice-armored giant bear roared, its eyes turning crimson with rage as it mindlessly struck the ground. Its actions were nothing more than a death throw. Boom! The massive body collapsed, compressing the snow beneath it. Congratulations, you have obtained Badge 45. The number of badges from a quasi-4th tier beast lies between those of the 3rd and 4th tiers. Well, loss. Yi Ming recalled clearly that defeating a 3rd tier beast yields 10 badges, while vanquishing a 4th tier ice demon grants 5,000 badges. Yet now, having slain a quasi-4th tier beast, he received only 45 badges. Truly a meager reward. Forget it. I will earnestly confront the frost giant beast. Yi Ming spread his wings and soared upward, leaving a trail of slain ferocious beasts in his wake. Observing Yi Ming's dark wings behind him, Yi Shuang, sitting in front of the television, was certain Yi Ming was indeed the newcomer from that fateful night. His strength, aura, and techniques were all strikingly identical. It was no wonder that Captain Sun had mentioned considering his inclusion only after the martial arts examination. Yi Shuang had initially thought that Sun Hoyuan wanted to assess Yi Ming's performance in the examination before making a decision. Now, however, she comprehended the truth. Sun Hoyuan was merely eager to witness her embarrassment. The detestable Captain Sun, the insufferable Yi Ming. How could such a significant matter be concealed from me? This is utterly excessive. Yi Shuang seldom resorted to foul language. Thus the term excessive bore considerable weight in her heart. Wait. Yi Shuang, furuit herbroth. Her fingers pinching her chin, her gaze fixed in contemplation. If that newcomer is indeed Yi Ming, how could his assassination techniques exhibit such proficiency? Especially his ability to conceal his aura, which was nothing short of masterful, even surpassing my own capabilities. This cannot stand. Once the martial arts examination concludes, I must inquire thoroughly. Yi Shuang sensed that Yi Ming harbored a monumental secret. In the monitoring room, 3 proctors witnessed firsthand the entire process of Yi Ming vanquishing a quasi-4th tier ferocious beast. Zhao Feng from Shanghai University exclaimed in awe, "This candidate named Yi Ming is extraordinary. Within less than a month post-awakening, he has reached the 3rd tier and now decisively overcomes a quasi-4th tier beast. His strength and talent are simply astonishing. I dare say even the 4th tier frost giant beast may not stand a chance against him." Sun Hoyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yi Ming's exceptional talent and strength, declaring him the most formidable candidate in Songnan City's history, without exception. I believe he can contend with the frost giant beast. Contend? Wang Changkong from Shinkong University scoffed. The disparity between quasi-4th tier and 4th tier beasts is astronomical, while Yi Ming's 3rd tier prowess is commendable. To say he could defeat a 4th tier frost giant beast is nothing short of wishful thinking. Wait, Zhao Feng replied incredulously. What has gotten into you today, Teacher Wang? In previous years, upon encountering promising talents, you were so excited you could hardly contain yourself. Today, not only do you refrain from cheering, but you even pour cold water on the situation. Is there some past grievance between you and Yi Ming? Wang Changkong began to retort, but was interrupted. Sun Hoyuan interjected, "Teacher Zhao, you may not be aware that shortly after the awakening ceremony, Shinkong University offered Yi Ming a special admission, contingent on him replacing his contracted demoness with a saintess. Naturally, Yi Ming declined on the spot. Teacher Wang's pride was wounded. Hence, he harbors resentment towards Yi Ming." Wang Changkong's brows shot up in indignation as he pointed a finger at Sun Hoyuan, exclaiming, "You dare speak such nonsense? I, Wang Changkong, am still a 6th-tier contract master and have no need to lose my temper over a junior. Engaging in battles beyond one's level is inherently challenging, and it is particularly daunting for Yi Ming, who has only recently ascended to the 3rd tier and lacks sufficient mastery over his newfound strength. For a novice like him, to vanquish a 4th-tier ferocious beast seems nearly impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Feng ultimately nodded in agreement. Teacher Wang's analysis held merit. Leveling up is arduous, and for newcomers, it is even more so. Sun Hoyuan remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Yi Ming, harboring unwavering faith in his ability to conquer the 4th-tier frost demon. Within the secret realm, Yi Ming quickened his pace, navigating through a myriad of obstacles as he approached the summit of the snow-capped mountains. Along the way, he encountered numerous formidable beasts, snow spirits, ice-toothed crocodiles, and blizzard vultures. These creatures posed significant threats, their bloodlines and genes ranking as moderate to above average among ferocious beasts. Yet, under Yi Ming's formidable prowess, they were merely souls claimed by the scythe of fate. With a resounding thud, a bat-winged snow demon collapsed. Ding! Successfully slain a 3rd-tier snow demon, gaining 6 realm experience, 6 spirit technique experience. Congratulations! You have received 10 badges. Chapter 61. The 4th Order Beast, the Giant Cold Ice Demon. The rankings reveal the following. 1st place, Zhou Zhanlong, badge count, 2412. 2nd place, Chu Qiuyu, badge count, 2133. 3rd place, Yi Ming, badge count, 2025. 4th place, Lu Yuxuan, badge count, 1967. The top 3 contenders have all surpassed the 2,000 badge mark. However, as the number of ferocious beasts dwindles, the accumulation of badges among the candidates will inevitably slow. It is likely that the final scores for the 1st and 2nd place will settle around 3,000. Yi Ming vaguely recalls that in last year's martial arts examination, the top scorer from Cangnan amassed over 3,000 badges. Thus, by vanquishing the giant cold ice demon, he could secure the title of Cangnan's champion, even in an extreme scenario where he might not be a match for the giant cold ice demon. His current achievements are sufficient to propel him toward the top 3 prestigious universities. With this thought, Yi Ming felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. As he gazed upon the palace, standing majestically atop the mountain, his fighting spirit surged. He quickened his pace. Along the way, he encountered not only the carcasses of ferocious beasts, but also the lifeless bodies of candidates. A young man clad in a black bodysuit, a girl dressed in work attire. All of them were candidates who, for various reasons, failed to press the teleportation button on their wristbands in time when danger struck. The martial arts examination has never been devoid of peril. Despite advanced safety measures, a mortality rate of 5% still looms. On his journey toward the palace, whenever Yi Ming spotted a body lying in the snow, he would assist in pressing the wristband to ensure their remains were transported away. Once life has departed, at the very least, the body deserves to be sent away. This task is typically the responsibility of the cleaners dispatched after the examination concludes. Yet Yi Ming considered it a mere act of kindness. In the monitoring room, Sun Hoyuan observed this scene unfold, his expression betraying no discernible emotion. Yet a profound sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. The biting cold wind sliced through the air like a blade, mercilessly lacerating Yi Ming's face. As he took his final step, he lifted his gaze to behold the magnificent ice crystal palace, towering over 20 meters amidst the snow, its pinnacle piercing the clouds, inducing awe and trepidation. This is it. The 4th Order giant cold ice demon resides within the palace. Yi Ming gripped his scythe tightly and charged toward the palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless icy arrows sliced through the air. Yi Ming's pupils constricted sharply, and his black wings folded behind him, instantaneously forming a sturdy shield. The icy arrows struck the black-winged shield, but inflicted no damage whatsoever. As the black wings unfurled, Yi Ming looked up. At the summit of the palace, a tall, six-eyed, purple-skinned beast held a bow, preparing to unleash another volley of arrows. Whoosh! Yi Ming swung his scythe, cleaving the arrows in half. A quasi-4th Order beast. The ice crystal archer excels in long-range assaults, yet its physical prowess is notably lacking. A single side strike up close could bring it down. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's legs, strengthened by determination, propelled him forward like a cannonball, racing towards the ice crystal archer at astonishing speed. The latter's 6 pupils abruptly constricted. With a soft pop, the scythe magnified in the gaze of the ice crystal archer. Ultimately, a head soared into the air, successfully killed a quasi-4th tier ice crystal archer. Realm Experience 31, Spirit Technique Experience 31. Congratulations, acquired badge 43. The number of badges had changed, presumably determined by the ferocity of the beast. Standing atop the palace, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. One quasi-4th tier beast after another emerged, yet the great cold ice demon remained elusive. Before he could finish his thought, the palace beneath him began to tremble violently. Subsequently, the originally 20-meter-high palace ascended once more. Yi Ming spread his black wings and leapt from the apex, hovering in midair. At that moment, a cacophony erupted. Snowflakes flew in all directions, and ice shards shattered. The entire ice crystal palace seemed to come alive, its structural integrity compromised. The main hall serving as its body, flanked by 2 side halls acting as arms, while its legs supported its towering form. It stood as a colossal entity, towering over 20 meters tall, a pair of enormous eyes fixated on Yi Ming, rendering him insignificant in comparison, akin to an ant. Yi Ming involuntarily narrowed his eyes. The beast before him, standing at 20 meters, was truly a 4th tier? Outside the secret realm, the members of the Yi family became increasingly agitated. No, that monstrous entity is far too massive. A single punch could likely shatter a mountain. How could Yi Ming possibly contend with it? Third Uncle Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Second Uncle nodded in agreement, echoing, "Indeed, how can this be? Even a 4th tier beast should not possess such size. It's utterly absurd. A moment's inattention could result in death. Can Yi Ming truly defeat this creature?" Yi Xinxin furrowed her brow, equally perplexed. The trio turned their attention to Yi Shuang, who calmly remarked, "Identify its weaknesses. Dare to wager, capable of slaying. If weaknesses remain undiscovered, timid, unable to kill." Weaknesses. Yi Wen and the others fell into contemplation, pondering the notion of vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, the immense disturbance was perceived by other candidates within the secret realm. They sensed the ground shaking and looked towards the distant snowy mountains, only to be taken aback by what they beheld. My goodness, what is that thing? So enormous. Wait, did the palace transform into a giant? What on earth is happening? Has someone entered the palace? Trigger challenge? Challenge. 4th tier beast, the Great Cold Ice Demon. Someone is challenging the Great Cold Ice Demon. Most candidates gazed towards the mountain summit. Currently ranked 1st, Zhou Zhandong stood halfway up the mountain, his heart gripped by fear at the sight of the Great Cold Ice Demon. No way. I cannot possibly be its opponent. I must flee. Meanwhile, Chu Qiyu, ranked 2nd, and Lu Yushuan, ranked 4th, stood nearby, observing Yi Ming, who stood defiantly against the Great Cold Ice Demon atop the mountain. Both frowned in contemplation. Arrogance? Naivety? Or genuine prowess? Chu Qiyu regarded Yi Ming, her icy expression betraying a hint of surprise. Lu Yushuan found Yi Ming utterly incomprehensible. A 3rd-tier contract master daring to challenge a 4th-tier beast. He is practically courting death. In the monitoring room, Sun Hoyuan and his companions clenched their fists tightly. To create a miracle or to face failure. This battle has inevitably arrived. At this moment, Yi Ming became the focal point of the entire martial arts examination. Boom! A deep, resounding sound echoed. The giant ice demon swung its fist, striking heavily towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming swiftly dodged to the side. Yet, as the fist crashed onto the snow-covered mountain, shards of stone erupted and cascaded down, rolling into snowballs and triggering an avalanche. Slash! A murderous intent ignited in Yi Ming's eyes as he unleashed a scythe-like strike at the giant ice demon. Boom! A piercing cold blade sliced through the air. The giant ice demon bore wounds, but in the next moment, they astonishingly healed. It can recover? Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept towards him. Upon closer inspection, the giant ice demon's fist charged at him again like a meteorite. Dark domain. Darkness unfurled, and for a brief moment, the speed of the giant ice demon's punch halted, allowing Yi Ming to evade. That punch shattered the mountainside once more. Yi Ming retaliated with dozens of slashes. However, the giant ice demon's unique physique allowed it to heal repeatedly, its power escalating with each strike, capable of demolishing a small mountain with a single blow. This ferocious beast grew bolder with every confrontation. I must conclude this swiftly. Just as Yi Ming prepared to strike again, a voice filled with excitement echoed. Yi Ming, I have discerned its weakness. This behemoth is merely a paper tiger. Do not hold back. Unleash the single-target technique of eternal nightfall with all your might for this decisive blow. Trust me, this creature is doomed. Chapter 62. Badge count exceeds 7,000. A resounding roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The colossal frost ice demon swung its claws, unleashing a fierce, biting wind. As its claws descended upon Yi Ming, in the next moment, darkness emanated from him, spreading outward in all directions. The realm of shadows unfolded, enveloping the frost ice demon. Black tendrils stretched forth from every corner of this realm, entwining around the giant, slowing its movements, while its crimson eyes glinted with madness as it roared furiously. Everyone watched in awe at the spectacle unfolding upon the snow-capped mountain. Under the collective gaze, Yi Ming stood poised in the air, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him, as darkness coiled around the scythe in his grasp. With a sudden flash of crimson light from his eyes, Yi Ming transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the frost ice demon at an imperceptible speed. Eternal night descended. This was the most formidable spirit technique possessed by Yi Ming, which inherently bore tremendous destructive power. Particularly against a single target, it could amplify Yi Ming's strength manifold. With a whoosh, the dark realm expanded. Silence fell upon the snow-capped mountain, resembling a black curtain. The scythe in Yi Ming's hand gleamed with a cold light, a mesmerizing dance of crimson and pristine white intertwining. In the depths of darkness, the glint of his scarlet eyes flickered momentarily, accompanied by a mournful scream. The massive head was severed, soaring into the air before rolling off the mountain, transforming into a snowball, culminating in an avalanche. Scalding blood splattered down from above, landing in the snow and creating crimson pits. Yi Ming, wielding the scythe, watched as blood flowed across the blade, only to be swiftly consumed by the encroaching darkness. With a thunderous crash, the frost ice demon lost its head. Its body disintegrated into frost and snow, merging seamlessly with the pristine white ground, vanishing without a trace. Notification: successfully slain the 4th stage frost ice demon, gaining 70 realm experience and 70 spirit technique experience. Congratulations, you have earned 5,000 badges. The badge rankings have been updated. Congratulations, you are currently in first place in the martial arts examination, with a total badge count of 7125. First place, Yi Ming, badge count 7125. Second place, Zhou Zhanlong, badge count 2741. Third place, Chu Qiuyu, badge count 2541. With over 7,000 badges, the title of Sanan's top scholar was undoubtedly mine. Yi Ming finally revealed a relaxed expression. With half an hour remaining until the conclusion of the martial arts examination, even if he stood still, doing nothing but taking a nap, no one could surpass him. Outside the secret realm, third Uncle Yi when gazed at the information on the leaderboard, his expression becoming dazed. Over 7,000 badges. What does that even signify? Can someone explain it to me? Second Uncle Yi Jun swallowed hard. While I'm not entirely clear on the significance of over 7,000 badges, if I recall correctly, the badge count for last year's Sangnan Top Scholar was a little over 3,000. 3,000. 7,000. Third Uncle Yi Wen's mind buzzed as if struck by a thunderbolt, implying that Yi Ming was even more formidable than last year's Sangnan Top Scholar. Is he really? No doubt about it. Yi Xinxin exclaimed excitedly. This time, Yi Ming is the top scholar of Sangnan. Moreover, he is the most formidable top scholar in the history of Sangnan. Hiss! Yi Wen and Yi Jun simultaneously gasped in astonishment. They stood there, momentarily stunned, before erupting into cheers. Even Yi Shuang, known for her icy demeanor, displayed a smile on her face. Amidst her joy, a sense of anticipation blossomed within her. The ability to swiftly identify the weaknesses of the fourth-tier frost giant and to act decisively, without hesitation, revealed many secrets about Yi Ming. She was eager to inquire about him. Inside the monitoring room, as they witnessed Yi Ming severing the head of the frost giant with a single sweep, Sun Ho Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This fellow continually surprises me. This matter certainly warrants a conversation with the teacher. With Yi Ming now crowned as Songnan's top scholar, the other two universities would undoubtedly offer him enticing conditions to recruit him. He took out his phone and promptly sent a message to the vice president of Tsinghua University. Message 1. Teacher, when would you be available to meet with Yi Ming? Message 2. Teacher, Yi Ming has achieved over 7,000 badges, securing the title of Songnan's top scholar. I believe we should pay him a visit and extend generous terms, lest he be snatched away by the other two universities. A minute later, a reply arrived. Teacher, Vice Master, I will personally go to recruit Yi Ming. Let us see who dares to compete with me. Sun Ho Yuan quietly put down his phone. He glanced at Zhao Feng beside him and asked old Zhao, are you planning to visit the Yi family later to recruit Yi Ming in person? Zhao Feng abruptly halted his words. He shot a glance at Sun Ho Yuan, furrowing his brow. Why do you ask me that? Just curious. Oh, I'm not going. Of course, I wouldn't go for just a Songnan top scholar. Sun Ho Yuan knew well that Zhao Feng, the cunning old fox, would indeed be going, fully prepared for the encounter. He had come with a purpose. Sun Ho Yuan then turned to Wang Changkong. Old Wang, what about you? Be honest with me. Were you sent by Shinkong University to recruit Yi Ming? Wang Changkong crossed his arms and scoffed. What nonsense. Is that even possible? I have a past with Yi Ming, and even if they wanted to recruit him, it certainly wouldn't be me who would approach him. Sun Ho Yuan nodded, confirming that Wang Changkong was indeed the representative sent by Shinkong University, thoroughly prepared for the task. Do these two old foxes think they can deceive me? A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he anticipated the expressions on their faces when they encountered the vice president of Tsinghua University. Surely, it would be quite the sight. Half an hour later, the martial arts examination concluded. The moment Yi Ming stepped out of the secret realm, a multitude of gazes turned toward him. Immediately, a flurry of cameras converge upon Yi Ming's face like a barrage of cannon fire, eager to capture every nuance of his expression. Yi Ming, as the top scholar of Songnan, do you have any words to share? They inquired. Could you enlighten us on your current thoughts? You became a Tier 3 contract master prior to participating in the martial arts examination, a feat rare across the nation. How did you achieve this? Would you be so kind as to elaborate? Is there a certain secret to your success? As a witch contract master, could you explain why the theories directed against witches have no effect on you? Questions surged forth like a roaring tide towards Yi Ming. Taking a deep breath, he offered a few succinct words. I possess no extraordinary experiences nor special tricks. If you truly wish to know the reason behind my achievement as Songnan's top scholar, it can be distilled into a single phrase: the courage to embrace challenges. Chapter 63. The arrival of the four prestigious universities having spoken. Yi Ming stepped away from the crowd, indifferent to the astonished gazes on either side. As the top scorer of the martial arts examination, he was undoubtedly destined to become the focal point of Songnan City today. Yet, perhaps out of habit, Yi Ming preferred not to expose himself to the public eye. He declined all interview requests and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Upon entering the vehicle, the driver recognized him instantly and graciously waved the fare. Yi Ming smiled in acknowledgement, but left a 100 yuan note as he exited the cab. The moment he opened the door to his home, his uncles rushed forward, embracing him and exclaiming about his achievements, celebrating the fact that a scholar had emerged from the Yi family. They called out to his elder brother, wondering if he could see Yi Ming's accomplishments from above. Yi Ming felt a surge of emotion. However, upon glancing up, he noticed Yi Shuang leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, her gaze subtly scrutinizing him, seemingly awaiting an explanation. So, Sister Yi Shuang has noticed after all? Yi Ming chuckled and shook his head. There was no avoiding it. It was only a matter of time. He approached Yi Shuang, seizing the opportunity while his uncles were preoccupied with dinner preparations. He felt it was necessary to have a serious conversation with her. In the room, she spoke up. Let us discuss this. What exactly is happening? When did you join the killing hall? Yi Shuang perched on the edge of Yi Ming's bed, one leg crossed over the other. Deep in thought, Yi Ming replied, "It was when I first became a second-tier contract master." Second tier, Yi Shuang furrowed her brows. Was it someone who introduced you, or? The specifics are unclear, but I remember Captain Sun approached me directly. How intriguing, Yi Shuang mused. If memory served her correctly, the killing hall had never proactively invited a second-tier contract master before. Yi Ming was the first. However, that was merely an invitation. I officially joined the killing hall about 10 days ago, Yi Ming added. Yi Shuang nodded, then inquired, "What is your base salary? I mean no offense. I'm your sister and worry about you being taken advantage of." 15 million. How astonishing. Yi Shuang's expression shifted immediately. Her own base salary was only 10 million, despite having been with the killing hall for nearly 2 years. Was this what they meant by losing at the starting line? She sighed, choosing not to delve deeper into that topic. Instead, she redirected the conversation, asking, "So, that newcomer from that night was you, correct?" "Yes, that was me. How did you discover my presence?" "I recall you merely glanced at me that night." "I can't very well tell you that I was a top assassin in my previous life," Yi Ming replied. "My contract spirit is quite unique. She has a keen sensitivity to aura." "Now makes sense," Yi Shuang relaxed. If it was the ability of his contract spirit, everything fell into place. She exhaled, then stood and patted Yi Ming on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work. You're doing splendidly." Yi Ming smiled gently and nodded. Just as he stood, preparing to step outside, a voice filled with excitement resonated through the courtyard. "Yiming, the results are out. You scored full marks. The top scholar of Songnan." It was the voice of Uncle Yuan. The martial arts examination was markedly different from the academic tests. It relied on raw strength, with a number of badges determining the final score. Thus, in less than 2 hours, the results and rankings were revealed. Yiming gazed at the score displayed on his tablet, a surge of joy swelling within him. Candidate name, Yiming. Examination type, martial arts examination. Score 1,000. Full marks, 1,000. Final ranking, first place, Songnan City. The top scholar of Songnan. Yiming clenched his fists. At this moment, he had finally achieved his interim goal. In the next instant, a buzzing sound filled the air. An armed helicopter circled above, while a row of black luxury cars lined the street. Amidst the roar of engines, hurried footsteps approached, followed by what seemed to be shouts of anger. "Zhao Feng, you scoundrel! Didn't you say that your Shanghai University had no interest in Yiming? Why are you scuttling over here now?" Sun Hoyuan exclaimed, gripping Zhao Feng by the collar. Indignation etched across his face. "This is not my decision. The higher-ups made a last-minute request. What does that have to do with me? If Wang Changkong can come, why can't I?" Zhao Feng deftly shifted the blame onto Wang Changkong. Sun Hoyuan released his hold on Zhao Feng, frowning as he turned his gaze to Wang Changkong. "You old rascal, have you no shame? You were the one who insisted Yiming alter his contract spirit, and now that he has achieved full marks, you rush over here to recruit him early. Do you not feel even a twinge of embarrassment?" "Embarrassment?" Wang Changkong snorted. "Acknowledging one's mistakes allows for great improvement. Yes, it was my fault in the past, but that was then, and this is now. As long as I offer attractive benefits, I have no fear that Yiming will not join our Shinkong University." "You truly have no shame," Sun Hoyuan muttered under his breath, then turned his attention to another elderly man wearing glasses beside him. "I can understand why Zhao Feng and Wang Changkong are here. After all, they are recruitment officers from martial arts universities. But Su Zhuge, what brings you here? Isn't Qingbei University a liberal arts institution?" Su Zhuge chuckled. "One must always try. For who knows if Yiming may value the humanities more. Besides, our Qingbei University also offers martial arts programs." "Spare me." Sun Hoyuan and the others thought Su Zhuge was talking nonsense. Their animated bickering left passers-by in awe. It had always been the candidates striving desperately to enter top universities. Now, it seemed the prestigious institutions were frantically vying for students. Indeed, as strength increased, everything began to gravitate toward oneself. The 4 recruitment officers entered the Yi residence. Upon seeing Yiming for the first time, Wang Chongkong spoke directly. Yiming, we have had some prior grievances. I would like to apologize to you here. This matter is one that our Shinkong University failed to consider thoroughly. Thus, we have resolved that upon your enrollment in the Starry Sky University, not only will you enjoy the privilege of a full tuition waiver, but you will also be assigned a professional mentor. Furthermore, any cultivation resources you purchase at the institution will be offered at a generous 50% discount. Zhao Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The benefits bestowed upon last year's top scholar from Songnan who joined Starry Sky University were but half of this. It appears that Starry Sky University is indeed making a significant investment. Starry Sky University is remarkably magnanimous, yet my own Sea-Star University is not to be outdone. With a grand gesture, Zhao Feng proclaimed, Yiming, should you choose to join Sea-Star University, aside from the aforementioned conditions from Starry Sky University, we will provide you with one free material of 6th rank or below each month. Moreover, based on your performance, you will receive an extraordinary monthly reward ranging from 500,000 to 1,500,000. This night Frost frowned. As a student of Sea-Star University, she had never encountered such generous treatment. After all, she had once ranked among the top 3 in Songnan City. Old son, we've laid out our conditions. What about you? Surely you aren't arriving empty-handed, lacking any sincerity. This is a complete disrespect to classmate Yiming. Wang Chongkong cast a provocative glance at Sun Hoyuan. Beside them, Zhao Feng chimed in, indeed, you don't wish to offer any benefits at all? Is this how one recruits top scholars? Old son, you might as well sit with Su Zhuge. Upon hearing this, Sun Hoyuan chuckled and pointed to the sky. Patience. Grant me 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The clear sky was suddenly engulfed by thick clouds, and thunder roared within. Abruptly, a vast chasm opened within the clouds, and countless rays of light cascaded down. From this celestial display, a formidable figure slowly descended, with his hands clasped behind his back and an ancient gaze that seemed to harbor the essence of the universe. He looked down upon Wang Chongkong and the others with a blend of indignation and fury. Today I, Gu Yinfeng, stand here. Who dares to covet my disciple? Chapter 64. Joining Star Demon University. A figure descended from the heavens, shattering the atmosphere of the scene. Wang Chongkong and the others gazed skyward. The individual, with flowing white hair and hands clasped behind his back, donned a long gray robe adorned with golden patterns. Within his tranquil, unwavering eyes sparkled radiant golden light. The moment he arrived, an invisible aura radiated outward, causing the surrounding trees to topple and the winds to howl. This was none other than the vice president of Star Demon University, the venerable Gu Yinfeng. Wang Chongkong and the others felt as though struck by lightning. Standing frozen in place, their bodies rendered immobile. The vice president of Star Demon University, one of the superpowers of the Dragon Nation. It was said he had recently ascended to the 8th tier, and merely beholding his presence instilled fear in their hearts. However, what truly astonished Wang Chongkong and the others were Gu Yunfeng's previous words. Disciple, what did that mean? Had he personally come to the Yi family to take Yi Ming as his disciple? A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Beside them, Yi Shuang furrowed her brow. Others may be oblivious, but as an assassin of the assassination hall, she had once encountered Gu Yinfeng. This formidable elder was not merely the vice president of Star Demon University. He bore a far more terrifying identity, the deputy hall master of the assassination hall. With such dual identities, he was among the most elite figures in the Dragon Nation. The fact that such a powerhouse had descended upon the Yi family, intending to accept Yi Ming as a disciple, was beyond comprehension. If Yi Ming were to agree to Gu Yinfeng's proposition, his path of cultivation would not only become more accessible, but he would also have the opportunity to learn Gu Yinfeng's unparalleled assassination techniques, thereby advancing more swiftly within the assassination hall, joining Starry Sky University or Starsea University and becoming an exemplary student, or becoming Gu Yinfeng's disciple. Anyone with even a modicum of insight would recognize the superior choice. Even without any special treatment, the latter option held far more promise. Moreover, Gu Yinfeng descended from the air, approaching Yiming. He regarded Yiming with a voice resonant and robust. Yiming, should you join Star Demon University. Not only will you enjoy the highest privileges previously promised, but I shall also take you as my disciple and provide you with comprehensive training. Of course, everything is at your discretion. I shall not impose. Gu Yinfeng reigned in his aura and smiled at Yiming. Yiming responded with a calm smile and clasped his fists, saying, "Disciple Yiming pays his respects to the master." "Ha ha! Splendid, splendid, splendid!" Gu Yinfeng exclaimed thrice, his demeanor as warm as spring, his spirits soaring. With a wave of his hand, he produced 3 wooden boxes. Inside are 3 materials from 7th tier ferocious beasts. A token of our meeting. Once you formally enter Star Demon University, I shall present you with a material of quasi-8th tier. Wow! Yi Ming's pupils constricted, a shiver running down his spine. Previously, he had toiled endlessly for a single 7th tier material. Now, having become Gu Yunfeng's disciple, he was casually given 3, with a promise a quasi-8th tier material to come. Is this the advantage of having a powerful mentor? Truly exhilarating. Subsequently, Gu Yinfeng engaged in conversation with Yi Ming's second uncle, briefly outlining the various merits of Star Demon University. Gu Yinfeng gently patted Yi Ming on the shoulder, saying he would return in a few days. With that, he transformed into a beam of light soaring into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Observing his departing figure, Wang Changkong and Zhao Feng exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Was this truly how the recruitment of the top scholar concluded? They hadn't even been afforded the opportunity to speak. How absurd! Zhao Feng exclaimed in frustration. The vice president of Tsinghua University personally recruiting students. If this were to be revealed, no one would believe it. He lamented that had Gu Yunfeng attended, he certainly would have summoned the vice president of Tsinghua University as well. Wang Changkong nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this sentiment. Both turned their gaze toward the smirking Sun Hoyuan, understanding the situation entirely. No wonder the old fox had remained silent upon entering. He had been holding back a significant revelation. "Old Sun, your Tsinghua University has gone too far, hasn't it? Didn't Senior Gu Yunfeng recently declare he would not accept disciples? So why now?" Zhao Feng and Wang Changkong expressed their discontent. "I have no control over that," Sun Hoyuan replied, shaking his head. "How would I know about the matters of my teacher? Perhaps you should ask him directly and see if he offers you any answers." Wang Changkong and Zhao Feng shivered at the thought. They dared not approach an 8th tier expert with such inquiries. Ultimately, they left in disappointment. Yi Ming had joined Tsinghua University and become Gu Yunfeng's disciple. Before departing, Sun Hoyuan pulled Yi Ming aside into a secluded corner, his expression serious. "Yi Ming, first, congratulations on successfully joining Tsinghua University. However, there is something I must caution you about. Do you remember the Qingyun Society? The Qingyun Society. The ground forces of Tsangnan City. They killed the third-in-command, Zhou Kueishui, and Zhou Qiming." Yi Ming nodded, recalling the details. The leader of the Qingyun Society, Zhou Qingyun, was a 4th-tier contract master who had retreated to the Outer Realm. The Outer Realm? Yi Ming furrowed his brow. The Outer Realm was a territory dominated by ferocious beasts, fraught with peril. The deeper one ventured, the more dangerous it became. He was situated close to the 3rd border city, on the periphery, which was not particularly hazardous. If I remember correctly, you have yet to visit the Outer Realm, am I right? Sun Hoyuan inquired, and Yi Ming understood his implication. "Captain Sun, you wish for me to?" "Yes, to venture into the Outer Realm and eliminate him," Sun Hoyuan stated matter-of-factly. "Of course, I am not entirely comfortable with you going alone, so I will assign a contract master to accompany you." "Just not Yi Shuang," Yi Ming insisted. "Why not?" Sun Hoyuan asked, taken aback. "The Outer Realm is exceedingly dangerous. I cannot guarantee safety, and I am concerned about potential mishaps." "Very well," Sun Hoyuan conceded with a nod. "In 3 days, I will provide you with the pertinent information. Prepare yourself well." "Understood." With that, Sun Hoyuan departed. Yi Ming leaned against the wall, arms crossed, contemplating the leader of the Qingyun Society. The enmity between them was profound. He had to eliminate him. That night, the news fervently reported on Yi Ming's exploits. The citizens of Tsangnan were left in a state of shock as the vice president of Tsinghua University personally conducted admissions. with Yi Ming emerging as the most resplendent figure among all martial arts candidates in Songnan, a rarity on a national scale. Lu Yuxuan remained confined in her room, gazing at her score of 820 and the admission letter from Shinkong University, feeling no sense of joy. Why? Why was Yi Ming so exceptional? Could it be that the demon contract master truly surpassed the saint contract master in prowess? Doubts began to creep into her mind. Meanwhile, a gentle sigh echoed in her ears, the voice of her contracted spirit, tinged with disappointment and helplessness. Yet, Lu Yuxuan remained oblivious to it. In the Yi household, within a room, Yi Ming contemplated the 3 pieces of materials from 7th-tier ferocious beasts laid before him, feeling a stirring in his heart. The black flame claw, derived from a 7th-tier ferocious beast, the black flame tyrant. The thunder crystal, extracted from the 7th-tier ferocious beast, the fury thunder lion. The black dragon core, sourced from the 7th-tier ferocious beast, the dark magic dragon. Chapter 65. Cleansing Task. Conclusion. Before him lay 3 materials derived from formidable beasts. And Yi Ming immediately commenced the process of absorption. A dark aura surged forth, enveloping the 3 items. A tremendous energy erupted, causing Yi Ming's pupils to constrict sharply. As he absorbed the 3 7th-tier beast materials, an overwhelming sensation of pain coursed through his entire being, akin to 1,000 needles piercing his flesh. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his fists against the table, striving to regulate his breath and achieve a semblance of equilibrium. The intensity of the agony drenched his back in cold sweat, with beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. Soon after, black flames ignited around him, and arcs of lightning flickered across his clenched fists, as if they sought to consume his body and rend his flesh apart. Yi Ming, if the pain becomes unbearable, feel free to cry out. It's perfectly acceptable. I can help you muffle the sound, Shadow Yuyo expressed with concern. Yi Ming shook his head, his gaze resolute. Pain is a harbinger of transformation. Shouting and weeping will only serve to disrupt my will. Besides, this degree of pain is trivial. In the recesses of his memory, he recalled that this torment barely ranked among the top 10 he had endured. 10 minutes later, the 3 7th-tier beast materials had been wholly absorbed by Yi Ming. Rising to his feet, he violently tore apart his damp clothing. His bare torso revealed increasingly defined muscle lines, his physique well-proportioned, sinewy, and robust. Clenching his fists, the muscles of his arms and chest rippled with vigor. Beneath his skin, black lightning flickered. What is this? Yi Ming pondered, realizing he seemed to have grasped a fragment of lightning's power. You have undergone a lightning-infused body refinement, and your physical form now harbors the essence of lightning. The thunder crystals you previously absorbed have merged with this power within you, thus granting you the ability to wield lightning. Shadow Yuyo's gentle voice elucidated. I see. Yi Ming nodded thoughtfully and inquired, what utility does this lightning power possess? It enhances your explosive strength, defensive capabilities, and speed, while also imbuing your strikes with electrical effects. Interesting, Yi Ming mused as he entered the training room. He summoned his scythe and delivered a strike towards the mechanical dummy. The crescent slash, entwined in darkness and crimson, crackled with flickering black arcs of lightning, emitting a faint sizzling sound. This was not merely a visual effect. The lightning appeared to have an affliction effect, capable of inflicting prolonged damage upon adversaries. Quite impressive, Yi Ming remarked, and then he cast another glance at his status panel. Name, Yi Ming, spirituality, max level, realm, tier 3, contract master, 32,536 1000000. Mental strength, 55700, vitality, 55700, contract spirit, Godfall Dark Knight, Demon Emperor, contract spirit level, SSS, upgradable, spiritual skills, Dark Judgment, Godfall Demon Armor, Eternal Night Descend, Dark Judgment, level 7, Godfall Demon Armor, level 7, Eternal Night Descend, level 7, spiritual talent, Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent, truly. The materials from a tier 7 ferocious beast are remarkable. Absorbing 3 of them has granted me a substantial enhancement in both vitality and mental strength. These metrics most accurately reflect the fluctuations in Yi Ming's power. Clenching his fist, a fierce battle intent surged within his eyes. If I were to encounter a Tier 4 ice demon now, I would not even need to seek out its weaknesses. I could vanquish it through sheer brute force. Yi Ming brimmed with confidence. Subsequently, he examined the panel regarding Ing Yu. Contract Spirit, Godfall Dark Knight, Demon Emperor, Name, Ing Yu, Level, SSS Progression, 3-4. 5. Reawakening Progress, 12-14. Both the reawakening progress and level advancement had increased. Ing Yu now possessed greater autonomy. Not only could she manifest dark tentacles and black wings, but she could also conjure dark tentacles while the black wings were present. Whoosh! With a mere thought, Yi Ming communicated his intent, and Ing Yu instantly understood. The black wings unfurled behind Yi Ming, followed by the emergence of 2 dark tentacles. Armed with a scythe and clad in the Godfall demon armor, he resembled a reaper emerging from the shadows, his eyes glowing a chilling red. Facing 5 mechanical dummies, he first executed a slashing strike, then unleashed the dark tentacles, followed by the black wings projecting razor-sharp blades. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In less than a breath, the 5 mechanical dummies lay in ruins. The ability to simultaneously engage multiple foes is undeniably extraordinary. Yi Ming once again expressed gratitude to his past self from a month ago. How fortunate that he had contracted the Godfall Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Otherwise, he would not be the person he is today. Yi Ming, it's strange when you don't call me that. Ing Yu murmured, feeling shy. In the following 2 to 3 days, Yi Ming remained indoors. After the martial arts grand examination, the candidates had a month's respite. Balancing work and rest, he chose to relax at home for a few days. On the 4th morning following the conclusion of the examination, a message arrived from Sun Ho Yuan. Sun Ho Yuan, we have located Zhou Qingyun's exact position, in a cave 10 kilometers outside the 3rd peripheral city. A cave. Is the information so precise? Yi Ming sensed that this task was arranged by Sun Ho Yuan to hone his skills. Yi Ming, do I require any special procedures to enter the outer realm? My 4th uncle is in the 3rd peripheral city. I could ask him for assistance. Sun Ho Yuan, no need. I've already taken care of the procedures for you. Moreover, you cannot reach your 4th uncle at the moment. He is currently on a mission in the outer realm. Is it possible that even Uncle C's movements are so well known? Yi Ming furrowed his brows. The energy behind the Suxiao Hall surpasses my imagination. Yi Ming, when do I depart? Sun Ho Yuan, the 3rd border city is 1,000 kilometers from Sangnan City. If you take the floating airship, you should arrive around noon. Let us aim to act by 2 in the afternoon. Yi Ming, understood. Swiftly, the mission details appeared on Yi Ming's phone. Mission name, Purification Plan, Final. Target, Zhou Qingyun Realm. Tier 4 Contract Master, S-Class Cloudfall Saintess. Mission description, Zhou Qingyun is involved in selling banned items, specifically the intensified grass, and is currently evading capture in the outer realms. His power is formidable. It is recommended that Tier 4 or higher contract masters undertake this task. A Tier 4 Contract Master. His contract spirit is actually classified as S-Class. Yi Ming recalled seeing reports that claimed Zhou Qingyun's contract spirit was A-Class. Yet, it turns out to be S-Class. These ground-dwelling individuals certainly enjoy concealing their true strength. Sun Ho Yuan, be exceptionally cautious while executing the mission. The outer realm is fraught with peril, and the beasts within are exceedingly ruthless. Additionally, Zhou Qingyun possesses a fragment of intensified essence. Sun Ho Yuan, the intensified essence is refined from 1,000 stalks of intensified grass. Upon consumption, it will unleash his potential, increasing his strength by 2 to 4 times. Exercise extreme caution when confronting him. Yi Ming, rest assured I will. Sun Ho Yuan, yes, your assigned teammate is already in the 3rd border city. Her personality is somewhat peculiar, so you may need to be more accommodating when you meet her. Chapter 66. The S-Class Illusory Heart Saintess of the 3rd border city. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and the towering skyscrapers converged into a veritable forest of steel. A low hum resonated in the air as armed aerial vessels circled above, while anti-aircraft guns were mounted atop the buildings. enveloping the city in an atmosphere of tension and solemnity. The border city served as a transitional zone between secure urban areas and the outer territories. Following the emergence of ferocious beasts, the geographical landscape of Blue Star underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The expanse of oceans diminished from a once vast 70 to a mere 20, while landmass surged to 80. Human-occupied territories accounted for 40 of the total land area, leaving the remaining 60 as the domain of the ferocious beasts. Interspersed with remnants of human cities, Night Ming surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, a fully armed squad returned from an assignment in the outer territories. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, blood seeping from their injuries and dripping onto the waterlogged streets. Night Ming watched them depart, his expression grave. He recalled his uncle, Yi Zheng, a taciturn man who had joined the Guardian Army at the age of 25 to defend the third border city. Now, 15 years had elapsed. Night Ming had once seen his uncle without his shirt, his torso riddled with scars. Over the years, the calamity wrought by the ferocious beasts had not abated. Rather, it had intensified. Regrettably, many in the safe zone remained indifferent, with some even voicing their disdain online, claiming that the construction of the border city was a waste of resources. At times, Night Ming felt an overwhelming urge to silence these fools. A woman's voice, laced with anger, broke through his thoughts. Night Ming turned to see a blue-haired woman clad in a trench coat, arms crossed, leaning against a lamppost. Her gaze fixed calmly upon him. "Who are you?" Night Ming inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. The blue-haired woman approached, extending her hand with a smile. "Hello. I am Qian Ming, a Tier 4 contract mage." "I see. A companion assigned by the Hall of Slaughter," Night Ming replied, shaking her hand. "I am Night Ming, a Tier 3 contract mage." "Tier 3, you say?" Qian Ming retracted her hand, shaking her head with a smirk. "The energy within you is far more substantial than that of an ordinary Tier 3. Night Ming was taken aback. A whisper echoed in his ear. "The S-Class Illusory Heart Saintess. She possesses the ability to perceive the energy within your body and has a keen sensitivity to energy fluctuations." "Ah, I understand now," Night Ming acknowledged. "Let's be off. The time is drawing near. We shall exit the city through Gate 5. It is in close proximity to our mission site, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should complete it within the hour." Soon, the pair arrived at Gate 5. Along the way, Qian Ming and Night Ming exchanged stories about the border city. Night Ming discovered that this girl named Qian Ming possessed a lively personality and was easy to converse with, quite unlike the peculiar and enigmatic character described by Sun Ho Yuan. "Hello, we wish to exit the city," Qian Ming stated, handing her documentation to the soldier at the inspection department. The soldier glanced at her information, revealing no change in his demeanor. Upon perusing the information regarding Yi Ming, his eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. "Yi Ming? Is it you? Do you know me?" Yi Ming replied with a hint of confusion. "Ah, please do not be alarmed." The soldier quickly interjected, realizing his abruptness. "Your fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, is my commander. Just a few days ago, he shared your photograph with me, taken on the day of the martial arts examination." A realization dawned upon Yi Ming. It was likely that his uncle, Yi Zheng, had watched the live broadcast of his examination and felt compelled to share his joy with his comrades. With this newfound connection, the tension dissipated. "May I inquire about my uncle's well-being? Where is he now?" Yi Ming asked. The soldier waved his hand reassuringly. "No need to worry. He is merely on a minor mission and will return in a couple of days. The task is classified, so I cannot divulge any further details." Having grasped the situation, Yi Ming nodded with a smile. "Thank you, uncle." "Not at all. It's my pleasure," the soldier replied with a grin. There was a piece of information the soldier had intended to share, but his professional decorum compelled him to remain silent. In truth, Yi Zheng was not far from where Yi Ming was headed. They might even cross paths. As Yi Ming and the soldier completed their formalities and turned to depart, they brushed past 3 imposing figures. The ones on either side were remarkably robust, standing at least 6 feet tall and weighing no less than 200 pounds, exuding an aura of strength. The individual in the center was slender, yet his fair complexion suggested meticulous care. As they passed, they cast a fleeting glance at Yi Ming. Under normal circumstances, such a glance would be inconsequential. However, as a top-tier assassin, Yiming sensed an undercurrent of hostility in the gaze of the middle figure. Who was he? Why did he harbor such animosity towards me? Yiming furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he heard the soldier's voice from behind. Yuan Guang Group? Apologies. You are representatives of a joint venture and require an identity verification. Please accompany me. Yuan Guang Group. Memories flickered before Yiming's eyes like a film reel. Kidnappers. The Du brothers, the hounds of Yuan Guang Group. Could it be that the incident involving the Du brothers had been exposed? Impossible. Yiming shook his head. If it had truly been revealed, Sun Ho Yuan would have informed him at once. Yet, why did that individual harbor such malevolence towards him? There must be more to this situation. Yiming's brow furrowed as he involuntarily connected Zhou Qingyun with Yuan Guang Group. Could it be Zhou Qingyun? As he approached the city gates, Yiming continued to reflect on the earlier events. In his musings, he unexpectedly collided with Qianming, who stood at the entrance, halting her movements as she rummaged through her pocket. What are you doing standing here? Yiming inquired, puzzled. With a smile, Qianming produced a coin. Giggling as she explained, I have a peculiar habit. When it comes to danger or anything that makes me uncomfortable, I like to toss a coin. Heads signify good fortune, while tails denote misfortune. As she spoke, she tossed the coin into the air and opened her hand. Heads, good luck. Very well. Let us embark on our journey. Qianming, in high spirits, strides forward with confidence. Yiming, with a resigned smile, notes that good fortune is about to commence. And what a misfortune. Misfortune? Qianming shrugs and responds. We shall simply toss the coin again in half an hour, until we summon good luck to set forth. Ah, Yiming exclaims in astonishment. But wouldn't he that waste precious time? Have you not realized that we are already half an hour ahead? I have allowed myself a margin for error. What if the outcome is unfavorable twice in succession? Yiming inquires. That is impossible, Qianming declares proudly, tilting her head back. Throughout my life, I have never encountered two unfavorable outcomes. Suddenly, her expression shifts, her eyes narrow, and her tone becomes grave. Wait, that is not quite true. Just moments ago, when we left, I tossed a coin twice in front of the three individuals from the Yuan Guang Group, and both times it landed on tails. This signifies that they will bring us misfortune. Yiming, we must tread carefully. Chapter 67. The Hunt for Zhou Qingyun in the Realm Beyond. Guided by the location information sent by Sun Ho Yuan, Yiming and Qianming ventured into a dark forest. The biting wind whistled through the trees, causing the leaves to rustle, while the ebony trunks swayed ominously, resembling phantoms clawing at the night. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted. A leopard adorned with lunar patterns charged towards the duo with reckless abandon. Its eyes glinted with malice, and its sharp fangs were stained with decayed flesh, presenting an intimidating visage. With a swift motion, Yiming wielded his scythe, and blood gushed forth as he struck. Successfully slaying a Tier 3 Moonshadow Leopard. Experience gained. 40. Spiritual Technique Experience. 40. Yiming's expression shifted. Was the experience gained higher due to the increased danger of the beasts in this realm? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected volley of 3 bone arrows shot down from the treetops. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a troop of spirit simian monkeys, their sharp teeth bared and their bodies fluffy white, resembling cotton. Yet, their eyes burned with a striking crimson hue. They were adept at using tools, making them the intellectuals among ferocious beasts. Yiming leaped onto a branch, closing the distance. A few spirit simian monkeys attempted to flee, but with a mere thought. Dark tendrils shot forth like bullets, effortlessly piercing through their bodies. Like a string of beads, they were impaled together. Successfully slain a Tier 3 Spirit Simian Monkey. Experience gained. 45. Spiritual Technique Experience. 45. Successfully slain a Tier 3 Spirit Simian Monkey. Experience gained. 45. Spiritual Technique Experience. 45. Successfully slain a Tier 3 Spirit Simian Monkey. Experience gained. 45. Spiritual Technique Experience. 45. Indeed, the experience gained here was superior to that from the Secret Realm's beasts. Yiming's eyes sparkled with excitement. If possible, he wished to train in this perilous domain. All right, Yiming, keep your voice down. We are nearing our destination. Let's not alarm the snakes in the grass." Qianming whispered, urging caution. The two continued their journey through the shadowy forest. Along the way, they encountered not only ferocious beasts but also heaps of stark, white bones strewn across the ground. Each year, at least 100,000 souls perished in this realm. Some fell victim to the beasts, while others turned against one another in violent conflicts driven by greed, leading to deadly confrontations. After all, this was a lawless land. Here, no legal constraints existed. Even the desire to kill went unnoticed, for this domain was truly a realm beyond the law. "We have arrived," Qianming announced, halting her steps. She gazed at a cave 50 meters ahead, refraining from rushing in. Instead, she tossed a coin into the air. "Heads. Good fortune. Charge." With renewed fervor, Qianming summoned a vividly woven ancient tome and dashed into the cave with remarkable speed. It became evident to Yiming why Captain Sun had described her as peculiar. A person who relied on a coin toss to make decisions was indeed eccentric. The two entered the cave, discovering a lighter, dry firewood, clothing, and other supplies. Yet Zhou Qingyun remained elusive. "What is happening?" Qianming was astonished. There was no delay, nor had they startled the snake in the grass. Was it merely a matter of timing that he had just stepped out? She was engulfed in confusion. However, Yiming inexplicably lifted his gaze towards the cave ceiling, only to discover a figure propped against the wall, gaunt and emaciated, with blood-red eyes radiating an intense, murderous intent. "Yiming, you will die," Zhou Qingyun bellowed. His fists clenched as he descended from the cave's apex, like a cloud plummeting from the heavens. The grandeur of his presence was undeniable. While his ability to conceal his aura was commendable, his strength was insufficient to slay me. Clad in the god-fallen demon armor, Yiming charged forward with his long scythe. And at the moment of collision with the descending cloud, he exerted force through his arm. One sweep of his scythe shattered Zhou Qingyun's assault. Then, dark tendrils pierced his body. With a splatter, Zhou Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his complexion ashen. Yiming approached him, but in the next instant, Zhou Qingyun retrieved a dose of the intensification essence from his pocket, ready to consume it. "You eat nothing." However, before it could reach his lips, a swift kick came flying. Yiming shattered the intensification essence with a single blow, interrupting the incantation. "Such basic operations," Yiming remarked casually, shaking his head. Yet, in the next moment, Zhou Qingyun produced another intensification essence from his pocket, seizing the opportunity while Yiming and Qianming were distracted, and swallowed it whole. "What? Two? No, this guy has divided the intensification essence." Yiming and Qianming realized the situation. In an instant, the energy in the air coalesced into wisps, akin to silken ribbons, converging towards Zhou Qingyun. His emaciated form began to swell with muscle, the color returning to his face. Behind him, a shadowy figure of a woman emerged, her hand cradling a dark cloud. The S-rank Cloudfall Saintess. Boom! Zhou Qingyun thrust his palm forward, and the hand formed from the dark cloud instantly shattered the cave walls. He then directed another strike upward, creating a massive hole in the mountain. The tremendous sound reverberated beyond the domain. Not far away, Yi Zheng and his companions, having just completed a mission and preparing to return to the city, were immediately drawn to the colossal noise. One intense battle. Is there a contract master engaged in combat? One subordinate frowned. Thick clouds of dust billowed as a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Yi Zheng, expressionless, turned to leave, but amidst the mushroom cloud, a black streak suddenly flashed. This presence felt eerily familiar to Yi Zheng. Wait, how could it be Yiming? He has come to the outer domain. Confusion surged within him. "You all return first. I will go take a look. There may be urgent matters." With that proclamation, Yi Zheng hurried forward. Meanwhile, in the sky, Zhou Qingyun stared at his severed left arm, his expression one of sheer terror. "What a joke. I am a fourth-tier contract master. After consuming the intensification grass, my power has doubled. Can you truly overcome me?" Night Ming's black wings unfurled, and the scythe in his grasp exuded an aura of slaughter and darkness. He had no desire for explanation. His immediate concern was for you to report to hell. Whoosh! The final word echoed as Knight Ming lunged forward, deftly evading Zhou Qingyun's straight punch. With a swift swing of his scythe, he severed Zhou's right arm, rendering him incapacitated. Moments later, Knight Ming twirled the scythe, and Zhou Qingyun's head soared away. He was dead. Blood pooled around them. Knight Ming stood amidst the crimson, exhaling a sigh of relief. This wretched man was finally dead. From this night onward, Sangnan City would no longer harbor the Qingyun society. It was time to return and report. Whoosh whoosh. Before Knight Ming could catch his breath, two massive cleavers suddenly soared from the forest, one to the left and one to the right, embedding themselves beside his hands. Knight Ming's gaze sharpened, fixated on the source of the blades. In the next moment, three figures emerged. At the center stood Yuan Guangxiu, arms crossed, a mocking smile adorning his face. Knight Ming, what a coincidence. We meet again. May I request a favor of you this time? Knight Ming furrowed his brow, offering no response. Yuan Guangxiu then chuckled. Promise me. Let me kill you. Chapter 68. The Kill as a fourth-tier contract master. Yuan Guangxiu was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the fool. Knight Ming, wielding a long scythe, charged forward without hesitation. In the silent black forest, dark luminescence erupted as he surged ahead, his momentum building. Boom! Just as his scythe descended, two imposing figures abruptly blocked Yuan Guangxiu's path, simultaneously unleashing powerful shockwaves with their fists. Knight Ming's body suddenly stiffened mid-charge. Let me handle this. With a swift leap onto the treetops, Qianming hurled 5 daggers with precision. The daggers flew at an astonishing speed. The two towering figures raised their hands to form a barrier. However, at the moment of impact, the daggers pierced through the barrier effortlessly, striking the two formidable figures. To their astonishment, the two figures gasped in disbelief. Yuan Guangxiu's brow furrowed deeply as he shouted, "Give it your all. This woman is cunning." Upon hearing this, the two figures exchanged glances. In the next instant, their aura surged dramatically. An invisible ripple of force emanated from them, their forms becoming ethereal, and then they merged into one. Their presence grew immensely powerful, sprouting 4 additional arms, their bodies expanding to a towering height of 2.5 meters. White lines appearing on their skin. They have merged. Knight Ming's eyes widened in surprise. An A-class dual-born saintess. Ing Yu elucidated. This is an exceptionally rare type of saintess requiring 2 contract masters. Though she is classified as A-class, her formidable spiritual technique, dual-born fusion, allows the 2 contract masters to become one, merging their strength, speed, and vitality. Knight Ming was astonished by the uniqueness of such a saintess. Such trickery. Qianming leaped onto a branch, her right fist clenched, a phantom blue fist coalescing with all her might as she struck at the merged figure. The opponent scoffed, extending 4 arms to push out a barrier that sent Qianming flying. Qianming furrowed her brow. She soon realized that the combined strength of the 2 figures was far superior to their previous state. Sakamoto Chuan E and Sakamoto Chuan Air are twins. After their dual-born fusion, their power amplifies dramatically. Yuan Guangxiu sneered. They were already 4th-tier contract masters, and now their strength has reached the threshold of 5th tier. A smile spread across his face. In the aftermath of the fusion, Sakamoto Chuan E assumed control of their shared body, aligning himself with Yuan Guangxiu, his eyes glinting with coldness. So what if you're near 5th tier? What is there to boast about? Qianming summoned an ancient tome, murmuring incantations. A peculiar formation materialized beneath Sakamoto Chuan Yi's feet. 5 iron chains surged from the formation, binding him and momentarily restricting his movements. Hurry, Knight Ming. Capture the leader first. Strike at Yuan Guangxiu. As Qianming's voice trailed off, Knight Ming brandished his long scythe, leaping forward with determination. Yuan Guangxiu's gaze darkened, realizing he was being underestimated. After all, he was a 4th-tier contract master. How dare a mere 3rd-tier challenge him so audaciously? He roared, his eyes radiating a fierce azure light. Tattoos of various deadly toxins manifested upon his arms, and his physique swelled visibly, doubling in size. An S-rank toxicized saintess, immune to all poisons. The body of a toxicized Saintess contract master was a veritable cauldron of venom. With each ferocious strike, his attacks would inflict potent toxins, capable of eroding an ordinary person upon mere contact. Yet, as Ing Yu observed, his vulnerabilities were stark. Evading his strikes could lead to a swift demise. Night Ming, do you require my assistance? Night Ming shook his head. As a fourth-tier contract master, he might have once held some trepidation. However now, whoosh, he moved like a phantom, gliding through the air. In his forward surge, a realm of darkness unfurled around him, enveloping everything in its shadowy embrace. Yuan Guangxiu scoffed derisively. You are merely conjuring illusions. He clenched his fist and struck towards Night Ming. Unfazed, Night Ming advanced with his scythe, and in the impenetrable darkness, their shadows collided. Outside the realm, Sakamoto Chuan watched in disbelief as Night Ming dared to confront Yuan Guangxiu head-on. He began to chuckle, but his mirth abruptly ceased as the dark domain dissipated. Before his eyes, Yuan Guangxiu was severed at the arms, his knees shattered, and he knelt before Night Ming in terror. His mouth gaped open, as if to speak, yet no words emerged from his choked throat. Night Ming loomed over the kneeling Yuan Guangxiu, his countenance icy. In the next instant, he raised his scythe, aiming for Yuan Guangxiu's neck. Stop! Sakamoto Chuan shouted in horror, his eyes wide. He is Yuan Guangxiu, a member of the Yuan Guang group. If you dare to kill him, the Yuan Guang group will not let you escape. Squelch! A head soared through the air. After the arc of his scythe, Night Ming turned to Sakamoto Chuan. What did you just say? I couldn't quite catch that. Yuan Guangxiu sought to kill him. Could he possibly restrain himself? Of course he could not. Sakamoto Chuan felt as though struck by lightning. Gazing at Yuan Guangxiu's lifeless body, he was first paralyzed. Then tremors shook him violently as fear enveloped him. Blood vessels crept across his eyes, and in a frenzied rage, he charged at Night Ming. You wretched scoundrel! You have slain young master Yuan Guangxiu. You are damned. Your crimes are unforgivable. I will end you. In a state of fury, Sakamoto Chuan broke free from his confinement, hurtling towards Night Ming like a cannonball at breakneck speed. Just as he was about to strike, a figure descended from the heavens. Landing before Night Ming, he stepped back, drawing his right fist to his waist, and then unleashed a glare. With a force akin to a cascading torrent, he struck forth with his right fist. Boom! Sakamoto Kawai's body exploded, and the dual fusion state was dissolved, transforming into two shattered corpses. Both Sakamoto Kawai, and Sakamoto Kawai, too, met their demise. Night Ming gazed at the figures before him, momentarily stunned. Uncle? At this moment, Uncle Yi was clad in military green combat attire. His expression impassive as he retracted his fist and glanced at the distant figure of Qian Ming before turning back to Night Ming. His brows furrowed slightly. What brings you to the outer realms? On the journey back to the third border city, Night Ming feigned that his purpose for venturing into the outer realms was for training, as undertaking such experiences is nearly a prerequisite for those who have ascended to the rank of third-tier contract master. Uncle Yi harbored no significant doubts. Next time you come, inform me in advance. If something were to happen to you out there, I would fail your deceased parents. Uncle Yi regarded Night Ming with a serious demeanor. Night Ming nodded, appearing quite earnest. Uncle Yi grunted in acknowledgement and continued his inquiry. What transpired with those individuals earlier? Why did they attack you? Uncle, it was like this. Night Ming began, but was promptly interrupted by Qian Ming. They sought to commit murder and theft. We stumbled upon a Qi Lian crystal mine, and those ruffians attempted to seize it. We found ourselves at an impasse, unable to flee or stand our ground, so we decided to confront them. Upon finishing her explanation, she produced a piece of Qi Lian crystal. Uncle Yi cast a glance at it, remaining silent. Chapter 69. Night Ming. Have I overstepped my bounds? The Yuanguang Group is a joint venture, predominantly controlled by the Yuanguang family from Sakura country. Having slain Yuan Guangxiu Yi, they will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Within the borders of the Dragon Nation, regardless of their fury, they are compelled to suppress it. Following the calamity of the ferocious beasts, over half of the nations on Blue Star have perished. The remaining nations, while still engaging in economic and technological exchanges. Adopt an exceedingly rigid stance. It matters not whether you are a joint venture or a major shareholder. Should any actions detrimental to national interest be discovered, there will be no need for legal proceedings. Confiscation will occur immediately, and those found guilty will face the death penalty, executed without delay and broadcast nationwide. Very well. Knight Ming nodded. I have booked a ticket for you in half an hour. Return at Sangnan City as swiftly as possible. After Knight Zheng concluded his statement, he turned and departed. Knight Ming called out, "Fourth uncle, please take care." Knight Zheng, without turning back, waved his hand in acknowledgement. As he watched his fourth uncle's figure recede into the distance, Knight Ming remarked softly, "Qian Ming, your earlier excuse was somewhat lacking in credibility. My fourth uncle would not be convinced." Qian Ming exclaimed, "But isn't the excuse of killing and looting quite common? It is indeed prevalent, but not with my fourth uncle. The loopholes are far too numerous, and with a bit of contemplation, it becomes evident. The young master of the esteemed Yuanguang Group, a man of immense wealth and backing from a powerful family, would not risk attacking the dragon people over a mere Chilean crystal mine. The danger is far too great. Even a fool would refrain from such an act. Let us not be so absolute. Allow me to toss a coin and see what fate decrees." Qian Ming casually flipped the coin. It landed on tails. She tossed it again. Tails once more. And again, still tails. 3 consecutive tails. Things have not unfolded as I anticipated. It seems your fourth uncle has discerned my deception. Qian Ming shrugged, unconcerned, as it was not her fourth uncle. Knight Ming was left speechless. In Sangnan City, on his way home, Knight Ming relayed the events that had transpired in the outer domain to Sun Hoyuan. After reviewing the information, Sun Hoyuan did not respond immediately. It was not until half an hour later that he replied, "Sun Hoyuan, the great demon poses no threat, yet the lesser ones are troublesome. The higher-ups of the Yuanguang Group would undoubtedly refrain from acting against you directly. However, they might enlist subordinates to undertake such tasks. Knight Ming, let them come. They shall be eliminated. What baffles me is why Yuanguang Xiao you would target me. When I eliminated the Du brothers, I left no trace. Sun Hoyuan, it is not due to that incident, but rather Zhou Qingyun. He has ties to the Yuanguang Group." "Indeed," Knight Ming pondered, stroking his chin. "Zhou Qingyun, trafficking in contraband. Yuanguang Group, silencing Zhou Qingyun." It seemed he had come to a realization. "Knight Ming, so, the source of the contraband is the Yuanguang Group? Sun Hoyuan, your mind is quick indeed. That is correct. Yi Ming, since you are aware, why not take action against them?" "Sun Hoyuan, action has already been taken. You may not have noticed, but the contraband in Longhua has recently been reduced by 90%. Yi Ming, what about the remaining 10%? "Sun Hoyuan, soon, within a month, it will be completely eradicated. We are currently fishing, aiming for a big catch." A 7th tier. After reading the last message, Yi Ming silently turned off his phone. He let out a long breath, his expression grave as he shook his head. Indeed, the power struggles among the upper echelons are conducted with utmost discretion. Even as someone involved, the information I possess is merely the tip of the iceberg. 7th tier contract masters. S-tier contracted spirits. Such entities are formidable forces in any nation. This catch is indeed quite substantial. Before long, Yi Ming returned home. Yi Shuang was likely out on a mission. Yi Xin was still lounging in bed, lost in slumber. His second and third uncles were busy at work. His elder sister was indeed the laziest in the household. Yi Ming mused quietly, not in haste to return to his room, but instead headed to the training room. However, the moment he stepped into the room, an invisible pressure suddenly surged from the left. Yi Ming reacted swiftly. The shadowy figure summoned dark energy to form a shield, blocking the sharp wind blades that surged from the left. In the next instant, whoosh, 3 wind spirals shot toward Yi Ming. His pupils constricted as he exerted force in his legs, leaping high into the air, unfurling his black wings mid-flight. He wielded his long scythe to cleave through the wind spirals. Boom! The 2 forces collided, Yi Ming gaining the upper hand. In the dim training room, Yi Ming stood at the center, scythe in hand, his gaze fixed ahead, his body relaxed, attuning to the surrounding energies through every pore. In the next moment, a flash of light erupted from behind him. Yi Ming remained still, letting out a sigh. Master, please refrain from such tedious tricks. I will not be intimidated. The incoming flash abruptly halted. Then, a figure appeared behind Yi Ming. Dressed in a white robe, with white hair and beard, his visage was aged yet vibrant. Gu Yunfeng patted Yi Ming on the shoulder, exuding a refreshing demeanor. Good lad, we have only met once, yet you already remember my aura. Well done. This is all foundational skill. Yi Ming smiled, acknowledging Master's strength is formidable, his aura distinct from ordinary individuals, easily recognizable. A touch of flattery, and a chance to show off. Gu Yunfeng felt a surge of joy, clearly pleased by this compliment. Indeed, a sharp mind. He waved his sleeve, producing a delicate wooden box, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. Upon opening it, a fruit resembling a lightning bolt lay within, crackling with arcs of electricity. This is the thunder fruit, a rare treasure. I noticed the lightning energy within your body last time. This is invaluable and must not go to waste. Thus, I have procured the thunder fruit for you. Upon consumption, the power of lightning within you shall awaken, Gu Yunfeng said with a smile. Awakening the power of lightning. It seems I have already done so, Yi Ming replied with an awkward smile. Master, I have indeed awakened the power of lightning. Thanks to the thunder crystal you gifted me last time. Do you have mastery over it? Gu Yunfeng inquired, casting a surprised glance at Yi Ming. He could sense the genuine surge of lightning energy within Yi Ming's body. Indeed, it was quite astonishing. Gu Yunfeng's expression shifted to one of discomfort. As a dignified 8th-tier contract master, it was the second time he had presented a gift to his disciple, yet it had evidently fallen short. Was this not a source of embarrassment for him? Master, my grasp of the lightning power is not yet proficient. This thunder fruit is invaluable to me. Yi Ming understood the intricacies of human relationships. No need to console me. This gift may not have sufficed, but I shall make it up to you later. Furthermore, I'm already in search of materials suitable for the near 8th tier. As Gu Yunfeng spoke, a thought suddenly struck him. There is one more matter. Do not refer to me as master in the future, as it sounds rather formal and distant. Like Xiao Sun, Sun Ho Yuan, you may simply call me teacher. Teacher. Yi Ming clasped his fists in respect. Though it appeared to be a mere change of address, it carried profound implications. With both Sun Ho Yuan and Yi Ming addressing Gu Yunfeng as teacher, it implied. Yi Ming felt as though he had been elevated in status. Indeed, Gu Yunfeng nodded. The reason I have come to find you today is not solely to present gifts. There is another matter at hand. What is it? There is a notorious thief in Songnan City, in possession of an item known as the bloodthirsty root, which would be greatly beneficial for you. Yi Ming understood and inquired further, should we kill him or capture him alive? Gu Yunfeng snorted. What use is there in keeping a scoundrel who preys on the weak? Let him meet his demise. Yi Ming nodded, comprehending the situation. Chapter 70. Who are you mingling with? I will have Xiao Sun send you the specific information. Additionally, I would like to remind you that you have been accepted into Star Demon University, yet this is not the time for complacency. Upon enrollment, there will be an entrance examination. While you may opt not to participate without affecting your status as a student, I strongly advise you to take part and aim for first place. The rewards are substantial, consisting of materials from an 8th-tier ferocious beast. As the vice president, Gu Yunfeng's special reminder is undoubtedly significant. While it may seem to be merely an 8th-tier ferocious beast material, there are certainly additional incentives, such as resource allocation. In this era, university students receive a monthly cultivation stipend, which increases with higher rankings. If one secures first place in the entrance examination, Knight Ming estimates that the rewards could be worth at least 3 8th-tier ferocious beast materials. Teacher, what minimum level is required to achieve first place in the entrance examination? Knight Ming inquired. Gu Yunfeng regarded him with slight surprise before responding. The top score from the last entrance examination was a 3rd-tier contract master, with an SS-level contract spirit. Given your current strength, as long as you do not regress, you can almost certainly secure first place. Almost certain? Knight Ming furrowed his brow, feeling the need to further enhance his abilities. While a breakthrough to a 4th-tier contract master seems unlikely, it is quite feasible to elevate his vitality and mental strength beyond 1,000. Vitality, 700. Mental strength, 700. Once he surpasses 1,000. Even if Night Ming becomes the target of all, surrounded by adversaries, he is confident he could carve his way through. All right, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Xiao's son is your captain, and he has a rather peculiar temperament. If he dares to bully you, let me know, and I will ensure he is dealt with. Gu Yinfeng patted Night Ming on the shoulder before transforming into a streak of light and soaring into the sky. Night Ming internally scoffed, pondering who truly possesses the peculiar temperament. Nightfall, 11 o'clock p.m. The sound of Night Xin's snoring reverberated through the training room. Accompanying the snoring were the resounding sounds of punches being thrown. After defeating the final mechanical dummy, Night Ming gazed at Night Xin, sprawled on a bench, soundly asleep with a tablet in her arms. He shook his head in exasperation. Sister, really, I just asked you to help me record some data, and you fell asleep instead. He decided that tomorrow he would purchase a smart mechanical assistant. Draping a blanket over Night Xin, a sudden ringtone pierced the silence. Glancing at his phone, he saw a message from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, the thief is named Wu De, a professional repeat offender involved in 375 theft incidents of various scales, with exceedingly malicious intent. However, he vanished 5 years ago, presumably fleeing to the Outer Realms. Night Ming, Outer Realms? Wu De must possess considerable strength. Sun Hoyuan, yes, he is a 4th-tier contract master with a C-level contract spirit, but his strength is rather superficial. This fellow preys on the weak and fears the strong. Reading this message, Night Ming furrowed his brow. It is not that he holds any stereotypes. Rather, he believes that most thieves are timid, adept only at preying on the weak. Those who are bold enough engage in outright robbery, often facing dire consequences. Sun Hoyuan remarked that Wu De possesses a peculiar habit. During or immediately after his dealings, if anyone meets his gaze, he will not hesitate to eliminate them. Yiming noted that this behavior reflects fear. He harbors guilt. Upon concluding their conversation, Yiming reviewed the pertinent details of his mission. Mission title: The Golden Basin Unwashed. Target: Wu De. Mission requirement: elimination. Mission time: 2400 hours tonight. Seated by his bedside, Yiming observed the hands of the clock as they turned. As the hour struck midnight, he inhaled deeply and transformed into a streak of light, darting away. On the eaves, Yishuang crossed her arms, watching Yiming depart with a bemused shake of her head, exclaiming, "He truly is quite diligent." In the civilian residential area of Happiness Garden, the lights had dimmed in most homes. In one particularly dark abode, a shadowy figure rummaged through drawers. Clad in a tight black outfit and soft-soled shoes, he moved cautiously, striving to make not a sound. Damn it, where's the money? Not a single cent. What the hell? Wu De's brow furrowed. Although he was a 4th-tier contract master, his status as a nationwide fugitive forced him into hiding. Even in the underworld, he was easily recognized. Thus, he was in dire need of funds. He had to steal. He decided to check the bedroom. Entering silently, he began to search the bedside table and was elated to discover a substantial amount of cash. Suddenly, he felt an unexpected gaze upon him. Turning, he was met with the curious eyes of a small girl, perhaps only a few years old, who was too young to speak. Her head tilted, her round eyes sparkling with mischief as she grinned at him. Wu De gasped, swallowing hard. He glanced between the child and the woman sleeping beside her. A ruthless thought crossed his mind. He had been seen. Whoever it may be, they had to be silenced. Gripping a dagger tightly, he raised it high, intent on first eliminating the sleeping woman, followed by the child. With a flash of cold steel, just as the blade was poised to pierce the woman's neck, bang! A shadow burst through the window. Dark tendrils instantly ensnared Wu De, and Yiming swiftly exited the room, merging with the darkness of the night. The shattering glass roused the sleeping woman, who, upon witnessing the chaos within her home, let out a piercing scream. In a dilapidated alley, Yiming forcefully slammed Wu De to the ground. He brandished a long sigh that wooed his neck, demanding, "Where lies the origin of the bloodthirst? You dare to threaten me while seeking something? Do you not inquire about who I am?" Wu De uttered a fierce retort. In an instant, Yiming's scythe swung, severing one of Wu De's arms. The pain rendered Wu Da's face a ghastly white, and a cry of agony erupted from his lips. Yiming furrowed his brow and swung the scythe again, sending Wu Da's other arm soaring into the air. I demand answers, not your wailing. Yiming coldly pressed, this is your final chance. Where is the origin of the bloodthirst? Wu Da pointed to his chest with his head. Yiming summoned dark tendrils, and indeed, retrieved the item. Brother, you have taken what you sought and sever my arms. Could you not spare my life? We all navigate the same underworld. Mercy begets mercy, Wu Da pleaded from his kneeling position. Yiming frowned. Who is on the same path as you? A wretch like you has only one fate, death. Chapter 71. The Entangled Web. Night Ming breaks the deadlock with a soft thud. The scythe enlarged within Wu Da's pupils. A chill enveloped his neck, and gradually, his consciousness faded. Wu Da's head rolled on the ground, ultimately coming to rest beside a trash bin. Even in death, he still sorted himself. Huh. Night Ming let out a cold snort as the dark realm unfolded. The corpses and blood on the ground were engulfed by the shadows. Once everything was completed, Night Ming reflected on the earlier events, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived on time. Had he been a second late, 2 more innocent lives would have fallen victim to the hands of that wretched man, Wu Da. Never mind, he thought. Let us return and test the effects. Night Ming gazed at the bloodthirsty origin root in his hand. This object resembled ginseng. It was surrounded by wisps of crimson light. He nicked it with his fingernail, and the liquid that flowed out resembled blood. Night Ming, this item is remarkable, Ing Yu remarked. It is a special treasure of heaven and earth that can nourish your body. It allows your flesh to integrate with the aura of slaughter, enhancing both your vitality and mental strength. Moreover, it aids in resisting the backlash of killing. Truly a double benefit. The fact that Gu Yunfeng could procure such a treasure undoubtedly required considerable effort. What a great teacher! Night Ming sighed. His eagerness to return and absorb the bloodthirsty origin root was palpable. However, just as he turned to leave, a buzzing sound filled the air as a transparent barrier abruptly obstructed his path. Following this, a voice tinged with amusement echoed, "My friend, you are being rather ungracious. You've taken a life, and now you wish to take away the spoils? That is quite against the rules." Night Ming's expression darkened as he turned to face the speaker. Clad in a flowing black robe adorned with cloud patterns and wielding a feather fan, the figure appeared somewhat androgynous. The man waved his fan, a confident smile plastered across his face, as if he had Night Ming firmly in his grasp. A level 4 contract mage, an A-class barrier saintess, Ing Yu cautioned. He can unleash an exceptionally high defense barrier, which can also be compressed to form an offensive attack. Level 4? A-class contract spirit? Night Ming understood. This was yet another fool walking into his demise. Friend, let me give you a piece of advice. We are all in the same line of work. Do not take things too far. Hand over the bloodthirsty origin root, and I shall grant you a passage, the androgynous man said, revealing a sinister glint in his eyes. Though Wu Da was a level 4, he lacked combat prowess and was of little worth. Yet I am a genuine level 4 contract mage. I advise you to. Boom! Before he could finish, Night Ming dashed forward with lightning speed, the Godfall demon armor exuding a profound aura of darkness, his eyes glowing with a chilling red light. Damn fool! The androgynous man gritted his teeth, immediately extending his arms. A solid barrier sprang up before him. However, Night Ming swung the long scythe in his hand. Crack! The barrier shattered. Without losing momentum, the scythe surged towards the androgynous man's head. In the darkness, a crimson crescent sliced through the air, and a head was severed in an instant. The androgynous man lay dead. The scythe in Yi Ming's hand continued to drip with blood. Gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, his eyes grew increasingly frigid. Those whom the king of hell seeks cannot be obstructed. After uttering a faint remark, Yi Ming began to search the androgynous man. From his earlier words, it appeared he was acquainted with Wu Da. Wu Da was no virtuous individual, and those who knew him were not necessarily of good character. Before long, Yi Ming discovered an identification card on the body. From the ID, he gleaned the information of the androgynous man. His name was He Qing Ming, hailing from Wuhan City. The reason for his presence in Sangnan City remained a mystery. First, He decided to send a message to Captain Sunday. Yi Ming transmitted the ID along with a photograph of the corpse to Sun Ho-yuan, while also recounting the events that transpired. Meanwhile, Sun Ho-yuan, engrossed in work at his office, opened the message. Upon recognizing the deceased's visage in the image, he was momentarily taken aback. He quickly accessed his computer, and upon matching the identity, his lips twitched involuntarily. He Qingming, a resident of Wuhan City, was the deputy leader of the Black Wind Gang. The Black Wind Gang was the most formidable ground force in Wuhan City, holding a status equivalent to that of the Qingyun Society in Sangnan City. However, Wuhan City was a Tier 3 city, while Sangnan City was a small town beyond Tier 5. The leader of the Black Wind Gang was a 6th-tier contract master. Yi Ming, it seemed, was caught in a stroke of fortune or misfortune. With a sigh, Sun Ho-yuan ultimately sent a message to Gu Yinfeng. Sun Ho-yuan, teacher, your prized disciple has stirred up trouble. What should we do? Gu Yinfeng, a deputy leader of a ground force. Killing him is no great matter. However, since the situation has escalated, let us amplify the chaos and bring excitement to Wuhan City. Sun Ho-yuan, teacher, do you imply? Gu Yinfeng, when the crane and clam contend. The fisherman benefits. The Black Wind Gang has been too arrogant these years and needs to be dealt with. Yi Ming has inadvertently ignited a spark. Sun Ho-yuan, this fire will draw danger upon him. Gu Yinfeng, no matter, he possesses strength. With that, the dialogue concluded, and Sun Ho-yuan sent a message to Yi Ming. Upon learning that he had slain a deputy leader, Yi Ming felt not fear, but rather anticipation. He harbored a peculiar penchant for immersing himself in peril, thriving in adversity. Only through such experiences could his footing become more steadfast and his power more formidable. Yi Ming, by the way, Captain Sun, I discovered something else in He Qingming's pocket. He opened his palm to reveal a small S-shaped token. On the back of the token was inscribed a phrase. Thieves also have their codes. Observing the recently received image, Sun Ho-yuan snorted softly. Thieves also have their codes, he scoffed, now resorting to organizational slogans. Sun Ho-yuan, check if Wuda possesses a similar item in his pocket. After sending this message, Sun Ho-yuan promptly added a follow-up remark. Sun Ho-yuan, never mind, based on your habits, I'm certain you've left the scene impeccably tidy. Yi Ming, you truly understand me. Alas, Sun Ho-yuan had no choice but to investigate on his own. He swiftly acquired the information. The token originated from an organization known as the Golden Basin Society. This clandestine group specializes in training thieves, but its leader had perished 3 years ago, leaving no trace of the society thereafter. Unexpectedly, it has resurfaced, with even the deputy leader of the Black Wind Gang embroiled in its affairs. This is intriguing. The supporters behind it must represent a formidable force. Sun Ho-yuan consolidated the theft cases from recent years and ultimately discerned a peculiar pattern. Nearly 90% of thieves, after committing their larcenies, would flee to coastal cities. Once they set foot in these coastal havens, they would vanish without a trace, leaving no further information. The coastal city in question is named Blue Sea City. Notably, within Blue Sea City exists a prominent joint venture, Yuan Guang Group. Thus, both the Golden Basin Society and the Black Wind Gang are likely intertwined with Yuan Guang Group. It's a grand chess game, with the smaller entities nurturing the larger ones, yet a divine hand has emerged on our side. Sun Ho-yuan's gaze fell upon his computer, more specifically, on a contact within the device, Yi Ming. Chapter 72, The Perilous Secret Realm, the Pool of 10,000 Swords. After dealing with Wuda, Yi Ming promptly commenced the absorption of the bloodthirsty origin root upon returning home. The anticipation of its effects, having been recommended by a figure as esteemed as Gu Yinfeng, filled him with excitement. The ginseng-like, bloodthirsty origin root floated before him, exuding tendrils of crimson energy. Under the influence of Ing Yu, the scarlet essence permeated Yi Ming's body. Instantly, a searing warmth surged from his chest, radiating throughout his entire being. White steam emanated from his body, and beads of sweat, akin to pearls, trickled down his forehead. His well-defined muscles appeared to ripple, as red patterns emerged beneath his skin, pulsating as if they were breathing, sometimes deep and sometimes pronounced. With a long exhalation of turbid air, Yi Ming's gaze grew ever more resolute. He clenched his fists, and a panel unfolded before him. Vitality, 770. Mental strength, 770. The values had increased by 70. Yi Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Swish, swish. In the next moment, dark tendrils extended from his back. Yi Ming, while my freedom has not increased, my power has indeed been augmented. Ying Yuyu's voice resonated. Yi Ming noticed crimson patterns emerging on the dark tendrils, the intertwining black and red hues releasing an aura that was even more chilling. Although his level had not advanced, his strength had at least doubled. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a message from Sun Ho Yuan. Given the lateness of the hour, could it be that the Golden Basin Society had been thoroughly investigated? Yi Ming unlocked his phone. Sun Ho Yuan, the investigation is complete. The Golden Basin Society has always been a puppet of the Yuan Guang Group, tasked with the theft of wealth, ferocious beast materials, and rare resources, which are then transported to the Yuan Guang Group through special means. Yi Ming, I recall that the Yuan Guang Group is a joint venture. Doesn't that mean the stolen wealth has fallen into the hands of other nations? Sun Ho Yuan, precisely. On a smaller scale, this is mere theft. On a larger scale, it undermines national interests, pilfering the nation's wealth and robbing the people of their hard-earned money for the benefit of foreign nations. Yi Ming, this is utterly outrageous. Sun Ho Yuan, 3 years ago, the president of the Golden Basin Society offended the Yuan Guang Group and was subsequently killed, leading to the society's downfall. Now that it has resurfaced, I suspect the Yuan Guang Group is once again meddling. Yi Ming, we cannot simply sit idly by. Sun Ho Yuan, the organization has already begun its investigation and has established a mission dossier titled Ingrained Malevolence. Since you were the first to discover the Golden Basin Society, you possess the most information. I have taken on this task on your behalf. I actually don't have much information. I've been preoccupied with killing. Yi Ming thought to himself. However, he understood that Sun Ho Yuan's decision to take on this task was not without reason. Yi Ming, Captain Sun, are you implying? Sun Ho Yuan, upon completion of the mission, your record will be sufficiently impressive, and I will petition our superiors for your promotion to an intermediate assassin. Intermediate assassin? Yi Ming's expression turned astonished. However, in the next moment, Sun Ho Yuan sent over a document. It clearly detailed the hierarchy of the Killing Palace. Low level, mid-level, high level, special level, and the top 10 chiefs. The higher the rank, the greater the status, privileges, and benefits one enjoys. According to the document, the top 10 chiefs possess the privilege of acting first and reporting later. In simpler terms, once one becomes a top 10 chief, they can eliminate anyone they suspect. Doubts about mistakes? One who can attain the rank of top 10 is unlikely to err. This reflects the organization's trust in them. Sun Ho Yuan, upon becoming a mid-level assassin, you will unlock the Killing Mall, where you can purchase desired items. A gentle reminder, the offerings in the Killing Mall are exceedingly abundant, ranking among the top 3 in the entire Dragon Nation in terms of variety and quantity. Night Ming, does this mean I can procure the materials needed by which contract masters from the Killing Mall? Sun Ho Yuan, while the materials required by which contract masters are few, the quantity and variety available in the Killing Mall will undoubtedly exceed that found in the market. Night Ming, that is splendid. I accept this task. Sun Ho Yuan, additionally, upon becoming a mid-level assassin, your annual salary will rise to 20 million. Night Ming, thank you. Captain Sunday, as for the information regarding the Golden Basin Society, is still under investigation. The first task will likely be announced tomorrow evening. Before that, I can visit the secret realm. The advancement in the Killing Palace must not cease, and strengthening in the secret realm cannot be halted either. Night Ming opened a webpage to search for relevant information. Suddenly, Gu Yun phone called. At this late hour, he was still awake. Hello, teacher, good evening. Ning Ming. To be brief, a new secret realm named 10,000 Sword Pool will open tomorrow in Sangnan City. There's a treasure called the ancient demon sword within. You must retrieve it. Gu Yunfeng's voice resonated. Night Ming frowned. Teacher, I already possess a weapon. I am aware, Gu Yunfeng replied. The ancient demon sword is a long sword imbued with demonic energy. Your long scythe belongs to the darkness and is connected to its essence, albeit at a higher level. Therefore, you can use the ancient demon sword as nourishment to enhance your scythe. This, Knight Ming was astonished. Can it really have such an effect? The shadow nodded, indicating that devouring other weapons to strengthen itself was indeed within the capabilities of the divine desolation scythe. Knight Ming felt a tremor in his heart, then furrowed his brow. He realized that his knowledge was still too limited. Thus, he resolved to go to the 10,000 sword pool tomorrow and seize the ancient demon sword. The next day, at the teleportation hall, over 30 individuals gathered before the teleportation gate. They were all contract masters participating in the 10,000 sword pool. Knight Ming glanced around. The lowest among them was a second-tier contract master, while the highest were two fourth-tier contract masters. They engaged in conversation, appearing to be on amicable terms. At that moment, a third-tier contract master approached them, flattering, "Could the two esteemed fourth-tier lords possibly take me along in the secret realm?" I merely wish to follow behind the two esteemed individuals and partake in a sip of soup. The two fourth-tier contract masters immediately furrowed their brows, one of them sneering. "Why not? Offer me 500,000, and I shall guide you through." 500,000. The expression of the third-tier contract master shifted dramatically. "Are you jesting, esteemed one? I scarcely earned 500,000 from a single venture into a secret realm. You are aware it is a joke, are you?" The fourth-tier contract master was incensed. "You dare request my guidance? Who do you think you are? Have you inquired around? When has Sukue ever offered assistance for free? In the secret realms I enter, the strong feast, and for a trifling third-tier insect like you, I would not leave even a bone." This tirade undoubtedly incited the wrath of many. Insults are one thing, but indiscriminate derision? Do you truly believe that being fourth-tier renders you invincible? Yi Ming furrowed his brows and cast a glance at Sukue, remaining silent. Chapter 73. The Fourth Order Beast. The Phantom Sword Demon. Under the meticulous arrangements of the staff, 30 contract masters swiftly entered the secret realm. They found themselves in a sunken, expansive area, surrounded by towering mountains. The sky was thick with crimson clouds. Before their eyes lay a vast pool, its viscous, blood-red water resembling coagulated plasma. Within this sanguine pool, numerous rusted, obsidian swords stood upright, akin to lotus roots submerged in the blood. Each sword emanated a vivid scarlet aura. Gazing towards the center of the blood pool, a dual-colored long sword caught their attention. Intertwined in shades of red and purple, it radiated a chilling presence that instilled fear even at a mere glance. The ancient demon sword. Knight Ming's eyes sparkled with realization. He was not the only one to notice. The other contract masters had also identified it. The sword at the heart of the blood pool was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Charge forth. Let chaos ensue. For only amidst the turmoil can we lower-ranked individuals seize the opportunity to claim the treasures. Simultaneously, the 30 contract masters surged forward, their presence unmistakable. Like a swarm of bees, they rushed toward the center of the blood pool, creating a scene of utter disarray. Observing this frenzy, Knight Ming chose not to follow the crowd, but instead advanced from a different direction. The Fourth Order contract master, Sukue, glanced at his companion, noting their cleverness in creating chaos. However, the sheer scale and distribution of the blood pool rendered such disorder futile. "Brother Wu Zheng, let us set forth from another direction." The blood pool was a colossal circle. At this moment, 3 factions charged toward its center from varying angles. Suddenly, the swords embedded in the blood pool began to tremble violently, and figures materialized from the depths of the sanguine waters. They were ethereal, grasping the swords within the pool, and surged toward the crowd with fervor. The ghost sword souls, as they were known, were a remarkably unique existence, belonging to the realm of spirit beasts. These creatures possessed weak vitality, but were impervious to pain, typically engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Just as the explanation from Mingyu concluded, a cacophony of wails erupted from the large contingent of second and third order contract masters. Thousands of ghost sword souls charged toward them with reckless abandon. Trapped within an encirclement, many of these contract masters were struck by swords, blood gushing forth. Nevertheless, while resisting the onslaught of the ghost sword souls, their ranks continued to press forward, exhibiting some measure of combat prowess. The shadows of swords flickered ominously, a chilling aura pervading the air. Suddenly, hundreds of sword souls lunged toward Nightming, who found himself isolated in the encirclement. Witnessing this scene, the members of the main force internally cursed his fate, thinking, "Serve you right for attempting to show off and go solo. Now you're trapped. Good luck resolving it yourself." Su Kuei and Wu Zheng exchanged glances at Nightming. Upon sensing that his aura indicated he was a third-order contract master, Su Kuei snorted disdainfully. What arrogance! Does he truly believe he can contend with us fourth-order beings? Before he could finish his scornful remark, a sharp crescent slash cut through the air. Nightming wielded a long scythe, and with a sweeping arc, the crescent slash surged forward, annihilating all sword spirits in its path. With a formidable circular perimeter, Nightming instantaneously tore open a gap. Whoosh! Clad in the divine fallen armor, he transformed into a streak of light and surged forth. His speed was astonishing whenever a ghostly sword spirit coalesced before him. Attempting to impede his advance, Nightming merely swung his scythe, and the head of the sword spirit would be severed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Nightming closed the distance to the ancient demon sword, becoming the closest to the center of the blood pool. What on earth? A third-tier contract master possesses such strength? Su Kuei cursed angrily, hastening his actions. Yet, even as he unleashed his full power, the incessantly advancing ghostly sword spirits swarmed around him like bothersome flies, obstructing his path. Boom! A deafening explosion resonnated. Behind Wu Zheng, a phantom of the Holy Maiden materialized. His fists brimmed with terrifying energy. Each punch he threw triggered a violent explosion. While fending off the onslaught of ghostly sword spirits, Wu Zheng shouted, "Su Kuei, keep pushing forward. I'll clear the way for you." "All right." Wu Zheng unleashed his full aura, carving a bloody path. Su Kuei charged ahead, watching Nightming, who was nearly at the center of the blood pool, gritting his teeth as he quickened his pace. Kill third-tier ghostly sword spirit, realm experience 5, spirit technique experience 5. Kill third-tier ghostly sword spirit, realm experience 5. Spirit technique experience 5. The system's voice echoed in Nightming's mind. He once more found himself ensnared within the circle of sword spirits. Yet brandishing his long scythe, he continued to swing, slicing through one batch of ghostly sword spirits before immediately darting towards another. He resembled a swirling black vortex dancing within the blood pool. The other third-tier contract masters, witnessing the spectacle, felt as though the heavens were collapsing. "Isn't he one of us? Why is his combat prowess so terrifying?" They questioned. "Aren't we all third-tier? What makes him so formidable? Could his contracted Holy Maiden be different from ours?" Wait, someone noticed a clue. His contracted spirit energy feels peculiar. Could it be he is a witch contract master? A witch contract master might be weak in the early stages, but once matured, would far surpass a Holy Maiden contract master of the same realm. Damn, is a witch contract master really that powerful? Wasn't it said that they are inferior to Holy Maiden contract masters? As the crowd marveled in shock, Nightming's scythe fell, cleaving the last obstructing ghostly sword spirit. He stepped onto the platform at the center of the blood pool, gazing at the ancient demon sword firmly embedded in the ground. His brow furrowed suddenly as he rushed forward, gripping the ancient demon's sword tightly. With a surge of energy, "Don't!" Su Kuei's anxious shout rang out. But it was too late. With a blinding flash of red light, torrents of crimson and ghostly purple energy surged from the ground. The two energies intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying figure. It wielded two demonic swords, one red and one purple, with massive bull horns protruding from its head, its visage fierce, and sharp teeth glimmering ominously. Its upper body was bare, while its lower half donned armor, emanating an overwhelming aura in that moment. The fourth-order fiend, the Netherblade Demon. Su Kuei's eyes widened, recognizing its prowess as superior among fourth-order fiends. To confront such a beast, one must possess a contract spirit of S rank or higher, alongside a contract master of fourth-order cultivation. This is disastrous. I can no longer remain in this secret realm. Earlier, when Yi Ming was about to draw his sword, Su Kuei sensed a powerful aura emanating from beneath the ground. However, he never anticipated that the presence underground would be the Netherblade Demon. Even if I were to join forces with Wu Zheng, we would undoubtedly be no match for the Netherblade Demon. This cursed new secret realm is indeed fraught with peril. I can't believe I paid 100,000 for the entry fee. Su Kuei cursed silently and prepared to depart. Suddenly, clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. A series of black ripples spread out. Su Kuei and the others looked up. In the sky, the Netherblade Demon wielded dual swords, unleashing a flurry of piercing sword lights. On the other side, Yi Ming, armed with a long scythe, moved like a specter, deftly evading the Netherblade Demoness assaults while managing to inflict damage. Yi Ming was engaged in battle with the Netherblade Demon and seemed to have the upper hand. Su Kuei erupted in a fit of curses. Is this not utterly ridiculous? Chapter 74. The Ethereal Sword Demon and the Ghost Blade General, Death. The fourth-tier ferocious beast, the Ethereal Sword Demon, possesses remarkable combat prowess and wields a formidable sword technique, leaving me with no chance of victory even in its presence. Su Kuei's eyes widened, his heart quaking at the sudden turn of events. He was not alone in this. Wu Zheng and the other contracted warriors, who had been grouped together, now turned their gazes toward Yi Ming. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. Yi Ming, armed with a long scythe and black wings unfurled behind him, engaged the Ethereal Sword Demon in a fierce exchange. The dark realm expanded around him, his aura erupting as shadowy tendrils, sharp as blades, lunged toward the Ethereal Sword Demon. The latter, wielding dual swords, slashed apart the dark tendrils. With a swift motion, Yi Ming advanced, the scythe slicing through the air as he brought it down with force. A chilling glint flashed. The Ethereal Sword Demon raised its twin blades in defense. Yet Yi Ming's strength was overwhelming, cleaving it from the air. Boom! It crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Su Kuei watched in astonishment, incredulous. What madness is this? A third-tier contracted warrior has repelled the Ethereal Sword Demon? Just as he grappled with disbelief, two streaks of light burst forth from the dust. One was the Ethereal Sword Demon, brandishing its crimson and violet blades, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Beside it appeared another fourth-tier ferocious beast, the Ghost Blade General, clad in samurai armor and wielding a great sword. Its eyes, concealed beneath a ghostly mask, radiated bloodlust and brutality. Two fourth-tier beasts in this cursed secret realm. The sudden emergence of the Ghost Blade General left everyone present in shock. Yi Ming furrowed his brow. While he could slay a fourth-tier beast, facing two such powerful adversaries simultaneously was uncharted territory for him. Yi Ming, I will handle the Ghost Blade General. You take care of the Ethereal Sword Demon, came the voice of Ing Yu. It is agile and excels in swordsmanship, but as long as you evade its sharp strikes, victory will be within reach. However, if you unleash your full power, there's a chance for a decisive blow. As her words faded, dark tendrils coalesced behind Yi Ming, their tips transforming into spears and shields, clashing vigorously against the Ghost Blade General. Yi Ming, observing the advancing Ethereal Sword Demon, felt his gaze sharpen with determination. He opted not to evade the creature, but instead brandished his long scythe and dove downwards. As a top-tier assassin, he prided himself on not yielding to anyone. Why should he shy away from a mere fourth-tier beast? In the blood-red sky, his dark silhouette streaked across like a shooting star. As he neared the Ethereal Sword Demon, the dark realm enveloped it completely. In that instant, Yi Ming vanished into the shadows. The Ethereal Sword Demon froze momentarily, only to feel an icy chill creeping up its back. It swung its dual swords violently behind it. Clang! A flash of cold light glimmered as Yi Ming unleashed his full strength. His scythe, fierce as a torrential gale, severed the creature's neck in a single swift motion as it raised its hand. The head flew away in an instant. Having successfully slain the spectral sword demon, one gains 60 experience points in realm and 60 in spiritual techniques. Once all was accomplished, Yi Ming unfurled his black wings and charged towards the Ghost Blade General. The shield conjured by shadowy illusions was thrust forward, causing the Ghost Blade General to momentarily freeze. With a piercing thrust, the dark spear pierced through its corporeal form. It let out a furious roar as the scent of blood in the air surged towards its dantian, causing its body to swell uncontrollably. Muscles bulged, shattering the armor. How all you like. Perish. The Ghost Blade General's rage had not yet subsided. Suddenly, Yi Ming appeared behind it, wielding the long scythe with a decisive strike. Cleaving through flesh as though it were mere clay, the Ghost Blade General was severed in two, from crown to tail, interrupting the incantation. Real combat is not akin to filming a tokusatsu drama. The enemy will not grant you the opportunity to unleash your ultimate move. Successfully slain the Ghost Blade General, gaining 70 experience points in realm and 70 in spiritual techniques. Two fourth-tier ferocious beasts fell. Their forms dissolved into an eerie essence, returning to the center of the blood pool, ultimately coalescing into the ancient demon sword. Yi Ming descended from the sky, retrieving the ancient demon sword. The moment it was in his grasp, the Godslayer's scythe began to tremble with fervor, a manifestation of excitement. What should be done next? Yi Ming momentarily hesitated. The Godslayer's scythe suddenly unleashed a powerful pull, drawing forth streams of crimson essence from the ancient demon sword, which were ultimately consumed by the scythe. The Godslayer's scythe has devoured the ancient demon sword, thus augmenting its strength, now capable of effortlessly slicing through the hide of fourth-tier ferocious beasts. Clang! The essence was fully absorbed. The Godslayer's scythe, now satisfied, melded into Yi Ming's body. The ancient demon sword lost its previous luster, becoming dull and lifeless, akin to a long sword forged from charcoal. It clattered to the ground, ultimately disintegrating into powder. Is it over? Su Kuei and Wu Zheng exchanged glances, their expressions blank. As fourth-tier contract masters, they had come with unwavering resolve, prepared for a grand endeavor. Yet, astonishingly, a third-tier contract master had overshadowed them. This young man is quite extraordinary. Wu Zheng regarded Yi Ming, stating, "I believe he is a formidable opponent and perhaps a reliable ally." Su Kuei frowned. "What do you mean?" "I wish to recruit him. With him on our side, we could undertake a significant venture." Upon uttering this, Wu Zheng noticed Su Kuei's instant frown. "Are you joking? Inviting a stranger into our fold is a grave taboo. Do you think our dealings can withstand scrutiny? What if this lad has ulterior motives? We would all be doomed." Wu Zheng shook his head. The Golden Basin Society is ultimately not a place for permanence. Petty thefts will inevitably lead to disaster one day. I desire to lead the brothers in a major undertaking. A major undertaking? Su Kuei furrowed his brow. "Isn't the two of us sufficient?" Wu Zheng shook his head. "Not enough. What exactly do you intend to do?" "I plan to instigate a coup against the leader of the Golden Basin Society, then lead the brothers to rob the bank in Yuanyun City, subsequently escaping to the outer realms, leaving with the spoils in grand style." He gazed at Wu Zheng, whose expression was grave. Su Kuei swallowed hard, his voice trembling. You are simply courting disaster, the victors and the vanquished. Life is but a fleeting moment. If our endeavor succeeds, we can indulge in a life of leisure abroad, which is certainly preferable to languishing within the confines of the Golden Basin Society. Wu Zheng gritted his teeth, for he had never been one to shy away from challenges. Perhaps his intellect was lacking, but his courage was boundless. "Are you suggesting we enlist an outsider to conspire against the Golden Basin Society?" Wu Zheng refrained from giving a definitive answer. To be precise, it was about eliminating the president of the Golden Basin Society. "Have you lost your mind? The president is a fifth-tier contract master," Su Kuei exclaimed in anger. "Even if we were to incite rebellion, we shouldn't involve an outsider in such perilous affairs. Who would dare assist you after hearing about your dangerous plans?" Wu Zheng shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You fail to understand. I sensed a certain malevolence and murderous intent in that young man. He may not be an ordinary person. He could very well be an assassin for some organization. Furthermore, I do not intend to reveal our true intentions of incitement to him. My plan is merely to recruit him. The Golden Basin Society is currently in need of personnel, and this opportunity aligns perfectly." Su Kuei remained apprehensive. We are not from Sangnan City. We are unfamiliar with this place. Please do not act recklessly. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. If anything does happen, I will bear the consequences. Chapter 75. The Golden Bowl Society wants me to join? Surely, this must be a mistake. After departing from the sword pool, Yi Ming turned his attention to other secret realms, the Demon Cave Mountain, the Ghost Fox Cliff, and the Giant Tomb. These three realms shared a commonality, an abundance of ferocious beasts. Within these secret realms, Yi Ming transformed into a relentless instrument of death, ruthlessly harvesting the heads of the savage creatures. Viewed from a divine perspective, it resembled an exhilarating session of a roguelike game, the thrill of slaughtering filling him with delight. Successfully defeated a level 3 ghoul. Experience level 7. Spirit skill experience 7. Successfully defeated a level 3 ghoul. Experience level 7. Spirit skill experience 7. Successfully defeated a level 3 ghoul. Experience level 7. Spirit skill experience 7. The system's notifications incessantly echoed in his mind. Yi Ming opened his panel. Name, Yi Ming. Spirit, max level. Realm, level 3. Contract master, 251,621,100,000. Mental power, 770. Vitality, 770. Contract spirit, Godfallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS, upgradable. Spirit skills, Dark Domain, level 7-8. Godfallen Demon Armor, level 7-8. Eternal Night Descends, level 7. Spirit talent, Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. His realm experience had reached 250,000, leaving a deficit of over 700,000 to ascend to a level 4 contract master. If he exerted himself diligently, he might attain this status before school commenced. However, such an endeavor would be somewhat time-consuming. Yi Ming's current objective was to elevate his vitality and mental power to 1,000. Once he achieved this milestone, his strength would surge dramatically, rendering even level 4 ferocious beasts inconsequential. He could then engage in battles against groups of level 4 beasts, thereby accelerating his experience gain. A more efficient path to breakthrough. Exiting the secret realm, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky was dim, shrouded in ominous clouds that obscured the twinkling stars. After stepping out of the teleportation hall, Yi Ming stood quietly at the entrance, awaiting something. In the next moment, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei emerged. Their presence elicited no surprise from Yi Ming. If you have something to say, just say it. You've been following me for a day. I refuse to believe you are merely here to leech off my efforts in the secret realm. Yi Ming's expression remained impassive, his tone frigid. Since leaving the sword pool, regardless of which secret realm he entered, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei had persistently shadowed him. Even when he ventured into a solo secret realm, these two would wait at the teleportation portal like clingy shadows. Relax, there is no ill intent on our part, Wu Zheng remarked. Glancing at the streetlights lining the road and the surrounding high-definition cameras, offering a sheepish smile. May I speak with you privately? Not convenient, Yi Ming curtly declined. Wu Zheng was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of coldness. Friend, this is rather disheartening. I genuinely wish to converse with you. Although I am unaware of your true identity, my discerning eye has always served me well. If I am not mistaken, you must be a professional assassin. Am I right? Yi Ming's expression remained utterly unchanged. You are overthinking it. Whether it is true or false, you are well aware of the reality. Wu Zheng chuckled, saying, I share this with you merely to convey that you are indeed an assassin, engaging in unsavory deeds. I'm not so different from you. Hence my desire to recruit you into our ranks. Yi Ming narrowed his eyes. So, you had discerned my identity as an assassin, and assumed that I'm also a nefarious character, thus wishing to enlist me, yes? An invitation from a criminal. How intriguing. Yi Ming nodded, urging him to elaborate. Are you familiar with the Golden Basin Society? Yi Ming. Oh, I know it all too well. It appears you have piqued my interest. Let us converse in a different locale. In a bar teeming with dubious characters, Yi Ming and Wu Zheng reserved a private room. Are you acquainted with the Golden Basin Society? I have heard whispers, but the particulars elude me. Allow me to enlighten you. Wu Zheng proceeded to divulge the details of the Golden Basin Society to Yi Ming. In summary, the Golden Basin Society is a thieving organization, led by a quasi-fifth-tier contract conjurer, with its headquarters situated in Yuanyin City. Although it had previously been extinguished, it has recently revived with the assistance of a mysterious group, fervently recruiting new members. Yuanyin City. Yiming, contemplated. Yuanyin City is over 2,000 kilometers away from Songnan City. No wonder Wu Zheng and Su Kuei do not recognize me. They are not even from Songnan City. If they were, they would have known I was the top scholar of Songnan. I have shared all that is pertinent, my friend. I see your prowess is commendable and that you have experience as an assassin, which is why I sought to recruit you. Wu Zheng draped an arm over Yiming's shoulder, stating, you know, in these times, every endeavor is fraught with difficulty, especially for someone like you, a sorceress conjurer, who is exceptionally rare, 1 in 1,000. Though your strength is formidable now, there lies the risk of retribution from your own killings, which is even more pronounced for an assassin. Thus, it would be wiser to join the Golden Basin Society and work alongside us. Yiming furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he pondered. He considered whether to swiftly eliminate Wu Zheng and Su Kuei or to play along, infiltrate their ranks, and ensnare them all at once. No rush. Take your time to contemplate. I require your answer by dawn. Wu Zheng handed Yiming a business card before departing with an air of nonchalance. Upon exiting the room, Su Kuei voiced his concern, asking, are we not being too reckless in our approach? What if this fellow declines and instead reports us? That will not happen. Wu Zheng confidently waved his hand, asserting, when I inquired if he would join the Golden Basin Society, I detected hesitation in his gaze. Such uncertainty cannot be feigned. Therefore, we shall await the outcome. There are still 3 hours until dawn. Let us reconvene at 11 o'clock. During this period, if he agrees, he will accompany him tomorrow morning. If he does not, we shall depart early. Wu Zheng is not particularly clever, yet he possesses a notable confidence in himself, firmly believing that his decisions are infallible. In the private room, Yiming clasped his hands against his forehead, waiting patiently until he was certain that the presence of Wu Zheng and Su Kuei had dissipated. Only then did he reach for his mobile phone, preparing to send a message to Sun Hoyuan. Just at that moment, a message from Sun Hoyuan arrived. Sun Hoyuan, Yiming, good news. The organization has just learned that 2 members of the Golden Basin Society are currently in Songnan City, one named Su Kuei and the other named Wu Zheng. Sun Hoyuan, I am now sending you their locations and information. Capture them alive, if possible, and inquire about the location of the Golden Basin Society headquarters. Yiming, Yuanyin City. Sun Hoyuan. What does that mean? Yiming, the headquarters of the Golden Basin Society is located in Yuanyin City. Yiming's response left Sun Hoyuan momentarily stunned. Not possible? Why am I feeling a bit bewildered? Sun Hoyuan, where did you obtain this information? Yiming, Captain Sun, would you believe me if I said that Wu Zheng and the others were previously trying to recruit me? Sun Hoyuan, I believe. That's utter nonsense. Chapter 76. The Golden Bowl Society. Could Yiming truly be joining the Golden Bowl Society? This notion is utterly preposterous. How could it be possible? Sun Hoyuan found it difficult to believe, yet he understood that Yiming was not one to indulge in falsehoods. After a thorough discussion, he ultimately accepted the reality. Sun Hoyuan, life is a series of unexpected twists. One can never predict what will transpire in the next moment. It is indeed absurd. Yiming, I too find it astonishing, but the truth remains, Captain Sunday. What should I do next? Sun Hoyuan, have they mentioned what the highest combat power of the Golden Bowl Society entails? Dimin, no. But the 2 who invited me to join are both 4th-tier contract practitioners, leading me to suspect that the highest power exceeds the 4th tier. Sun Hoyuan contemplated the information, choosing not to assign a task immediately, but instead responding thoughtfully. Sun Hoyuan, infiltrating the enemy's ranks is a perilous endeavor. You are merely a 3rd-tier practitioner, so I respect your decision. My decision? Naturally, it is to charge forth. Opportunities are fleeting. Who knows when the next will arise? While danger is indeed present, those who choose the path of an assassin must possess a fearless resolve. Moreover, Yiming had confidence in his own abilities. While he might not best a 5th-tier contract practitioner, escaping unscathed would pose no challenge. Sun Hoyuan, if you have made up your mind, proceed as you see fit. Upon successful completion, you shall be promoted to an intermediate assassin. Yiming, thank you, Captain Sunday. After concluding the conversation, Yiming promptly dialed Wu Zheng using a contact card. During the call, he refrained from directly expressing his desire to join the Golden Bull Society, instead using a subtle tone to convey his need to familiarize himself with the work environment. As for Sun Hoyuan, he sat in his chair, brow furrowed. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately sent a message to a fifth-tier contract practitioner. Sun Hoyuan, are you available? I require covert protection. Ghostface, who? Sun Hoyuan, a newcomer. Ghostface, newcomers are not worth my protection. They are often overambitious and underqualified. I hold them in disdain. Sun Hoyuan, he is different. Ghostface, how so? Sun Hoyuan, he is a witch contract practitioner, and moreover, the Vice Hall Master holds him in high regard. As night fell, the sky darkened, clouds obscuring the bright moon. After finishing the call, Wu Zheng smirked slightly. I was correct in my assumptions. This fellow was once an assassin and now seeks to join our Golden Bull Society. Su Kuei furrowed his brow. He did not explicitly state his intention to join us, merely expressing a desire to observe. However, to observe is tantamount to joining. Once he enters the Golden Bull Society, it becomes our territory. Even if he possesses great strength, we outnumber him. And what fear do we have of a mere third-tier contract practitioner? Wu Zheng's words swiftly silenced Su Kuei. Indeed, regardless of whether he agrees or not, luring him into our domain and administering a beating will suffice. Currently, the Golden Bull Society comprises 20 members, half of whom were coerced into joining. The following day, Yiming followed Wu Zheng and Su Kuei to the city of Yuanyin. The scale of Yuanyin was vastly different from that of Songnan. Yet a year prior, it had been the scene of a tumultuous incident involving a secret realm beast uprising. A sixth-tier beast had mutated, breaking through to the seventh tier, shattering the confines of the secret realm and invading the city, wreaking havoc. At that time, the disaster had affected 70% of the city's area. Now, the city was in the midst of reconstruction, leading to a chaotic mix of individuals and a proliferation of criminal activities. In Yuanyin, a five-way power struggle had emerged, including the South Mountain Society, the White Tiger Gang, the Bayou Family, the Black Cloud Martial Art Hall, and of course, our Golden Basin Society. When Su Kuei mentioned the Golden Basin Society, he could not help but puff out his chest. From this day forth, perhaps it would become a four-way struggle. Yiming smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Under the guidance of Wu Zheng and Su Kuei, they first took the elevator to the city center, then proceeded to an abandoned parking lot on the outskirts. They found a sewer cover adorned with a golden basin pattern, lifted it, and jumped down. Navigating through the convoluted sewer system, they eventually arrived at a large door. As they pushed it open, a multitude of gazes instantly turned towards them. The spacious room, illuminated by flickering yellow chandeliers, bore a dilapidated ceiling. The damp environment of the sewer had caused moss to grow in the corners of the weathered walls. A group of bare-chested men were gathered around tables gambling. Some were polishing their blades, while others skewered rats onto daggers, roasting them over charcoal. A pungent stench assaulted Yiming's senses, causing him to furrow his brows as he quickly surveyed the room. There were a total of 25 individuals, 10 ordinary men and 15 contract masters, the highest among them being at Tier 3, a total of 3. Thus, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei were considered executives within the Golden Basin Society. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. The bare-chested men began to close in. Wu Zheng and Su Kuei rolled up their sleeves, their expressions fierce, advancing towards Yiming like the others. "What are you planning to do?" Yiming asked, his brow furrowed. Su Kuei chuckled. "Once you step into the Golden Basin Society, there is no easy way out. You're the newcomer, and of course, we veterans must give you a bit of a welcoming ceremony. Brothers, let us get to it." In an instant, over 20 figures lunged toward Yiming, brandishing sharp knives and fierce gazes akin to ravenous tigers, intent on consuming him whole. Just then, the door was kicked open from the outside with a resounding crash, drawing the attention of everyone present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man clad in a white suit, wielding a metallic cane, strode into the room. He was followed by two imposing men in suits, their heads shaved and eyes fierce. The sound of their heels striking the floor echoed as the suited man entered, glanced at the crowd, and barked, "What nonsense is this? Get back to your seats immediately." With a single command, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The group of bare-chested men, with their heads bowed, returned to their positions. Wu Zheng and Su Kuei stood beside Yi Ming, observing the man in the suit, their brows furrowed. "Vice President? What brings you here?" Chen Chuanming did not respond. Instead, he approached Wu Zheng and raised his hand. Slap! A resounding blow struck Wu Zheng's face. Following that, he delivered another swift slap. Slap! Su Kuei's face began to swell. "Vice President, what is the meaning of this?" Wu Zheng shouted, his voice strained. In response, Chen Chuanming kicked Wu Zheng away, exclaiming, "Damn it, you dim-witted fools. Do you even comprehend who you brought back? He is the top scholar of Tsangnan City this year, personally recruited by the Vice President of Tsinghua University. How dare you lay a hand on him?" Chapter 77. The fifth-rank contract master. The phantom mask. Wu Zheng and Su Kuei were utterly bewildered. They turned to Yi Ming, their eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. As if to say, "Why didn't you mention your impressive background sooner?" Yi Ming returned their gaze, silently retorting, "You never inquired beforehand. Humph, two ignorant fools. Had I not conducted thorough research, you would have landed yourselves in an insurmountable predicament today." Chen Chuanming, seething with rage, delivered a resounding slap to both Su Kuei and Wu Zheng, causing them to fall silent. Yi Ming stood in place, witnessing the entirety of this farcical scene. He had infiltrated the Golden Basin Society, but was recognized by the vice president, and the situation had turned precarious. Bang! 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 After administering a series of blows to Su Kuei and Wu Zheng, Chen Chuanming produced a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, panting as he approached Yi Ming. With an apologetic demeanor, he said, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Yi Ming. My subordinates were ignorant and have offended you. Please accept this token of goodwill." Behind him, 3 bodyguards presented a box, which, upon opening, revealed it was filled with cash, approximately several million. Yi Ming accepted the money. Chen Chuanming maintained a smile, remarking, "Mr. Yi Ming, now that you've accepted the money, our humble establishment cannot accommodate such a formidable presence. If there is nothing else, may I escort you home?" "No need." Yi Ming turned to leave the room. However, before exiting, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. "Yi Ming, they discovered my identity and offered me a sum to let me go. I am departing, but I sense that this matter is far from resolved. My intuition tells me that someone intends to eliminate me." Sun Hoyuan. Indeed, it is the president of the Golden Basin Society, a quasi-fifth-rank contract master. In the room, as they watched Yi Ming's retreating figure, Wu Zheng staggered to his feet and quickly exclaimed, "Vice President, this kid knows too much. He cannot be allowed to live." Bang! Before he could finish, Chen Chuanming delivered yet another kick. "Is this something even a simpleton like you could deduce? Anyone who enters the Golden Basin Society must perish." Wu Zheng, still straining his neck in question, asked, "Then why do we give him money and let him go?" "That was to lower his guard." "Do you truly think that boy is weak? Let me be frank. Even I am not his match." Chen Chuanming was nearly beside himself with fury, dismissing Wu Zheng entirely. Once he was certain that Yi Ming had indeed departed, Chen Chuanming took up his phone and sent a message to a contact. "Chen Chuanming, President, we may proceed." In the dimly lit, damp sewer, Yi Ming advanced calmly with his briefcase in hand. His gaze was fixed ahead, his expression somewhat vacant, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. The figure wielded a katana and lunged swiftly towards Yi Ming. In his grasp, the katana gleamed with unparalleled sharpness, reflecting a chilling light even in the dimmest surroundings. The shadow bellowed furiously. Yet in the next instant, a dark aura emanated from Yi Ming, as the shadowy domain unfurled instantaneously. Yi Ming melded into the darkness. The katana swung downwards, slicing through the void. The black curtain was severed, but it struck nothing. The shadow's pupils constricted sharply. A frigid presence approached from behind him, clutching the sword with both hands. He exerted force from his waist, delivering a spinning slash towards his rear. Clang! The long scythe collided with the katana a metallic resonance echoing in the air. Yi Ming discerned the figure wielding the sword, a man with tied-back hair, a prominent skull, and a small tuft of beard, reminiscent of a warrior from the land of cherry blossoms. People from the land of cherry blossoms? Indeed, the Golden Basin Society is backed by the Source Light Group. Yi Ming's expression grew colder in an instant. He tightened his grip on the long scythe, unleashing his full power. Baka! His strength inexplicably surged to unprecedented levels. Kawajita stared wide-eyed, desperately swinging his katana in defense. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated. Every strike from Yi Ming was delivered with utmost effort. Kawajita, the president of the Golden Basin Society, was a quasi-fifth-tier contract master, while Yi Ming was merely at the third tier. The disparity in their realms was slight. Yet Yi Ming could not afford to hold back. Thunderheart slash. Suddenly, Kawajita shouted in fury. Arcs of electricity crackled from his katana. With a fierce glare, he lunged at Yi Ming, his body transforming into a streak of lightning. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a man donning a demon mask discarded his cigarette, his hands morphing into claws as he charged towards Yi Ming. Boom! Kawajita and the masked man collided, torrents of wastewater splashing everywhere, dust billowing into the air. The masked figure, with his claw gripping the katana, sneered at Kawajita. The esteemed president of the Golden Basin Society deigns to engage with a mere third tier? This would sound quite disgraceful if it were to spread. Kawajita, wide-eyed, retorted, Baka, who are you? You bastard. The masked man cursed vehemently, his claws shimmering with cold light as he seized Kawajita's katana. With a sudden burst of strength, crack, the katana shattered. Kawajita's pupils dilated as 5 deadly blades flashed before his eyes. With a swift motion, Kawajita's head was severed into several pieces. He was dead. Taking a deep breath, the masked man released a white aura from his claws, reverting them to human hands. He turned to face Yi Ming and, upon noticing Yi Ming's calm demeanor, frowned. Aren't you afraid of me? Yi Ming was taken aback. Why should I be afraid? I killed Kawajita. Do you not fear for your life? You were sent by Captain Sun. Why would you wish to kill me? Upon hearing the name Captain Sun, the masked man's expression fell instantly. How dull. I had hoped to intimidate you, but it seems Captain Sun has divulged everything. He shrugged in resignation. Yi Ming found the man somewhat childish, yet his prowess was commendable. He must be a 5th-tier contract master. Kawashita has perished, and the Jinpan Society is essentially obliterated. I shall proceed to cleanse the battlefield. Await my return. Ghostface stormed into the chamber of the Jinpan Society. A minute later, he emerged with bloodied hands. The mission concerning the Jinpan Society has concluded. You, newcomer, possess a certain intrigue. With your 3rd-tier prowess, you managed to withstand a quasi-5th-tier adversary and even bested him in combat. Impressive, indeed, a contender worthy of the table. Ghostface's tone bore a hint of levity. Yet, Yi Ming paid him no heed. He picked up the briefcase from the ground and handed it to Ghostface, stating, the ill-gotten gains. Indeed, Ghostface replied, stowing away. After exchanging a few brief remarks, they parted ways. On the return journey, Ghostface and Sun Ho-Yuan began to vent their frustrations. Ghostface, Captain Sun, you have acted in bad faith, knowing my penchant for intimidating newcomers. Why did you inform Yi Ming that I would assist him? Sun Ho-Yuan, you are already at the 5th tier. Could you not display such childishness? Furthermore, who implied to you that I spoke to Yi Ming about your assistance? Ghostface, you did not mention it? Sun Ho-Yuan, I did not. Ghostface, damn. This is truly bizarre. Sun Ho-Yuan, what troubles you? Ghostface, that lad, in the absence of certainty regarding my identity, remains unyielded by my aura of intimidation. Chapter 78. The Slaughter Market. Fallen Demon Crystal's Gue Mian, a 5th-tier contract master, possesses an exceptionally unique spiritual technique known as the Realm of Intimidation. Within this realm, anyone unaware of his identity and rank is inevitably gripped by an inexplicable fear. During his previous battle with Chuan Jingtian, he unleashed this very technique. However, after the combat concluded, he did not retract the realm. Gue Mian initially intended to instill a sense of dread in the newcomer, Yi Ming. To his astonishment, Yi Ming not only remained unperturbed, but also appeared immune to his realm of intimidation. How perplexing. Furrowing his brow, Gui Mian found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the reason behind Yi Ming's immunity. This enigma, however, was known solely to Yi Ming himself. In his past life, he was a top-tier assassin. Having faced countless life and death situations, he feared nothing, not even death itself. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere realm of intimidation? Upon returning home, the hour was late. After bathing, Yi Ming lay down to sleep. Just before closing his eyes, he cast a glance towards the room where Yi Shuang resided, which remained shrouded in darkness. His sister, a night owl, typically retired around 1 or 2 in the morning. It seemed she was still out on a mission. Drawing the curtains, he soon succumbed to slumber, the sound of gentle snoring filling the silence. The following morning, the vibration of his phone roused him from his dreams. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, Yi Ming, congratulations on successfully becoming a mid-level assassin. Your annual salary has risen to 20 million. Furthermore, the slaughter market has been activated for you. The slaughter market, established by the Slaughter Hall, is an expansive virtual trading platform. To gain access, one must undergo a series of identity verifications. Unless one is a top-tier figure from Long Country, only assassins from the Slaughter Hall may enter. Yi Ming examined his phone, where Sun Hoyuan had sent him an exclusive link. After clicking it and entering a plethora of information, he accessed the marketplace. The interface of the market bore a striking resemblance to the video games Yi Ming had played in the past, with an array of dazzling products displayed on the screen. Congratulations! You have successfully acquired 500 contribution points. 500 contribution points were a generous benefit bestowed upon newcomers by the Slaughter Hall, representing a substantial fortune capable of purchasing materials from 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Item: Codex of Shadows. Type: historical artifact. Description: an ancient tome from beyond realms, tainted with curses and a sinister aura, inscribed with obscure archaic scripts. Price: 300 contribution points. Item: purifying crystal. Type: rare resource. Description: a product of a mysterious pool of pristine water from another realm, imbued with purifying power, capable of mitigating backlash against which contract practitioners, ordinary individuals, may use it to detoxify and alleviate dizziness. Price: 599 contribution points. Item: frostwing feathers. Type: beast material. Description: source from the 6th-tier beast, the frostwing phoenix, containing the essence of ice. Upon absorption, there is a minuscule chance of developing wings, albeit exceedingly rare, 1 in 100,000. Price: 769 contribution points. Yi Ming's gaze traversed the marketplace page, surveying a dozen items, each priced no less than 300 points. Slightly more desirable goods demanded 500 or more. The contribution points awarded to newcomers were woefully insufficient. I require a greater accumulation of contribution points, Yi Ming mused inwardly. To obtain contribution points, there exist 2 avenues: gifting and task execution. Since I had not activated the marketplace previously, the tasks I had undertaken were not counted. This system appears somewhat illogical. Yi Ming felt he had squandered over 100 contribution points. Yi Ming, search for fallen magic crystals. A shadowy voice suddenly resonated. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although unaware of what fallen magic crystals entailed, the omnipotent god of the fallen night, the Dark Emperor, had spoken. It was undoubtedly something of value. He clicked on the search bar, entered the term, and confirmed. Item: fallen magic crystal. Type: rare resource. Description: a superlative or from beyond realms, rich in dark energy. Touching it with bare hands results in one's body turning to sludge in an instant. It is an exceedingly perilous item. Please exercise caution when purchasing. Price: $59.99. Yi Ming, how much? 5,999? This item is clearly beyond my current grasp. He silently withdrew his hand from the mouse, exhaling a sigh of frustration. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a notification chimed. Yi Ming noticed someone was adding him as a friend. Upon clicking, he saw it was his teacher, Gu Yunfeng. He accepted the request, his curiosity piqued. Yi Ming, good evening, teacher. Do take care of your health and avoid staying up late. Gu Yunfeng, At my level, rest is unnecessary. I heard from Little Sun that you have activated the marketplace, so I thought to send you some useful items. Ding ding ding, an email arrived. Yi Ming observed that his contribution point balance was fluctuating. Received a gift from the Vice Hall Master. 6,000 contribution points, 6,000. This is exceedingly generous. Yi Ming was astounded. His expression, one of sheer disbelief. Gu Yinfeng, you have received the items, I trust? While it may not be substantial, it should suffice for your current needs. As your abilities strengthen in the future, I shall bestow upon you a greater number of contribution points. Presently, I fear that providing you with excess may foster a sense of complacency. Even if I were to grant more, I would not do so. Night Ming mused silently. Truly, the teacher perceives contribution points as nothing but worthless detritus. At this moment, Night Ming's spirits soared, for he had accumulated contribution points. He could exchange them for fallen magic crystals. Fallen magic crystal, price, $59.99. Although it is a considerable amount, contribution points are meant to be spent. Exchange. Exchange successful. The fallen magic crystal will be delivered to your doorstep within an hour. An hour? Such swiftness? Night Ming's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he awaited the arrival. 1 hour later, a drone descended from the heavens, precisely arriving at Night Ming's window. This drone was crafted entirely from color-changing materials, achieving a remarkable 90 invisibility in the air. Its noise was entirely muffled, producing sounds akin to that of insects during flight. Not a moment too soon. It arrived exactly 1 hour later. The precision of this operation left Night Ming in awe. The Silent Kill Hall truly deserves its reputation as the nation's largest assassin organization. Such high-end equipment is indeed impressive. The retrieval process was rather straightforward. Scanning Night Ming's facial features unlocked the metal container, which was then delivered from the drone's cabin. After confirming receipt, Night Ming returned to his room and entered the password to unlock it. With a rush, a torrent of purple energy surged forth, filling the air with a strange scent, somewhat pungent, yet not foul. How does one utilize the divine fallen Night Demon Emperor? Night Ming inquired. Ing Yuyu's delicate face flushed a deep crimson as she clenched her fists, murmuring, Night Ming, please do not call me that. It truly makes me feel embarrassed. If you continue, I shall cease assisting you with material absorption. Night Ming chuckled. All right, I shall refrain. It was merely a jest. Do not be shy. After a moment's hesitation, Ing Yuyu nodded. With her guidance, a dark aura emanated from the elbow of Night Ming's arm, enveloping his entire forearm. Night Ming grasped the divine fallen magic crystal she instructed. Following her directions, Night Ming took hold of the fallen magic crystal. Instantly, a deep purple aura unfurled, resembling worms attempting to burrow into Night Ming's body. However, the dark energy wrapping around his arm formed a protective barrier, thwarting the invasion of the deep purple essence. Suck! The tone of Ing Yu carried an air of authority. The dark aura enveloped the fallen magic crystal, ravenously consuming it. When the devouring process concluded, not a trace of the fallen magic crystal remained. P.S. The visit to relatives has concluded. Normal updates will resume. I shall commence a series of explosive updates. There is no need to nurture the book any longer. I'm grateful for the support of all the esteemed patrons. Chapter 79, Beyond the Realm, The Swamp of Death. Health, 770,850. Mental Strength, 770,850. Indeed, it is a treasure worth over 5,000 contribution points. Merely the enhancement of health and mental strength has increased by 80 points. A surge of joy welled up within Yi Ming. Yet, what thrilled him even more was the advancement of Ing Yu. Contract Spirit, God Fallen Dark Knight, Demon Emperor, Name, Ing Yu, Level, SSS, Progress 4. 5-8. Revival Progress, 14-16. Revival Progress surpassing 15% unlocks the contract skill, Fallen Slash. Contract skill? Yi Ming furrowed his brow. According to the records, when a contract master reaches the 5th tier, the bond between the master and the contract spirit deepens, allowing their powers to merge and enabling the use of contract skills. Yet, he was merely at the 3rd tier. Has he awakened a contract skill already? A life of extraordinary fortune, indeed, requires no explanation. Yi Ming muset silently. He then proceeded to examine the effects of fallen slash. Contract skill. Fallen slash. Description. Harnesses all the power within the contract master's body, fusing it with the abilities of the contract spirit to unleash a full-force slash. This strike holds a potency 10 times that of an ordinary full-force attack. Contract skills possess no levels. They only grow stronger with increased proficiency and the elevation of the contract master's tier. Yiming, shall we give it a try? Absolutely. Yiming made his way to the training room. Before him stood a fully equipped mechanical dummy, standing 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Its spherical design was crafted from high-strength metal, allowing it to withstand forces effectively. His second uncle had mentioned that this mechanical dummy could endure the full force of a near 5th-tier contract master. With a sudden flash of crimson light in his eyes, Yiming activated the divine fallen demon armor that enveloped his entire being. He extended his hand, revealing a long scythe. With a flick of his wrist, the scythe gleamed with a chilling light, a powerful aura surging forth from Yiming's body. Swish! Dark tendrils coalesced from behind, winding their way along Yiming's arm and intertwining with the scythe, as if his arm had become one with the weapon. With his black wings unfurled, he surged forward. As he swung the scythe, an aura of darkness emanated. Crimson patterns flickered upon his arm. Whoosh! The blood-red slash cleaved through the air. With a resounding crash, the mechanical dummy, designed to withstand the full force of a near 5th-tier contract master, shattered into a myriad of fragments. Yiming gazed at his arm, now fused with the scythe, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. What terrifying power! After employing Fallen Slash, my energy has surged even further. Should I encounter the president of the Golden Basin Association again, I feel I could conclude the battle within 5 breaths. Fallen Slash, indeed, merges the powers of the contract master and the contract spirit. He now comprehended why there exists such a chasm between the 4th and 5th-tier contract masters. Ah, you little brat, what are you doing? The mechanical automaton was an extravagant purchase of 500,000, and yet you have destroyed it. Uncle San's voice echoed in disbelief. He stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the chaos within the training room, his lips twitching in agitation. Do you have any idea how much effort I invested in acquiring this mechanical figure? Alas! Sensing Uncle San's impending tirade, Yiming's heart raced, and he bolted away, his speed rivaling that of lightning. As he fled, he called out, "Apologies, Uncle San. I exerted too much strength and couldn't rein it in. I promised to replace it with a new one soon." Having dashed out of the house, Yiming set his sights on seeking a secret realm to test his mettle. Upon departing, he made his way to the teleportation hall. The mechanical automaton was, after all, merely a stationary target, devoid of combat prowess. To truly gauge his capabilities, it would be best to confront a quasi-5th-tier beast in a genuine encounter. Arriving at the teleportation hall, he was resolute and confident, only to be informed that 3rd-tier contract masters were forbidden from challenging quasi-5th-tier beasts unless under exceptional circumstances, such as a beast mutation or hidden dangers. Consequently, Yiming was left with no choice but to seek out a few 4th-tier beasts to hone his skills. Unsurprisingly, the 4th-tier beast stood no chance against him. With his enthusiasm waning, Yiming exited the teleportation hall. Suddenly, a chilling breeze enveloped him from behind. Yiming's expression shifted dramatically. This frigid wind carried a palpable aura of menace. He refrained from alarming his pursuer, instead proceeding forward while discreetly observing his surroundings from the corners of his eyes. Whoosh! A figure drew closer behind him. As it closed the distance to a mere 3 meters, Yiming abruptly turned and clasped his fists, greeting, "Good afternoon, teacher." The figure halted abruptly. Gu Yanfeng regarded Yiming, who had bowed in deference, with a click of his tongue, clearly displeased. "You discern my presence again? How did you manage that?" Yiming replied, "Teacher, you deliberately exuded an aura of menace earlier to mislead me, but your intent was not to harm me. Hence the aura lacked purity. Moreover, while you concealed your presence, your formidable strength rendered your aura distinctive. I have a good memory, and I recognize your essence from our last encounter, making it easy to identify you." Boring. Gu Yanfeng waved his hand dismissively, adding, "I shall not frighten you again in the future." He emphasized the phrase, not frighten you again, with particular weight. Yiming understood that his mischievous teacher would not let this go easily. Teacher, is there something you wish to discuss with me today? Indeed, Gu Yinfeng responded. Previously, you ventured to the outer realms, but that was merely for a mission and did not constitute true training. I intend to take you back to the outer realms, to a place known as the Death Marsh. There, the number of ferocious beasts is abundant and their strength formidable, with the lowest tier being 3rd tier and over 1,000 4th-tier beasts present. Furthermore, at the heart of the Death Marsh lies an ancient tome entitled Cursed Death. If you manage to retrieve it, I will exchange it with you for 7th-tier materials. 7th-tier materials. Yiming's eyes lit up with excitement. With a determined clasp of his fists, he declared, I shall exert every effort. Very well, since you have agreed, let us depart at once. Gu Yunfeng gripped Yiming's shoulder, and in an instant, they transformed into a streak of light soaring into the heavens. The rapid ascent instilled an overwhelming sense of anxiety within Yiming. Although he possessed the ability to fly, his maximum altitude was merely 100 meters. Now, they were soaring thousands of meters high. At the 3rd border city, Yiming followed closely behind Gu Yunfeng, observing the soldiers passing by on either side, filled with apprehension. Teacher, I haven't completed any formalities. I cannot exit the 3rd border city. No need for formalities, just follow me, Gu Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. Rules are merely constraints for the disobedient. However, at Gu Yunfeng's level, he was a creator of rules. Could they possibly restrain him? Certainly not. Upon reaching the entrance, a soldier inquired briefly about their identities. When he heard Gu Yunfeng announce his name, he was suddenly taken aback and hurriedly responded, 8th level contract master, authorized by the Dragon Kingdom, unrestricted entry and exit. Principal Gu, you may proceed to the outer realm. Gu Yunfeng nodded slightly and once again grasped Yiming's shoulder, transforming into a beam of light as they flew away. Only after watching Gu Yunfeng depart did the soldier hastily make his way to the communications room, dialing a mysterious number. Hello, is this the main control department? I am the captain of the 25th team from the 3rd border city. Please inform the higher-ups. The vice principal of Star Demon University, 8th level contract master Gu Yunfeng, has entered the outer realm and his current whereabouts are unknown. He is accompanied by an individual, a 3rd level contract master named Yiming, whom I encountered a few days ago. He is a witch contract master. Chapter 80. The Death Marsh. Frenzied harvest. The Death Marsh, shrouded in darkness and dampness, had its ground thickly layered with mud, from which bubbles continually emerged. Gu Yunfeng and Yiming hovered above, gazing down at the swamp below. Within the marsh, fearsome beasts adorned with sharp spikes lay in wait, their malevolent eyes emanating a crimson glow. The 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the spiked crocodile, and the 4th-tier beast, the cracked lizard, reigned as the dominant species of the Death Marsh. Let us descend and test our mettle, Yunfeng urged, patting Yiming on the shoulder. Nodding in agreement, Yiming, covered in the divine armor of the fallen god, plummeted downwards, creating a deep pit in the marsh as he landed, mud splattering around him. With a sickle in hand, he unleashed a surge of darkness, striking with precision. A cold gleam flashed, followed by an explosion of red. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier spiked crocodile, gaining 20 realm experience, 20 spirit skill experience. Drip. Blood trickled down the blade of the sickle. Roar. Upon witnessing the demise of their comrade, the remaining beasts reacted swiftly. They glared with fury, letting out deep, resonant growls as they charged towards Yiming. Unfazed, Yiming maintained his composure, wielding his sickle with deftness, the sharp light of the blade flickering incessantly. A horde of 3rd-tier spiked crocodiles fell, bisected at the waist. In Yiming's mind, the notifications rang out incessantly. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier spiked crocodile, gaining 20 realm experience, 20 spirit skill experience. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier spiked crocodile, gaining 20 realm experience, 20 spirit skill experience. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier spiked crocodile, gaining 20 realm experience, 20 spirit skill experience. In the sky, Gu Yunfeng crossed his arms, observing the scene below. Yiming's strength was formidable, He could easily vanquish foes of a higher tier, rendering third-tier beasts utterly powerless against him. Not only were the third-tier beasts no threat, but even fourth-tier creatures posed no challenge. As the fourth-tier cracked lizard charged at Yi Ming, he remained undaunted, plunging into the throng of lizards. His aura surged dramatically. With his sickle, he became a whirlwind of crimson, relentlessly harvesting the heads of the beasts. If the world truly possessed souls, the wretched beast spirits could surely form a wall of souls. Before me, the fourth-tier beasts lacked any capacity for resistance. If a quasi-fifth-tier beast appeared, just then, in the heart of the Death Marsh, a mysterious and ancient altar rose. Surrounding the altar stood four crocodilian creatures wielding massive cleavers, their fierce gazes fixed upon Yi Ming. They drew their weapons, which were formed from flesh and bone, caked with viscous meat, their sharp edges gleaming ominously. The fourth-tier beast, the Cleaver Warrior, possessed formidable physical strength and mastered a brutal style of swordsmanship. Ranking among the upper echelons of fourth-tier beasts, did you see the blades in their grasp? They were tainted with deadly poison, and a mere touch would cause one's body to decay instantaneously. Yet, their weaknesses were evident. They were slow and clumsy, easily outmaneuvered with agility. The shadows keenly discerned their vulnerabilities. As the night's shadows deepened, Yi Ming narrowed his eyes, his breath becoming almost imperceptible. With a thunderous roar, four crocodile blade warriors launched their assault. In a swift motion, Yi Ming advanced, unleashing the realm of darkness, simultaneously diminishing his foe's speed while hastening his own movements. He harbored no fear of the fourth-tier ferocious beasts. His objective was to emerge victorious without sustaining any injuries. Gu Yunfeng observed from the skies above, wondering if Yi Ming would finally reveal his true prowess. By manipulating the realm to slow the crocodile blade warriors and employing his agile form to evade their attacks, he concealed his presence, and to his astonishment, he struck down one of the warriors in a single blow. A smile crept upon Gu Yunfeng's lips. This impudent boy was indeed showcasing his strength. He exhibited pride without anxiety, humility without pretense. Such a unique disposition. Gu Yunfeng held him in high regard. Suddenly, a colossal shadow enveloped Gu Yunfeng. He glanced upward to find a massive airborne ship hovering above him. A familiar voice resonated in his ears. "Gu, my esteemed senior. It has been years. Care to join me aboard?" Qinzhen? This fellow had actually followed him. Gu Yunfeng quietly mused as he boarded the floating vessel. Upon entering the cockpit, he encountered a middle-aged man clad in traditional robes, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, intently gazing at the control screen. The man's features were rugged, his gaze sharp, with a square face etched with resolute lines, exuding an aura of righteousness. "Xiao Qin, what brings you here?" Gu Yunfeng inquired as he stepped onto the ship. Qinzhen turned, smiling and nodding. "It is an honor to see you, esteemed senior." Although he was the head of the third border city, he was several decades younger than Gu Yunfeng, rendering the term senior entirely appropriate. Most importantly, Qinzhen was a seventh-tier expert, while Gu Yunfeng had ascended to the eighth tier. Addressing him as senior was entirely fitting. "What is your purpose, Xiao Qin? Are you here to oversee me?" Gu Yunfeng asked with a furrowed brow. Qinzhen chuckled lightly. "You jest, esteemed senior. As an eighth-tier powerhouse, how could I possibly supervise you? The instability beyond the third border city makes it perilous for seventh-tier and above warriors to intervene, as it could incite chaos. I am here to assist you in averting unnecessary troubles." In succinct terms, Qinzhen's primary aim was to prevent Gu Yunfeng from acting recklessly. Unlike other eighth-tier experts, Gu Yunfeng had a history of plunging recklessly into high-risk areas, returning to the Dragon Kingdom battered and on the brink of death, bearing hidden injuries that left him severely compromised. It was anticipated that he would never recover from such a state. Yet, Gu Yunfeng defied fate, breaking through to the eighth tier and proving his detractors wrong. Such a talent made the Dragon Kingdom wary of any potential disasters he might cause, particularly concerning uprisings in the outer realms. In my youthful fervor, I acted without regard for consequences. However, I am no longer the man I once was. Gu Yunfeng sighed, acknowledging the profound changes he had undergone. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of vice master within the Hall of Slaughter. Despite his evolution, Qin Jin remarked, "If you had truly changed, you would not have succeeded in breaking through to the 8th tier." A smile remained etched on Qin Jin's face throughout their exchange. Gu Yinfeng sighed helplessly, conceding, "All right, you may supervise." The two gazed through the screen at the death marsh below. Upon witnessing Yi Ming vanquish another 3 crocodile blade warriors, Qin Jin's brow twitched. "Senior Gu, is this lad your newly accepted disciple?" "Indeed," Gu Yinfeng replied with a smile. "He possesses formidable strength. His control of power is measured, and his techniques are top-notch." Admiration gleamed in Qin Jin's eyes. Gu Yinfeng expressed his approval. "This lad is quite gifted, effortlessly slaying foes beyond his rank." "However, Senior," Qin Jin interjected, "if I am not mistaken, his contracted spirit is a witch, is it not?" "Yes, it is a witch of SSS rank," Gu Yinfeng confirmed. Qin Jin fell silent for a moment, then frowned. "If I recall correctly, the more foes or ferocious beasts a witch contract master slays, the more susceptible they become to the backlash of slaughter. This presents a significant risk." Gu Yunfeng's expression remained stoic, yet his tone was earnest. "I am currently seeking a way to completely eliminate the backlash." "Completely eliminate?" Qin Jin's expression grew grave. "That is an almost impossible task." He remained silent, contemplating the enormity of the challenge. At that moment, in the depths of the death marsh, an ancient and enigmatic tome materialized upon the central stone pillar of a mysterious altar. It fluttered in the wind, exuding a repugnant aura. As the air became thick with a metallic scent of blood, Qin Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. "The Book of Curses? Such a treasure exists in this place." Chapter 81. The 5th Stage Beast. Poisonous Ghost Bat. When the beast descended upon Blue Star, they were accompanied by a plethora of extraordinary treasures. Artifacts seemingly birthed from some ancient civilization, endowed with unique powers. Many scholars, intrigued by the origins of these items, have speculated a nebulous history based on the obscure inscriptions and illustrations etched upon them. Lacking concrete evidence or historical records, yet their existence remains undeniable. Thus, such items are referred to as historical relics. The Book of Curses, a tome imbued with the power of maledictions, is said to afflict ordinary individuals, contractees, or beasts with curses that induce ailments such as coughing, fever, abdominal pain, decay, grave illness, and ultimately death. Numerous editions of the Book of Curses exist, each possessing distinct effects. It is rather astonishing that such a small locale harbors a Book of Curses. How intriguing. Qin Jin stood with arms crossed, his gaze deep and contemplative, lost in thought. The death marshes. Yi Ming gazed at the parchment before him, his brow furrowed. The item emanated an odd aura, imbued with a sense of peril. As a top-tier assassin, Yi Ming possessed a keen intuition for danger, enveloping his palm with a shroud of darkness. He reached towards the ancient tome, and in the next moment, a panel materialized before his eyes. Name: The Book of Curses. Fear. Type: historical relic. Description: a mysterious and ancient entity. Every word within it harbors the power of curses. The possessor can harness the tome's might to unleash a curse of fear upon their adversaries. The curse's effect instills fear? How intriguing. A thought flickered in Yi Ming's mind as dark tendrils extended from his palm, encircling the Book of Curses, preparing to absorb its power. At that moment, a sharp, piercing voice unexpectedly rang out. "Hold, esteemed one. We have taken an interest in that item. Might we persuade you to relinquish it to us?" Turning his gaze, Yi Ming observed 3 figures approaching him. The 2 flanking figures were clad in ninja garb, faces obscured, legs bound, and with shurikens at their waists. They moved silently, their eyes glinting with cunning and treachery. The individual in the center donned a tailored suit, with long hair and an air of arrogance, a small patch of facial hair adorning his chin. Sakura countrymen? Yi Ming instantly recognized their nationality. The distinctive facial hair was a clear indication. No citizen of the Dragon Country would indulge in such a manner. Encountering individuals from Sakura Country did not surprise Yi Ming, as the Outer Realms were unclaimed lands, accessible to any nation. It was not beyond the realm of possibility to encounter extraterrestrial beings as well. Esteemed one, that item is of no use to you. Sell it to us, and we shall offer you a reward beyond your imagination. A truly generous recompense. The ninja on the left spoke with a tone befitting a major. Yiming's eyes narrowed. Under different circumstances, he might consider selling. But to the Sakura countryman, even if I were to part with it, I would never sell it to you. Gripping the book of curses tightly, the dark energy surged forth, swiftly refining the tone. Baka, the hypocritical cherry blossom ninja, upon realizing that his objective had become unattainable, suddenly erupted with a murderous intent in his eyes. Such is the nature of the people from the land of cherry blossoms, two-faced in their dealings. Trusting them is akin to believing that swine could soar through the skies while simultaneously launching atomic bombs upon their nation. Negotiation had proven futile. Thus, force must be employed. Eliminate him, commanded the central figure from the land of cherry blossoms with a sweeping gesture. Instantly, two ninjas began their incantations, causing the spectral forms of the shadowless saint and the blade saint to manifest behind them. They were fourth-tier contract masters, their contracted spirits rated A-class. To Yiming, they were astonishingly weak, almost beyond belief. Clang, clang, clang. Shuriken and kunai rained down upon Yiming like a torrential downpour. Unfazed, he surged forward with a spear. With a swift thrust, blood sprayed forth as the two ninjas fell lifelessly to the ground. Approaching the suited man, Yiming brandished his long scythe, his gaze frigid. The suited man swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Baka, I advise you not to act recklessly. I'm the eldest son of the Takahashi family from the land of cherry blossoms. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, my family will ensure you meet a most gruesome end. But before he could finish, Yiming's scythe cleaved through the air, severing the Takahashi heir's head cleanly from his shoulders. The man possessed considerable strength, being a third-tier contract master with an SS-class spirit. He had likely come for field training from another realm, yet unexpectedly. The scum of the land of cherry blossoms, Yiming mused, harboring an innate disdain for the nation. Casting a glance at the fallen cherry blossom denizens, he couldn't be bothered to dispose of the bodies. Let the swamp consume them. Aboard the spacecraft, Yiming wore a smile, exclaiming, "How intriguing, how delightful." His decisive actions and unfazed demeanor in the face of threats are quite impressive. The more I observe Yiming, the more I am pleased. In fact, I find myself wanting to recruit him and cultivate him into a soldier. By the way, Senior, what is Yiming's current strength? Qingjin inquired, perplexed. I have noticed that he seems to dispatch his foes with alarming swiftness. Even fourth-tier ferocious beasts appear to be no match for him. Gu Yanfeng stroked his beard thoughtfully. Indeed, his prowess is formidable. However, while he may far exceed the fourth tier, he would likely falter against a quasi-fifth-tier adversary. This assertion was not baseless. Gu Yanfeng had learned through Sun Hoyuan that Yiming had engaged in a skirmish with the president of the Golden Basin Society, who was a quasi-fifth-tier being, and Yiming had barely managed to hold his ground. In a span of just 2 or 3 days, could it be that Yiming had grown even stronger? That seemed implausible. Boom! At that moment, the death swamp began to tremble violently, fissures tearing through its surface. A terrifying figure emerged from the depths. With wings sprouting from its back and claws as hard as steel, it bore green armor, resembling a standing bat in its entirety. Roar! As it materialized, a resounding roar echoed through the heavens. Yiming fixed his gaze upon the beast, and a voice resonated in his mind. A quasi-fifth-tier ferocious beast, the venomous bat. This creature thrives in arid environments. Why has it ventured into the death swamp? She was perplexed. Qingjun and Gu Yanfeng shared her confusion. A quasi-fifth-tier ferocious beast? Why has he appeared here? A sense of urgency enveloped their hearts. Yet, Yiming displayed no fear, charging forward with unyielding resolve. This scene caused Qingjun to furrow his brow. While he possessed considerable confidence, this reckless approach was ill-advised. Qingjun noted that Gu Yanfeng had mentioned Yiming's strength exceeded the fourth tier, yet fell short of the quasi-fifth. Now confronting a quasi-fifth tier ferocious beast, the outcome could be dire. Within the secret realm, Upon realizing the adversary was a quasi-fifth tier beast, Yi Ming unleashed his full aura. Dark tendrils sprouted from his back, extending from his arms to his palms, ultimately merging with the crescent blade. Fallen, slash, he bellowed, as a surge of power erupted from his entire being, delivering a devastating strike to the venomous bat. With a resounding thud, the bat's head was severed. The quasi-fifth tier beast lay slain. Qin Zhen's pupils constricted in astonishment. Was this a jest? A third tier defeating a quasi-fifth tier? Was this the behavior of a standard contract master? Gu Yunfeng's brow furrowed even deeper. Just days prior, this had not been possible, yet today it was. The rate of his ascent in strength was astonishing. Just then, a figure emerged from outside the door. It was the team leader, Yi Zheng. Qin Zhen hurriedly waved him over. Come quickly, Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng, taken aback, complied. Pointing at Yi Ming on the large screen, Qin Zhen inquired, if memory serves, this lad is your nephew. A third tier eliminating a quasi-fifth tier is truly remarkable. Yi Zheng's pupils dilated in shock. What? Yi Ming? He has slain a quasi-fifth tier beast? Surely this cannot be true. Chapter 82. The Fifth Order Beast, the King of Giant Trees in the Death Marsh. Yi Ming stood resolutely, wielding a long scythe with a countenance as cold as steel. The corpse of a venomous bat lay before him, its head reduced to ashes while its body convulsed frantically. Its essence dissipated wildly, ultimately transforming into a bubbling pool of toxic liquid. Successfully killed the quasi-fifth order venomous bat. Realm experience 120, spiritual skill experience 120. Acquired beast material. Venom mask. The mask, about the size of a palm, bore a unique design resembling a green-faced demon, with a sharp nose, slightly squinted eyes, and a mouth full of jagged teeth. Valued at 7 million. This was a commendable beast material. Upon absorption, it would grant a certain degree of immunity to toxins. Ing Yu scrutinized the venom mask and remarked. Yi Ming nodded in agreement. Following Ing Yu's guidance, he first enveloped his face with a shroud of dark energy before placing the venom mask upon it. As green and black currents surged forth, after 3 breaths, successfully absorbed the venom mask, you have acquired a certain degree of toxin immunity. Toxins from beasts below the 6th order contractor will not inflict lethal harm upon you. This is splendid. Yi Ming's eyes brightened. Aboard the floating airship, Qin Zhen and the others observed Yi Ming, their expressions grave, devoid of any emotion. After a brief moment, Gu Yunfeng shook his head. Just days prior, Yi Ming had been no match for a quasi-fifth order beast, yet now he possessed the strength to annihilate one in an instant. The rate of his progress was disturbingly rapid. Qin Zhen did not respond. Instead, he turned to Knight Zheng, intending to inquire about the extraordinary reasons behind Yi Ming's prowess. However, upon seeing Knight Zheng's bewildered expression, he realized that even Knight Zheng was at a loss. A third-order contractor had vanquished a quasi-fifth-order contractor. Who would believe such a tale? Following the slaying of the quasi-fifth-order beast, Yi Ming did not depart. He continued to hunt beasts within the Death Marsh. The third-order sharp-shelled crocodiles and fourth-order cracked-shelled lizards were plentiful, charging toward Yi Ming in a frenzied swarm, their eyes gleaming with malice as they roared in fury. With a surge of strength in his legs, Yi Ming propelled himself off the ground, the earth crumbling beneath him as the scythe sliced through the air, a glint of cold light flashing. Successfully killed a third-order sharp-shelled crocodile. Realm experience 20, spiritual skill experience 20. Successfully killed a third-order sharp-shelled crocodile. Realm experience 20. Spiritual skill experience 20. Successfully killed a fourth-order crack-shelled lizard. Realm experience 40, spiritual skill experience 40. Successfully killed a fourth-order crack-shelled lizard. Realm experience 40. Spiritual skill experience 40. Countless beasts fell before Yi Ming's might. He opened his panel. Realm, third-order contractor, 464,881,000,000. God's Fall Demon Armor, level 8, level 9. Dark Domain, level 8, level 9. Eternal Night Descends, level 7, level 8. His experience had surged past 400,000, bringing him closer to becoming a fourth-order contractor. Yi Ming, now a third-order, had already attained the strength to slay quasi-fifth-order foes. Once he ascended to fourth-order, Even fifth-order beasts would stand no chance against him. Subsequently, under the guidance of Gu Yinfeng, Yi Ming emerged from the treacherous marsh of death and arrived at the silent forest. The swaying trees loomed like phantoms, coming to life the moment Yi Ming stepped into the woods. The rustling echoed ominously as the tree demons sprouted bizarre eyes, their branches striking towards Yi Ming like razor-sharp claws. With a whoosh, glinting blades illuminated the darkened atmosphere. Yi Ming leaped high upon the branches, wielding his long scythe. As a crescent moon shone brightly in the night sky, with a swift thrust, he dispatched a third-tier black tree demon, gaining 20 realm experience and 20 spirit technique experience. This success was repeated thrice, each victory adding to his growing prowess. The more ferocious beasts he vanquished, the more formidable his aura became, transforming him into a bloodthirsty demon. Exhilarated by slaughter and bloodshed, his body grew exceptionally agile, darting through the dark forest like refracted light, elusive and untouchable. A thunderous roar erupted before him as the ground suddenly split open, revealing a robust, ancient tree that erupted forth. Its roots spread out menacingly, and a towering tree demon appeared, reaching heights of several dozen meters. The trunk coalesced into thousands of stout fists, its eyes glowing red with malice. With a resounding crash, the tree fist descended. Yi Ming leaped high off the ground. Evade? Suddenly, sharp branches erupted from the earth, hurtling towards him. Yi Ming gripped his long scythe tightly, the cold light slicing through the air as he struck the trunk. Clang! The trunk seemed to be encased in an iron barrier, deflecting his scythe with ease. It was. Yi Ming's pupils constricted, gazing at the colossal tree demon before him, his brow furrowed, a fifth-tier, ferocious beast. Meanwhile, aboard the floating airship, Qin Jun observed the unfolding scene on the screen, his brow furrowing. A fifth-tier, ferocious beast, the giant tree demon king? Senior, Yi Ming is not yet capable of facing such a foe. Gu Yinfeng nodded. Indeed, I deliberately guided him here for training. His rapidly increasing strength could destabilize his foundation. I initially thought a quasi-fifth-tier beast would serve as his sharpening stone, but it appears only a fifth-tier beast is worthy of being his opponent. Hearing this, Yi Zheng, standing nearby, felt a twinge of anxiety. On the screen, Yi Ming was locked in a fierce struggle with the giant tree demon king. Branches lashed out like blades, striking his body. Though they could not pierce through his divine armor, the tremendous force sent Yi Ming hurtling backward. He crashed through dozens of trees before barely coming to a halt. Yi Zheng clenched his fists, his expression grave, as he nervously swallowed hard, apprehensive about Yi Ming's next move. Yet, he understood that this was a trial for Yi Ming. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. The dark domain unfolded as Yi Ming unleashed his full power, crimson light enveloping his scythe, cold glimmers flashing as shattered branches and leaves flew about. Falling slash, he roared internally, dark tendrils coiling around his arm, merging with the scythe. Yi Ming surged forward with all his might. The ripples of power spread outward, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. A shadow surged forth, revealing Yi Ming, marked by crimson wounds. Blood flowed from the juncture of his arm and the long scythe, a testament to his suffering. He had reached the limits of his endurance. With unwavering determination, Yi Ming fixed his gaze ahead. Yet the unexpected occurred. A robust branch hurtled toward him, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, akin to a sharpened blade. Damn it, Yi Ming muttered through gritted teeth. He yearned to evade, but the prior descent had drained his strength, rendering his body momentarily numb. The wooden spike loomed larger before his eyes. Just half a meter remained. Halt! A commanding voice resonated, filled with authority. The wooden spike froze before Yi Ming. The ancient tree demon king stood as if encased in ice, motionless, its gaze fixed fiercely upon the ancient Yinfeng above. Break! With a mere flick of his hand, Yinfeng unleashed an invisible force that surged toward the giant tree demon king. Its form began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into fragments that fluttered like paper in the air, vanishing with the breeze. An eighth-tier powerhouse, capable of effortlessly obliterating a city with a mere gesture. Chapter 83, Solo en Divorce. Is this what you chose? Is this the 8th tier? Yiming gazed at Gu Yunfeng, suspended in midair. His eyes flickered, and his fists unconsciously clenched. He yearned for strength. If he were at the 4th, 5th, or even 7th or 8th tier, he could effortlessly vanquish the previous Treant Demon King without needing Gu Yunfeng's intervention. The desire to grow stronger surged within him. He glanced at his experience panel. He still required over 400,000 to 500,000 experience points to ascend to the rank of a 4th-tier contract master. Not an insignificant amount, yet not overwhelmingly daunting either. Action was imperative. You possess extraordinary talent. Given time, you shall undoubtedly become an 8th-tier powerhouse, Gu Yunfeng remarked, patting Yi Ming on the shoulder. Ye Ming no dit incidenge. Yet within, he firmly established his own aspirations. After joining the Star Demon University, he must strive to attain the status of a 4th-tier contract master. Upon concluding his expedition beyond the realm, Yi Ming met with Qin Zhen, the head of the 3rd border city, who regarded him with high esteem. I witnessed your earlier confrontation with a quasi-5th-tier, ferocious beast. To be candid, I did not anticipate you possessing such formidable strength. A witch contract master, not only powerful, but your rate of breakthrough surpasses that of the Saint contract masters. A talent like you would be an immense asset to the Guardian Army if you could join us. Qin Zhen proclaimed, arms crossed, observing Yi Ming with keen interest. Before Yi Ming could respond, Gu Yunfeng interjected, "Hey, what are you doing? Yi Ming is my student. Are you trying to poach him right in front of me?" "Senior, one cannot say it that way," Qin Zhen retorted, raising his hands in a gesture of compromise. The identities of the Guardian Army and Star Demon University students are not mutually exclusive. By joining the Guardian Army, Yi Ming could gain valuable experience that would aid his growth. As you know, nurturing in a greenhouse does not yield true strength. Gu Yunfeng fell silent for a moment before turning his gaze toward Yi Ming. Become part of the Guardian Army? Due to his uncle Yi Zheng, Yi Ming had always held great respect for the Guardian Army. However, he was still only at the 3rd tier. And with the entrance examination for Star Demon University approaching in a matter of days, time was of the essence, and the tasks ahead were formidable. A 3rd-tier contract master would be of little assistance to the border city. I believe I will consider this matter only after I attain the 4th tier, Yi Ming stated, offering a reasonable justification to Qin Zhen. Indeed, that makes sense, Qin Zhen acknowledged, turning to Yi Zheng. Captain Yi Zheng, you heard what this lad said. Once he becomes a 4th-tier contract master, we must ensure he joins the Guardian Army. Captain Yi Zheng's expression turned grave. He did not respond. Deep within, he harbored reservations about Yi Ming joining the Guardian Army due to the inherent dangers involved. Qin Zhen cast him a glance, but chose not to press further. His earlier remarks had merely been in jest. Upon departing from the 3rd border city and returning to Tsangnan City, Gu Yunfeng presented Yi Ming with a small segment of tree trunk, measuring 10 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters in length, cylindrical in shape, adorned with green lines that coiled around it, exuding a vibrant aura of life. This object was known as the Xuanmu spirit root, a rare and precious material of extraordinary value. Upon absorption, the essence of the Xuanmu will permeate your body, simultaneously enhancing your physical form while bestowing upon you a greater vitality. Gu Yunfeng presented the items to Yi Ming, a teacher who is exceedingly fond of his students. Yi Ming clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, teacher." Upon returning home, the hour was late. Yi Ming absorbed the Xuanmu spiritual root. At the moment the verdant essence integrated into his being, his wounds were healed and his injuries mended. His body surged with strength, brimming with vitality and spirit. Upon absorbing the Xuanmu spiritual root, your physical form is enhanced and your lifespan is extended. Vitality, 85900. Mental fortitude, 85900. Both attributes increase by 50. With the absorption of additional materials, a breakthrough to 1000 was within reach. Yi Ming clenched his fist, his desire for battle ignited. In the following days, Yi Ming became a frequent visitor to the teleportation hall, dedicating nearly all his time there, aside from meals and sleep. At times, lost in the thrill of combat, he would forget the passage of time, engaging in battles from 5 in the morning until midnight. His experience in the realm surged exponentially. Realm, 3rd tier contract master, 650, 0001, 000. His experience had reached 650,000, with only 350,000 remaining for a breakthrough. Leaning back in a chair within his room, Yiming glanced at the calendar on the wall. Only 10 days remained until he must report to Star Demon University. His vitality and mental fortitude still lingered at 900. He needed to undertake some assassination missions to accumulate contribution points for rewards. Yiming opened the killing maul, his gaze resting upon a treasure named Heart of the Demon Flame. Name, Heart of the Demon Flame. Type, beast material. Description, extracted from the Demon Flame Lion. It harbors immense power. When the Demon Flame integrates into the body, it alters the structural organization of the flesh, granting a more formidable physical strength. The process is excruciating. Use with caution. Price, 1,000 contribution points. I currently possess over 800 contribution points. With the execution of 1 or 2 tasks, I could easily amass 1,000. Yiming mused. The quantity of contribution points is contingent upon the difficulty of the tasks. Eliminating a 4th-tier criminal contract master could yield around 200 contribution points. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door slammed shut. Yiming rose to see it was Yi Shuang. The force with which she closed the door was thrice that of her usual demeanor, a clear sign of anger. If his memory served him correctly, she had exhibited the same behavior 3 days prior. Yiming's mind raced with analysis. He suspected that Yi Shuang had undertaken a challenging task that had repeatedly disrupted her plans. He silently prayed that she would encounter no danger. The next day, he arrived at the teleportation hall, where a new dual-person secret realm had opened, named High Wall Guardian. Upon entering the secret realm, the contract masters were to assume the role of guardians, defending the high walls against countless ferocious beasts surging towards them, a veritable tide of foes. Secret Realm Challenge commences. The Realm of Ferocious Beasts, 3rd and 4th tier. Challenge task. Guard the high wall for 30 minutes to receive precious treasures, the soul condensing bracelet. 30 minutes is not an arduous task. Allow me to share that I have previously entered a similar secret realm. In defensive secret realms, unity is paramount. Therefore, we will form 3 small teams in batches. One team will defend, another will supply from behind, and the last will rest. We shall rotate every 5 minutes, ensuring we can indeed guard for 30 minutes. A well-featured man directed the group. Listening to his strategy,